restrained the shock in their hearts, they couldn't stop exclaiming and discussing. Chapter 49. Kill Shang Yuan directly, let the guardian die too. In bursts of exclamation, Shang Yuan, who had fainted before, came to life, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to move, but he felt as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. Raising his head with difficulty, he saw his protector, but Mr. Zheng was firmly suppressed. Looking not far away, he also saw Su Chengqing staring at this side with a half-smile. Raise your head slowly. Boom. When Shang Yuan saw Su Chengqing's figure in the haze, his soul trembled. Who is that? And after hearing the discussions around him, his body trembled involuntarily. The Holy Master of the Daoyi Holy Sect. However, at this time, Su Chengqing grinned after hearing the Holy Master's words, just to remove the stumbling block in the future. Shua. Under everyone's gaze, he took a step without hesitation. When it appeared, it was already in front of Shang Yuan. Seeing this scene, there was an uproar at the scene. Su Chengqing, he wants to kill him. God, don't they really worry about the anger of the Yaozu? No way, this is the rhythm of the war. I don't think it's wrong for Su Chengqing to kill Shang Yuan. After all, Shang Yuan intended to kill Su Chengqing before. After all, there is no problem for Su Chengqing to do so now. Everyone was extremely nervous, staring at Su Chengqing. Murong Diei, Sha Qingshan couldn't help feeling nervous when she looked at Su Chengqing's figure. In their opinion, what Shang Yuan did in the future should indeed be killed. At this time, Su Chengqing didn't struggle too much, and slowly raised his hand. Upon seeing this, Shang Yuan's body trembled, and he hurriedly said, What are you going to do? Kill the rebel. In order to conform to the fabricated diary, Su Chengqing spoke indifferently, and pointed his finger at Shang Yuan, who couldn't move. On the fingertips, all the cultivations belonging to the third heaven of saints are condensed. Feeling the heightened life and death crisis, Shang Yuan gasped heavily. No. He couldn't move his body, couldn't resist, and kept shaking his head. At this moment, he seemed to be no longer the young patriarch of the undead monster clan, but a common man who would be afraid of death. Su Chengqing ignored Shang Yuan, who was pleading with eyes open, and his fingers still dropped. Not far away, when Zheng Mohan saw this scene, his eyes were tearing apart. Even if his cultivation base was suppressed, he was completely anxious, and his cultivation base of the supreme fifth heaven broke out in an all-round way. Young patriarch, don't die. With a loud roar, he was about to break free and go to stop it. The Holy Master Daoyi snorted coldly at this moment, and the entire shrine continued to explode, and even more terrifying coercion descended. Zheng Mohan, who was just about to break free, turned even paler. He was firmly suppressed, and kneeled on the messy dojo with his legs bent. Puff! Blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were about to burst, and he roared hoarsely at the Daoyi Holy Master, You Daoyi Shengzong really want to declare war on the undead monster clan. Once the war begins, the consequences. But the Holy Master Daoyi seemed impatient, and before Zheng Mohan finished speaking, he said in a cold tone, Declaration of war ridiculous. Do you think that today's undead monster race has this qualification? The sound fell, and the scene suddenly seemed like a pool of stagnant water. Zheng Mohan's pupils shrank even more, and his breathing became short of breath. This Dao one holy sect. There was a storm in his heart, the other party didn't care at all. And at this moment, Su Chengqing's fingers also landed on Shang Yuan's eyebrows. Boom! His finger contained the power of a sage's 3-level cultivation, not to mention the injured Shang Yuan, even the Supreme One would be severely injured without any defense. The huge impact suddenly raged, setting off gusts of wind. The fear of death on Shang Yuan's face suddenly froze after Su Chengqing's finger fell. At this time, the vitality in his body was completely strangled by Su Zongqing's terrifying spiritual power, and even the primordial spirit disappeared in smoke. Even though he still raised his head now, his eyes quickly lost their spirit and became hollow. Ranked 4th on the Tianzhou list, he has completely fallen. When seeing Shang Yuan die, as a protector, Zheng Mohan kept trembling, looked at Su Chengqing firmly, and roared angrily, Why did you kill him? Patriarch, I won't let you go, I won't let you go. His eyes were red with endless resentment. Shang Yuan can almost be said to have been brought up by himself. But now she saw him die in front of her own eyes. Anger, despair filled my heart. Zheng Mohan, who is in the supreme realm, felt a deep sense of powerlessness at this moment. No one thought that the Holy Lord of Daoyi would pay attention to Su Changqing at any time, and send out a ray of soul to follow and protect him. He didn't even hesitate to start a war with the undead monster clan and kill the young patriarch. Su Changqing heard Zheng Mohan's roar and turned his head to look at him. But before he speaks, boom! Without warning, Zheng Mohan exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Along with it, there are also people from the undead monster clan who have already lost their minds because of fear. Bang bang bang, their bodies exploded one after another, turning into clouds of blood mist. In an instant, the bloody smell permeated the whole scene. That is at this moment. Every one of the undead monster clan who came on this trip will be wiped out. Noisy. The Phantom of Daoyi Holy Master slowly spit out 2 words, without any fluctuation in the tone. Su Changqing blinked, and unavoidably glanced at the Phantom of the Holy Master in surprise. Then, he pretended to have deep eyes, recalling the past, and said softly, "Old man, be gentle, his blood splashed all over me, I think it's dirty." That is, the blood of the traitor. He smelled the smell of blood in the air and murmured softly. And with the Holy Master, he is not polite. Because in the original text, he and Ling Qinshui were taken by the Holy Master since they were young, and they have always regarded them as their own. It can be said that the other party is also a father who is not related by blood, and also an enlightened master who has stepped into the path of practice. The Phantom of Daoyi Holy Master heard Su Changqing's words. Good. He just responded with 1 word lightly. But it was also from the conversation between the two that everyone on the scene was dumbfounded. No matter who it is, they are all staring at the Phantom of the Daoyi Holy Master and Su Changqing in the shattered dojo in a daze. This killed the young patriarch of the undead monster clan, and also obliterated a supreme being and the people of the undead monster clan who came this time, and they can communicate so peacefully. From the looks of the two of them, it seemed that they didn't care about it at all. As if it's just an ordinary little thing. Chapter 50, The Undead Monster Clan Declares War, Immortal. At the same time, located in the western part of Zhuxuantian, the northernmost desert, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the undead monster race is hidden in the world and takes root here. And this area looks out of place with other places. The whole sky was gloomy, with dark clouds, and it looked lifeless. Especially in the most central area of the desert, there is an extremely strong monstrous evil spirit that makes people look pale. On the edge, there are countless monsters haunting, revealing a gloomy atmosphere everywhere. And in the very center, stands a huge boundless, ancient demon city. In the powerhouse of the demon clan, in an ancient huge ancestral hall. Around, there are a lot of jade plaques. And these. It is a life card made by every member of the monster clan who will integrate soul blood into jade from birth. As long as the life card is broken, it means the death of the Yaozu children. Central region. It is the fate card of those who have improved status and status among the monster clan. And in front of these cards, with vicissitudes in his eyes, a middle-aged man said slowly, "The birth of the Tianzhou list, the battle of the great world, how can there be no undead monster race?" Yuener was ranked among the top 5 in the Tianzhou list when he entered the WTO for the first time, ranking 4th. He also has a bloodline of the Demon Emperor in his body. He has the opportunity to awaken to a pure bloodline. I hope that the future demon clan can achieve glory again in his hands and show the dominance of 300,000 years ago. He said this with a gratified smile on his face. And it is also the person in power of the undead monster clan, the current patriarch. Shang Jun. Suddenly, ka, the sound of the life card shattering sounded. Heard the voice. Shang Jun didn't pay attention to it at first, but when he saw a crack in the life card belonging to his son Shang Yuan in front of him, his pupils shrank. Yuener. He was short of breath. Could it be that his life was threatened? Didn't Zheng Mohan follow him? It's just a grand ceremony in the southern territory, with the guardians of the Supreme Five Heavens following. How could something happen? Moment. Shang Jun's expression froze, and he was about to leave. Crack bang. But before he left, the life card belonging to Shang Yuan trembled violently, more and more cracks opened up completely. Seeing this scene, his mind went blank. Yuener's fate card was ruined just like that. And among the life cards, even a drop of Shang Yuan's soul blood was not preserved. This also means that the soul flies away. This moment. Boom. Shang Jun's face changed drastically, and his mind roared violently. The next heir of the immortal monster clan, perish. A terrifying aura that far surpassed the supreme realm erupted from Shang Jun's body, the entire ancestral hall trembled violently, and the sky exploded with shocking explosions. Who the hell? He roared up to the sky, and the sky and the earth trembled. At this moment, his eyes burst out with a terrifying murderous intent. What about Zheng Mohan? Just as Shang Jun spewed out his anger and couldn't restrain his killing intent. Boom! Another crisp sound came out, which made him startled. Then, I saw that Zheng Mohan's life card was gone. His soul blood showed as seen before he died, among which were the phantom of the Daoyi Holy Lord and Su Changqing. Could it be that your Taoist sect really wants to declare war on the undead monster clan? But this scene was extremely short. Zheng Mohan's soul blood disappeared after it dissipated. But this also let Shang Jun know who did it. Daoyi Holy Sect. His eyes were bloodshot, and the terrifying aura on his body was no less than that of the Holy Master Daoyi. Yuan'er was killed by Su Changqing, the son of Daoyi Sacred Sect. In an instant, the whole monster clan trembled. And in the sky, Shang Jun's huge phantom appeared, and the murderous intent in his eyes seemed to turn into reality. Dao One Holy Sect. He yelled loudly, the world changed color, and he trembled violently. Not only the western regions, but also the entire Nine Profound Heaven. At this moment Zhou Xuan, West Desert, Northern Border, Eastern Wasteland, Central Province. Anywhere, you can see Shang Jun's huge phantom incarnation, and hear the roar like 1,000 thunders. In an instant, countless people have numb scalps and pale faces. The patriarch of the undead monster clan, why is he angry? What is happening? What did Daoyi Shengzong in the southern region do? Many doubts appear in everyone's mind. Before seeing the shock of the crowd. Above the sky, another phantom that almost covered the entire sky appeared again. The surroundings are full of mist, making it impossible to see the phantom's face clearly. But this is the Holy Lord of Daoyi. The sky at this moment. It seems that it has become a duel ring between two top experts in Zhou Xuan. Angry Shang Jun saw the phantom of the Daoyi Holy Master appearing, with a murderous intent, and said in an extremely cold and hoarse voice, "Kill my son, destroy my clan supreme, you court death. Give me an explanation today, Su Changqing must die, otherwise." However, before he could finish speaking, the Lord Daoyi snorted coldly, causing the void to explode, as if he was in fear. "Otherwise what? Your son is looking for death, but this disciple is just helping him, what's wrong? If there is a next time, I will lead a holy sect to the West Desert and destroy your entire clan." He opened his mouth domineeringly, and the world roared. Heard that, Shang Jun's pupils shrank, and he smiled back. Well, from today onwards, the undead monster clan will live forever with the Daoyi Sacred Sect. His eyes were extremely cold, and he almost finished speaking through gritted teeth. At the same time, the anger in my heart burned to the extreme. Did not think of. Daoyi Shengzong didn't care at all, even if the war started. For this top holy place in the southern territory, one of the overlords of the entire Nine Profound Heaven. Naturally, Shang Jun had heard that it was a new force that rose 10,000 years ago. Since the undead monster race had been hidden for a long time, he was not sure enough to start a war with it. This enmity is irreconcilable. He left a sentence, and the phantom disappeared between the sky and the earth. Upon seeing this, the Holy Master Daoyi sneered and said, "I am here to accompany you at any time." Afterwards, his phantom also completely dissipated. At this time, Zhou Xuan finally saw the light of day again. But, after understanding the ins and outs of the matter, countless people were dumbfounded. The Daoyi Saint sect and the undead monster race have just met. Especially Su Changqing, the holy son of Daoyi, who killed the son of the patriarch of the immortal monster clan, who is also the fourth existence on the Tianzhou list. God. The entire Nine Profound Heaven completely exploded. No matter where, no matter what they are doing, there is almost no one who does not know about it. Su Changqing, it's Su Changqing again. He killed Shang Yuan, the young patriarch of the undead monster clan and the fourth in the Tianzhou list. He, the sixth in the Tianzhou list, not only swept away the top 5 in the original Tianzhou list, but now he has the blood of the demon emperor, and now he has killed the most powerful existence among the younger generation of the undead demon clan. How terrifying is his strength. That was the Daoyi Holy Master just now. The undead monster clan will definitely not let it go. I'm afraid it's really going to war. Chapter 51, Number 3 on the Tianzhou list, undefeated. At this moment Zhou Xuan, already in deep shock, no one could have imagined that Su Changqing would do another earth-shattering event. It was Su Changqing who killed Shang Yuan. How could he be so terrifying? He was ranked 6th, but he just suppressed the top 5 of the original Tianzhou list not long ago. And now even Shang Yuan, who ranked 4th, died in his hands. It's terrifying. How can there be such a terrible guy from the beginning to the end? I have never heard of Su Changqing's defeat. Is this the 6th? It is clearly the top 3. Holy Lord, Daoyi is too domineering. Facing the undead monster clan that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, he didn't take him seriously at all. He even threatened that there would be another time, destroy the monster clan, and look at Zhou Xuan. Few forces dare to say that. In other words, Shang Yuan originally wanted to kill Su Changqing, but was killed instead. Even because of the undead demon clan, Shang Yuan's guardian intervened, and the undead demon clan lost a supreme powerhouse. Oh my god. At this moment, the people of Zhou Xuan were even more shocked and exclaimed. Whether it is the human race or the demon race and other major forces, there is a sensation. They did not expect that such a big event would happen in the grand ceremony held in the southern region. Even just now, the Holy Master Daoyi and the Patriarch of the Undead Monster Clan almost opened the prelude to the war between the two sides. At the same time, countless forces are also shocked by it. Because the Tianzhou list has only appeared not long ago, and such a big thing has already happened. Once the Undead Monster Clan really started a war with Daoyi Shengzong, then other forces, presumably because of the existence of the Tianzhou list, would definitely have friction and collisions between each other's disciples. Maybe it will evolve into something like Su Changqing and Shang Yuan, thus starting one battle after another. At that time, Zhou Xuan will break the peace of more than 100,000 years and enter a chaotic world. But the most shocking thing, it was Su Changqing who, after suppressing the top 5 members of the original Tianzhou list, made another move to kill Shang Yuan of the Undead Monster Clan. However, when Zhou Xuan was in shock, boom! The sky vibrated, and a sudden change popped up. I saw. Originally, the list of top talents above the sky is now shaking violently. Surroundings, even more radiant divine light bloomed. The whole world is shining under the light, and it looks extremely sacred. Especially the coming of the breath of heaven, so that every monk in Jushuan can sense it. Amidst the surging clouds, endless thunder streaked across the sky. Immediately afterwards, as the roar became more intense, the names on the Tianzhou list changed. Ranked 4th, Shang Yuan's name was directly erased. Then, the name of the 3rd place is ranked down to the 4th place. As for the 6th place, Su Changqing's name was shining brightly, and he slowly entered the 3rd place. 3rd place, Daoyi Sacred Sect Sacred Sun Su Changqing. Record. Since joining the WTO, I have never lost a single game. The change of the list of Tianzhou has once again caused an uproar. Countless people from Jushuan saw Su Changqing go directly from 6th to 3rd, and they were completely excited. Su Changqing he entered the 3rd place, and I said that with his strength, it is not difficult to be in the top 3. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Let's not talk about the ones before the Tianzhou list came out. Even now, Su Changqing has only made 2 shots. He is 3rd so soon. I'm afraid his strength can still compete for a higher ranking. Since joining the WTO, I have never lost a single game. My god, how strong is Su Changqing's real strength? Can he compete with the number 1 and compete for the number 1 position? Among the younger generation, today's Tianzhou list is undoubtedly the best representative. Although the 1st and 2nd will be very strong, but I think Su Changqing really seems to have the strength to compete for the 1st place. How could he appear in the 3rd position after defeating Shang Yuan? Could it be that Xiao Shantai will be ranked according to the strength he has shown? It's terrible. Is this the most powerful son of the Daoyi sect? Before, I thought Su Changqing was not strong enough, but now it seems that he deserves it. Countless monks were shocked after seeing the changes in the Tianzhou list. Today's results have exceeded their expectations. Although the record is only a few simple words, it is undoubtedly the best description of Su Changqing's record. Undefeated. Especially by beheading Shang Yuan, he became the 3rd in the Tianzhou list in one fell swoop. Su Changqing made everyone in Jushuan feel their scalps go numb. Such an existence is too heaven-defying. Today's Zhuxuantian can no longer maintain the peace of the past, and countless forces and talents who plan to show it to the world are all paying attention to it. When all forces were amazed by Su Changqing's soaring ranking. God's Forbidden Zone, one of the 5 restricted areas of Zhuxuantian. In the restricted area, the weirdest thing is a huge river of souls, in which countless souls without sanity swim. This is also one of the reasons why the Forbidden Zone of Tianxia is frightening. That is, every disciple in the Forbidden Zone of Tianxia likes to extract the soul of the opponent and use it for devouring cultivation. Tame and become a companion soul. The countless souls in the River of Souls do not enter reincarnation, and are trapped in the River of Souls from generation to generation. And now, the Forbidden Zone, which had always been as calm as stagnant water, was a complete sensation. Especially Seoul Hanoi. Countless lonely souls no longer swim as usual, but are all still. The exclamations one after another continued to come out at this moment. How is it possible Su Changqing killed Shang Yuan, who was ranked 4th, and now he is ranked 3rd, pushing Shazi to 4th place? My God, doesn't that mean that the Tianzhou list thinks that Su Changqing is stronger than Shazi? Su Changqing is really so strong, what a scary guy. Every one of the disciples in the restricted area of Tianxia's face changed with shock, and their scalps became numb. And in the deepest part of the restricted area, Yu Li was still practicing, but at this moment she was called out and frowning and stopped. What is it? He slowly opened his eyes, but the pupils were gray and white. But in the next second, he recovered like a common. The disciple who came to report was extremely anxious, and hurriedly said, Shazi, something is wrong. Su Changqing he killed Shang Yuan of the immortal monster clan. Oh, what does this have to do with me? Yu Li looked surprised. He didn't expect that Su Changqing, who was ranked 6th, would actually have the strength of the top 5, but what does it have to do with him? The disciple said again, no, after Su Changqing killed Shang Yuan, the ranking of the Tianzhou ranking changed. Shazi, you fell from the 3rd place to the 4th place. Heard that? What? Yu Li's pupils shrank, and she stood up suddenly, with the evil spirit raging all over her body. Chapter 52. Zhu Tianzhou's reaction, how strong is he? A moment later, in front of Yu Li was a body with empty eyes, which was the former disciple. Su Changqing. There was a gray light in his eyes, as if he was chewing something in his mouth. He spoke in a deep voice. Previously ranked 6th, but suppressed Su Changqing, the Daoyi saint son who suppressed the top 5 in the original Tianzhou list, now ranked 3rd, but he himself became 4th. Yu Li disappeared in place, and when she reappeared, she came to a mountain in the forbidden area. Damn! As the disciple said, he saw that Su Changqing's name was ranked 3rd. As for myself, I dropped to 4th place. How can this be? Even if Su Changqing is capable, he can do what the other party can do. Why do you put Su Changqing ahead of me? Especially after hearing the arguments and exclamations of many disciples. Yu Li's expression became more and more cold, staring at Su Changqing's name. Very good. Not long after, he took a deep breath and grinned coldly. I didn't know who the next target was. Doesn't the Tianzhou list think that Su Changqing is stronger than himself? Then the next opponent, just pick him. After that, devour all the guys on the Tianzhou list one by one. Next second, Yu Li's figure disappeared in place, and there were bursts of screams in the restricted area. Ah! Forgive me, Shazi ah! No no! The bursts of screams were heart-piercing, and it was horrifying to hear. At the same time, the most central area of the Western Desert, the colossus that existed longer than the undead monster clan, Zhishaodao Palace is located here. This area, it is the most abundant place in the entire Western Desert. It can make the undead monster clan unable to covet it, which shows that its strength is naturally extraordinary. Although it has been hidden from the world, the name of Zhishaodao Palace will never become obsolete in Zhuxuantian. And Zhishaodao Palace's disciples are also the most unusual existences in Zhuxuantian. Every disciple enters the Dao Palace, and pursues nothing else in his life, but walks out of his own Dao. Enlightened. It is also the original intention pursued by Zhishaodao Palace. Now, Dao Palace is extremely lively. The patriarch of the undead monster clan had a conversation with the phantom of the Daoyi Holy Lord before, and they naturally had a panoramic view. Unexpectedly, after this, the ranking of the Tianzhou list has changed again, which shocked them all to Su Changqing. Su Chengqing, how did he do it to make the Daoyi Holy Master threaten to fight the undead monster clan in order to protect him? It shows its weight. How much strength does this guy have that he hasn't shown? Shang Yuan is ranked 4th and his strength can't be weak, but he can crush it. This person is too scary. I even think he is like a cloud of fog, which can't be seen through at all. His strength is definitely more than that. Maybe if he wants, the 2nd position will be his. I'm afraid only Daozi can overwhelm him. When Daozi was mentioned, all the Dao Palace disciples looked fanatical. To them, no matter how strong Su Chengqing was, he couldn't be Daozi's opponent. And on the highest peak of the entire Dao Palace, Daozi Wang Yi is also looking at the Tianzhou list, the 3rd position. Su Chengqing, he murmured, his eyes gradually becoming serious. It can be said that for the first time, he became interested in the people on the Tianzhou list. Originally ranked 6th, but he was able to suppress the top 5 of the original Tianzhou list by himself. Now, it is even easier to crush and kill Shang Yuan, who is ranked 4th. And after that, Su Chengqing didn't just replace whoever was defeated like the others, on the contrary, he squeezed out the original 3rd place. Wang Yi still stared at Su Chengqing's name, his expression became more serious. This person's strength, I am afraid that even the 2nd place can easily replace him. He opened his mouth slowly and commented. If there were Dao Palace disciples here, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. Because Daozi, who has been sleeping for so long, is the first time to be cautious about the people on the Tianzhou list, and at the same time give such a high evaluation. But, after pondering for a while, there was a slight smile on Wang Yi's face, and a look of confidence appeared in his eyes. No matter how strong you are, but you have no chance of winning against me. He seemed to be speaking to Su Chengqing, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Since his reincarnation, he has almost recovered all his memories. Now coincides with the Tianzhou list. This life, the battle of the great world, is his great opportunity. Thinking of this, Wang Yi raised his head and glanced at the sky above, his eyes narrowed. In this life, there will be no existence that can stop me. While he was speaking, his figure was as if it were real. Only whispers remained, and soon disappeared. Caused an uproar in the outside world. At this time, during the grand ceremony, everyone stared blankly at the Tianzhou list on the sky, their faces pale. Su Chengqing, he is not the 4th, but the 3rd. Has his strength surpassed the 4th one? No, Su Chengqing had been fighting Shang Yuan with an overwhelming posture the whole time, even in the face of the oppression of that supreme being, but he was still calm. His strength may not have reached the upper limit yet. Isn't it? In this way, it is really possible for Su Chengqing to compete for the 1st place in the Tianzhou list. It's unbelievable. I can't wait to see Su Chengqing's next fight. He is too strong, too strong. What I'm more concerned about is whether the Daoyi sacred sect will really start a war with the undead monster clan. If that's the case, it feels like Zhou Xuan is really going to fight. Everyone's face is a little pale, and some people have not even recovered. Accompanied by some words, more and more discussions and exclamations came out. Everyone at the scene was looking at Su Chengqing, who was standing in the void. In countless exclamations, the shocked expression on Xia Yilin's face couldn't be further increased, and his scalp was numb. He is so terrifying, even the 4th place on the Tianzhou list will kill him if he wants to kill him, but in my previous fight with him, he didn't kill me. His heart was beating violently, and his mouth felt dry. He completely saw Su Chengqing's terror before. Now it has rushed to the 3rd place in the Tianzhou list. With such strength, he was able to survive, and he could even be said to be intact. Looking at Su Chengqing at this moment, Xia Yilin was trembling and didn't even dare to look at it. Others in Beiming Holy Land also felt strange. But only Xia Qingxuan knows that this may be because Su Chengqing is really a reborn person, and in the future he and she are really close comrades in arms. Su Chengqing. She looked at the figure that everyone was looking at, and now she started to feel restless. Chapter 53. Xia Qingxuan's heart was shaken by a single look that scares away many arrogances. At this time, Xia Qingxuan looked at Xia Yilin, who was trembling beside him, and took a deep breath. There's really so much going on in the future. Her eyes flickered slightly, and the suspicion in her heart was dispelled a lot. After all, if it was false, how could Su Chengqing kill Shang Yuan without considering the consequences of going to war with the undead monster clan? This time I came here, I learned too many things. The thoughts in my head are very chaotic now. Amid bursts of exclamation and admiration, the phantom of Daoyi Holy Master slowly dissipated, and it was not until this moment that the terrifying coercion dissipated. Let the monks with weaker cultivation bases also be able to breathe. Previously, too scary. Even they thought they would be implicated, but now thinking about it, they still feel scared. As for Su Changqing's third place, it made everyone present feel uneasy. Murong Diayi looked at Su Changqing in the void, and her heart beat faster. It's actually the third place. There was a storm in her heart, and she couldn't imagine how strong Su Changqing was. From the previous fight with Shang Yuan, it can be seen that he still has some strength left. Then in this way, wouldn't it be possible to even compete for the first place? Recalling the content of Su Changqing's previous diary, Murong Diayi secretly said in his heart, as expected, his eyes revealed a look. What he said is true. Right now, she believes even more in the future revealed in Su Changqing's diary. Then in this way, I will come together with him in the future. Then, we must not be separated because of others. Thinking of this, her cheeks flushed red. Under the spotlight, Su Changqing glanced at Shang Yuan's corpse not far away, then looked up at the sky above. Come out. He spoke indifferently, with a calm expression. Before fighting Shang Yuan, he had already sensed several auras hidden in the sky above. It can be said, from the beginning to the end, there are always eyes watching my every move. Wen Yan, everyone at the grand ceremony was stunned. What's the meaning? Who else? No way, why didn't I know there were people? Everyone scratched their heads in doubt when they heard Su Changqing's words and looked at the sky above without any abnormalities. Og. But, after Su Changqing waited for a while, there was no movement in the sky. Not coming out. He muttered a word, and then the saint's three-layer cultivation suddenly exploded, and he slapped the void above the sky. This palm seems random, but it carries a terrifying aura that makes even the saints turn pale. Boom. Soon, the void roared and the sky trembled. Just one palm, as if the sky is about to collapse. The astonishing atmosphere made the scene of the grand ceremony scream continuously. In the eyes of one after another treatment, several figures gradually appeared. And their auras are extremely powerful. When manifested, everyone looked a little unnatural, as if they couldn't figure out how Su Changqing found them. Seeing these people, there was an uproar again. Why are there so many people? These people, why are they so face to face? That's not right. The 7th and 8th on the Tianzhou list. Oh my god, there are people on the Tianzhou list. Could it be that they are also looking for Su Changqing? Oh my god, the aura on their bodies are saints. Why are they hiding in the void? They arrived before, why haven't they shown up? Among the major holy places, there was a lot of discussion. They naturally recognize the people they see now. Especially among those people, there are several people who are on the Tianzhou list. As for the young people who were born in front of each other, it seems that their strength is also in the saint realm, and none of them are weak. At this time, Su Changqing looked at the figures above with a calm expression. These guys, he muttered in his heart, knowing what these people were planning. The forces behind these people must be the ones that Zhou Xuan can rank as the number one. However, he wasn't worried. Facing Su Changqing's gaze. On the void, the faces of people from the major holy places and restricted areas changed. Some of them are on the Tianzhou list, and some plan to take advantage of the Tianzhou list to enter the world. This time, the purpose of coming here is very simple. That is, defeat the famous Su Changqing on the Tianzhou list and climb to the top of the list. Unexpectedly, Shang Yuan, who was 4th on the Tianzhou list, was one step faster than any of them, so he could only wait for the change. Facing Shang Yuan, who was 4th on the Tianzhou list, Su Changqing had no pressure and suppressed him almost the whole time. In the end, he beheaded him aggressively. And the Daoyi Holy Master's fearlessness, not even caring about the aura of fighting the undead monster clan, scared them even more. Now, all the people present quickly dismissed the idea of challenging Su Changqing. If you go here again, you're looking for death. Facing Su Changqing's gaze. Take the lead. A young man in blue robe who ranked 7th on the Tianzhou list hurriedly cupped his hands and said with an unnatural smile, "Son of Daoyi, I'm just passing by, passing by." After he finished speaking, the figure disappeared in place in an instant. Other Tianzhou saw this. The holy son of Daoyi really deserves his reputation. Now the sect summons him. If there is a chance, he will definitely pay a visit. Good kill, then Empress Shang deserves to be killed. Since there is nothing to do right now, then I won't bother you. They all spoke one after another and left in a hurry. If Su Changqing suddenly made an attack, they would have no way to deal with it. After all, the opponent's current strength has already ranked third in the Tianzhou list. Going to challenge again, isn't that purely looking for abuse? Almost in the blink of an eye. The digital geniuses originally hiding in the void can run as fast as they can. Seeing this scene, the people at the grand ceremony gasped. Su Changqing frightened so many Tianzhou away with just one look. This time, he has secured the third place on the list of Tianzhou. I am afraid that Song has the first and second place to be qualified to compete with him. Let's fight. Isn't his strength too terrifying? Then why didn't he fight for a higher position before? Could it be what he wants is that those people come to his door independently? Isn't this pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? It seems that after the battle with Shang Yuan, Su Zongqing has shocked the heavenly pride everywhere, and no one dares to challenge him anymore. Everyone looked at this scene and felt thirsty. Su Changqing, it's too scary. Such a person hides too deeply, and it is even more dreadful. Because so far, no one knows the true strength of this Daoyi Sun. Amidst the uproar at the scene, everyone in the beaming Holy Land had their scalps numb. Even if Su Changqing didn't speak, all the top talents on the list of top talents were scared away. Fortunately, it's a good thing that he didn't attack the young master. This person is too scary. What level has his strength reached? I feel although Su Changqing is in the Saint Realm, compared to other Saint Realm, he is much more terrifying. They undoubtedly gave a very high evaluation, and the shock in their hearts was even greater. Judging from the current situation, I am afraid that there will not be so many people who dare to challenge Su Changqing easily after this. After all, Shang Yuan's death is enough to shock countless people. Listening to the discussion of the people, Sha Qingxuan also nodded, her eyes flickering slightly. He kept his hand before, otherwise. She looked at Sha Yilin next to her, otherwise her younger brother might not be able to avoid death. Then in the fight with Shang Yuan, Su Changqing seemed to be a different person. During the process, he also mentioned many times what Shang Yuan did in the future and his identity as a traitor. So now, even if I don't want to believe it, I can't find a place to refute it. In several eyes, although Sha Yilin was more apprehensive and fearful in his heart, he was unconvinced and said firmly, "One day, I will surpass Su Changqing and walk out of the road of invincibility." Shut up. When Sha Qingxuan heard this, she said angrily, "Follow me and apologize." In her opinion, perhaps it was because of her younger brother that Su Changqing faced many troubles. Even if it wasn't a big deal to Su Changqing, it made her feel a little sorry to return. Do not know why. My desire to talk to Su Changqing became stronger, and I also wanted to confirm it again. In Sha Yilin's bewilderment, Sha Qingxuan looked determined, summoned up her courage, and lightly stepped on Ma Kongyi with her younger brother, who was grabbing at her side, toward Su Changqing. Everyone was surprised when they saw this scene. Su Changqing immediately showed a look of vicissitudes, and his eyes revealed the nostalgia that seemed to be extremely restrained. Soon, when Sha Qingxuan approached, seeing the nostalgia in Su Changqing's eyes, her heart trembled. "Apologize," she said to Sha Yilin next to her. When Sha Yilin came in front of Su Changqing, his hard-spoken words disappeared immediately. However, although he didn't dare to visit Su Changqing, he didn't want to apologize either. Seeing this, Sha Qingxuan was about to say something. Su Changqing glanced at Sha Yilin reminiscently, shook his head with a light smile, and said, "His temperament is just like this, it's fine. Su son of Daoyi, I'm sorry, I'm on behalf of my younger brother." "No problem. DJ." Sha Qingxuan originally wanted to say something, but when she saw Su Changqing's vicissitudes-filled face and nostalgic eyes, her body trembled slightly. Beside, Sha Yilin's mouth twitched when he heard Su Changqing's words. He really couldn't understand why the other party seemed to know him very well. When he saw Su Changqing staring at his sister, he gritted his teeth. But when he thought of the horror of the other party, and thought of taking the other party's immortal skills before, he couldn't speak in the end. And at this time, facing Su Changqing's gaze, Sha Qingxuan felt an indescribable feeling in her heart, as if she had really known him for a long, long time. "Then Holy Son, I will take my leave first." She was worried that if she didn't leave, she might really not be able to bear the strange emotions. Sha Yilin immediately ran back to the crowd in Beiming Holy Land when he heard the words. If I stay any longer, I might really go crazy. Sha Qingxuan tried her best to restrain the shock in her heart. She turned around and was about to leave. However, at this moment, Qingxuan, in fact I should say the apology. I have imagined us meeting again countless times, and there are so many things I want to say to you, but I don't know how to say it. How can I tell you how to express to you the endless longing buried in my heart? If there is no chance in this life, just be friends. Sha Qingxuan's delicate body trembled when she heard the soft murmur. Su Changqing I. When she heard these words, her heart trembled and her face became hot. For some reason, instead of feeling disgusted, I had the urge to turn around and ask for clarification. Knowing that she couldn't stay any longer, she took a deep breath and left quickly. See, Sha Yilin hurriedly followed, and asked full of doubts, Sister, don't you want to stay a little longer? Huh sister, your expression doesn't seem right. Su Changqing is really strange. If I settle down for a few more years, I will definitely be able to. He said while Before he finished speaking, Sha Qingxuan frowned, and said displeased Ly, shut up. Sha Yilin looked stunned. What happened to the elder sister? It always feels weird. Sha Qingxuan's heart was beating very fast at this time, and the steps under her feet were even faster. Future, she muttered in her heart, and the contents of Su Changqing's diary kept appearing in her mind. She simply read the copy of the diary again from the beginning. Even if you watch it again, you will still be shocked. And at this time, Sha Qingxuan didn't know that her heart had been shaken, and Su Changqing's murmurs before leaving were still echoing in her ears. Just be friends. Her expression revealed a trace of complexity, and she didn't know how to explain her current psychology towards Su Changqing. Because of the words she heard, she actually had a feeling of reluctance. Right now, she wanted to turn around and take another look at Su Changqing, but she quickly dismissed her thoughts and held back. Looking at the back of Sha Qingxuan leaving, the corners of Su Changqing's mouth rose slightly, and he knew in his heart that after this operation, he was about to handle it. Finally, it's almost enough to be fooled, and I also solved an opponent. Feeling refreshed, he returned to sit next to Murong Diei. A moment later, after some episodes, it is still going on. But it is also because of what happened before that today's Daoyi Shengzong has already fascinated countless people. I want to join the Daoyi holy sect. Anyway, I changed my mind. Even if the chances are slim, I want to give it a try. If I can become a disciple of Daoyi Shengzong, I will be so happy. With such a strong holy son, and such a protective holy master, isn't such a holy land the dream land that countless people have been longing for this? I'm quitting the assessment, I'm going to Daoyi Shengzong. Among the major holy places, young talents from all walks of life were densely packed without any hesitation, and they came to the dojo where the Daoyi holy sect was being assessed. Now in their opinion, Daoyi Shengzong is undoubtedly the best choice. None of them. Chapter 54, The Witch Becomes a Holy Sect. The princess and the saint can't sit still. Ceremony site. A large number of monks arrived at the huge platform used by Daoyi Shengzong for assessment. This moment, their hearts are extremely eager to join the Dao One holy sect. Join this top sect that has only gradually risen in the last 10,000 years and gradually assumed a dominant position. Seeing such a situation, the representatives of the other major holy lands were stunned. They all want to join the Daoyi sacred sect. They even chose to give up after passing half of the assessment. Damn it, these good seedlings from before have all gone to Yishengzong now. Just because of Su Changqing, today's grand ceremony has completely changed. How can we continue? When they came back to their senses, they looked at the Daoyi Shengzong's crowded platform with jealousy. There were many arrogances before, but all of them have run over now. As a result, there are very few people left at the assessment site of their respective holy lands. And these people, all of them are monks who don't have much confidence in themselves, or whose strength is not that outstanding. Looking at the bustling Daoyi Shengzong, the faces of the major holy lands twitched, but they were unable to interfere with other people's choices. At this time, seeing that many monks changed their minds and wanted to join the Taoist sect, Su Changqing couldn't help sighing. Sacred Master Daoyi is so protective of the calf, presumably this is why so many people want to worship the holy sect of Daoyi. It's just a pity that the Holy Master in the original book was molded by the author into a foolish manipulator with all kinds of brain damage, so that after 100 years of the Battle of the Heavens, he was plotted by the enemy, in order to protect himself, and finally ended up in a downfall. However, not now. I'm not the original Su Changqing, everything will change. The previous plot about the Holy Master came to his mind, and he thought about it. Have to say, Daoyi Holy Master can be said to be a character that I like quite a lot in the original text. But now that he has traveled to 9 mysterious realms, then everything will be bad after that, and naturally the plot cannot be allowed to develop like the original text. After emotion, Su Changqing looked at the current scene of the grand ceremony, and gave a few instructions to the disciples of the Daoyi sacred sect behind him. It's time to go back. He took a deep breath and didn't intend to stay here until the grand ceremony was over. Because the once-in-a-century grand 420 ceremony will be held for nearly half a month. Of course he couldn't stay here all the time. Without thinking too much, Su Changqing got up and looked at Murong Dai beside him. Dai, farewell, I look forward to seeing you next time. He showed a gentle smile, and there was a trace of reluctance in his eyes on purpose. But Murong Dai saw Su Changqing taking steps, and hurriedly said, Su Changqing. I plan to stay in the southern region for a while, but I haven't found a place to stay. At this time, Murong Dai looked a little evasive while talking, and lowered her head shyly. I don't know why, but in front of Su Changqing, I don't seem to be myself anymore. Maybe she didn't even realize that her own identity had gradually changed. Nowhere to stay. Su Changqing was quite surprised when he heard Murong Dai's words. He hesitated for a moment, and was overjoyed when he realized it. Isn't this an opportunity? In the original text, Murong Dai had a rough life experience, and when he was still young, he had no relatives or friends in the world. This also made her withdrawn as she grew up. Especially in this world where power is respected, when she grows up, she looks unapproachable on the surface, like a rose with thorns, but in fact she is still a teenage girl. If you can make it up in the diary, wouldn't you have a chance to make the witch completely believe in you? Then, Su Changqing pretended to ponder, and issued an invitation. In that case, you may wish to live in the Daoyi sacred sect for a while. Facing Su Changqing's invitation, Murong Dai nodded almost subconsciously, and after realizing it, he quickly said, this time, it's just to discuss with you, nothing else. After hearing Murong Dai's words, the Mozong's disciples all looked strange. No place to stay. On the road. You're a witch, isn't it easy to find a place to live? They murmured in their hearts for a while, but they didn't dare not show it on their faces. DJ. This is clearly an excuse. Is it possible? The witch was impressed by Su Changqing, who showed her strength. Shouldn't be. Mock up. Su Changqing did not expose Murong Dai's story. Good Saba to take such a good opportunity. He thought to himself, soared into the air, and left towards the outside of the shrine. Murong Dai was also quite nervous and followed closely behind. You stay here and wait for me to come back. Seeing that everyone in Mozong wanted to follow, she immediately turned her head and said coldly. I heard. Everyone looked at Murong Dai, who left with Su Changqing. The corners of their mouths twitched. What is this called? Is the witch tempted by Su Changqing? Out of the shrine, Su Changqing and Murong Dai went back to Daoyi Shengzong side by side. At this time, regarding the beautiful woman around her, Su Changqing did not hesitate, and decided to make up a diary to make her believe in herself more as planned before, and it was also the end of the third diary. Dai, in this life, we met earlier. I didn't expect you would be willing to return to the holy sect with me. Different from the previous life, you now it seems that you are not so deserted. Think about it. When you saw me in Yuhai, you didn't say anything when you saw me, and I shot. Those days in Yuhai, when I think about it now, I really miss them. However, I can't say. Now you don't know what will happen to us in the future. However, after the events of the last life, I also know that you are not as vicious as you appear on the surface. The reason for this is that you have no relatives and no friends. The tragic childhood is caused. At that time, I didn't know, I thought you were born like this, and the time with you is getting less and less. If there is a chance to do it again in this life, I hope we don't make the same mistakes again. I also hope that time can pass slowly. After making up the third diary, he pretended to recall the past and looked at Murong Dai next to him. This time, we must completely let the witch believe in me unconditionally. Not only that, for myself, this is also a necessary thing to do. Otherwise, in the future, the number of enemies I will face will be quite a lot. Accompanying Su Changqing to write down the diary, Murong Dai was still thinking about finding a topic to ease the embarrassing atmosphere where neither of them spoke. Before she could figure out how to speak, she saw a copy of the diary presented in front of her. After opening it, she saw the contents of the diary and her heart trembled. At the same time, the picture of fighting with Su Changqing after meeting Su Zongqing in Yuhai was involuntarily drawn in his mind. Come to think of it, it's really interesting. Look down. Murong Dai's body trembled slightly, and her breathing was somewhat disordered. He knows all. Seeing Su Changqing talk about her miserable childhood, she bit her lip. Yes, I don't have the company of my relatives, and I don't even have a friend in the huge Zhuxuantian. If it wasn't for the devil who found himself dying in a cave, maybe there wouldn't be a witch now. The reason why he is so cruel and bloodthirsty is undoubtedly to better protect himself. Because I still vaguely remember. The devil once said that if you don't want to be stepped on by others, you must be more ruthless and stronger than others. If not, let the whole world tremble under your feet. Come to my senses. Murong Dai continued to read the rest of the diary. It seems that, didn't trust the wrong person. She took a deep breath and couldn't help feeling hot on her face after reading the diary. When Su Changqing said to slow down the time, did he want to be alone with himself all the time? Noticing the eyes around you, Murong Dai turned his head to look, and happened to meet Su Changqing's eyes. Boom boom boom. Her heart beat faster, and she also saw in Su Changqing's eyes, apart from tenderness, there was a deep memory. The man in front of me. At this moment, she turned her head and looked away, her whole face turned red. The other side. Oba Dynasty. Since Su Changqing's diary has not been updated. Su Yue pursed her lips and hummed unhappily, Su Changqing, you stinky bastard. Are you just looking at that Sha Qingxuan, and Murong Dai has gone. HMPH, if I had known earlier, I would have gone to the south region too. She suddenly realized that if she didn't see the update of Su Changqing's diary, she would feel empty. This feeling is very strange, but there is no way to stop it. When Su Yue was thinking about finding something to pass the time, she finally sensed that the copy of the diary was synchronized. Okay, you brought other women to Daoyi Shengzong so quickly. She was suddenly furious, and she couldn't explain why, but she was very angry. She continued to look down, and she froze for a moment. Witch. Had a miserable childhood. The reason why she has the evil name of a witch is entirely to protect herself. For this message, Su Yue's big eyes flickered, quite surprised. I didn't expect that. She continued to look down, her face darkened. Make time go slower. What's the meaning? Don't you miss me in your heart? Now think about it. Su Yue has an inexplicable urge to go to Su Changqing. Wait for me, now I have reached the great consummation of the myriad phrases realm, and I will soon reach the divine king realm, and I will find you when the time comes. She also noticed in the later diary, the woman Su Changqing mentioned in the diary, only she did not meet her. Is it possible to wait another 10 years? No. At this time. Daoyi Shengzong. On the Jungfrau. Ling Chenshui was standing on a boulder, looking at the Tianzhou list on the sky. Brother is the third, I know he is not only the sixth strength. Her eyes were full of joy, even if she knew about it a long time ago, she still couldn't help but feel happy now. But soon, she became frowning. I don't know what my brother is doing now. The diary was not updated again. Could it be that he has already been with Murong Dai or Sha Qingxuan? No. Ling Chenshui shook her head, looking a little disappointed. Suddenly, I am used to the days when senior brother is not around. She muttered softly, her pretty face flushed slightly. Because during this time, she would often look through the previous diary. Every day, the figure of my brother will appear in my mind. For some reason, this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Could it be? Is this what it feels like to be heartbroken? Sudden. A copy of the diary is presented. Ling Chenshui quickly put aside her distracting thoughts and looked at it immediately. What? She frowned when she saw the first line of the diary. The witch wants to come back with her brother. How so? Hateful. This woman is too shameless, she will go back to the sect with her senior brother when they meet for the first time. But brother is really, why did you bring Murong Diei, a witch, to the sect? Gritted his teeth. Ling Qinzu's heart was full of jealousy, and her cold face was unnatural, and she stomped her feet like a little girl. If the disciples of Daoyi Shengzong saw this, they might think it was a dream. But soon, after Ling Qinshui calmed down the jealousy in her heart, she snorted softly. Murong Diei, I want to see it, but you are shameless. After she finished reading the diary, although she was surprised by the identity of the witch, she was obviously more jealous. And at this time, as the instigator, Su Changqing didn't know that a little Lolita, a holy woman, was jealous of the updated diary, and was listening carefully to the system voice coming from her mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the third diary compilation. The trust value of the third diary for the 4 diary copy holders is as follows. Ling Qinshui, the Saintess of Daoyi Sect Trust Value, 120. Princess Su Yue of Deu Dynasty Trust Value, 100. Yuhai Demon Sect Witch Murong Diei Trust Value, 120. Northern Sacred Land Saint Sha Qingxuan Trust Value, 60. Seeing the trust value of the 4 diary holders, he was quite satisfied. Because each diary will recalculate the trust value. Now, Ling Qinshui and Murong Diei maintained extreme trust again. The little loli of the Deu dynasty did not break through the upper limit, reaching the level of extreme trust. But it doesn't matter, it will always break through the upper limit. For the Beiming Saintess with the lowest trust value, he was not in a hurry, and had already thought of a solution in his heart. What makes Su Changqing curious now is what are the rewards this time. Because before that, he had already thought that through rewards, he could also fabricate items. In this way, the content of the fabricated diary will be more plentiful, and it will definitely make the diary holder maintain an attitude of trust in each diary, which will facilitate their own beneficial development in the future. Just as he was full of anticipation, the sound of the system arrived as promised. Ding! Congratulations to the host for letting the 4 diary copy holders trust the second diary, and they will be rewarded. Rewards start to be distributed. Chapter 55. Exactly the same as in the diary, the saint is jealous, the son is mine. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a ray of real dragon energy. There is no limit to practicing the real dragon treasure technique, and you can gain a lot of benefits during the practice. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the best spirit stone x 10,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character fragments, the fragments of the Underworld Emperor's morality times 3. Collecting all 6 fragments can completely unlock the morality. The current fragmentation is 4. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Demon Abyss Sword. This sword is forged from the soul of an ancient demon. It contains endless demon energy. Although it is not an imperial weapon, it is comparable to an imperial weapon. With one sword, the devil will come to the world. A voice echoed in my mind. Su Changqing's eyes flashed brightly after hearing the reward this time. True dragon breath. He was overjoyed, because of the dominance of the real dragon treasure art, it is not easy to practice. Although there was Qianyuan Dragon Soul Pill before, there are still some obstacles to practice. But once you have the chi of the real dragon, you don't need to worry about the problem of practicing the real dragon treasure technique anymore. Besides, there are currently 4 fragments of Duand. That is, if you get 2 more, you can unlock Duand. Thinking of this interesting character, Su Changqing couldn't help looking forward to it, and a fat figure appeared in his mind. Not bad. As for the Demon Abyss Sword, he has no concept of spirit stones, and he has no shortage at all. But the rewards of the system are distributed randomly, and there is no way to control them. But among the rewards this time, there is actually a sword named Miyuan, especially this sword is still forged with the soul of an ancient demon. And comparable to an imperial weapon. This is undoubtedly a good thing for him. Especially as Murong Diei is a witch, wouldn't it be great if she could use this sword to make a fuss? Just thinking about it now, Su Changqing has fabricated content in his mind. Get it right now. He didn't worry about it anymore, and chose to receive the reward. The voice fell. The rewards of the system begin to materialize. All other rewards have been stored in the storage space. And at this time, what Su Changqing is absorbing is the spirit of the real dragon. DF. Before he was ready, an extremely violent breath poured into his body. In an instant, bursts of tearing pain came from the body. Especially in the dantian, it was like a prairie fire was burning, and the burning sensation spread all over the body. This moment, Su Chengqing's body trembled slightly, but he was in pain and happy. True Dragon Chi, with the help of this, I don't believe that I can't practice the True Dragon Treasure technique. He muttered in his heart, the corners of his mouth raised. Beside, Murong Dai also calmed down her inner emotions, and her expression returned to normal. Just as she regained her senses, she also noticed the change in Su Chengqing next to her. On the opponent's body, there is a terrifying aura that makes the scalp tingle. While Murong Dai was surprised, Su Chengqing has fully accepted the real dragon's aura, and now it is constantly wandering in his body. The next step is refining and merging into one. He didn't hesitate, and immediately began to fuse the berserk true dragon energy in his body. The fusion process was quite smooth, and there were no accidents. But just after merging, Su Chengqing's eyes widened, and his breathing became short of breath. Unbelievable, he took a deep breath. Due to the fusion of the real dragon's energy, the cultivation base in his body has skyrocketed. Instantly, boom, intense roaring sounds continued to emanate from the body. And the aura on his body also emitted uncontrollably, straight into the sky. Under the changing colors of the world, Su Chengqing's body trembled suddenly, and his cultivation broke through to the fourth heaven of saints in one fell swoop. Still skyrocketing, after he reacted, he was overjoyed. Immediately concentrate on absorbing the aura of heaven and earth, and hit a higher level. The surrounding void is constantly roaring, which is deafening. Above the sky, dark clouds are rolling. Lei Kite presents. The world trembles. The soaring speed of Su Chengqing's cultivation changed the expression of Murong Dai next to him. She originally wanted to muster up the courage to find something to talk about, but was suddenly taken aback by Su Chengqing, whose cultivation level had skyrocketed. But between the heaven and the earth, it seems that there is only roaring sound left. The five heavens of saints. After Su Chengqing's cultivation broke through again, the ground trembled, and the surrounding mountains shook and collapsed under the terrifying aura. He let out a long breath, and the phantom of a real dragon flashed in his eyes. Especially the aura on his body is even more domineering. The aura is so strong that the world trembles in the howling wind. A moment later, Murong Dai looked at Su Chengqing in shock, and asked in disbelief, "You broke through?" Su Chengqing took his breath away and nodded. Got an answer. Murong Dai's mind roared, and his face became even paler. Have you been this perverted all this time? She almost lost her voice and asked, this can no longer be described as a breakthrough. Because it's only a moment's work. Su Chengqing's cultivation has gone from the third heaven of saints to the fifth sky of emperors. Is there such a breakthrough? It is simply a monster among evildoers. Seeing Murong Dai's astonishment, Su Chengqing was quite satisfied in his heart, but his expression softened, and he immediately started to make up the fourth yuji while the iron was hot. Break through two small realms in a row, just like that. My heart seems to be unable to be the same as before after that failure. Maybe it seems very unusual to Dai, but to me, the development of things is different from what I expected. If things go on like this, can I really stay out of things that will happen in the future like now? Forget it, it's rare to get along with Dai, so it's better not to think about it. How should I make it clear to Dai the future she doesn't know? This rebirth, Dai's weapon, Miyuan's sword, is still kept. This weapon that has gone through the battle of destruction and the battle of the heavens with her, should I give it to her? With the diary updated, the copy of Murong Dai's diary has also been synchronized. 8. She looked at Su Chengqing, who had a somewhat complicated expression in front of her, and her heart burst. From the diary, she seemed to feel that Su Chengqing's mood seemed to have changed. I don't know if it's my illusion, but I always feel that the man in front of me is a little different. You can look down. Murong Dai's pupils shrank slightly. Her weapon. What happened? She was quite shocked. Her future weapon was on Su Chengqing's body. No way. After reading the diary, her mind went blank and she felt ridiculous. A moment later, Murong Dai took a deep breath and looked at Su Chengqing in front of him. How so? She couldn't figure out why her weapon in the future would be on Su Chengqing's body now. Could it be that weapons can also be regenerated? But think about it, Since Su Changqing can resist to the end in the future, his strength will naturally not be weak. It's not that hard if you want to do it. According to the diary. Could it be that Su Changqing wants to give himself the weapon of the future? Dre. Without waiting for Murong Dai to speak, Su Changqing seemed to be hesitating, and after a while he smiled lightly and said, "Let's go." After he finished speaking, he continued to return to Daoyi Shengzong. It must be too abrupt to take out the weapon at this time. After returning to the sect, look for another opportunity. Seeing that Su Changqing did not hand over the weapon to himself, Murong Dai's eyes flickered slightly, and then followed behind. "I don't know what to tell me." She blinked and didn't bother too much. What's the difference between putting it in Su Changqing's place and maybe putting it in your own place? After all, in the future, he will be his own man. Thinking of this, Murong Dai's face became hot again, and there was a sparkle in his eyes. "This feeling is really good," she muttered in her heart, experiencing an unprecedented ease. In the past, it was either cultivation or cultivation. But now, she wanted to relax and stay with Su Changqing even if she didn't do anything, it was very comfortable. Besides, she wants to know more about the future. A few days later, Su Changqing took Murong Dai back to Daoyi Shengzong. Now, numerous sect disciples had already been waiting outside the Holy Land, and the momentum was huge. "Welcome to the Holy Sun." Everyone spoke loudly, their eyes filled with excitement. Because this time, the Holy Sun went out and showed amazing strength at the grand ceremony, Xintiao Shangyuan. And it even soared directly from the 6th place in the Tianzhou list to wearing it. This is the highest honor for both them and the sect. But soon, all the disciples of Daoyi Shengzong looked at each other, and their eyes were on Murong Dai beside Su Changqing. This is, the Holy Sun brought someone back on this person. She is from the demon sect. This person's aura is very strong. Could it be that she is the witch from the demon sect? Ask for flowers. They felt the traces of magic energy emanating from Murong Dai's clothes, and their expressions changed immediately. How did the Holy Sun bring back the woman from the demon sect? Among people's guesses, Ling Qinzu's figure came quickly, stopped in front of Su Changqing, and said softly, "Chen welcomes senior brother." She bowed slightly, and then looked at Murong Dai next to her. This stinky and shameless woman really came back with her brother. Su Changqing nodded and said with a light smile, "Junior sister." "Brother, who is she?" Ling Qinshui pretended not to know and asked. Upon hearing this, Murong Dai narrowed his eyes slightly, and was also hitting Ling Qinshui. Is this the saint of the Daoyi holy sect? A sense of crisis suddenly rose in her heart. This person seems to be not bad in all aspects. This moment, Ling Qinshui and Murong Dai were looking at each other with hostility in their eyes. Especially the aura on the body is even more obvious and visibly. If there's no one around, maybe they're already fighting. See, Su Changqing secretly smiled in his heart, and naturally knew why. "Junior sister, this is Murong Dai, the witch of the demon sect. This is my junior sister, and also the saint of Daoyi sect, Ling Qinshui." Without revealing anything on his face, he introduced the two girls to each other. Share, but also know. But they can't really have too much malice against each other. Certainly, Su Changqing already had a solution to this, otherwise he would not have returned with Murong Dai. As long as I solve it in advance, there will be no Lin Fan thing in the future. He sneered in his heart, thinking about using this to make up a diary. Because in the original work, because Murong Dai is a member of the demon sect, although the demon sect's kung fu practiced is very strong, it will affect him. Although the demonic energy in her body is very strong, it will accumulate over time, and then it will explode completely, which will lead to a powerful mental demon that leads to insanity. In the original book, 5 years after the Southern Territory Grand Ceremony ended, as the male lead, Lin Fan happens to meet Murong Dai who has a heart demon, so. Under the brain-damaged plot arranged by the author, the grandfather in Lin Fan's ring took action to help Murong Dai dissolve the chaotic demonic energy accumulated in his body. It is also so. Lin Fan gained the trust of Murong Dai, and after that, he made Murong Dai a thug many times, and settled the enemies one by one. Such a disgusting plot makes people uncomfortable even thinking about it now. Now, of course, I will not let this kind of thing happen, and I have to be the first to solve this hidden danger in advance, so that Murong Dae believes in the contents of the diary even more firmly. Then, without thinking too much, Su Chengqing started to make up the fourth diary. It seems that there seems to be a lot of hostility between junior sister and Dae. However, there is really no way for you to meet so early. If you don't bring Dae back, the next time we meet, I don't know when it will be. And in the last life, which is the 5th year after the grand ceremony, Dae will not be able to control the demonic energy in his body during his experience, and after it erupts completely, he will produce a powerful inner demon. Lin Fan was at that time, because of his own great opportunity, with the help of the mysterious old man, Dae's inner demon was eliminated, but also because of this, Kewei Lin Fan. It is precisely because of this that Dae was pure-minded and was used by Lin Fan to use her hands to wipe out enemies one by one and make many enemies. In the end, when the demon sect was destroyed, she was chased and killed by many forces. Into helpless flight. In this life, Dae must not be allowed to face this kind of helplessness, and bringing her back is to take this opportunity to eliminate hidden dangers in her body. After he made up the diary, in order to be more in-depth, he looked at Murong Dae from time to time, full of worry. It is also at this time. The diary copies of Ling Chenshui and Murong Dae appeared again. They didn't know that each other had a copy of the diary, so they stopped staring and checked the contents of the diary. Soon, Ling Chenshui breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the contents of the diary. It seems that it's not what I thought. The relationship between the senior brother and the witch has not reached that point yet. She felt a little ashamed at once. She had messed up her thoughts because of this before, and she almost had a real contest with Murong Dae. But knowing the cause and effect, she was not too entangled. There is nothing to say right now, and I am no longer so opposed to the arrival of the witch. And even if I want to object, it seems that I don't have that identity right now. Chapter 56. Sha Qingxuan, you are not allowed to say that about him, he is your future brother-in-law. When Ling Chenshui was thinking. When Murong Dae saw the contents of the diary, she was taken aback. 5 years later, the demonic energy in my body has reached the point where it cannot be suppressed, and I have a demon in my heart. She secretly said in her heart, surprised. Turn out to be. Su Chengqing knows so much about his affairs. The devil energy in her body is indeed increasing day by day, and because of the blood of the ancient devil, it is far easier to practice any skills of the devil sect than other people. And, Murong Dae also knew a long time ago that there will definitely be problems if this continues. It turns out that he has been thinking about me. She took a deep breath, feeling happy and sighed. Then can I stay by Su Chengqing's side all the time in the future? Just thinking about it makes people nervous. But when she saw the following content, her expression suddenly turned cold. In the memory of Su Zongqing's previous life, he would be helped by that damn Lin Fan, and even used by him. After reading the diary thoroughly, Murong Dae felt a burst of disgust in her heart, and a stronger killing intent arose. Lin Fan. She has already decided that the next time she sees Lin Fan, she must kill him completely. Such a scumbag does not deserve to live. After noticing the change in Murong Dae's expression, the corners of Su Chengqing's mouth curled up, secretly happy in his heart. The only thing missing now is the saintess of Biming. He muttered secretly, with a look of confidence in his eyes. Right now, the saintess of Biming has the lowest trust value. Next, it is natural to find an opportunity to take it down completely. At the same time, Zhongzhou, Biming Holy Land. This is also the holy land where Zhuxuantian has risen in the past 20,000 years, and now it has the overlord, 687. It can be said that the forces that can compete with Zhuri, except for the top forces such as Daoyi Shengzong, other forces cannot touch porcelain at all. And the Holy Lord of Biming is one of the peerless arrogants who was famous in Zhuxuantian more than 100,000 years ago. Inside the shrine, enlightenment field, not only was Sha Qingxuan restless thinking about the scene of meeting Su Chengqing in the southern territory, as well as what she saw in the copy of the diary. In the future, if we tell Su Chengqing what he said, Zhuxuantian's peace won't last long. She thought in her heart, her eyes were full of complicated colors. In the future, will I and Su Chengqing really become close comrades in arms who can give their backs to each other? In that case, what will happen to Biming Holy Land? And the people I care about, will they all die in the battle of the heavens? As for the longer and most terrifying dark turmoil, what exactly does it look like? At this time, the copy of the diary synchronizes the contents of Su Chengqing's diary. After scanning the above content, Xia Qingxuan's eyes flickered, and she took a deep breath. Perhaps my suspicion should be dispelled. This Su Chengqing is kind and righteous. She dispelled some doubts in her heart, but she still didn't believe it completely. The reason why I believe it is because I can't see any flaws in the diary. What Su Chengqing revealed is indeed happening. But not all. Because of those before the diary, I haven't understood it yet. Beside, looking at Xia Qingxuan's appearance, Xia Yilin stretched out his hand and shook it. Sister, what do you think? Nothing, Xia Qingxuan answered lightly. See, Xia Yilin couldn't help but think of being defeated by Su Chengqing a few days ago, and hummed dissatisfiedly, Sister, don't worry, I lost to Su Chengqing because of my lack of preparation. And this guy is really strange, I don't know how he can see through my moves, otherwise, I definitely wouldn't lose so badly. In a few years, I will definitely be able to walk out of the invincible road, defeat Su Chengqing, and make him beg for mercy. Although this guy gave me a suitable cultivation method, but one size counts, I want to defeat him. He said with a rebellious face, with a confident look. Just when he was about to say something, Xia Qingxuan didn't know why, but felt a little unhappy. You are not allowed to say that. She slapped Xia Yilin on the forehead with her palm, and stared at him. But soon, her heart beat faster. Why do I feel angry when I hear my brother's words? Xia Yilin felt the pain, widened his eyes and said, Sister, why don't you let me tell I'm your younger brother, are you an outsider? Old sister, don't you? Shut up, isn't it embarrassing enough for you to lose to Su Chengqing last time? Don't you want to humiliate yourself and embarrass your father? Xia Qingxuan opened her mouth quickly, pretending to be displeased, but her heartbeat accelerated. I don't know why, but I seem to be really influenced by Su Chengqing's diary. Xia Yilin was stunned when he heard the scolding. Ah, this. He had an unbelievable look on his face, and everyone was numb. I am your brother. With the mentality of becoming a strong person, shouldn't you encourage me? Tay. At the same time, Daoyi Shengzong, Qingxuan Peak. Su Chengqing had already returned to the huge palace that belonged to him, and checked Xia Qingxuan's trust value. Saint Xia Qingxuan of the Holy Land of the Northern Darkness trust value, 80. He looked at the increased trust value and smiled with satisfaction. After dealing with the witch's matter, I will start to fabricate it myself, and it should be almost the same. Close your mind. Su Chengqing took out the Mo Yuan sword from the storage space, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. Good sword. He looked at the pitch-black sword in his hand, the blade was covered with lines, and it was extremely sharp. And at the position where the sword body and the hilt are connected, there is a red magic crystal inlaid. It looks like the eyes of a demon god, as if looking at an endless abyss. Put it in the area where Su Chengqing used to collect items before crossing. After doing it, a faint smile appeared on Su Chengqing's face. At this time, Murong Dai walked into the main hall with an unnatural expression on his face. Because she knew what Su Chengqing was going to do next. When he entered Daoyi Shengzong earlier, the other party had already explained the hidden danger of the devil energy in his body. This time I came here to solve this problem. But before Su Chengqing could speak, Murong Dai felt an astonishing devilish energy in this hall. That is, she looked along the breath, then her body trembled, and she pointed to the front and asked. Because, on the wall not far away, there is a black long sword exuding magic energy. And at the position of the hilt, it seemed that it was the eyes of a demon god, looking at him too. Seeing this, Su Chengqing immediately pretended to be reminiscing, and said softly, Mo Yuan is its name. Mo Yuan. Su Chengqing really owns the thing in the diary. This sword is my future weapon. She was shocked in her heart, and thought it was impossible. Unexpectedly, the weapon Su Chengqing mentioned in his diary would actually appear in front of him. At this very moment, Murong Dai was even more shocked in his heart, and stared at Mo Yuan in a daze. Everything is true in the future, so won't it change in this life? She tried her best to restrain her inner emotions, and glanced at Su Chengqing, who was now full of memories. Now, he should really miss the self he met last time, right? For a moment, right now, Murong Dai's thoughts are chaotic and her heart is complicated. But it is also at this time. Su Chengqing suppressed the memories on his face, looked at Murong Diayi with a light smile and said, "Let's begin." Murong Diayi nodded slightly upon hearing this. Su Chengqing wanted to remove the hidden dangers in her body, which made her feel the warmth she had never had before. As for whether she would be worried about what Su Chengqing would do, she didn't know. Looking at Murong Diayi sitting cross-legged, Su Chengqing was quite surprised. He didn't expect that the other party didn't have any precautions. This is a good thing, we have to strike while the iron is hot. In this life, I met Diayi in advance, and now I will remove the evil energy accumulated in her body and solve this hidden danger. To completely solve the hidden danger, a sage needs to be cultivated to forcibly open the meridians in Diayi's body, release and draw the magic energy in Diayi's body that cannot be integrated with spiritual power into the body through spiritual power, and use himself as the furnace. Although the method is dangerous, and it is very likely to be backlashed by demonic energy, there is no other way at present, and Diayi is not someone else. She has done too much for me in the previous life. In this life, I will try my best to do something for her. Except for Diayi, Chen Yue, Qingxuan, if they have something to do, I can't sit idly by. After he made up the diary, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, the cultivation base began to operate. At this time, Murong Diayi was looking at the copy of the diary that suddenly appeared, and when he saw the content on it, his body trembled. What? Her eyes were full of shock and her breathing was short of breath. Su Chengqing, do you want to introduce the quotient that cannot be absorbed or fused in your body to yourself? You must know that not everyone can absorb magic energy. The most important thing is that I still have the blood of the ancient demon in my body. The demon master once said that the devil energy in my body is far more than anyone else. Once Su Chengqing absorbs too much devilish energy, what should he do with the violent devilish energy? A little carelessness, maybe the whole body's meridians will collapse. In an instant, Murong Diayi panicked. She was about to stand up and refuse Su Chengqing's help in such a dangerous way. Do not move. Before she could make a move, she felt a pair of warm hands holding her shoulders, and Su Chengqing's words came. Why is he being so nice to himself? Even at the risk of taking risks, use this method to help yourself. Before Murong Diayi opened his mouth to refuse, Su Chengqing's expression was calm. He worked his cultivation base, sat down cross-legged, and put his hands on the back of Murong Diayi. Don't resist, relax, it will be fine soon. He opened his mouth slowly, and the majestic spiritual power poured out from the palm of his hand. Murong Diayi's delicate body trembled, and the devil energy in her body seemed to sense the threat, violently surging. She was short of breath, her eye sockets were flushed, and a large amount of devilish energy emerged from her body, wreaking havoc continuously. The void roared, and the hall shook. At this time, besides being moved, she was quite worried. What should I do if something happens to Su Chengqing? The other side. On the Virgin Peak, even though Ling Qinshui knew the reason why Su Chengqing brought the witch back, she still couldn't help thinking wildly. Brother, how did you let her live in the Qingxuan Peak in this way? Wouldn't that witch have more time? Get alone with your brother. She muttered in her mouth, staring at Qingjifeng all the time. However, at this time, journal copy prompts for updates. After opening and viewing, Ling Qinzu's pupils shrank, and she almost lost her voice. What brother, for her, deliberately chose such a dangerous way? Her body trembled slightly, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Senior brother wants to do this for the witch. Hateful. Once the senior brother has any accidents, I will definitely not let the witch go. After reading the diary, Ling Qinzu's heart warmed slightly. If she were herself, would the senior brother do the same? Brother. There was tenderness in her eyes, and she murmured in her mouth. Brother, there are so many girls around. But I was childhood sweetheart with my senior brother, so why are there so many girls robbing me? You must take your brother back. Just as Ling Qinshui made a decision. Boom! A roar that resounded through the Holy Land came from Qingxuan Peak. What followed soared into the sky, and a monstrous terrifying devilish energy directly enveloped the entire Saint Child Peak. Seeing this astonishing scene, Ling Qinzu's eyes showed endless worry, and she said anxiously, Senior brother. She knows what the magic energy represents, let alone throwing it inside her body. The danger here is nothing more than a life and death battle between two saints. At the same time, all the disciples of the Daoyi Shengzong looked pale and exclaimed endlessly when they saw the shocking demonic energy on the Qingxuan Peak. And now, Su Changqing was pulling the devilish energy in Murong Die's body towards himself. In order to make Murong Die have no doubts about him, he is now pretending to be struggling, panting heavily. 4.3. Astonishing magic energy is constantly entering the body from his palm at an extremely fast speed. In order to be more realistic and look hard, his forehead is covered with beads of sweat, and his body is trembling slightly. Murong Die could feel Su Changqing's hand trembling on his back. Why? Her eyes were even redder, and there were tears in them. Growing up, I didn't know who my parents were, and I had no relatives or friends. As for what it feels like to be cared about by others, I have never experienced it. But now, Murong Die can feel it. Her heart is extremely warm, and the strong disguise in her heart is also letting go of her broken defense at this moment. In addition to being moved, there is even more worry. The whole process lasted for nearly an hour. Now, Su Changqing's face was pale, the beads of sweat on his forehead had already been densely packed, and the clothes on his body were even wet. Die, it's over. He pretended to be weak, and said softly, the hidden danger in your body has been eradicated, and there is no need to worry about the emergence of demons from now on. I'm a little tired. You can stay with the Holy Sun during this time. When you want to go back, I'll see you off. After speaking, he slowly dragged his tired body away. And all this, naturally, Su Changqing pretended. Since he has read the original text, he knows how to solve it, and the whole process is not difficult. On the contrary, it is extremely simple. The reason why it took so long is to be more in line with the fabricated diary. At the same time, it is also to make the witch not only completely believe in the diary, but also unconditionally believe in herself. Chapter 57. Spoiler for the future of Beiming Holy Land. Sha Qingxuan's shock, he knows it all. Looking at the tired and weak figure, Murong Die looked blank, her body was trembling slightly. Why are you so nice to me? I am a witch. After she regained her senses, she muttered to herself, her voice choked up uncontrollably. During the whole process, she could feel Su Changqing's strenuous effort and pain. Obviously there is no need to do this, but the other party has no hesitation. I don't even know if the absorbed magic energy will have any effect on Su Changqing, the man I will meet and get to know in the future. Until Su Changqing left completely. Murong Die still couldn't pluck up the courage to stop him. Now he got up and walked slowly in front of Mo Yuan. Su Changqing. She suddenly felt that her vision was hazy and her heart ached. In order to completely erase the hidden dangers in his body, this man even did not hesitate to take such a big risk. It is also at this moment. Murong Die took a deep breath. It feels so good to be cared about. She murmured, 2 lines of tears dripped from the corners of her eyes, but a happy smile appeared on her face that had never appeared before. This is the first time I have experienced this feeling since I was a child. If you want to describe it. That's very warm, very warm. Couldn't help touching Mo Yuan. Murong Die's body trembled, and he felt a kind feeling on this sword. This is my future weapon. There are more smiles on her face, and she trusts Su Changqing more and more. After all, no one will be nice to someone for no reason. And this kind of good has great risks. If Su Changqing hadn't really experienced the future, how could this happen? When thinking of here, the smile on Murong Die's face was even more touching, with tenderness in his eyes. The other side. After Su Changqing returned to the room, his originally weak appearance disappeared immediately. Now, can't you just hold on tight? He grinned, quite satisfied with the acting process. Because while absorbing the magic energy, he could sense the emotional changes of Murong Die. Obviously at the beginning, the other party wanted to refuse. But how could he give Murong Die a chance to refuse a scene he carefully prepared? As for the magic energy absorbed into the body before, it has no effect on him at all. With the existence of the real dragon's aura, the little devil's aura is nothing. For others, it is a lethal dose. Su Changqing smiled slightly, turned on his cultivation base, and the extremely violent demonic energy in his body seemed to have sensed some terrifying existence, and he immediately calmed down. Call. After a few breaths, he let out a breath. The demon energy in the body has long since dissipated, and it has been completely refined. At this moment, his cultivation has also improved a bit. Unexpectedly, there are unexpected gains. Su Chengqing smiled, but did not forget to be positive. Now that the witch matter has been resolved, it's about time now. Then the next thing I want to make up is the image of myself in the hearts of several diary holders, and it is also to prepare for the great world battle that will come down. Don't think too much. Su Chengqing blinked and continued to make up the diary. During this period, it can be said that it was the most relaxing day for me since I was reborn. I met my junior sister. She didn't fight with me everywhere like she did in her previous life. I thought it would take some time to see Dae, but I saw it earlier than in the last life. It feels so good to be able to personally erase the hidden dangers in her body. Although the devilish energy is a bit difficult to deal with, it may make up for some regrets in the previous life, but it is nothing. As for Qingxuan, who is not going to meet so soon, she also appeared in the grand ceremony. Even if there is not much intersection, I am satisfied. I thought this life would be bearish, and I would spend my life in a mediocre manner, but seeing the reappearance of all the people I cared about, I would still think of the past, and look at the future traitor of Zhou Xuan, Lin, who is one of the sources of cholera. Fan appeared, but found that I couldn't let go. Since beheading Shang Yuan, I have completely realized that I can't do it without distractions, and I can't accept myself now. Perhaps this rebirth is giving me a chance to start again. In this case, I will try again. The battle of collapse, the battle of the heavens, the darkness and turmoil, everything, this life, I will change it. With the update of Su Chengqing's diary. Jungfrau. After Ling Chenshui saw that the shocking demon energy dissipated, she felt extremely anxious. What happened to brother? Marong Dae, if there is something wrong with senior brother. She gritted her teeth for a while, and at the same time regretted what her senior brother should have done in the past. Now that she wants to go to Qingxuan Peak, she doesn't know what to say after seeing her senior brother. Could it be that he has a copy of the diary? Apparently it doesn't work. Just as Ling Chenshui was still worried about it, the copy of the diary was opened again. Brother. After seeing the diary update, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that there should be no serious problem. Since the senior brother can crush the 4th place in the Tianzhou list and rank 3rd in strength, there will be no surprises. After comforting myself, Ling Chenshui looked at the contents of the diary with emotion, and her expression changed. Brother, this is. She didn't know why, the content of this update seemed to be in a different mood. And continuing to look down, she also confirmed her inner guess. Really changed. If placed before, senior brother will definitely not care so much, let alone kill people, or turn a blind eye to some things. But not long ago, senior brother killed Shang Yuan of the undead monster clan. And, brother also revealed in his diary that he couldn't let go. Till the end. Very good. There was a strong look in Ling Qinzu's eyes, and she was also happy in her heart. This is my senior brother, the one who resisted to the end in the terrifying dark turmoil in the future. From the diary updated this time, she also felt the burning fighting spirit. Originally, I was still worried that the senior brother would lose his fighting spirit because of this, so it has been going on like this. But now, I don't have to worry about this anymore, and I don't have to think about how to cheer up my brother again. At this time, in the room, there was a hint of thought in Su Chengqing's eyes, and at the same time, he was planning to use the things that would happen in the original text to fabricate things to make Sha Qingxuan believe in himself even more. Yes, if we follow the development of the timeline, it won't be long before Sha Qingxuan's Beiming Holy Land will start a war with Worry-Free Sea, which has been competing in Zhongzhou and Beikangxin for more than 100,000 years. He murmured, a bright color flashed in his eyes. If you use this incident as an excuse to reveal something that hasn't happened yet, after it's confirmed, you can't still win Sha Qingxuan, right? In this regard, he is quite confident in his heart. Think no more. Su Chengqing immediately continued to create a diary based on the original text he had read. I didn't expect to see Qingxuan so much earlier in this life. It's just I just remembered that Beiming Holy Land is currently preparing to go to war with the old enemy of more than 100,000 years, Worry-Free Sea, right? According to the time, the two sides will start a complete war within half a month. In the last life, Beiming Holy Land fought against Worry-Free Sea as planned. At the same time, this battle will also be a complete war between the two major forces in Zhou Xuan for so long, opening up the troubled times prelude. It was also their fight that made the people of Zhou Xuan realize that the battle of the great world is not just talk, it is an inevitable trend. This battle, Biming Holy Land has lost, completely defeated. The reason for the failure is that Biming Holy Land didn't know that not long ago, Worry-Free Sea had reached an alliance agreement with 12 Dao Palaces, one of the top forces in Zhongzhou. Warless Haiyuan has prepared more than Biming Holy Land. They not only want to start a war, but want to take this opportunity to completely annex Biming Holy Land. If this life continues to develop like this, the failure of Biming Holy Land is already a certainty, and it also suffered heavy losses in this battle, and finally had to leave Zhongzhou. Just when the diary was updated. Biming Holy Land. Sha Qingxuan just returned to her residence, but her body froze. Updated again. She originally thought that Su Changqing would not continue, but she did not expect to update again so soon. With curiosity and mixed emotions, she checked the synchronized content on the copy of the diary. I just remembered that Biming Holy Land is currently preparing to go to war with Warless Sea, right? But just saw the first line. Sha Qingxuan's pupils shrank suddenly, and her breathing became even more rapid. How did he know? No one told him about this. And this is the memory from his previous life. Looking at it, she was shocked in her heart. What Su Changqing revealed in his diary, at least what he knows so far, is not fake. And recently, Biming Holy Land is indeed preparing for a war with Warless Sea. But Su Changqing has never been to Zhongzhou, and he is in the southern region. Even those top powerhouses probably don't know about it. He actually knew. With inner shock, 067. Sha Qingxuan continued to look down, but the more she looked, the more her eyes widened. We will lose. When she saw Su Changqing's diary revealing that Biming Holy Land would be defeated, she almost yelled out a doctor's voice. How can it be? In this battle, Biming Holy Land has absolute certainty. How could it be possible to lose to the rival Wuyuhai? However soon, Sha Qingxuan understood why Su Changqing said that. Her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. Warless Sea they have joined forces with the Zodiac Palace. Damn, this. The Zodiac Palace actually secretly agreed to Wuyuhai's request. Seeing Su Changqing revealing the reasons for the failure of Biming Holy Land, she took a deep breath. If so, then every Holy Land must fail. Especially at the end of the diary, in Su Changqing's memory, the Biming Holy Land suffered heavy losses in the last life, and had to leave Zhongzhou. Absolutely not. Although Sha Qingxuan has doubts in her heart, a large part of her beliefs must be accounted for. The 12 Palaces. A cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she murmured. 12 Dao Palaces, one of the top powers in Zhongzhou. And it is very famous in Zhongzhou, and it has existed for a longer time than Biming Holy Land. Wuyuhai is still a long time ago, and has not shown its true strength. The 12 Dao Palaces, which have never been involved in other power struggles, have already reached an agreement with Worry-Free Sea to take action against the Biming Holy Land in the battle agreed in half a month. It is better to believe that there is something than not to believe that there is nothing. Sha Qingxuan didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately ordered people to secretly investigate whether the 12 Dao Palace and Wuyuhai really had contact. If you want to change this, is there a way? Su Changqing, what else do you know? She stared straight at the copy of the diary, with anticipation for some reason in her heart. Once it is true as the diary said, Biming Holy Land will be in danger. I don't know if Su Changqing will reveal more information, at least she knows more, there is no harm. If the Zodiac Palace really has an alliance with the Warless Sea. Get the news in advance and be prepared, the consequences should not be as tragic as mentioned in the diary. Chapter 58. The bones of the Holy Sun were really excavated. The explosion of the Zodiac Palace, alliance immediately. Next day, Sha Qingxuan was still anxiously waiting for the news to return. If it is true what Su Changqing said, what will happen to Biming Holy Land? Warless Sea and the Zodiac Palace alliance will take action against Biming Holy Land, which is tricky. She murmured. She waited almost all night yesterday but didn't get Su Changqing's update. Woke up early this morning with a tired face. However, at this moment, a copy of the diary is presented. Sha Qingxuan's eyes narrowed, and she immediately checked it out. In the last life, in Biming Holy Land, under the alliance of Wuyuhai and Zodiac Palace, he could only be defeated and lost, and quit Zhongzhou. Actually, there is no way now. It turns out that the war with the Biming Holy Land was planned by Wuyuhai for a long time, and the 12 Dao Palaces were just pawns for them. If I remember correctly, in the past few years, 3 of the 12 sequence sons of the Zodiac Palace have fallen. Even in the last life, I never thought that. In fact, the deaths of the 3 sequential sons were all secretly assassinated by Wu Yuhai. After doing these things, they took the initiative to show their favor to the 12 Dao palaces, and finally reached an alliance a few days ago, and after that, what Wu Yuhai has to do is to frame Biming Holy Land to start a war. In this life, it is easy to solve it. Now the bodies of the 3 sequence sons of the 12 Dao palaces are still there, and they were thrown under the meteor cliff by the people of Worry-Free Sea one after another. Logically speaking, there should be only 3 bones left now 1. Since they are holy sons with high status, there must be a way for the 12 palaces to recognize their identities. At present, only Biming Holy Land can understand the way to resolve the alliance between the Zodiac Palace and the Worry-Free Sea. Afterwards, it will tell the truth, and after gaining the trust of the Zodiac Palace, it will cooperate with it and secretly reach an agreement until the war begins. At this time, when Wu Yuhai faces the Biming Holy Land, the 12 Dao palaces suddenly attack and can severely damage it. However, Biming Holy Land doesn't know. How should I tell Qingxuan? After reading all the contents of the diary updated this time, Qingxuan's eyes widened, and she looked again. He knows it all. Her chest heaved and she began to feel restless. From the contents of the diary, it can be seen that this is Su Changqing's memory of the previous life, pointing out that the 3 sequenced sons of the 12 Dao Palace who died in these years were all from the hands of Wu Yuhai. And the opponent also threw his body under the meteor cliff. These are all true. And in the diary, in the end, Su Changqing even gave a solution. He informed the news and joined forces with the 12 Dao palaces. Once a war broke out, the Warless Sea would be hit hard. The way is certainly good. The remains of the 3 dead sequential sons of the 12 Dao palaces are really under the meteor cliff at the junction of Zhongzhou and Dongguan. Amidst Qingxuan's confusion, the disciple who had gone to investigate the information before returned with a dignified expression. Qingxuan put away her thoughts and hurriedly asked, "How is the situation?" "Saint, as you said, Worry-Free Sea and the people from the 12 Dao palaces have secret contacts, and the relationship seems to be very unusual." The disciple who went to collect information solemnly spoke, and also explained the detailed process. Got the news? Qingxuan's mind roared, her body trembled suddenly, and her scalp went numb. It's true, it's true. She was short of breath and felt a sense of crisis. If the matter is not resolved as soon as possible, the Biming Holy Land will be defeated on the day of the war. Now that it has been confirmed that Warless Sea is secretly colluding with the 12 Dao palaces, then what Su Changqing said later is definitely very likely to be true. This matter is too big. I must tell my father, who is the owner of the Holy Land, as soon as possible. Soon, Qingxuan hurriedly left with a few Biming Holy Land disciples. Sea of Worry-Free. Her eyes were filled with awe-inspiring killing intent, and she was even gnashing her teeth in her heart. If I didn't have a copy of Su Changqing's diary, I wouldn't even know there was such a thing. Since the Worry-Free Sea and the 12 palaces are allied, and the one who benefits the most is also the Worry-Free Sea. Then she believed the contents of Su Changqing's subsequent diary. And after going to tell the old man, this matter will be handled by myself. At the moment, the place Qingxuan is going to is the 12 Dao palaces. Tell the other party what Su Changqing mentioned in the diary, and let him see the true face of Wu Yuhai. When this is confirmed, Tian Daoji will form an alliance with Biming Holy Land. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she felt even more grateful for Su Changqing in her heart. If it wasn't for him, he and the entire Biming Holy Land might still be in the dark. Once they wait for Wu Yuhai to plant the blame, they probably won't be able to say anything. After several hours, the junction of Zhongzhou and Dongguan. Under the meteor cliff, the surrounding area is full of white bones, densely packed, which makes people feel creepy. In addition to human skulls and corpses, there are many various monster skeletons. Qingxuan and other people from Biming Holy Land had already arrived here, and people from the 12 Taoist officials followed them. A middle-aged man looked dignified, and said slowly, "If things are not as you said, you should know the consequences." After he finished speaking, he asked others to find it immediately. The other party brought news of the 3 sequential sons, and also learned that their 12 Dao palaces and Wu Yuhai were secretly preparing to deal with the Biming Holy Land. Then, as the elder of the inner sect of the 12 Dao palaces, Dai Yunkui had no choice but to bring someone here. When Sha Qingxuan heard this, she just nodded slightly. I hope what Su Changqing said is not wrong, this is related to the safety of Biming Holy Land. A moment later. Northern Saintess, is this the affirmation you told me? Dai Yunkui frowned and became impatient. If it is really what the other party said, why hasn't it been discovered yet? Sha Qingxuan's expression changed, and she was just about to say something. Fifth Elder, we seem to have found the sixth son. The disciple of the Zodiac Palace who was looking for the remains of the sequential sun suddenly exclaimed. Moment. Dai Yunkui's expression changed in surprise, and he hurried over. What? He let out an exclamation, and his heart shook violently. In recent years, whenever the holy sun went out, they all disappeared strangely, and no clues could be found. Now, it was really found under the meteor cliff. Sha Qingxuan also hurriedly followed. The place where the disciple who was waiting. The token belonging to the 12 Dao palaces in Dai Yunkui's hand was shining brightly at this moment. Call. He waved his hand, and the wind suddenly rose. The bones that had been piled up were blown away immediately, revealing a well-preserved skeleton below. There is also a Taoist robe on his body. Especially at the waist, there is an identity token that is almost exactly the same as Dai Yun's 12 Dao. On the top, there is a land engraved on it. This is the unique identity token of the son of the Zodiac Palace sequence, and Lu also corresponds to the 6. The skeleton in front of him is the 6th sequence sun. When seeing this scene, Dai Yunkui's body trembled slightly, holding the identity token in his hand. This the 6th sun. His face was full of disbelief, and his eyes gradually turned red. The 6th sun can almost be said to have been brought up by himself, how could he not recognize him right now? This is really the same as what the Saintess of Biming said. What about the other 2 sons? 5th Elder, 8th son, and 9th son are here. The expression of the disciple of the 12 Dao palaces changed drastically, and he exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Dai Yunkui immediately went to check it out, but it was a pity that there was only one skeleton left, but he was holding 2 identity tokens engraved with Bahaj. Haha, no worry see. After confirming again and again, he roared with red eyes. In an instant, the entire cliff vibrated violently. A terrifying murderous aura shot up from his body. This moment, whether it's Dai Yunkui or the disciples of the 12 Dao palaces, all of them suddenly realized it. Unexpectedly, we have been kept in the dark for so many years. They are courting death. Everyone's face is full of murderous look, full of anger. As for why they don't doubt Biming Holy Land, they would only think so unless they are really out of their minds. Because before coming, Sha Qingxuan has already stated the motive and purpose of Worry-Free Sea in detail. After all, when Biming Holy Land and Wuyuhai were still small sects, they had already formed an enmity, and it became bigger and bigger as it went on. So that more than 100,000 years have passed, and it has become more and more intense. Anyway, by doing this, the one who gets the greatest benefits is undoubtedly the Worry-Free Sea. After the people installed the bones of the 3 sequential suns, Dai Yunkui's eyes were extremely cold, and he said slowly, Holy Maiden of Biming, thanks to you, we were able to recover the bones of the 3 holy sons. As for your previous proposal, we promise you. Once Warless Sea and Biming Holy Land go to war, we will take action against them. This revenge, the 12 palaces will avenge it. Good. Sha Qingxuan was overjoyed in her heart, but she nodded without revealing anything on her face. And at this moment, her heartbeat was also speeding up. What Su Changqing said in his diary is not wrong, it is all true. According to the arrangement mentioned in the diary, the 12 Dao palaces found their 3 sequence sons, and promised to join forces with Biming Holy Land to deal with Worry-Free Sea together when the war started. Su Changqing. A gleam flashed in Sha Qingxuan's eyes, and she muttered in her heart, even more shocked. Now, the crisis in Biming Holy Land has been resolved. Since the elders at the 12 Dao Palace have said so, there is no need to worry about it. And at this moment, she believes in Su Changqing's diary even more. If there is no copy of the other party's diary, Biming Holy Land must not be the opponent of Warless Sea with the 12 Dao Palace. At the same time, Dao Yi Shengzong, Sheng Zifeng. With a smile on his face, Su Changqing is now looking at a line of information in front of him. Saint Sha Qingxuan of the Holy Land of the Northern Darkness Trust Value, 90. He watched the other party's trust value increase again, and grinned. How can the effect be worse if you fabricate it yourself based on what will happen in the original text? Thinking of this, the smile on Su Chengqing's face was even bigger, and he said with satisfaction, as expected. The witch can handle it easily, but you can't be sure about it. He smiled cheerfully and stretched himself. Now I don't need to worry too much, I just need to fill in the diary with whatever comes to mind. Anyway, letter. The appointment value is almost there, and the next thing to do is to let the trust value of each diary holder Wang's Jiao break through the upper limit and reach the level of extreme trust. As for the present, naturally, we are waiting for the news of the day when the war will start in the original text. With his own interference, Wu Yuhai must have thought about it but couldn't think that the plan would be changed, right? It is also at this time. Outside the room, Murong Dai saw that Su Chengqing hadn't come out until the afternoon, and felt a little worried. I don't know how he is. She walked back and forth hesitantly, but still couldn't muster up the courage to knock on the door. After all, she thought about what kind of identity she should face Su Chengqing next, but she didn't even think about it all night. But although Su Chengqing didn't go out, the diary was still being updated. Diary. I also learned that soon, there will be a big battle between the Baiming Holy Land in Zhongzhou and the rival Wu Yuhai. There is also the addition of the Zodiac Palace. After the Tianzhou list is born, it will start immediately. This may be a sign. After that, what will Zhou Xuan look like? The Battle of Collapse 100 years later. Thinking of this, Murong Dai's beautiful eyes revealed murderous intent. Be sure to kill Lin Fan, so that the War of Collapse cannot be staged. She gritted her teeth in her heart, and secretly made up her mind. When I see Lin Fan again, I will use everything to erase him no matter what. Finally took a deep look at the door of the room. Murong Dai took a deep breath, but did not knock on the door after all turn around and leave. Chapter 59, Su Zongqing actually told you the attention of the Lord Baiming. Half a month later, Zhongzhou. At this moment, the worry-free sea and the Holy Land are located above the entire sea area. The buildings are suspended, and there is a huge city in the center. And at this moment, the entire sky is thundering and lightning, and the clouds are overwhelming. As if the storm is coming, the war is coming. Today's Zhongzhou. Countless people are paying attention to the movements in the worry-free sea, and almost no one is going to do anything else. Because Baiming Holy Land is going to war with Warless Sea. These two rivals who have been fighting for more than 100,000 years seem to be going to a decisive battle. I don't know after this battle, which side will be lost in Zhongzhou. The grievances of more than 100,000 years are going to be settled today. What a terrifying battle, it seems that this is an endless battle. Sure enough, Zhou Xuan will be affected by the birth of the Tianzhou list, and the world will rise. From tens of miles away from Fangyuan, countless eyes are gathered here. In the midst of many discussions, more people think that worry-free sea has a greater chance of winning. Now, above the sky, almost all the Baiming Holy Land was mobilized, and a large number of disciples from the Baiming Holy Land formed an encirclement circle, waiting in full force. As for the worry-free sea, there are also densely packed disciples confronting many disciples of the northern Mingzong. However, at this moment, the whole world became even darker, and the roaring sound made my ears hurt. It is also at this moment. Located in the direction of Baiming Holy Land, an incomparably huge phantom stands in the void. Pei Yan, the grievances of so many years should be settled today. The terrifying supreme phantom slowly opened its mouth, the sky and the earth exploded, and the waves surged. It is also at this moment. Fight, fight, fight. Countless Baiming Holy Land disciples raised their arms and shouted. In an instant, the fighting spirit was overwhelming. The terrifying momentum seems to tear the void apart. Suddenly, in the Holy Land of the worry-free sea, there is also a huge phantom appearing. Bursts of thunder fell, the phantom glow spreads, and the astonishing aura is even more so that the world will surrender to it. Sha Wen's, you are finally here. It's just that this battle Baiming Holy Land will no longer exist. The supreme phantom of the Lord of the Warless Sea laughed loudly at this moment. The sky and the earth roared endlessly, and the 1,000-meter huge waves surged and beat, and the two sides were at war in the blink of an eye. Almost both sides are building momentum. In the Holy Land of the Northern Darkness, Sha Qingxuan looked at the Wu Yuhai people who were ready to fight not far away, and Tingba flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, the matter is exactly as Su Zongqing said, Wu Yuhai intends to borrow it and completely destroy Biming Holy Land. She took a deep breath, and the coldness in her eyes became more intense. If it wasn't for Su Changqing's diary, they would not have known that the Zodiac Palace had reached a consensus with Warless Sea. Fine. Now they secretly reached an agreement with the Biming Holy Land and the 12 Dao Palaces. In today's battle, Worry-Free Sea will surely perish. Beside Sha Qingxuan, a middle-aged man with white hair is looking at the Worry-Free Sea not far away. His eyes are vicissitudes and deep, with a killing intent that may erupt at any time, distorting the nothingness around him. Qingxuan, before how did you know that Wu Yuhai was going to join forces with the 12 Dao Palaces, and how did you know where the bones of their holy son were? After he withdrew his gaze, he looked at the thoughtful Sha Qingxuan with surprise. And he is Yuan Fanluo, the lord of the Holy Land of Biming and one of the top powers in Zhongzhou. At the same time, Sha Qingxuan. Hear the inquiry. Sha Qingxuan came back to her senses, hesitated for a moment and said, Father, these things are actually told by Su Changqing. Before, didn't I go to the southern region before at the grand ceremony? We talked about the situation in Zhongzhou, and he casually mentioned it to me. O Su Changqing, the holy son of the Daoyi sect. Sha Wen's narrowed his eyes when he heard his daughter's answer, feeling a burst of surprise in his heart. Seeing Sha Qingxuan nodding, he felt a little weird. A moment later, Sha Wen's looked up at the Tianzhou list above the sky. Number 3 on the proud ranking, Su Changqing. A little guy who wants to keep Dao Yisheng's main battle with the undead monster clan. He is indeed the one who can enter the top 3. He can also see the situation in my Zhongzhou. It's a good seedling. If there is a chance, I would like to meet this Su Changqing who has no intention of helping Biming Holy Land resolve the crisis. He murmured, with admiration in his eyes. Listening to the admiration from the old man, Sha Qingxuan was a little suspicious, but she agreed with these words in her heart. Su Changqing, she murmured in her heart, this guy has been surpassing herself and ranked 3rd. And the strength seems to be reserved above the grand ceremony. How strong is this guy? If it wasn't for rebirth, how could there be such an action? However, after hearing Sha Wen's praise, Sha Yilin pouted at the side, and hummed, Father, why don't you praise me so much? I'm your own son, you praise an outsider. HMPH, even though I failed to challenge Su Changqing, in a few years, I will definitely defeat him and walk out of my invincible path. Before Sha Wen's could react, Sha Qingxuan slapped Sha Yilin on the forehead, staring and said, praise you, can't even touch a single hair. Isn't that embarrassing enough? Father, look at her. Sha Yilin grinned in pain, feeling extremely depressed. What happened? Don't you just set a small goal for yourself? Why does the old lady beat herself every time? Who is it for? At this time, no matter when and where, as long as you are in Zhuxuantian, you will feel the terrifying sound from Zhongzhou. In an instant, countless people were horrified by it. There can be such a movement, there are weak people above the supreme realm to make a move. And the appearance of the phantoms of the Lord of the Northern Darkness and the Lord of the Warless Sea also confirmed the guesses of the people of the world. When he learned that the Biming Holy Land in Zhongzhou was going to fight Wu Yuhai for life and death, Zhu Xuantian was shocked. Especially the major forces located in Zhongzhou have long been aware of and secretly observed the confrontation between Biming Holy Land and Worry-Free Sea. Now, Dayu dynasty. This divine dynasty that has stood in Zhongzhou for millions of years is now trembling. In bursts of exclamation, inside the palace, outside Su Yuwei's room, human sovereign Su Qingyan also felt the movement, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. A decisive battle between Biming Holy Land and Worry-Free Sea. With a wave of his hand, the void in front of him showed the two forces that are currently confronting each other. Looking at the battle between the two sides, he couldn't help sighing. The troubled times have come. And today's decisive battle between Biming Holy Land and Worry-Free Sea can also be said to be the prelude to the troubled times. Chen. From now on, Zhu Xuantian is afraid that there will be no peace. Beside, Su Yuwei saw the picture presented in the void and took a deep breath. It's actually like what Su Zongqing said, Warless Sea and Biming Holy Land are going to war. Will it be the same in the future? She murmured in her heart, watching intently. Glancing at Su Qingyan who looked unnaturally beside her, she blinked. Then, Su Yuwei pointed at the screen and asked, Daddy, do you think which of them will win? Judging from the current situation, Worry-Free Sea undoubtedly has a better chance of winning. They haven't made any moves for so many years, but they didn't act too hastily when facing the coming of Biming Holy Land. Obviously prepared for it, after Su Qingyan pondered for a while, he spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Su Yue blinked and said, I think the Biming Holy Land has a better chance of winning. Oh. Su Qingyan glanced at Su Yue, who was blinking with big eyes, and smiled. He didn't take it seriously, no matter how he looked at it, he still felt that Worry-Free Sea's chances of winning were much higher than Great Biming Holy Land. At the same time, Daoyi Shengzong, Sheng Zifeng. In the room at this time, Su Chengqing was lying leisurely. Is there a war? He muttered, with a smile on his face. As the holy son of Daoyi Shengzong, he naturally has a lot of eyeliner. Even if it's what happened in Zhongzhou, he can't know if he wants to know here. Thinking of this, Su Chengqing had even more smiles on his face. I have disclosed it in my diary before, and also said the solution. Sha Qingshan's trust value has increased, and she must have done what she said. As for the decisive battle between Biming Holy Land and Warless Sea. In the original text, Biming Holy Land was finally defeated and had to leave Zhongzhou to find another place to live. But, after my own fabrication and disclosure, this war. I'm afraid the ending will have to be completely rewritten. The Worry-Free Sea will perish. Everything is developing according to my own fabrications and in the expected direction. It's all in your hands. For what follows, Su Chengqing now has a general idea in his mind and knows what to do. This feeling is really wonderful. After a while, he smiled and sighed. The development of any matter is within one's own control. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the mastermind behind the entire Zhou Xuan, promoting the development of all aspects. Now as long as this battle is over, there is no need to make up. Regardless of whether Sha Qingshan or other diary holders, the trust value of the diary will increase again. For this, Su Chengqing is absolutely sure. Now we just have to wait for the war to end. Almost under the gaze of the entire Zhou Xuan. Zhongzhou, Worry-Free Sea. This moment, the eyes of the disciples on both sides are full of strong fighting intent, and the momentum is monstrous. Around, there are even people from various forces, who are far away here, making every move. And at this time, Sha Wen's, the Lord of the Northern Darkness, took a step, the world shook, and the sky exploded. The grievances between you and me, let's end it today. Either the Biming Holy Land ceases to exist, or there is no survivor in Wuyuhai. He opened his mouth slowly, his tone was very soft, but it made the whole sky pale. In an instant, the countless Holy Land disciples behind him are all murderous, and the grievances that have lasted for more than 100,000 years are finally coming to an end. War, fight, fight. Each of them is raising their arms and shouting, and their momentum is soaring. 2. On the void of the Worry-Free Sea. Pei Yan, who is the master of the Worry-Free Sea, snorted coldly, causing the sea to surge. There is a saying that you are right, today, the Biming Holy Land will no longer exist. And the Worry-Free Sea. He grinned, his eyes glowing with confidence. What has been planned for so many years is about to start today. And Biming Holy Land, the deadly enemy, can also disappear completely. Done so much for this day. But Sha Wen showed a meaningful smile, and then disappeared in the same place in an instant. Boom! Pei Yan frowned, and slapped the void in front of her. In a moment, the sky and the earth trembled, and the entire Worry-Free Sea caused huge waves. Both of them are the top existences of Zhou Xuan today, and both are the supreme seventh heavens. Just a bump. It's as if the world is about to collapse. Chapter 60. Has the Zodiac Palace really joined the battlefield exactly the same as the diary? Under the roar of heaven and earth. Today's battle, there will be no end to death. In the Biming Holy Land, an elder roared. In an instant, countless disciples from the Holy Land rushed out like a dike, maddened by the disciples from Warless Sea. Everyone's body was full of murderous intent, and the fighting spirit in their eyes was overwhelming. And the same is true for the disciples of Worry-Free Sea. Kill. Accompanied by a cold drink, they did not hesitate to fight immediately. At this moment, the two sides are completely at war. In chaos. Boom. The movement from the collision resounded through the entire sky. The onlookers were extremely surprised. Those disciples of Worry-Free Sea didn't seem to be worried at all, instead they looked like they had the chance to win. This made people of various forces look puzzled. How does it look like? Wu Yuhai has other preparations otherwise, how could they act so relaxed? The grievance between Biming Holy Land and Worry-Free Sea has lasted for more than 100,000 years. In today's battle, one of them is bound to be destroyed. But now it seems that Worry-Free Sea is more prepared. I don't know what means the two sides have. The strength of Biming Holy Land is certainly strong, but since the grievances can last for so long, the background of Worry-Free Sea is naturally not weak. How strange. Everyone watched the scuffle between the two sides at this time, and talked about it one after another. But judging from the current situation, they still feel that Worry-Free Sea has a relatively high chance of winning. After all, if there is no preparation, the Lord Wuyu and even all the disciples of Wu Yuhai don't seem to have any worries. It is also at this time, hundreds of miles away. After Xia Wen's offensive was neutralized again, he and Pei Yan each retreated dozens of steps. The fight between the two supreme beings will naturally not be connected with the battlefield of the disciples. Otherwise, just the impact in the fight can cause countless people to die physically and mentally. Looking at Xia Wen's not far away, Pei Yan took another look at the battle in the Warless Sea area, with a sneer on his face. After this battle, Biming Holy Land should disappear too. The grievances that have lasted for so many years, today, let it end in my hands. He opened his mouth lightly, and the supreme aura on his body became stronger and stronger. Wen Yan. The Holy Master Beiming's eyes flashed, and he said coldly, "Are you so sure? Could it be that you think that the Worry-Free Sea has been silent for so many years because you are simply tired of the war as the reality is today? Chaos is approaching, and the battle of the Great World is reserved for those who are prepared. Today's battle, the outcome of Biming Holy Land has been decided." Pei Yan sneered, and then shouted, "Lu Mian, it's time to come out, end this battle as soon as possible." Sound falls. Thunder rolling, with the dark clouds all over the sky being torn apart by an invisible force. Boom boom boom. Huge warships were revealed, and countless disciples of the 12 Tao palaces were in full swing, and the drums of war were thunderous. Immediately afterwards, all the disciples of the 12 Tao palaces rushed to the battlefield between the disciples of both sides, and stopped behind the disciple of Warless Sea. It is also at this moment. Boom. The terrifying roar came out violently. Between heaven and earth, once again a supreme breath appeared. The monstrous coercion descends. I saw a middle-aged man in Taoist robes, with eyes like torches, and a calm and majestic expression stepping into the void. Crack click. Every time he takes a step, it seems that he has brought great history to this world. There are even signs of crumbling. Seeing this scene, the Holy Master Biming narrowed his eyes, and then said coldly, "This is your second hand. That's right, this is also the reason why the Biming Holy Land will be destroyed, and I will fight so hard with you to the death." Pei Yan smiled evilly and nodded, and went straight to the showdown. His words were full of sarcasm. And at this time, Lu Mian, who is also the supreme, stood beside Pei Yan, with a calm expression, showing no signs of happiness or anger. With the addition of the zodiac, all the disciples of the Biming Holy Land changed their faces drastically. This the Zodiac Palace, how did they collude with Wu Yuhai? No wonder, damn it, we've been tricked. This is the trap Wu Yuhai set for us. Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom, and their faces were ugly. If the Zodiac Palace joins in, the Holy Land of Fu has no chance at all. And the various forces that were watching were also taken aback. What's going on? Why did the Zodiac come here? They have colluded before this. They want to completely erase the existence of Biming Holy Land in this battle. The situation is bad now. For Biming Holy Land, they have no chance of winning at all. Isn't it the Zodiac Palace will actually become an ally of Warless Sea? It's over. If Biming Holy Land doesn't have a counter move, this battle may really be their last battle before their destruction. One after another, exclamations and surroundings continued to spread, and everyone was dumbfounded. This is really too unexpected for them. At first I thought it was just a simple decisive battle between Biming Holy Land and Wu Yuhai, but I didn't expect Wu Yuhai to find an ally, the 12 Tao palaces. At the same time, Deu dynasty. Now, Su Qingyan saw the 12 Tao palaces that suddenly appeared in the picture, and his expression froze. Lu Mian, why did he come together with you? This sure enough. When he saw the indifference of those disciples in Wu Yuhai, he knew it was not easy. But I really didn't expect that the 12 Tao palaces would actually help Wu Yuhai. Then in this way, If Biming Holy Land has no allies, then there is no surprise in the outcome of this decisive battle. But soon, Su Qingyan frowned even tighter, staring at the indifferent expression in the picture, making sure that the Lord Biming did not show the slightest panic. When he noticed this, he was even more puzzled. What happened? Logically speaking, shouldn't the current Lord Biming be angry? But when the other party saw the addition of the Zodiac Palace, they didn't show much emotion. Strange, really strange. Could it be that the Biming Holy Land also has a counter move? After thinking about it, Su Qingyan shook his head, with more doubts in his heart. Northern Holy Land has never had much contact with other forces. If they were looking for allies, who would they be looking for? On the contrary, Wu Yuhai actually found the 12 Dao palaces behind his back. It's really unexpected. He sighed softly, thinking that the ending was doomed. At the same time, I am also lamenting that the world has really come. I'm afraid it will take some time. The whole Zhuxuantian will become restless. As for Deu Shenchao, I don't know what to face. Just when Su Qingyan was thinking about it, Su Yue stared at the screen, seeing the addition of the 12 Dao palaces. Her expression was a little excited. Is the ending after that the same as what Su Changqing encountered in his previous life, or will there be changes? Her big eyes were full of curiosity. From the beginning to the end, it seemed that everything was developing as Su Changqing thought. What about this time? What will be the result? If Su Changqing can change the events of his previous life, what will Zhu Xuantian be like in the future? B2. Is it possible to meet Su Changqing in advance? Under the attention of countless forces. With the addition of the Zodiac Palace. Each of Wu Yuhai's disciples looked extremely reckless, with pride showing on their faces. Ha ha ha, Biming Holy Land, you didn't expect us to have such a hand. Today, all of you will be buried in the sea of worry-free, and this is your cemetery. Fellow Taoists of the 12 Dao palaces, this time, it's time to go. They laughed, they were arrogant, and their momentum rose. On the other hand, the disciples of Biming Shengzong have serious expressions on their faces. Damn, they knew their situation was bad, but they didn't flinch from it. On the contrary, at this moment, with red eyes, they fought even harder. Even if it is death, as long as they can kill a few more, they will not lose money. Asking for flowers. So what if the ending is doomed? Now, all the disciples of the Biming Holy Land have already made up their minds to die, and no one thinks that they can survive. The people in Wu Yuhai soon discovered that something was wrong with the disciples of the 12 Dao palaces. Everyone, why don't you do it? What are you waiting for? Destroy the Biming Holy Land for us. Today is their death day. They found that although the disciples from the Zodiac Palace had arrived, none of them had any intention of doing anything. This made them urge, and they were even more upset. Many elders in the 12 Dao palaces and the only remaining 9 sequence sons looked at the Wu Yuhai people in front of them with cold expressions. Do it. For the 3 holy sons, revenge. They spoke almost at the same time. In an instant, Dao Palace disciples rushed out. See. The faces of everyone in Wu Yuhai eased a little, holy. Seeing that the people of the Zodiac are about to join the battle. The disciples of Biming Holy Land are already ready to die with fewer enemies and more enemies. But before they do it, a strange scene happened. Puff puff. What are you doing? Die. I saw that the target of the people from the Zodiac Palace was not the people from Biming Holy Land and it, but the people from Warless Sea. 0. Following their killing, bursts of participating exclamations came from the worry-free sea. Almost in the blink of an eye, a large number of Wu Yuhai disciples died. There were screams and unbelievable questioning voices one after another. And more Wu Yuhai disciples also noticed something was wrong, and their faces changed drastically. Are you crazy? Seeing each of their companions collapse to death in bewilderment, they all exclaimed. How is this different from the previous plan? Didn't they say that the people from the Zodiac Palace came to help them destroy the Biming Holy Land? What's going on now? These guys are backstabbing. The people in Biming Holy Land were quite dumbfounded when they saw this scene again, but they quickly realized it. This should be the Holy Master's plan. It seems that the one that should be destroyed is the worry-free sea. Ha ha ha, kill. After everyone reacted, their morale soared, and they charged again. Under the enemy's belly and back. The people in worry-free sea looked terrified, but how could they handle Biming Holy Land and 12? The alliance of Dao Palace. Another battlefield. Pei Yan had a playful look on his face, and he didn't intend to waste time. It's time to end. He let out a sneer, and the cultivation base of his whole body exploded completely. But before he makes his move, the cold light surged in Lu Mian's eyes beside him, showing murderous intent. Pei Yan. He snorted coldly, as if endless thunder was exploding. Wen Yan. Pei Yan froze for a moment. Before turning her head, she felt the terrifying force coming from her chest. His chest was sunken, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened. In a moment, even if you are a supreme being, being hit with all your strength by another supreme being with almost the same strength without any precautions is enough to seriously injure you. If it wasn't for the supreme being, I'm afraid he would have died in body and spirit long ago. Under the stature straight back, Pei Yan's originally powerful aura was like flames in the torrential rain, completely wilting. You. He spat out a mouthful of blood again, and looked at Lu Mian with an icy expression in shock. Immediately, Pei Yan suddenly turned her head to look at the beaming Holy Lord who had been ignoring her all this time, with an extremely ugly expression. It's you. Subsequently, he also noticed that on the other side of the battlefield, the Zodiac Palace and the people from beaming Holy Land were massacring the disciples of Warless Sea. Pei Yan stared at Lu Mian with tearing eyes and roared angrily, "What are you doing?" Chapter 61. Shocking reversal. Warless Sea was defeated. How did Su Changqing do it? At this very moment, Pei Yan's eyes were already red, and the aura on her body became even more violent. But Lu Mian of the 12 Dao Palace still looked cold. Pei Yan, I never thought that you would be so shameless in order to destroy beaming Holy Land. HMPH, you still want to keep us in the dark. The 3 sequential saint sons of my Dao Yi Shengzong were all killed by Yu Wuyuhai. His words are cold and murderous. As soon as this remark came out. Upon hearing this, the Holy Master Beiming said coldly at the side, "This time, you have lost, and Wuyuhai has lost." No. Pei Yan looked at the two and roared angrily. However, he was injured before, how could he be the opponent of the 2 Supremes now? Damn it! How did the Zodiac Palace know that it was Wuyuhai who killed their sequential son? It has not been discovered for so many years, but why was it discovered by beaming Holy Land today? From Lu Mian's previous reaction, it is obvious that he only learned about it recently. The beaming Holy Land relies on this news, so let the 12 Dao Palaces stab the worry-free sea. After going through all this, Pei Yan was desperate, but it was useless. Facing the 3-2-3 attack of the 2 supreme beings, I am afraid that it will be difficult for me to find a chance for the seriously injured. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, under the backstab of the Zodiac Palace, the people in Wuyuhai have no way to resist. No. Puff puff. Screams continued to be heard on the battlefield, and the sea was stained red with blood. In particular, the corpses of people from worry-free sea floating on the sea surface look shocking. And at this time, whether it is the people from the 12 Dao Palaces or the beaming Holy Land, the murderous intent in their eyes is getting stronger and stronger. It's time to end. Kill. They show no mercy. Full international. As long as it is a person in Wuyuhai, there is no chance to escape. Because today is the final decisive battle between beaming Holy Land and Wuyuhai to resolve their grievances. After this battle, Wuyuhai will no longer exist. Under the reflection of the sun, the sea surface stained red by blood makes the whole sky become a bit coquettish. But now that it is gradually heading for a disastrous defeat, the ending of worry-free sea has already been decided. Everyone can see that this time, the Holy Land of Restoration is really going to destroy the Warless Sea. In the Holy Land of the Northern Underworld, Sha Qingxuan looked at the defeated worry-free sea, and a look of gratitude flashed in her eyes. Su Changqing. She noticed the battlefield on the other side, where Dad and the Taoist master of the 12 Dao Palace are directly suppressing the Lord of Warless Sea. Presumably it won't take long to completely unravel the sky. The battle on my side is almost over. If it weren't for the news that Su Changqing revealed in his diary, beaming Holy Land would have been miserable this time. Maybe the one facing the massacre now is the beaming Holy Land. But got the news, and informed the 12 Daoguan, and sure enough, the 12 Dao Palaces agreed to form an alliance with the beaming Holy Land, and they will use their tactics to destroy the Warless Sea. Seeing that the current situation has been set on the scene, a gleam appeared in Sha Qingxuan's beautiful eyes, and Su Changqing's figure couldn't help appearing in her mind. This guy, I really have to thank him for the opportunity. What does this matter of her until today represent? It represents the end of more than 100,000 years of grievances, and it represents that in Zhongzhou, Biming Holy Land will lose one enemy. It is also the development of the matter is exactly the same as what Su Chengqing thought, there is no difference. This made her happy, but also heartbroken. Su Chengqing, it's too mysterious. Around, people from multiple forces all feel their scalps go numb when they see the astonishing picture today. What's going on? I'm about to faint. Didn't the 12 Taoist officials come to help Wu Yuhai? Why is the Northern Widow sect going to deal with Wu Yuhai? Didn't you hear before that the son of the sequence of the 12 Tao palaces that has disappeared over the years is the work of Wu Yuhai? In this case, they really deserve to die. It's no wonder that the Zodiac Palace didn't take action against the Biming Holy Land, but instead united to destroy the Warless Sea. Everyone was amazed when they saw the scene. After all, the Zodiac Palace suddenly attacked Wu Yuhai, they didn't expect it. Judging from the current situation, Worry-Free Sea is doomed. Now not only the Biming Holy Land, but also the 12 Tao palaces are fighting hard. Facing the siege of two forces with equal strength, Wu Yuhai obviously has no other way. As for the Lord of the Warless Sea, it is hard to protect himself. Why is this happening? Why? The screams continued to rise and fall on the scene, and there were more and more corpses of Wu Yuhai disciples floating on the sea. And the entire sky was also dyed red with endless blood. It's like the end is coming. On the other side of the battlefield, the sky is falling apart, the Hall of Nothingness. Boom boom boom. Every time the three supreme beings fight against each other, the world trembles, and the space is about to explode. However, since the Lord of Warless Sea was seriously injured before, so now. He is no match for the Lord of the Northern Darkness and the Lord of the Zodiac Palaces. In addition to constantly getting injured and retreating, the aura on his body is also becoming more and more exhausted. At this time, the second largest god dynasty in Zhongzhou, the Holy God Dynasty. In the palace at this time, Qingxuan Renwang was watching the movement on the other side of the Worry-Free Sea, his face was full of surprise and uncertainty. 12 Tao palaces turn against Worry-Free Sea. After he heard the news of the war, he thought that the Biming Holy Land was going to be over. But now, Wu Yuhai, who had originally sought out the Zodiac Palace as an ally, was stabbed in the back. The current situation, it is completely Biming Holy Land uniting with the 12 Tao palaces to completely destroy the Warless Sea. The turn of events is astonishing. Even the Emperor Qingxuan couldn't help but take a deep breath now. What the hell did that guy do? Killed the sequence son of the Zodiac Palace. He looked at the screen, which was severely injuring Lord Wu Yuhexin, who was constantly being defeated. In order to destroy the Biming Holy Land, this guy actually killed 3 sequential sons of the Zodiac Palace in these years. The purpose is to use this to frame Biming Holy Land, so as to achieve an alliance with the Zodiac Palace. But the current situation, coupled with the fact that Holy Master Biming was so calm before. Could it be that they already knew about it? How did they know it when the war was about to start? Who told them? The Renwang of the Qingxuan dynasty was also puzzled, but his eyes could not leave the screen. Oba God Dynasty. Now, Su Qingyan was watching the Worry-Free Sea's defeat. He was stunned for the 12 Tao Palace who had just joined the battlefield and then fought back against Wu Yu. Aren't these people allies of Warless Sea? But now, he hadn't waited for him to be too shocked. Even the Lord of Warless Sea was hit hard by the Lord of the 12 Paths. This sudden reversal immediately made him feel startled and uncertain, and he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. What happened? After watching for a while, Su Qingyan was even more puzzled. What caused such a relationship between the 3 parties? Did the sequence son of the Zodiac Palace be secretly killed by Wu Yuhai? He frowned, wondering. Because the war is starting now, how did Biming Holy Land know the news? Beside, after Su Yue saw the direction of the matter, she was shocked. Sure enough. All of this is the same as what Su Chengqing said, Biming Holy Land. She was still thinking about how the other party knew, but then she remembered that Su Chengqing had mentioned in his diary that he wanted to inform the Holy Maiden of Biming. In this way, it was the clue provided by Su Chengqing. So, things are also developing according to what he thinks. Just think about it. Su Yue felt a burst of shock. It was hard to imagine that things were not a little different from what Su Chengqing said. This guy. There is more shock in her beautiful eyes, and more curiosity at the same time. What does such a man look like? He can predict the development and ending of things, so what happens next, what happens later? Is it really possible to change? Daoyi Shengzong. Now, on the Holy Child Peak, Su Chengqing soon received a message from Zhongzhou's eyeliner, and his eyes flashed with a strong look. Has the beaming Holy Land united with the 12 Dao palaces? He muttered, and his heart was even more pleasantly surprised. It seems that it was my previous actions that had an effect. Today's beaming Shengzong is completely following the way he used to practice books. At present, they have successfully teamed up with the Zodiac Palace to destroy the Warless Sea together. Then in this way, Sha Qingxuan's trust or good opinion of him, so he can't be promoted again. Just thinking of this, Su Chengqing couldn't help checking it immediately, and then his eyes lit up. It's really 5 o'clock. He blinked, but he didn't think much of it. Because from the beginning to the end, it seems that Junqing has maintained a skeptical attitude towards her 1.7 diary. So far, there is only a trust value of 95. But that's okay. After that, no matter what, let her trust value break through the upper limit and reach extreme trust. All things nowadays. For Su Chengqing, everything is developing as he expected. That way, it's the best. After thinking about it, Su Chengqing grinned, and muttered faintly, "It feels so good to have everything under planning. After this, I still have a lot to make up, and if all of them can be realized, that would be even better." After he sighed, he couldn't help looking forward to it. If everything develops according to what you want, then you can say that you will be carefree afterwards, and you don't need to worry about your own problems at all. Want to be famous, want to do something, these are very simple. The hard part is to make every diary holder completely believe in himself. But no matter what, the 4 diary holders must have enough trust in the diary content. As long as I can achieve this step, the things I have to do later will be even better. Chapter 62. Shut up, you are his sibling in the future Sha Yilin, why don't I know? 2 days later, the roar that resounded through Zhou Xuan one after another finally stopped. Zhongzhou. Worry-free sea. Up to this moment, the forces in the Warless Sea have all been wiped out. The battle lasted for 2 days. After the Lord Wuyuhai was beheaded by the Lord Beiming and the Lord of the 12 Dao palaces, the remaining disciples were also wiped out by the disciples of both sides. It is also at this time. In Zhongzhou, there is no such force as Warless Sea anymore. After the war, all the forces around me felt their scalps tingling and their hearts shaking. Warless Sea defeated. It's not just a defeat, it's a complete loss. I didn't expect that Beiming Holy Land would allow the 12 Dao palaces to join the ranks of the alliance. Otherwise, they would be the ones who were destroyed. It's unbelievable the grievances that lasted for more than 100,000 years finally ended today, and Zhongzhou lost a powerful force, and Jia Jingwen became even stronger. Although the people of each force were shocked, they were also worried in their hearts. Troubled times are approaching. Zhou Xuan will definitely not be as peaceful as before. Once the struggle starts, it is very likely that they will have to fight to the death like the Beiming Holy Land and the Warless Sea. This is undoubtedly bad news for some forces that are not strong enough. If you want to survive in troubled times, I am afraid that you can only rely on some powerful holy places, gods. Under the watchful eyes of various forces, everyone in the Zodiac Palace rose into the air one after another, and returned to the huge warships that belonged to them. At this time, Lu Mian, the Taoist master of the 12 Dao palaces, looked at the Holy Master Beiming, and said calmly, "Thank you 27 for this matter. As for the things here, just treat it as a gift from the Zodiac Palace." He glanced at the sea area that had already been stained red with blood, and a look of relief appeared on his face. The 3 sequence suns have their vengeance avenged. If it wasn't for the Beiming Holy Land, they might really be used as spearmen by Wuyuhai, and the innocent Beiming Holy Land will be wiped out in this battle. Fortunately, it's round. After speaking, Lu Mian didn't stay too long, and his figure disappeared. When waiting to appear, he was already standing on the frontmost warship. Boom! There was a huge roar, and one after another the warships started to return. Looking at this scene in the sky, the elders of the Beiming Holy Land were delighted, and they immediately led people to occupy the dwelling building in the Warless Sea. Especially the various ruins under the sea area will also belong to the Beiming Holy Land from now on. See, the Lord Beiming had a smile on his face, and looked again at the list of Tianzhou on the sky. Su Chengqing. Looking at the name, he became more interested in his heart, and immediately said to Sha Qingxuan who was beside him, Qingxuan, if there is a chance next time, you can represent me, Biming Holy Land, and thank Su Changqing well. This person is not simple, maybe his strength is not only the third in the Tianzhou list, it would be even better if we can make friends with him. Upon hearing this, many elders are also echoing. Hearing the words of my father and the elders of the sect. Sha Qingxuan's expression was a little dazed, and he remembered what he saw in the diary. Make friends with him, maybe you don't need to. She secretly murmured in her heart that in the diary, she would be Su Changqing's close comrade in arms in the future. The relationship between the two is even more extraordinary. Thinking of this, her expression became a little unnatural. Because since I was a child, I have never thought about it because of a man. At this time, Sha Yilin's face was a bit unsightly, and he hummed, isn't it the third one day, I will also be on the Tianzhou list, defeat Su Changqing, and walk out of my invincible road. Shut up, you'll have to listen to him in the future. Sha Qingxuan stared and said, this guy will be Su Changqing's subordinate in the future, and it is this temper that led to his death. Now things are developing completely according to what Su Changqing said, and now she only thinks that all this should be true. Sha Yilin was stunned, and said, sister, why should I listen to him? What are you talking about? It's nothing. In short, don't challenge Su Changqing after looking for trouble. If he wants to take your life, I can't protect you. Sha Qingxuan didn't continue the topic, but looked not far away. See, Sha Yilin, how do you feel that the old lady has changed since she went to the southern region? Is it because of Su Changqing? Damn it. Seeing Sha Qingxuan's reaction, the holy master Biming had doubts in his eyes. This seems to be as it the first time Qingxuan has given such a positive evaluation. He murmured in his heart, and then looked at the name belonging to Su Changqing on the Tianzhou list. Could it be that Nan is the district saint of the Daoyi Sheng sect? Without thinking about it, he looked down at the sea water that had already been stained scarlet, and even as the supreme being, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. The grievances between the two forces that lasted for more than 100,000 years ended with him. At the same time, Daoyi Shengzong, the news of the worry-free sea's destruction apparently spread to the southern region. At this very moment, the whole holy place is talking about it. On the Jungfrau. After Ling Qianshui got the news, her expression showed surprise. Senior brother brought news to the saintess of Biming Holy Land. When she learned that Biming Holy Land really relied on evidence to instigate the 12 Dao palaces to deal with worry-free sea, she immediately took a deep breath. Isn't this the method mentioned in the diary of the senior brother? How did Sha Qingxuan know? She couldn't think of any other possibility besides what her senior brother told her. For a while, I felt a little sour in my heart. It seems that senior brother really cares about that saint named Sha Qingxuan. If it was me, my brother would do the same, right? The originally unbalanced heart thought of what I saw in the diary before. Ling Qianshui also felt much better, and didn't bother with this matter anymore. In this life, will things develop as the brother expected? She murmured and looked at Qingxuan Peak. In fact, the outcome of this Zhongzhou battle has already been revealed in the senior brother's diary. It's just that under the interference of the senior brother, it was no longer Biming Holy Land that was defeated, but worry-free sea was destroyed. This also made Ling Qianshui look forward to what would happen later. When can I stay by my brother's side? Is it said by the brother, or by me? When she thought of this question, shyness appeared on her cold face. After all, this kind of thing seems to be difficult to talk about. Brother, if you say something, do you want to be a little more reserved? But if you say it yourself, what should you say? Sheng Zifeng. Murong Diei also got the news, and now he is thinking in the room. Sha Qingxuan. Her eyes were full of hostility and she felt uncomfortable. It must be that Su Changqing sent someone to bring the news, otherwise the other party would not be able to change the development of the matter. Because before that, she had already seen the original ending. Since it has changed, it must have been caused by Su Changqing's interference. Murong Diei gritted her teeth, feeling very upset in her heart. Ling Qianshui, Su Yue, Yuanqing Bol. She was chanting the names of the other three women, feeling a greater threat. I always feel that after getting a copy of the diary. In the future, I will compete with several other women, and the competition will be even fiercer than the competition among the demon sect. Just thinking about what's going to happen in the future. Murong Dai couldn't help having a headache, but there was no way to ignore this kind of thing. Why? She paced back and forth, finally sighing. Because she figured it out, there was no way. After all, Su Changqing's excellence is obvious to all, and now he can even change the direction of things. Then, can the future war of destruction, the war of the heavens, and even the longer-term dark turmoil be rewritten? Just when Ling Chenshui and Murong Dai were thinking, Su Changqing was sitting in the room, looking indifferently at the Zongmen followers who were reporting. Holy Sun, the decisive battle between Beiming Holy Land and Warless Sea in Zhongzhou is over. In this battle, for some reason, the Zodiac Palace originally helped Wuyuhai, but later directly mobilized the people of Wuyuhai. The Lord of the Warless Sea joined hands with the Taoist masters of the 12 Dao palaces in the Beiming Holy Land to kill the Lord of the Warless Sea. The worry-free sea is destroyed. The followers looked respectful, and they almost didn't tell the whole story in detail. After hearing the report, Su Changqing's expression remained calm, because his heart was quite full of 1.2 billion. All of this is under his control. For this result, he is of course quite satisfied. But, Su Changqing also saw that one of the many followers was hesitant to speak. Explain. He opened his mouth lightly and stared at each other. As soon as this remark came out, the disciple nodded repeatedly, then took a deep breath, and hurriedly said, Holy Sun, we our disciples in Zhongzhou have discovered Lin Fan's trace. Since letting him escape in the grand ceremony last time, this person has left the southern region and headed for Zhongzhou. At this time, heard the report, Su Changqing was slightly surprised, and then let him back down. Lin Fan Zhongzhou, he muttered, and then thought about the plot in the original book. Although the previous things have been changed by myself, but Lin Fan is worthy of being the hero of the original text. With great luck in his body, even though he was so miserable, he was able to connect with the following plot. If I remember correctly, Lin Fan should not arrive in Zhongzhou so fast. How to say it will take decades. But due to changes in the previous plot, it has to be brought forward. And the trip to Zhongzhou. Lin Fan will enter the secret realm, obtain resources, and soar into the sky. But well, when Su Changqing thought of this, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. I want to see when your luck will run out. As for the old man in your ring, how many times can you be saved? He quite enjoys the pleasure of the cat catching the mouse, especially the identity of the other party, making people want to see how he died. But it will take at least half a month to reach the southern territory even with a teleportation array. So far away, I don't have time to go there in person. Wrong. Just because you don't have time to go, doesn't mean other people don't have time. Chapter 63. Lin Fan's chance, this guy is sure to die. Sha Qingxuan takes the initiative to challenge. At this time, outside the room, that damned Lin Fan is in Zhongzhou. Murong Dai originally wanted to come over to see how Su Changqing was recovering, but heard the report from the disciples inside that they found Lin Fan's trace. When the disciple left, she hurried in. Su Changqing, who was still thinking, saw Murong Dai coming, and a softness appeared on his face. Dai, why are you here? Have you found any traces of Lin Fan? He is in Zhongzhou, or let's go there and kill him. Murong Dai went straight to the point, with a murderous look in his eyes. Lin Fan did so many things in the future, she wanted to kill him last time. But unexpectedly, the other party has great power to help. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to escape under my nose. Wen Yan. Su Changqing shook his head, now thinking about how to deal with Lin Fan. Yes. He thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up. PN. Isn't that where Sha Qingxuan and Su Yue's little loli are? Lin Fan didn't dare to stay in the south region, so why not go to Zhongzhou? Even if there is a chance for him there, but although it is written by Lin Fan in the original text, it can also be said that it was prepared for him. But now, no more. I can make it up through the diary. Let Sha Qingxuan and one of Su Yue grab the chance. In this way, Lin Fan is equivalent to a trip for nothing. Who is better? Su Yue. No. She has not yet fully awakened the power of the divine phoenix in her body, and her cultivation is not enough. Besides, Lin Fan is not the only one who knows about the secret realm in the original text. There will be others who will see the birth after all. At that time, Lin Fan still relied on the grandfather in the ring to guide him to get the opportunity, and he has made rapid progress since then. Otherwise, he can't be someone else's opponent at all. Only Sha Qingxuan was left. Just when Su Changqing wanted to fabricate it. Murong Dai noticed the smile on the man's mouth in front of him, and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong with you, what's on your mind?" "Last time, that Lin Fan escaped, now that I found his trace, I thought that Zhongzhou would personally." "Need not." Su Changqing chuckled and glanced at Murong Dai, who was looking murderous, and shook his head again. Then, he started making up diaries. "Lin Fan unexpectedly, he is already in Zhongzhou now. It seems that in this world, due to my rebirth, many things have moved ahead of schedule. Then, will the wars in the future come in advance? If I remember correctly, when Lin Fan arrives in Zhongzhou this time, he will encounter a mysterious realm left by a supreme powerhouse who fell millions of years ago and open it. In the previous life, this secret realm would be opened half a month after Fan arrived in Zhongzhou. At that time, not only will there be a sensation in Zhongzhou, even monks from all walks of life in the Western Desert, Eastern Desolation, Southern Region, and Northern Border will go. The secret realm this time is among the best in the history of Zhou Xuan, and it contains amazing treasures. It will bring bloody storms. As Lin Fan has the guidance of the mysterious person, he will get rid of all the monks and win the treasure in the secret realm. It is also in this secret realm that Lin Fan's strength will advance by leaps and bounds, achieving a qualitative leap. After that, Lin Fan became a blockbuster and rose up in Xuantian. It is precisely because of the treasures left in the supreme secret realm that the hidden dangers of the War of Destruction have been caused. If Lin Fan fails to obtain the treasures, perhaps the War of Destruction will not cause Zhou Xuan to fall into such a huge crisis. The turmoil caused by the turmoil caused the major forces to suffer heavy casualties, and the demon sect will not be destroyed because of this, right? With the diary updated, Murong Dai originally wanted to ask something, but then saw the copy of the diary that was updated synchronously. Supreme Secret Realm. Lin Fan will seize the opportunity and rise. She saw the contents, surging. How is this going? Now that Lin Fan fled to Zhongzhou, how could he still encounter the opening of the Supreme Secret Realm? And, just half a month later. If so, wouldn't it be even harder to kill Lin Fan after he got the treasure? After viewing the updated content, the killing intent in Murong Dai's eyes almost turned into substance, and his expression was extremely cold. Lin Fan, she gritted her teeth, he knew that it might be too late now. Even if the teleportation array is used continuously, it will take at least half a month to reach Zhongzhou. After waiting, maybe that damned Lin Fan has already obtained the treasure in the Supreme Secret Realm. Is there no way to stop it? Jungfrau Ling Chenshui, who was just about to go to Qingxuan Peak, sensed the update of the copy of the diary, and immediately checked it. As soon as she saw the first sentence, her expression suddenly turned cold. That Lin Fan went to Zhongzhou. Look down. Ling Qinzu's expression froze, and her chest heaved. The supreme secret realm inside is a treasure left by a supreme 1 million years ago. What the hell is it, the treasure that can make Lin Fan rise? After seeing these contents, she was shocked in her heart. If it really develops according to what the brother said, Lin Fan will undoubtedly be stopped. But how to stop it? Half a month later. Maybe Lin Fan has already won the treasure in Zhongzhou, right? Damn. What is the situation of this Lin Fan, who can encounter so many opportunities? It's fine if you don't kill one after another, but now you're about to get the treasure in the Supreme Secret Realm. Who is that mysterious man? After reading the diary, Ling Chenshui was already extremely angry. We can't let him get the treasure in the Supreme Secret Realm, but who can stop it? Brother, will you make a move? Now all she can think about is that she can kill Lin Fan with her own hands. But the southern territory is too far away from Zhongzhou. If you want to stop Lin Fan before he gets the treasure, it must be too late. At the same time, Zhongzhou, Beiming Holy Land. Now, the entire holy place is filled with a cheerful atmosphere, and every disciple has a happy smile on his face. This is the happiest day in the Beiming Holy Land for more than 100,000 years. Because their nemesis has been eradicated. Especially the area of the Warless Sea, which now belongs to the Beiming Holy Land. The grievances that lasted for so long finally came to an end, countless people were overjoyed, and the carnival lasted for several days. Now, on the holy peak that belongs to the saint, Sha Qingxuan was originally thinking about whether to go to the southern region, visit Su Changqing at the Daoist sacred sect, and express the gratitude of the Beiming sacred land to him. Just like this, will there be some imperial doctors? She was thinking about it, and she didn't know what else to prepare. After all, if it wasn't for what Su Changqing revealed in his diary, perhaps the carnival would be the sea of worry. However, when struggling, the diary dungeon has been updated. After Sha Qingxuan sensed it, she immediately put away her thoughts. Is it finally updated? Her eyes flickered slightly, with curiosity in her heart. Because in the past 2 days, Su Changqing's update has obviously been much slower. I don't even know why, but I feel a little uncomfortable when I can't see the update of the diary, as if I'm used to it. Now I don't think about whether to go to Daoyi Shengzong to thank Su Changqing face to face. Sha Qingxuan opened the copy of the diary to check the updated content. Open corner bracket Lin Fan. That the guy who caused the war of collapse 100 years later. If I remember correctly, he is one of the sources of the chaos and the biggest factor. Her expression froze, and she spoke between her brows. Whether you should say it or not, such a person should be killed. And this person is the brother of Shang Yuan who was killed by Su Zongqing. How could a brother of a traitor be any better? If this Lin Fan is not killed, won't the whole Zhou Xuan be in chaos when he grows up? When thinking of here, Sha Qingxuan's expression turned cold, and killing intent appeared in her eyes. Zhongzhou, that Lin Fan came to Zhongzhou. Her tone was cold, with even more killing intent. If that's the case, can you do it yourself? A person like Lin Fan, everyone can get it and kill him. The most important thing is not to let it grow. After making up my mind, Sha Qingxuan didn't think too much at first, and continued to look at the updated diary content. But when we saw half a month later, there would be a supreme secret realm opened in Zhongzhou, causing a bloody storm. The secret realm left by the Supreme 1 million years ago is now in the world. What kind of treasure can exist for so long before appearing? Thinking of this, Sha Qingxuan's breathing stagnates, her beautiful eyes gradually widen. And this treasure in the supreme secret realm will finally fall into the hands of Lin Fan. It's Zhao. After she saw what Su Changqing revealed in her diary, her heart trembled. Because in the content, she will rise up after seeing Lin Fan get the treasure. After that, it was even more out of control. That's it left a foreshadowing for the subsequent battle of collapse. In an instant, Sha Qingxuan's mood suddenly became much higher, and the chill in her eyes became even more intense. It seems that we can only wash away Daoyi Shengzong. Her eyes became colder, and she said indifferently, since Lin Fan appeared in Zhongzhou, then wouldn't I be able to kill him? When she said this, there was a trace of disgust in her eyes. I read Su Changqing's diary from beginning to end. She also paid attention to the matter about Lin Fan. Such a person is a complete scum. Because in Su Changqing's last life, the Battle of Collapse can almost be said to have caused the disintegration of Zhou Xuan by Lin Fan alone. And in the later Battle of the Heavens, Lin Fan also colluded with Shang Yuan, who was killed by Su Changqing in this life, and who was a monster, to attack the human monks. The purpose is only to make meritorious service and improve oneself as a soldier. It is not enough for such a person to die 1,000 times. Chapter 64, Innate Sovereign Essence, revised. A book, Murong Diei is jealous. At the same time, Su Changqing noticed Murong Diei, whose gaze contained a strong murderous intent, and was quite satisfied in his heart. Lin Fan, the male lead, it's ridiculous. He muttered happily in his heart, but he didn't stop making up the diary. What to do at this time is to let Zhengqing go to the secret realm. Firstly, if she can get the treasure, it will undoubtedly be a great help to herself in the future. Secondly, it would be a good thing if Lin Fan could be beheaded on the way. So what if there is a grandfather? There will always be a day when luck runs out. How many times can Grandpa help Lin Fan? I have already overdrawn too much soul power before, and helped Lin Fan escape from death one after another. How many times can I help? Not to mention, today's Lin Fan is no match for Sha Qingxuan. There is no God-King realm. If it weren't for the grandfather in the ring, or the hero in the original book, I don't know how many times he would have died. The supreme secret realm that is about to appear in the world will be presented in the Luohuang Mountains in the northern part of Zhongzhou, where there is a ray of innate supreme soul left by a supreme Zhou Xuan before the fall of 1 million years ago, placed in the deepest part of the secret realm, is also the most dangerous central area. Absorb and refine it, then it will be no different from the innate supreme bone, and even worse, the chance of being promoted to the supreme will be greatly improved. At the same time, you can also use other methods to refine a supreme incarnation, which can be used to resist thunder disasters when you cross the catastrophe, and take the last step out of the fairyland to achieve the supreme realm. If you want to enter the secret realm, you cannot enter it above the saints, and there are many formations in it, guarded by ancient fierce beasts, and there are many formations composed of killing formations. Once triggered, you will surely die. 970 is actually the most dangerous thing is the ray of spirit left by the Supreme 1,000,000 years ago, but the age is too long, and there is no great threat now. Zhongzhou Qingxuan is in Zhongzhou. If Qingxuan can obtain it, then her progress in cultivation will be faster than in her previous life, and she will enter the immortal realm more easily. In this way maybe it can be an opportunity to change the future. It's just that once the secret realm appears, Zhongzhou will inevitably cause an uproar, bloody storm. Currently in Zhongzhou, Qingxuan is the one who is most suitable and has the best chance of obtaining the innate supreme spirit. If it is still like in the last life, the innate supreme spirit is obtained by Lin Fan, Zhou Xuantian's future disasters will still be inevitable. But, how should Qingxuan go? This is the most suitable opportunity for her right now. Forget it. If you want to write a book now, there is still time. As for whether to go or not, it's up to her. After using the real innate supreme spirit again to fabricate something, he then glanced at Murong Dai whose expression kept changing. Without any hesitation, he immediately found paper, ink, pen and inkstone and started writing. A moment later, Murong Dai also saw that Su Changqing was writing a letter, so he couldn't help being angry and jealous. Snort. She pouted, but said nothing. Also, not much performance. Don't let Su Zongqing know that he has a copy of the diary. Thinking of this, Murong Dai asked, "Who are you?" "Write a letter to a friend." Su Changqing answered on the surface, but he knew very well in his heart that he would feel a little uncomfortable with the temperament of a witch. But there is no way, the diary must be fabricated. At the same time, he also wants to see what will happen to Lin Fan, who is the hero this time. It must be fun. Hear the words, Murong Dai rolled her eyes, but didn't say anything more. Innate sovereign essence, she murmured secretly in her heart, feeling a little envious involuntarily. If he was in Zhongzhou, he would definitely not give up such a great opportunity. Sha Qingxuan wants it. No way. But Murong Dai also knows that the best way now is to let Sha Qingxuan go to the supreme secret realm and win the innate supreme soul essence. It's best to kill Lin Fan. Murderous intent flickered in her eyes, and she also hoped that Sha Qingxuan would not be so useless and get rid of Lin Fan, the scourge. If this is the case, I won't say goodbye to Su Changqing in the future, right? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but think of Su Changqing, who did not hesitate to remove hidden dangers in her body a few days ago. Thinking that the two of them would really stay together forever, her face became hot and her heart beat faster. At this very moment, Biming Holy Land. Now, Sha Qingxuan didn't leave, but stared closely at the contents of the diary, which was updated again. Falling Phoenix Mountain Range. She was shocked when she saw that Su Changqing could give the place name accurately. Then how can it be fake? Regarding the content of Su Changqing's current diary, she no longer had as much doubt as before. Especially in that supreme secret realm, there is an innate supreme spirit. Look at. Sha Qingxuan's delicate body trembled, and her breathing became even more rapid. This a great opportunity. No wonder Su Zongqing said earlier that there will be a bloody storm. Once the innate supreme spirit appears in the world, it may be even worse than that. It's just that, judging from the current situation, only you and that Lin Fan will know, and the others don't know. Her eyes gradually became hotter, and her chest heaved even more. If you can get it yourself, it is undoubtedly Tiantian's fortune. Just thinking about it makes me so excited. As for Lin Fan, this moment, the killing intent in Sha Qingxuan's eyes was still very strong, and she murmured coldly, "If that's the case, then I'll go there. As a gift to thank Su Zongqing, if I have the opportunity, I will personally take Lin Fan's life." Innate sovereign essence. She looked excited, and she couldn't wait at this moment. After reading the contents of the diary, Sha Qingxuan's heart warmed up, but Su Changqing thought of herself first. Isn't the princess of the Deu dynasty Su Yue also related to him? But he actually wants to write to me to inform. She muttered in her heart, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. I don't know why, I was a little surprised, but also a little happy. But the most important thing right now is to go to the Luohuang Mountains. As long as the secret realm appears, I will enter it, avoid the dangerous area according to the content revealed by Su Changqing, and go straight to the Supreme Essence. Just when Sha Qingxuan was about to leave, the diary dungeon has been updated again. The letter has been sent out. I hope Qingxuan can win this chance. However, the reason why Lin Fan got the news that he was able to obtain the innate Supreme Essence in the last life is that in the ring on his hand, there is an ancient and powerful spirit to help him. I spent too much time and time again trying to save Lin Fan, and now it should not pose a threat to Qingxuan, so as long as I can get the opportunity one step ahead, Lin Fan's desire to rise again is tantamount to a dream. Looking at the updated content now, Sha Qingxuan's eyes flickered, and then a smile appeared on her face. When I get the innate Supreme Essence, I will definitely come to visit me someday. Su Changqing. After muttering for a while, she put away her thoughts. Right now, all they need to do is go out to the Luohuang Mountains. Just went out. Sha Qingxuan ran into Sha Yilin who was coming towards him. What are you doing here? She looked at her expectant brother and asked suspiciously. Sha Yilin chuckled, and cut straight to the point. Sister, I have already comprehended the immortal skills that Su Changqing gave me. One day, I will use the skills he gave to defeat him and walk out of my invincible path. What's going on in your head every day? Can you beat him? What are you dreaming in broad daylight? Sha Qingxuan rolled her eyes and said angrily. This is called a younger brother who really doesn't remember to eat but not to fight. It didn't take long for him to forget how he was teased by Su Changqing in the first place. Sha Yilin's eyes widened when he heard this. Sister, aren't you? I'm your own brother. Who is he? You actually speak for him. He stared blankly at the old lady in front of him, feeling incredible. What is this for? It seems that after the old lady came back from the southern region, she seemed to be a different person. Every time she mentions Su Changqing, she reacts very strongly and always hits herself. Looking at Sha Yilin's bewildered face, Sha Qingxuan was also taken aback for a moment, then shook her head. Don't worry about anyone, anyway, you can't always think about dealing with Su Changqing in the future. Why? No reason. Sister, you have changed. Change your size, anyway, you will understand in the future. I still have something to do, so let's go first. Sha Qingxuan glared at Sha Yilin who was about to cry, and immediately set off for the Luohuang Mountains that Su Changqing mentioned. Lin Fan wants to get the innate Supreme Essence. No. The Supreme Soul, she is determined to win. As long as he can get the Supreme Essence before Lin Fan gets it, he can be regarded as preventing the rise of Lin Fan and making a contribution to Zhuxuantian, right? Without thinking too much, Sha Qingxuan left quickly. Looking at the figure leaving in a hurry, Sha Yilin looked dazed, and suddenly felt that he was no longer in love. What do you mean? I will understand later. Old sister, don't you think that Su Changqing has fallen in love with you? Otherwise, why don't you keep telling me? He muttered dejectedly. The more he thought about it, the more mad he became. Because not only did he go to the southern region before, but when he met Su Changqing for the first time, the other party said some incomprehensible words. My sister has been doing the same thing lately. Is it possible? Sister Jen is talking to Su Saihua. When thinking of here, Sha Yilin's entire face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, Su Changqing, what did you do to my sister? Damn it, give me back my old sister. He wished he could fight Su Changqing again right away, just as his cultivation had improved recently. It's just that when he thought of the scene where Su Changqing killed Shang Yuan, he couldn't help but tremble again. Wait, in a few years, that guy Su Changqing will definitely be defeated. Chapter 65. Can't keep up with Su Changqing's footsteps, it's too strong, the secret realm begins. When Sha Qingxuan went to the Luohuang Mountains in the secret realm, Dao Yi Shengzong, Sheng Zifeng. At this time, Su Changqing also received a prompt from the system. Northern Sacred Land Saint Sha Qingxuan Trust Value, 100. He looked at Sha Qingxuan who had raised his trust value again, and felt quite relieved. It is not in vain that I have painstakingly fabricated it. Now that the trust value has increased, Sha Qingxuan must have been heading to Luohuang Mountain Range, right? In this way, it can be regarded as a success. With Sha Qingxuan here, Lin Fan wants to have a chance. Want to fart. What's more, I also reminded Sha Qingxuan in the diary what she needs to pay attention to, and the existence of the old man in the soul ring. If Lin Fan can't be dealt with, then I have nothing to say. It is also at this time. Murong Dai got up to leave and did not stay any longer. HMPH, really Su Changqing. Humming in her heart, she turned and left. I have stayed here for so long, this guy is indifferent. Just annoying. If she stayed any longer, she might not be able to bear it. That would be embarrassing. I am a witch. After seeing Murong Dai leaving, only then did Su Changqing come back to his senses, and burst out laughing. He didn't pay much attention to it before, so the two of them didn't talk too much. After all, the supreme secret realm of Zhongzhou is about to open, and I must take this opportunity to make up something. Now that you're done, you just need to wait for news from Sha Qingxuan. As for Zhongzhou, I can't go there yet. But, long before, Su Changqing had already arranged eyeliners to collect intelligence. Next, it's time to practice. He only remembered now that since time traveled to the present, he hasn't practiced properly once. I have been busy making up diaries, changing the diary dungeon holders' perception of themselves, and in order to convince them, I really don't have much time to practice. There is nothing to do next, just try to practice the real dragon treasure technique. For this practice, Su Changqing already had the urge to practice before, but there was no good time, but now he has. Now that I have the spirit of a real dragon, Qingxuan Dragon Soul Pill, there must be no problem in cultivation, right? His eyes flickered, and he took a deep breath to enter the cultivation state. As for the Sancho stunt in the true dragon treasure technique in his mind, he chose again and again, and decided to practice the true dragon claw first. In an instant, information about the cultivation of the real dragon claw emerged. It is also at this moment. A dragon chant came from Su Changqing's body, and a lifelike phantom of a real dragon appeared in his eyes. Gulu. He immediately took out a Qingxuan Dragon Soul Pill and took it to bless his cultivation. Along with taking the elixir, he could feel that the Qingxuan Dragon Soul Elixir turned into a stream of heat, flowed down his throat, and poured into all the meridians in his body. Especially the position of the dantian, more divine light emerges. Boom. Accompanied by taking the elixir, Su Changqing's body shook, and the terrifying aura centered on him, raging towards the surroundings. Roar. One after another dragon roars came from the void. The surrounding space kept trembling, as if it was about to be unbearable and collapsed. Su Changqing kept his mind and worked on his cultivation. As expected of the true dragon treasure art, his eyes were burning, and he couldn't help sighing. At the beginning of cultivation, there is an aura of incomparable sincerity permeating oneself. Especially the spiritual power in the body became extremely violent, as if it was going to bite itself back at any time. Fortunately, with the existence of true dragon qi and the blessing of Qingxuan Dragon Soul Pill, he can still continue to practice without being backlashed. If you practice like this without anything before, you may suffer. A moment later, the aura on Su Changqing's body became more terrifying, and the surrounding void showed signs of collapse. True dragon claw. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and his breath was like a real dragon's breath. And in the next second, red dragon scales began to appear on his right hand, covering them all in the blink of an eye. And the fingers have also undergone earth-shaking changes, turning into extremely sharp claws of a real dragon. He slightly raised his hand and grabbed at the void in front of him. Crack! A crisp tearing sound came out, and a terrifying and domineering aura suddenly erupted. At this moment, 5 cracks suddenly appeared in the void in front of me. The extremely terrifying real dragon breath is raging, and the entire Qingxuan Peak is shaking violently at this moment. Not only that, even the sky above is covered with dark clouds and thunder is everywhere at this moment. It seems that an extremely terrifying existence is recovering. Feeling the heaven-defying power of the real dragon claw, surprise flashed in Su Changqing's eyes, and he was very excited. This is undoubtedly a big killer. He admired the hand that had turned into a dragon's claw, and with a light grip, the void roared. It was also at this moment that his body trembled suddenly. A more powerful breath rises from the sky. Cultivation, breakthrough. Saint 6 heavens. Outside. After Murong Dai left Su Changqing's room, he was originally considering when to return to the demon sect. It's good to stay here, but that guy Su Changqing only thinks about Sha Qingxuan. Her purple eyes were full of resentment, and she couldn't help turning her head towards Su Changqing's room and humming. But suddenly, boom, roar, Bursts of roars suddenly exploded, the ground shook, and there was even the sound of dragon chant. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire sky was filled with dark clouds and thunder was everywhere. This sudden vision. Immediately, Murong Diayi was taken aback and gasped. This breath. She felt it slightly, and her body trembled involuntarily. But before she could react, a more terrifying aura shot up into the sky again, the sky exploded and the Holy Land roared. Feel the breath of terror. Murong Diayi's pupils shrank, and she almost lost her voice. Su Changqing he broke through again. Her scalp was numb and her mouth was dry. This guy broke through once before bringing him back, but not long ago, he broke through again. Too evil. Wrong. It should be said that it is even more evil than evil. Su Changqing, it's too scary. It is really impossible to imagine how much he has grown after 10,000 years. Supreme. Quasi-Emperor. I'm afraid it's far more than that. Jungfrau. Some time has passed. Ling Qingshui was a little depressed, the witch from the demon sect still didn't plan to leave, as if she was going to be by her senior brother's side. Damn, smelly shameless. She gritted her teeth for a while, and she couldn't be happy at all during this time. I went to look for my senior brother before, but the witch of the demon sect seemed to regard my senior brother's Qingxuan Peak as her own home. How shameless. Just now, Ling Qingshui made up her mind and planned to drive her away. Ask for flowers. Boom. She hadn't moved on yet, but was startled by the sudden thunderous roar. Her gaze suddenly turned towards the direction of Qingxuan Peak, and her delicate body trembled. I saw. The entire Qingxuan Peak was shaking violently, and the sky above seemed to be falling down. Especially in the clouds, there is even an incomparably huge phantom of a real dragon hovering around. The aura belonging to Su Changqing is fully revealed at this moment, and a huge vortex is formed on the Qingxuan Peak. Seeing this horrible scene, Ling Qinzu's scalp exploded, and she turned pale with shock. What kind of exercises are you practicing? What a horrible breath. Her heart beat faster, and fear flashed in her eyes. Especially after this, an even more monstrous aura shot up into the sky, as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. Another soul-shaking roar came out. The world is completely eclipsed. Ling Qinzu's heart was beating violently, and her body couldn't stop shaking at all. This is another breakthrough by senior brother. Her pretty face was pale, and her expression was even more dazed. 0. How long has it been before breaking through again? Brother, it's too strong. How should I follow in his footsteps? Is it so difficult to stay with senior brother? When you come back to your senses. The vision has long since dissipated. Ling Qingshui stared blankly at the direction of Qingxuan Peak, and murmured, brother. For some reason, besides being nervous, she felt even more inferior. Senior brother is so strong, if he doesn't move forward, won't he be hindered in the future? Brother is too strong. Half a month flies by in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xuan, who caused an uproar because of Su Changqing's breakthrough again, has finally calmed down now. No one would have thought. Soon, the whole Zhou Xuan will be a sensation again. Zhongzhou. In a dense forest, a figure is flashing rapidly. This person. It was Lin Fan who escaped from the southern region and came to Zhongzhou to recuperate. Damn Su Changqing, why did he break through again? He was cursing, and he was even more jealous in his heart. If he had such good cultivation resources, he would definitely be no worse than Su Changqing. But I don't know what's wrong. First, he wanted to worship the Taoist saint sect, but was chased and killed by the Taoist saintess, and fled with serious injuries. Then he recovered, and planned to go to the grand ceremony to see if he could join one of the top holy places in the southern territory. Unexpectedly, he was killed by the witch again. It seems that I have really suffered from bad luck, and I am so unlucky. Now healed, Lin Fan did not show his true face as before, but put on a mask. Old you, is what you said before true? That's right, it's almost here, I can feel that breath is waking up. I happened to come out when you were healing. It is very likely that it is a relic left by a certain ancient power. This will be your one good fortune. From the ring, came the voice of Yu Lao's vicissitudes. After getting the answer, fiery colors appeared in Lin Fan's eyes, and the speed was even faster. The relics left by the ancient power. His heart is full of longing. As long as he gets the good fortune in it, he will definitely be able to rise. Chapter 66. Lin Fan, I am the son of the plain Sha Qingshan. I want this opportunity. And at this time, Luohuang Mountains. This is a remote and extremely quiet barren mountain range, surrounded by towering mountains. Vaguely, there were even more strange screams. If ordinary people pass by here, they will probably run away in fright. A moment later, under the guidance of the old man, Lin Fan arrived at the Luohuang Mountains. Old Yu, that so-called good fortune is here. He stared fixedly at the depths of the mountains in front of him, because the desire in his heart could no longer be restrained. It was also at this time that he could also feel that there was an aura gradually spreading from the depths of the mountains. When Yu Lao heard the words, his figure appeared. That's right, it's inside. This time, if you get it, then the future path of cultivation will be much easier. He opened his mouth lightly, sighing even more in his heart. This kid is really capable of causing trouble. But this time I can get good luck, and I should save myself a lot of trouble. Otherwise, maybe I will really be dragged to death. After Lin Fan got the answer, his figure flashed, and he immediately headed towards the mountains. Good fortune belongs to my good fortune. His eyes are full of urgency, and the speed is extremely fast. But before he reaches his destination, boom! Bursts of roar came from the depths of the March 20th Luohuang Mountains. Not only that, the surrounding mountains trembled even more at this moment. Gradually, the ground trembled violently. Even the sky above was instantly covered with endless dark clouds, eclipsed. Seeing this scene, the speed under Lin Fan's feet is even faster, it's about to appear. He was short of breath, and his eyes were full of enthusiasm. This is something left by the great power of the ancient times, no matter what, it will definitely not be bad. The whole sky is shaking violently. And in the densely packed dark clouds, a supreme phantom began to appear. My innate spirit, those who are destined can get it. The relics I have left behind cannot be entered by saints. The phantom in the cloud covered the sky and the sun, and opened his mouth slowly. At this moment, the world is boiling. The terrifying breath and coercion descended on Zhou Xuan even more. For a moment, Lin Fan's heart was beating violently, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. This is this supreme powerhouse. That's right, boy, your good fortune is in this secret realm. Go quickly, with the help of this old man, the supreme spirit inside is yours. Yu Lao looked crazy, and hurriedly urged with great excitement. Supreme essence. That is one of the best treasures on the road of practice. Once you can get it, don't say that this kid Lin Fan only has Vientian now, he will become supreme in the future. And at this moment, Lin Fan's eyes were full of ambition, he didn't say a word, and rushed to it immediately. Innate supreme essence. His heart is constantly longing, and there is a scene of rising in his mind. After this, I will definitely be able to make rapid progress. As for the holy son and holy daughter of the Daoyi holy sect, demoness witch, I will trample them under my feet. Wanjin thunder continuously streaked across the sky above the sky. Boom! The terrifying thunderclap spread throughout the Xuantian. The land of Zhongzhou is shaken. At the same time, deep in the mountains, Sha Qingxuan, who had already arrived at Luohuang mountain range, saw the terrifying phantom above the sky, her pupils shrank. Really? The supreme secret realm has appeared. Her chest rose and fell, and she no longer had any doubts about Su Chengqing's diary. No matter where or when. All right, at this time of mystery. You only need to go in, and you will be able to obtain the innate supreme essence. Where is that Lin Fan? Sha Qingxuan suppressed the shock in her heart, and killing intent flashed in her eyes. Where is that person? She looked around, but didn't find anyone else. But think about it, it makes sense to come here early. Originally, I thought that if I met Lin Fan, I would kill him and enter the secret realm. But I haven't found it yet, I can only enter the secret realm first, and get the innate supreme essence inside. If you meet Lin Fan, kill him again. In this void, an incomparably huge palace slowly unfolds from the terrifying crack. On it, there is an astonishing taboo atmosphere. Even though Sha Qingxuan was a saint, she didn't have the slightest idea of messing around. What a scary secret place. Looking at the astonishing palace that had been presented, and the terrifying phantom of the Supreme that covered the sky and the sun above the sky, she was even more shocked in her heart. Saints and above are not allowed to enter. That is to say, both saints and god kings can come to snatch good fortune. But, I have the information disclosed by Su Chengqing in the diary, and I already know what is in the secret realm. Now, boom, the gate of the palace slowly opened, revealing the interior full of halos. You can't see what's inside. But this moment, Sha Qingxuan did not hesitate, took a deep breath, and flew towards the opened palace gate. Innate sovereign essence. Her eyes were so intense that she was submerged in the radiant light. It is also at this time. Zhou. With the appearance of the supreme secret realm, the entire earth was shaking. Countless people saw the phantom of the supreme that appeared above the sky, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was creepy. Especially the whole sky, lost its brilliance in an instant. Not only that, but the endless thunder is constantly raging. The entire land of Zhou fell into a commotion almost at the same time. So what is that? Supreme Phantom? No, this is the Supreme Phantom, but this is probably a remnant soul left behind. Secret Realm innate essence. In the Secret Realm, there is the essence left behind by the fall of the Supreme. What, my God, the innate Supreme Spirit, this is undoubtedly a direct train to the Supreme Realm. Which direction? Luohuang mountain range. But everyone who saw it could no longer keep calm, and all of them turned pale with fright. Especially looking at the terrifying phantom standing above the sky, it makes one's scalp tingle even more. In the tremor and roar of the ground, all the holy places are densely packed with gods, and there is a big figure heading straight down the Phoenix Mountains. This moment, finally a complete sensation. No one thought that there would suddenly be a supreme secret realm in the world. And the breath of countless people rushing there is in the realm of saints. In all directions, there were people without any hesitation, and immediately headed to the Luohuang Mountains. Innate sovereign essence. Such an existence, looking at the entire Zhou Xuan, no one can withstand the temptation. Even Sendai is jealous of it. But it is precisely because the Supreme Phantom has already said that above the saints, one cannot enter the secret realm. As a result, many great powers in the immortal Terrace realm could only grit their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. They also did not go to the Luohuang Mountains where the secret realm is located. Because of the words left behind by that Supreme Phantom, they dare not gamble. Although there is only one remnant soul, it is not comparable to Sendai. Under the vibration of all directions, saints from all over Zhou went to the Luohuang Mountains, and streams of powerful aura flashed across the sky. Countless people raised their heads and looked in the direction of the Luohuang mountain range, their eyes filled with horror. This time, Zhou may not be peaceful. It's the first time I've seen so many saints appearing at the same time. With innate supreme spirit, this is a fatal temptation for them. I don't know who can get it. No matter who gets it, this time it will definitely cause a bloodbath. Could it be that this is also the reason why the Tianzhao list is now in this world? That supreme person has probably fallen for many years. It seems that the prelude to the troubled times has begun. Countless discussions have been going on in every corner of Zhou, and they are exclaiming again and again. It was also under the watchful eyes of Zhou. Phoenix Mountains. Lin Fan has already arrived outside the secret realm, and the door of the secret realm has been opened with extremely fiery eyes. As long as I go in, I can get the innate supreme essence. He murmured, then turned around and glanced at the sky not far away. A large number of figures roared towards him. This time, he has absolute confidence. In the secret realm, the innate spirit left by the ancient supreme must belong to him. With Yu Lao's help, why not get it? Without any hesitation. Lin Fan also knows that he can't wait any longer, and the various forces in Zhou have already dispatched saints. Old Yu, I will trouble you from now on. He glanced at the ring in his hand, and then rushed into the gate of the secret realm in an instant. It was also not long after he entered. Outside the secret, a figure descends. Everyone has the breath of a saint. When they arrived at the scene, they all looked at the others with vigilance in their eyes. Heavenly sovereign essence. It seems that this time, no one can let anyone else. If you have a life to go in, you have to come out with a life. Whoever falls into the hands depends on the fate of each. What are you waiting for? Everyone snorted coldly. Without any hesitation, they entered the secret realm to serve as ministers. It is also at this moment that more and more figures arrive in 1.4, rushing into the secret realm without stopping. The temptation of the innate supreme spirit, no one under the supreme can resist it. When Zhou was in full swing, Daoyi Shengzong, Sheng Zifeng, it took Su Chengqing half a month to completely consolidate his cultivation, and now he slowly regained his breath. Looking at his hands that had returned to normal, a smile appeared on his face. Next, which Sancho move is better to practice? He suddenly had a difficult choice, but he didn't think much about it. According to the current situation, any method of cultivation will do. And any move will become a killer. But it is also at this time. Boom! There is a roaring sound coming from far and near. Herd movement. The Holy Land shakes. But Su Chengqing put away his thoughts, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. The supreme secret realm opened. He didn't need the disciples' report at all at this time, and he knew what was going on in his heart. Right now, the corners of his mouth are smiling more. Sha Qingxuan must have entered the secret realm, right? As for Lin Fan, I'm afraid it's better to have him. Chapter 67. All-round handling, Su Chengqing's diary guide, comparable to cheating. In this room, Su Chengqing hadn't gone out for a while, and before the secret realm was opened, all of them were practicing the real dragon claw in the real dragon treasure technique. Now the real dragon claw is very successful. He muttered, and his thoughts were all placed in the secret realm of Zhongzhou. Although there is no way to go there, it may be possible to inform Ji Qingxuan through the diary. After all, being able to fully reveal the existence of the secret realm is also a way to increase the trust value of the other party. Without thinking too much, after Su Chengqing took a deep breath, he recalled the original plot that he had seen before. Now, the supreme secret realm of Zhongzhou should be opened, right? I don't know if Qingxuan received my letter. She will go to the supreme secret realm. If you go, you should have entered the secret realm by now, right? I hope she can obtain the innate supreme essence. As long as she absorbs it, it will be a huge improvement for her, but unfortunately, I am not in Zhongzhou, otherwise I should be able to help her. After he wrote a few lines, he tried hard to recall the dangers that existed in the supreme secret realm. If you fabricate it in the diary and let Sha Qingxuan avoid those dangers, then the trust value will definitely soar. Get it right, just watch it once. However, Su Chengqing didn't know. Outside the room at this time, Murong Dai originally planned to have a so-called discussion with Su Chengqing, but in fact he wanted to get in touch with Su Chengqing more. Why are you thinking about that Sha Qingxuan again? Seeing the update of the copy of the diary, she gritted her teeth. After stomping her feet, she hummed in her heart and turned to leave. This guy was thinking about the matter in Zhongzhou again, and he didn't come here to be a cold ass. Angry, so angry. Sha Qingxuan, right. 28 but thinking that if the opponent gets the innate supreme spirit, his strength will definitely increase. At that time, what should I do with myself? What's more, the other party is now 5th in the Tianzhou list. Thinking about, Murong Dai simply put aside all thoughts and planned to retreat during the period of Daoyi Shengzong. As long as I fully awaken the ancient demon blood in my body, it won't be bad, right? She muttered. She had a decision in her heart. At this very moment, Zhongzhou. Countless forces are frightened by it, and there are also a large number of monks who want to try their luck. At this time, the Luohuang mountain range was already crowded with people. Among them are monks of all realms. As for the saint, he has already entered the secret realm. And these god kings who rushed over, Wanxiang realm also wanted a piece of the pie. Even if they couldn't get the best innate supreme spirit, it would be great if they could find some treasures. In this time of mystery, Lin Fan is searching for many treasures inside excitedly. Spirit stones, pills, exercises tisk tisk tisk. Whenever he sees it put away, he keeps moving towards the depths of the secret realm happily. This is the first time he has seen so many treasures. And this is the secret realm left by the ancient supreme power. If you search it all, I am afraid that the cultivation resources for most of your life will be enough. Hearing noises from outside, Lin Fan didn't catch up at all, and continued to search. With Yu Lao's help, it doesn't matter if other people come, the innate supreme essence is mine. He grinned and saw what? As long as you get the innate supreme essence, you can find a hidden place to retreat and practice after that. When I was a sage, I was challenging the Tianzhou on the list of Tianzhou. After obtaining the name, it is time to compete for the number 1 position on the Tianzhou list. Nature. Su Zongqing must be defeated before this. In depth. Lin Fan's eyes are burning, and now the treasures in the storage bag have piled up into mountains. There should be more over there. Like walking on the ground, he easily took away treasures in the secret realm. With Yu Lao's help, it's like going home in this secret place. Where is the danger, how to avoid it, how to face it? You don't have to worry about these. Because of the old guide. Seeing Lin Fan only thinking about searching for treasures, the ring flickered, and Yu Lao's soul appeared. What are you doing? What's so good about these things? The most urgent thing is to get the innate supreme essence first. He urged helplessly, feeling even more speechless in his heart. Since this kid came in, he has been thinking about how to search for the treasure inside. As for the innate supreme spirit, there is no rush at all. Yu Lao knew very well how much commotion the appearance of the supreme secret realm would cause, especially since the previous supreme phantom had already revealed the innate supreme essence in the secret realm. For the entire Zhongzhou, it is undoubtedly a shocking event that makes people jealous and crazy. In case someone gets there first, what should Lin Fan do in the Vientiane realm? And in the face of old urging, Lin Fan was still not in a hurry. While searching for the elixir, even the spirit stones on the wall were seized. Old Yu, what is there to worry about? We entered the secret realm earlier than so many people, and with your help, I avoided so many dangers. How could those people catch up so quickly? Oh, if I don't take so many cultivation resources, wouldn't it be cheaper for those behind me? I'm still only in the myriad phrases realm, so I really need these things. He said cheerfully, not paying attention at all. Upon hearing this, Yu Lao frowned, but didn't say anything more. Then at this moment, boom! Ah! There are organs. There were bursts of exclamations and screams from behind. Heard movement. Lin Fan smiled, and then said, Old Yu, right. They want to catch up with me so easily, but it's not so easy. He smiled and continued to search for all kinds of treasures he saw on the road. Yu Lao. He looked at Lin Fan, who seemed to be obsessed with money now, and was speechless. Even if the treasures in the entire secret realm add up, they can't match the most precious innate supreme spirit. This kid. At the same time, Lin Fan ahead. After Sha Qingxuan entered the secret realm, she hid her aura, advanced for a while, and then froze. She looked at the intersection ahead, not knowing where to go for a moment. As for the treasures on the road, she didn't pay much attention to them at all. Although for many people, it is a treasure worthy of heart. But to her, apart from the innate supreme spirit, these are useless things. Only, where should I go now? If Su Changqing is here, he should know how to get there, right? Then when Sha Qingxuan didn't know how to go. Buzz. A copy of the diary appears. See this. Sha Qingxuan regained her spirits immediately and did not rush to make a choice. Presumably Qingxuan has entered the secret realm, right? If I remember correctly, there are only some traps in the distance ahead, and there is not much danger. And the more dangerous ones are the 3 intersections in the back. If you go wrong, even a saint will die without a burial place. Everyone in the world thinks that good fortune can be taken away from the secret realm, but they don't know that this will become a reminder for most people. According to the memory of the previous life, the intersection on the left is a real dead end. As long as you walk in, even saints have to face the supreme remnant soul, and the only thing waiting for them is death. The road ahead is full of traps and full of dangers. All kinds of beasts and killing arrays fill the entire passage, and once you step in, you can only have a chance if you completely break through the formations and wipe out the beasts come out. But in the memory of the previous life, no matter whether it is the left or the front passage, no one survived. Line-by-line diary content presentation. After seeing these contents, Sha Qingxuan immediately took a deep breath. The left is a dead end, a surefire road. She looked apprehensive, but luckily she didn't act rashly. Moreover, Su Changqing's disclosure in the diary has already revealed the layout of the secret realm. The left side is not going to work. The dark passage ahead is another formation full of terror. And according to Su Changqing's memory, no one can survive. Took a deep breath. Sha Qingxuan just pondered for a moment, then turned her head and walked to the right. Su Changqing is not in Zhongzhou, but he can accurately tell the time and location of the opening of the secret realm, and now he knows the layout of the secret realm. She murmured in her heart and chose to believe. After all, the safest way to find the congenital supreme essence right now is to look for it according to the information disclosed by Su Changqing. As expected, almost half an hour after Sha Qingxuan left, a sage who is not in 203 finally chose the left after seeing 3 passages. But it hasn't been long before he goes in. Boom. A loud noise came out, and the terrifying supreme aura shook the entire secret realm. A heart-piercing scream can be heard at any time. It was also hearing the movement behind. Sha Qingxuan believed in what Su Changqing recalled in the diary more and more. Thanks to Su Changqing this time. Secretly in her heart, after avoiding a killing formation according to the contents of the diary, she felt lingering fear. Originally, the passage on the left was what I wanted to go. Hearing the screams and terrifying supreme aura now makes one's scalp tingle. It is also at this time. In the passage behind Sha Qingxuan. Lin Fan also followed Yu Lao's guidance and walked the correct path. Fortunately, I am old, otherwise I would have died here with those guys. He looked a little pale and was panting heavily. Originally, I wanted to go to the other two passages to look for treasures, but Yu Lao got angry and had to go to the left. Now feeling the terrifying supreme aura and bursts of heart-piercing screams, he trembled for a while. However, seeing that there are still countless spirit stones and various weapons in the passage, Lin Fan's eyes lit up again. Why haven't I waited for him to search? Yu Lao couldn't bear it anymore, and angrily said, "Let's go." Nowadays, more and more people come in, and most of the people who follow behind are saints. Could it be possible for you to write about their struggle at the end? Hurry up, don't think about these insignificant things, the innate supreme spirit is the most important thing. All right. Seeing Yu Lao with an angry face, Lin Fan could only speed up his pace reluctantly. He naturally knew that his own strength was insufficient, and it was entirely with the help of Yu Lao that he came here. Hand over the innate supreme essence to others. That must not work. Chapter 68. Sha Qingxuan's scalp is numb. Is this Su Changqing? It's too amazing. With the opening of the secret realm, now more and more people are pouring into the secret realm, but most of them lost their lives because of it. And at this time, under the guidance of the old man, Lin Fan avoided many risks. Old Yu, I feel that those people have no way to compete with me for the supreme essence of heaven. He listened to the screams and the creepy howls of beasts behind him, and muttered happily. Judging from the current situation, I don't need to worry too much at all. However, at this time, when Yu Lao heard this, his face twitched. Hurry up and get the innate supreme essence before everyone else. He was very anxious. After all, even if he got the innate supreme essence, it was not safe. Because by that time, Lin Fan will surely become the most destitute of doctors. It seems that this time, I can do it again. But for the sake of the innate supreme essence, it is nothing. At least it will be able to absorb Lin Fan's self-recovery at that time, presumably it is not far from reshaping the physical body. It is also at this time. Lin Fan's complexion changed, and then he turned around and saw several figures approaching in his direction. Someone caught up so quickly. He felt the breath of several people, and he was shocked. The three of them are all saints. Sudden, Yu Lao who was in the ring said, "Get out of the way, let them go first." Clear. Lin Fan grinned, then stepped aside immediately. The three Saint Realm powerhouses didn't care too much when they saw that Lin Fan was only in the Vientiane realm. I really didn't expect that this Vientiane realm kid was so lucky to come here so soon. Innate supreme essence is mine. You have the ability to get it. They didn't stay too long, just glanced at it and then quickly headed towards the depths. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan grinned and started on his way again. It's the first time I've seen you in such a hurry to die. He muttered softly, not at all worried. After all, it would be hell to get the innate supreme essence so easily. And those saints and powerhouses in front, if there is no accident, they will all fall. After all, not everyone is as helpful as I am. Before Lin Fan has gone far, several figures rushed in front of him like ghosts. Damn it, it's a good thing I didn't go through the other two passages, those people are all dead. Then it seems that Nitian's supreme essence is at the end of this passage. HMPH, so what if you know it's true if you can get it? Then let's see who can win the innate supreme essence. A burst of discussion came from the front, even accompanied by a roar. Obviously, someone made a move. AX. These people have triggered formations or organs. Lin Fan was a little apprehensive at first, but he was relieved when he saw that no one was paying attention to him. Old Yu, I'm afraid these people won't live long. Well, but you still have to hurry up to prevent someone from actually finding the supreme innate essence. A voice came from the ring, with urging. Lin Fan is no longer as focused on searching for treasures as before, and several storage bags are already full. No problem. He smiled and quickened his pace. At the same time, ahead, according to Su Changqing's diary, Sha Qingxuan just avoided an extremely dangerous killing formation. It is said that if an immortal enters, even if he does not die, he will lose his skin. So close. Her eyes flickered, and she felt scared in her heart. If Su Chengqing hadn't revealed it in his diary, maybe he wouldn't be able to get here now. It is also at this time. Boom. Huge roaring and whistling sounds came from behind. Heard movement. Sha Qingxuan's expression changed, and then he turned around. Someone actually followed. She was surprised, but after realizing that those auras were the aura of a saint, she didn't bother with it anymore. How many are fools who can cultivate to the saint realm? The other two passages are obviously dangerous, and their target is naturally the passage they took. And the violent roar and screams. It also confirmed that some taboos and formations revealed by Su Chengqing in the diary were triggered. At this time, the several saints who were obviously in a panic at the back also saw Sha Qingxuan. Northern Saintess, I didn't expect her to arrive here so soon. Look, how can she be fine? Really, the Holy Master Biming must have given her the amulet. They were surprised when they saw someone in front of them, but they were relieved when they saw that it was Sha Qingxuan. After all, the other party, as the Saintess of Biming, doesn't even have this bit of strength. It's just that seeing that the other party is safe and sound, they are still a little unbalanced. Before coming here, I have experienced many dangers. Heard some people's discussion. Sha Qingxuan didn't pay attention to it, but continued to move towards the depths. Seeing Sha Qingxuan stop and go, the others seemed to avoid danger, their pupils shrank. Does she know how to go? Seeing this scene, several people took a deep breath. Without any hesitation, they continued to follow the place Sha Qingxuan had walked. They have already come here, and even though there is still a great terror ahead, they are not willing to give up. But I haven't taken a few steps. Crack. The entire tunnel vibrated, and cracks appeared on the ground. Several people's faces changed drastically. Not good. They exclaimed in shock, but in the next second they were shrouded in a cloud of red mist. Immediately afterwards, the eyes of several saints and powerhouses showed fierceness, but their eyes were very empty. Puff puff. They even ignored everything and immediately attacked the other few people. And those who were not so impatient at the back saw this scene again, their eyes froze. This why is the Maiden of Biming all right? No way. Damn, why the hell is this? More and more people arrived here, looking pale and frightened. Any formations and mechanisms in this secret realm are very likely to kill them. Even if you are a saint, you will inevitably have 100 secrets. But, the few people before clearly walked in the direction of the Biming Saintess, but why did the other party have nothing to do, but the people behind had an accident? And then, Sha Qingxuan turned around and disappeared at the corner of the passage. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. The people present looked at each other with terrified expressions. What's the situation? Could it be that the formations and mechanisms that exist here are triggered randomly? They looked confused, but they didn't stop for too long. Because if you slow down a step, maybe the innate supreme spirit will fall into the hands of others. So what if Sha Qingxuan is the Saintess of Biming? This kind of opportunity can be snatched by everyone. There was a saint with deep eyes, and then coldly snorted, perhaps she was going backwards on purpose. After all, he walked in the opposite direction of Sha Qingxuan. In the eyes of many people, this saint powerhouse hadn't taken a few steps, and the void roared in an instant. A sword sound came out. I saw a long sword flying out of the nearby stone wall. Before the man could react, he was pierced through the center of his eyebrows by an arrow, and his soul was annihilated. Everyone was completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. It even made the people who were about to follow stop immediately and took a breath. What's going on? Exclamations came from the scene, and everyone's scalps exploded. It's not okay to follow along, it's not okay to go anyway. What's the matter with this principle? Could it be that the Saintess of the Northern Darkness has a pass to this secret realm? How can it be? That is at this time. When Sha Qingxuan heard the exclamation and screams from behind, the corners of Sha Qingxuan's mouth curled up. This time I go out, I will definitely come to the door to thank you. Her eyes sparkled, and her heart was full of gratitude to Su Chengqing. Because in the diary, Su Chengqing had already written all the dangers in this secret realm based on his memories. And as the holder of the diary, I also kept going deeper by looking at the diary without encountering any danger. On the contrary, other people are either dead or injured. Right now those people want to catch up with him, it is undoubtedly a fool's dream. Only, that Lin Fan should be behind too, right? Thinking of this, Sha Qingxuan didn't take it too seriously, because she already knew from Su Chengqing's diary that there was an old man in that guy's ring. Presumably those people want to go with me, or want to go in the opposite direction. When she thought of this, the smile on her face was even bigger. The reason why the people behind are in danger no matter what is not because of where to go. The main reason is underfoot. Because in the previous area, there are too many traps and dangerous formations. Su Chengqing has already fully pointed out in the diary. I only need to pay attention to walking a few steps, cleverly avoiding every dangerous place. But those people don't know. Therefore, the only thing waiting for them is death. Don't think about it now. Sha Qingxuan took a deep breath, and continued to avoid all dangers as disclosed in Su Chengqing's diary. But when she reached the end of the passage, she froze. Because there is no way out in front of him, but a dead end. It's not right. But soon, the diary dungeon has been updated again. There is no way to the end of the secret realm. In fact, this is just to confuse those people. If you can go to the end, you can be regarded as arriving at the location of the innate Supreme Spirit. On the right side, the third brick from the bottom, press it to open the stone door. Speaking of which, this ancient Supreme is really cunning. Every brick can be touched, but only one brick is the correct way to open it. If you attack rashly, it will inevitably trigger the terrorist-killing array set up by Lu Zhijun himself. Innate sovereign essence, in the palace behind. I don't know if Qingxuan went to that secret realm, what would happen now? I believe that even if she doesn't know the dangers in the secret realm, she can still get the innate supreme essence. See the updated diary content today. Sha Qingxuan's hairs stood on end, and she was shocked. Call. Innate supreme essence, it's inside. She originally thought that Su Chengqing couldn't remember so many details, so she just wanted to explore by herself. Fortunately, he did not act rashly. Otherwise, I am afraid that I have come here with great difficulty, and what is waiting for me is not the innate supreme spirit, but the threat of death. Chapter 69. Su Chengqing is indeed right to take down the innate supreme essence, Lin Fan's thoughts. After reading the contents of the diary, the corner of Sha Qingxuan's mouth twitched slightly, and she rolled her eyes. You really think highly of me. She muttered something in her heart, but she also smiled. Su Chengqing believes that he can obtain the innate supreme essence. I didn't participate in the other party's previous life. But now, in the secret realm. As for the front end, as long as you open it, you will be able to reach the palace where the innate supreme spirit exists. If it weren't for Su Chengqing's disclosure in the diary, whether he might be able to come here is another matter. Fortunately, everything is as recorded in Su Chengqing's diary. It seems that the secret realm mentioned in this guy's diary and the future things revealed before are all true. Otherwise, he is not in Zhongzhou. How could he accurately tell the opening time and location of the secret realm? Suppress the shock of the heart. Sha Qingxuan glanced at the third to last brick on the right, and according to Su Chengqing's diary, pressed it without hesitation. Call. She let out a long breath, and now she is waiting for the stone door in front of her to open. For so long, what Su Chengqing said in his diary was correct. It can't be wrong the last time, can it? Amid Sha Qingxuan's apprehension, the surrounding stone walls shook. Boom. Roaring sound. Immediately afterwards, the wall in front of me slowly rose. Seeing this scene, Sha Qingxuan was excited in her heart, and her face was even more joyful. Real. Her chest rose and fell, and at the same time, she could feel an astonishing aura and pure aura emanating from behind the raised stone gate. At this moment, her heartbeat accelerated inexplicably. Especially the bright light flickering behind the stone gate made me tremble uncontrollably. When the stone gate is fully opened, Sha Qingxuan glanced at the scene inside, and then took a step forward. 597. Just as her figure entered, the huge stone gate fell down again, and there was a roar. And here, it's like no one has ever been here. As for the rear, there are still continuous screams and roars. Entered the interior of the stone gate. Sha Qingxuan only felt a blur in front of her eyes, and when she opened her eyes again, it was as if she had come to a palace full of ancient times and vicissitudes. Here, she is no longer sure if she is still in Zhongzhou or Luohuang mountain range. It is also at this moment. The pure aura around him seemed to be fused into his body all the time, making his cultivation boil. Feel the change in yourself. Sha Qingxuan's beautiful eyes were full of surprise, and her heart was even more shocked. This is the real supreme secret realm. Her eyes flashed, and her chest heaved. Before she could find the innate supreme spirit, the palace was shaking. The ground under my feet is shaking. But soon, Sha Qingxuan's pupils shrank, and she stared intently at the human bone throne above the palace. She took 2 steps back involuntarily, feeling an amazing evil spirit. An ancient supreme palace. Even if it has been fallen for an unknown period of time, there is still such a terrifying evil spirit in that throne alone. If the deity is still there, how terrifying would it be? Just thinking about it is creepy. Isn't there danger here? When Sha Qingxuan thought of this, her heart beat faster. Why doesn't Su Changqing update? Here, what should I do? She couldn't help but feel uneasy in her heart, not knowing what would happen next. Didn't Su Changqing believe that he could come here, and he didn't update it, so he said he believed it. Stinky man. When Sha Qingxuan was puzzled, the palace shook violently again. Finally, the wait is over. She heard the hoarse and vicissitudes-filled words in her ears, and her mind roared. At this moment, it's like thunder exploding in my ears. What happened? Could it be that the Supreme Being still exists in the world? Just as Sha Qingxuan's hairs stood on end, and she was surrounded by vigilant wishes. Oh, still a little girl. The previous voice came out again, with a hint of surprise. However, the next second, the entire palace is roaring and exploding. A figure quietly appeared at the top of the palace, standing in front of the throne. This is a middle-aged man with white hair, and his eyes are extremely deep, like a bottomless abyss. He was wearing white clothes, and the aura emanating from his body distorted the void. The terrifying supreme coercion filled the entire palace. Boom, boom, boom. The violent vibration made the whole palace seem to fall apart. The appearance of Sha Qingxuan's middle-aged figure caused a storm in her heart. This is the owner of this palace. She couldn't calm down in her heart, and immediately came back to her senses, and saluted respectfully, Junior 9 times over Senior. No need to be too polite, this seat is a ray of spirit, since you can find this place, it will prove that you and I are destined. The middle-aged man looked gentle and elegant, and smiled lightly. Upon hearing this, Sha Qingxuan was a little dazed, didn't expect the other party to be so easy to talk to. Senior. She didn't know what to say for a moment, and her heart was shaken. What's happening now is beyond my imagination. Could it be that Su Zongqing knows that after arriving at this palace, there will be no more danger? In the previous life, Lin Fan got the supreme essence, and finally rose in Zhuxuantian. That this time, I have obtained the innate supreme essence. Is it also considered to have prevented the tragedy of the War of Collapse? But right now the most important thing is to get the innate supreme essence. Although I don't know whether the Supreme Being on Bao's seat is telling the truth, but her goal this time is very clear, which is the innate Supreme Spirit. It seems to have seen through Sha Qingxuan's psychology. The middle-aged Supreme sat on the throne of human bones, stroking the handle. This ray of soul in this seat will not exist for a long time, it will dissipate soon, the innate Supreme Spirit is yours. He didn't go to see Sha Qingxuan, but looked at the whole palace with a look of reluctance. Afterwards, he made peace with himself. I saw. A ray of light emitting an incomparably bright light slowly floated in front of Sha Qingxuan. Above, there is a very amazing breath coming out. Not only that, but also has the purest aura that surpasses all auras. Sha Qingxuan looked at the innate supreme spirit in front of her, her expression was astonished. Junior, thank you Senior, dare to ask how should this junior address Senior? At this time, she no longer doubted, knowing that if the other party was malicious towards her, there was no need to do so. Because even if this Supreme Being is not the real one, but just a wisp of divine soul that came down before his fall, this is not something that a saint like himself can fight against. The middle-aged Supreme didn't look back at Sha Qingxuan until a moment later. How to call it? Hey, I have already fallen, why leave my name? Secret realm, no one can get here so quickly. Although I don't know who is helping you secretly. As he spoke, his expression suddenly became a little dazed. Wen Yan, Sha Qingxuan's heart was in her throat, the Supreme is indeed the Supreme. Shouldn't do it to myself. But, the middle-aged Supreme looked back to normal, and finally shook his head. Forget it, I don't have much time, let's treat it as a good fortune for you. The congenital Supreme Essence needs to be refined slowly, so don't be impatient. If you can completely absorb it, you will become supreme in the future. My seat, it's time to go. There was a smile on his face, and his body was constantly dissipating, visible to the naked eye, turning into specks of crystal light. Seeing this scene, Qingxuan breathed a sigh of relief. The other party didn't want to embarrass herself. Juniors sent seniors off. She solemnly looked at the middle-aged supreme being who was only half-body, and spoke loudly. The middle-aged supreme smiled lightly, with a sense of freedom and carelessness. Dissipate completely. After going on for a while, Qingxuan straightened up again, and besides the shock in her heart, she was even more excited than ever before. Innate sovereign essence. She stared at the light cluster in front of her eyes flickering. I actually got this treasure so easily that countless saints are jealous of. Once the news gets out, I am afraid that as the saint of the Northern Ming sect, I will be attacked by a crowd. Why hasn't that Lin Fan come yet? When thinking of here, a sly smile appeared on Qingxuan's face, and she immediately absorbed the innate supreme spirit in front of her eyes. Anyway, it was revealed in Su Changqing's diary that Lin Fan will also come here. Then why didn't I wait? She muttered, and immediately sat cross-legged and started refining. Accompanied by the innate supreme spirit entering her body trembled suddenly, and the roaring sound in her body continued. Especially the aura on his body soared in the blink of an eye. But the spiritual power in the body is extremely violent. The entire palace roared and shook endlessly. The void around Qingxuan was also roaring, rippling with endless waves. As long as I can completely refine it, I will become supreme in the future, then. She thought of the battle of the heavens that Su Changqing revealed in his diary, and also thought of the coming of darkness and turmoil in the most terrifying era in the future. I don't know if I can change my fate, not die in the battle of the heavens. Can I help Su Zongqing in the dark turmoil in the future? After all, it can be said that it is all thanks to Su Changqing that he obtained the innate supreme essence. But the most important thing right now is refining. Qingxuan is very clear, so put away her thoughts and concentrate on refining. It is also at this time. Lin Fan jumped over one corpse after another, and was constantly approaching Qing's location. Is it inside? He came to the corner of the passage with burning eyes and continued to move forward. As long as he can obtain the innate supreme essence, he will definitely be able to rewrite his destiny and write his own chapter. The future Zhou Xuan will shake under his feet. Along the way, Lin Fan didn't act too rashly, and also restrained himself a lot, so he didn't stand out. As long as you can get the innate supreme spirit, Su Changqing Ling Chenshui which. You all wait for me. He grinned, and under the guidance of the old man, he quickly reached the end of the passage. Chapter 71. System upgrades. Can you fabricate events? It's completely taken off. A moment later, in a gloomy dense forest, the void caused waves to fluctuate, accompanied by a flash of light speed. Lin Fan's figure appeared. His face is extremely pale now, and the wound left on his chest when his mouth was cleared is bloody. Puff! He staggered, unable to rely on the tree trunk next to him, and spat out a mouthful of blood. This time the injury was very serious. Arguably the worst injury ever. So that, even if they only have the cultivation base of the Vientiane realm, they have regressed to the Spirit Sea realm due to injuries. Even though I was being hunted down, I kept emphasizing that the innate supreme essence was taken by that woman, but those people didn't want to believe in a myriad of realms at all. And through the mouths of those monks who hunted him down, Lin Fan also knew that the woman who stole his innate supreme spirit was the saint of Baiming Holy Land. Why is this again? He roared hoarsely, his eyes were red. Too many times, I have encountered these unlucky things inexplicably. Let's not talk about the previous ones. Originally, after arriving in Zhongzhou this time, I thought that I could get the innate supreme spirit that existed in the secret realm. But until I reached the end, the most precious thing has been absorbed by the saintess of Baiming. It is also at this moment, in the 330 ring. Yu Lao's soul body was much dimmer than before, and looked extremely weak. He didn't know what to say at all, he just felt too tired right now. I always feel more tired than when I was still in the physical body. If this kid hadn't been greedy for those treasures on the road, maybe he could have gotten it before that woman got the innate supreme essence. But it's too late to say anything now. My original desire to reshape my body has come to nothing. Lin Fan heard the weak sigh in the ring, his eyes gradually turned red. Old Yu, don't worry. Anyone will pay the price. He opened his mouth in a deep voice, but his face turned even paler. With a look of resentment on his face, he walked towards the depths of the dense forest. The most important thing right now is to find a place to heal your injuries first, otherwise, you will definitely die. Especially those guys in Zhongzhou, they really listened to the words of that beaming saintess, thinking that the innate supreme spirit was with them. Once someone finds out, I'm afraid I will die, and I have no choice but to leave Zhongzhou. Soon, Lin Fan's figure disappeared into the darkness of the jungle. It is also at this time. A few figures flitted across the air. Where did that kid go? Just now I felt the breath here. It's weird, you can run so fast after suffering such a serious injury. What the hell, the innate supreme essence is on him, we must find it. Several people's tone was cold, and they left in an instant. And in other places, there are many similar situations. Under Sha Qingxuan's ingenious use, almost everyone believed that the innate supreme essence had fallen into Lin Fan's hands. As for why no one doubted it. Simple. After all, she is the saintess of Beiming, so how could she hunt down a Vientian realm? At the same time, Daoyi Shengzong, Sheng Zifeng. At this time, Su Changqing was tapping the table lightly with his fingers. It's been so long, if Sha Qingxuan went to the secret realm, she should have obtained the innate supreme essence, right? As for that Lin Fan, it's better if he can be killed. If he can't be killed, it depends on how many times he can run. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. The current situation is quite friendly to me. Because several diary holders have now reached 100 trust points in their diaries. Even among them, the witch and the Daoyi saintess are extremely trustworthy. This is pretty good for him. It is also at this time. Saint Sha Qingxuan of the Holy Land of the Northern Darkness Trust Value 105. The system updates the trust value of the fabricated main object. Just saw the number 105. Su Changqing was quite satisfied in his heart, and there were even more smiles on his face. It seems that it is not very difficult to win. He chuckled, knowing that it was because of fabricated reasons. It would be impossible for Sha Qingxuan to increase her trust value in such a short period of time if she didn't understand the plot trend of the original text. Simply remember it yourself, otherwise it will be a little tricky. But before Su Changqing thought about continuing to fabricate. Ding! The compilation of this diary is over. Rewards start to be distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the best spirit stone X 50,000 pieces. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the best panacea X 60 pieces. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor level Kung Fu method No God Sutra. The host can change the current Kung Fu method at any time. Great Emperor's experience. When you hear the reward issued by the system in your mind. Su Changqing was completely dumbfounded, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell, this is the end? He looked a little astonished, and he didn't like such a common reward at all. What happened, that this diary ended so quickly? Originally, I thought I could make a lot of money, but I didn't expect that the rewards were all things that had no effect on me. Hateful. Is this shit system going to go on strike? There is actually an emperor level skill behind it. Countless sutras. This is throwing a baby in the trash. Just when Su Changqing was extremely puzzled. The diary belonging to Su Changqing is slowly presented as the only black diary that can be used for recording. Looking at the diary floating in front of his eyes, his mind is full of endless question marks. What's the matter? Is the diary going to disappear? Or are you going to change the owner? Among Su Changqing's many suspicions. Immediately, a radiant glow bloomed on the diary, filling the entire room with divine light. Not only that, but there is also an aura that is not getting stronger. When seeing this scene, Su Changqing couldn't help being taken aback, and hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" Answer the host, "The diary is currently being upgraded, wait a moment." The system responded quickly. After getting the answer, Su Changqing blinked, and even thought he heard it wrong. The diary needs to be upgraded. He took a deep breath, but quickly reacted with joy on his face. Doesn't the diary upgrade mean that more functions need to be unlocked? If so, can I get more authority by myself? That way, it should be a lot easier for the final fabrication, right? Just thinking about it makes me yearn for it. After a while, the diary has been completely upgraded. The surface of today's diary is not so dark, but with gold lines, it seems that gold is much more expensive. For this, Su Changqing didn't pay too much attention, but immediately asked, After the system, the diary is upgraded, are there any new functions? Fabricating events. Fabricated events. He got the answer, and he opened his mouth in disbelief. 0. What does this mean? Sudden. Ding. The diary has been upgraded successfully, and a new function has been unlocked. Fabricated events. Number of fabricated events, times 1. The host can use the influence obtained from the diary to fabricate specified events. As long as it is not fabricated out of thin air, but has traces to follow, then the direction of this matter will be completely under the control of the host. The system quickly gave an explanation. After listening, Su Chengqing understood the function of the upgraded diary, and his heart couldn't help but shake. It's still like this. If so, as long as I have enough fabricated events, don't I have to control the entire Zhuxuantian? The more he thought about it, the more incredible and excited he became. It's just that through the introduction of the system, he also knows that if he uses the number of fabricated events, he must not fabricate it out of thin air, but must fabricate something that will happen truthfully. As for the details, or the characters, or the result, that is up to you to arrange. Simply put, as long as this thing exists, I can make all kinds of fabrications through the diary, and no matter the direction or the result of this matter, it will be carried out according to the direction I fabricated. After stroked again, Su Chengqing's eyes flashed sharply, and he immediately clapped his hands. Wonderful. He looked at the number of fabricated regiments that exist and can be used now. Only one time. Then if you want to fabricate it later, you need enough influence to do it. Since influence is needed, Su Chengqing's face was full of thought. What kind of things can have a greater impact? It must be a battle between the top forces, or the birth of a shocking treasure. In his mind, he kept recalling some big events that were closer to the present time. Since he was able to fabricate events, he would naturally not miss the opportunity to deliver them to his door. Not to mention, maybe this will also be an opportunity for me to increase the trust value of the 4 diary holders again. Finally, Su Chengqing clapped his hands suddenly. A decision was made. At present, Ling Chenshui and the witch's trust value have reached extreme trust. Sha Qingxuan must have also obtained the innate supreme essence, which needs to be refined and absorbed. 4.5 inches. Then the little lowly of Oyu Shenchao, isn't it the best choice? He muttered for a while, the corners of his mouth raised. In the original text, since the Western Desert is no longer suitable as a base for the great power struggle, the undead monster clan will relocate in 2 months, and the destination is Zhongzhou. Then why don't I use the number of fabricated events I currently have to play tricks? Maybe it's not justified. With a plan, Su Chengqing immediately communicated with the system. Use the number of fabricated events. After speaking, he immediately made up a new diary entry. I don't know who owns the innate supreme essence today, but as long as it's not Lin Fan. The secret realm of the ancient supreme is presented, and the troubled times of Zhuxuantian can be regarded as entering the track. If there is no confusion in the memory of the last time, the undead monster clan located in the Western Desert and those clansmen of Shangyuan will all become traitors of Zhuxuantian in the end. And before the Battle of the Heavens begins, the undead monster clan will create a lot of turmoil in Zhuxuantian. If I remember correctly, 2 months later, the undead monster clan will choose the right Tianyu god to come out in Zhongzhou. Chapter 72, Migration of the Undead Monster Clan, targeting the Great Xia Dynasty. The first fabricated event. Because the Western Desert is where the monster clan is now, it will face a huge natural disaster in a few days, so during the period, the undead monster clan will migrate to Zhongzhou. On the way, there is a plan to take action against the Dayu God dynasty, and want to destroy it in one fell swoop. The purpose is to as soon as possible stand firm and have a place in Zhongzhou. If it is still the same as last time, then in the battle between Dayu Shenchao and undead monster race, it will end in a disastrous defeat. And this is also a big battle that Dayu Shenchao will face before the War of Collapse. This battle almost wiped out the power of the entire dynasty, but luckily the emperor and the princess escaped and did not fall into the hands of the undead monster clan. Otherwise, the Dayu dynasty may be completely destroyed. Su Chengqing used the number of times the incident was fabricated among the undead monster clan. The next step is to wait and see the good show. He murmured in his heart that he was not worried about the next thing now. Anyway, the undead monster clan will develop according to the direction they fabricated. In this way, it happens that they can prepare for the following things in advance. Anyway, in the original book, the existence of the undead monster race is completely unnecessary. It's just a brain-dead ancient tribe that the author wrote down to make the hero pretend. In another room, the aura on Murong Die's body was a bit more refined than before, and now he opened his eyes and let out a long breath. It seems that cultivating in Daoyi Shengzong is also a good thing. She muttered, and felt a burst of envy in her heart. Because the aura on Qingxuan Peak is far more pure and thick than other places. But Su Changqing can easily own the cultivation place that countless monks dream of. It can almost be said that he can enjoy all the resources of Daoyi Shengzong. Just thinking about it makes me gnash my teeth. But after finishing training, Murong Die didn't know what to do next. She was bored. I don't want to take the initiative to find him again. Humming in her heart, she had obviously made up her mind. I went there several times before, but Su Changqing was either writing a diary or thinking about other women. This guy is really annoying. But soon, the updated content of the diary copy is presented in front of you. After Murong Die took a good look and read the updated content, his eyes widened suddenly. It's not just Shang Yuan, it's not the monster race will become a traitor of Zhou Xuan in the future. They will relocate soon, and they will move the entire Yaozu to Zhongzhou, and they will also attack Deu Shenchao. Her heart trembled because of the news that Su Changqing revealed. Do the undead monsters have such courage? It should be said that there is such a big confidence. It takes at least half a month to arrive in Zhongzhou from West Desert. But they were still thinking about taking action against Deu Shenchao, and they were on the verge of destruction. The most outrageous. As Su Changqing revealed in his diary, the undead monster race finally succeeded. After success, the emperor and princess of the Deu dynasty had to flee. This development of things made Murong Die feel confused, but he couldn't guess this operation of the undead monster clan. Shouldn't they keep a low profile, and end up snatching away the old Shenchao's position in Zhongzhou as soon as they arrive? God. Now, Zhongzhou. In the holy land of the northern underworld. Sha Qingxuan had returned to the Holy Land without incident, and she was overjoyed. I didn't expect that the congenital supreme essence could be obtained so quickly. But all of this is thanks to Su Changqing. She was staying in the room, her eyes burning to sense the changes in her body. After absorbing the innate supreme essence, the whole person seems to be much more relaxed, and the spiritual power in the body feels inexhaustible. Once the essence is completely absorbed and refined, it is not impossible for him to attack the eighth heaven of saints and even the great perfection in one fell swoop. The figure of Su Changqing appeared in his mind. Sha Qingxuan's eyes showed a hint of gratitude, and she also decided to find a time to visit her. The essence of Exakao, which makes people jealous and fights for their heads, is now in my hands. As for that Lin Fan, if there is no accident, the old man in his ring should have worn out too much, and next time, it will be his death. Killing intent flashed across her eyes, and she couldn't help snorting coldly. If it wasn't for being able to leave as soon as possible, she wouldn't have let Lin Fan go so easily. Before Sha Qingxuan could think too much. Updated. She sensed the update of the copy of the diary and checked it immediately. When she saw Su Changqing's updated content, she suddenly trembled. Will the undead demon clan be the traitors of Zhou Xuan? After 2 months, we will attack Oba Kamchao. And destroy it. What's the situation? Why do you feel that this kind of thing is a bit unlikely? Is what Su Changqing recorded now true? The Great Feather Dynasty was defeated, and the emperor and princess had no choice but to escape. Is this a good thing done by the undead demon clan? Sha Qingxuan thought about it in her mind, but she still couldn't believe it. This is impossible. She was full of surprise in her heart, and she didn't understand why Su Changqing's last memory would be like this. Logically speaking, how could the undead demon clan far away in the western desert be the opponent of the Deu dynasty? Strange, because a Zhang family. Su Changqing's diary now writes, everything seems to be unexpected. Could such a thing really happen? And at this very moment. Deu dynasty. In today's palace, Su Yue has already stepped into the God King realm, and she has become more and more proficient in mastering the power of the divine phoenix in her body. Not long, I will be able to find you in person, Chong Shui. There was a sly smile on her face, and even more urgency in her heart. If I can meet Su Changqing, will it attract the other party's attention? After all, this guy has mentioned himself less and less recently. On the contrary, he is quite interested in other women. Especially when the secret realm was born before, Su Changqing didn't think about himself immediately, but wanted to write a letter to Sha Qingxuan instead. Now that innate supreme soul, I am afraid that it has fallen into the hands of the other party. Thus, you have to work harder to practice yourself, otherwise you will fall too far behind. Just thinking about it gives Su Yue a headache. But always practicing is so boring. She held her chin helplessly, feeling aggrieved. If his cultivation base had been higher at that time, he might have been able to grab the Shantian supreme essence. When Su Yue was depressed, the update of the copy of the diary lifted her spirits. This guy has updated again, what is this update? She checked it immediately, but the more she looked down, the more strange her face became. Until the end, she was taken aback. The undead monster clan will move to Zhongzhou, and will attack Deu Shenchao. What's the situation? Especially at the end, the undead monster clan will smash the Deu dynasty to pieces, and the father and himself will be determined. Su Yue was extremely shocked by what was written in Su Changqing's diary, and her mind went blank. How come? She couldn't believe it, but she thought that Su Changqing hadn't scribbled in the diary for so long. What was written down has already been proven to be true. Then now, 2 months later, the undead demon clan will attack Deu Shenchao. Until then, a war will break out between the two sides. The chaos has really begun. In the shock of the diary holders. West Desert, the land of the undead. In this desolate, demonic city full of evil spirits. Almost at the moment when Su Changqing's diary was updated. But all the people of the undead monster clan trembled, as if they felt a connection with something in the dark. But this feeling is also fleeting, so not many people from the monster race take it to heart. It is also at this time, the center of the demon city, in the ancestral hall of the demon clan. The patriarch Shang Jun's face is now ugly, and his eyes are showing anger. Yuaner, don't worry. That Su Changqing, for the sake of my father, I will kill him with my own hands, and bring his head to worship you. This enmity is irreconcilable. No matter how Yi Shengzong protects Su Changqing, he must die. 503. His voice was extremely low at the moment, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. The anger at the moment can't be concealed at all. Since the last confrontation with the Lord Daoyi, Shang Jun had been thinking about going to war with Dao Yi Shengzong since he came back, but was stopped by several other elders of the Yaozu. My son has the blood of the demon emperor. If there is no accident, he will become the person who leads the revival of the demon clan, but now he died by Su Changqing's people. No matter what opinions you have, the big deal is that I am not the patriarch of this monster clan. Su Zongqing must be killed, so what if we start a war with Daoyi sacred sect? He glanced at the high-level Yaozu present, and said firmly. Words fall. Everyone could only nod silently. Soon. Everyone's bodies trembled, and their expressions flashed with a daze. Wait for recovery. No one can detect it. After Shang Jun took a deep breath, he said with a serious face, now is not the time to tear yourself apart from Dao Yi Shengzong. For hundreds of thousands of years, the biggest sandstorm is coming, and now, the monster race must migrate. Let's go to Zhongzhou, leave West Desert and go to Zhongzhou. He opened his mouth slowly, and saw that the others nodded as well. Inexplicably, a flash of inspiration flashed in my mind. In the eyes of everyone. Shang Jun frowned, and then continued, when we arrive in Zhongzhou, all we have to do is to gain a firm foothold, so I decided to attack Deu God at that time. If it can be destroyed, then the Yaozu will be able to replace it. After the Deu dynasty is destroyed and the foothold is firmly established, then kill Su Changqing. He opened his mouth coldly, and the void around him was trembling and roaring. Feeling the supreme aura emanating from Shang Jun, the others nodded in agreement almost at the same time. Maybe they don't know what's going on. Chapter 73. Su Zongqing once again rekindled his fighting spirit. Ling Chenshui and Murong Diei were delighted, the senior brother has not changed. 2 days later, Su Changqing didn't go out, nor did he dare to go out. These two girls. He listened to the voices of the two women from outside, and murmured in his heart. Because I have been making up diaries and improving myself before, I completely forgot about Murong Diei coming back with me. Today Ling Chenshui came over and found Murong Diei. If this goes out, wouldn't he be squeezed in the middle by two people and be in a dilemma? In Su Changqing's entanglement. At this time, Ling Chenshui looked at Murong Diei in front of her, and snorted coldly, do you really think this is your home? Why don't you go back to your demon sect? I'm not going to leave yet. What, you want to see? Send your head. Then you don't talk, go back to your Jungfrau Peak. Murong Dae didn't give in at all, and didn't intend to leave. After all, it was so hard to come here, how could I go back so soon? Besides, I still want to find out more about the future. It's just that the saint of the one holy sect in front of me seems to not welcome her very much and wants to drive her away. Ling Qinshui listened to Murong Dae's words, and stared closely at the witch in front of her. Why are you a witch? She really didn't know what to say, and she couldn't directly use violence. Otherwise, wouldn't it leave a bad impression on the senior brother? This woman is so shameless. I have been back with my senior brother for a long time, and I haven't left until now. I really think of this place as my own home. Finally, Ling Qinshui didn't argue anymore, but left Shengji Peak angrily. As for Murong Dae, she curled her lips in displeasure. I'm going to get along with this woman in the future. She frowned, feeling even more upset. I haven't approached Ling Qinshui for this matter yet, but was approached by the other party and wanted to drive me away. Cheapskate, Airflash is not half of himself. However, at this moment, a copy of the diary is presented. Why did junior sister and Dae quarrel? Should I go out or not? But if I go out, I don't know what to say. The two of them are still here now. In the last life, when Dae and junior sister Qinshui met, they bickered with each other almost as they do today. Thinking about it now, it is really nostalgic. It's just that I was reborn, and they are not the Qinshui and Dae I knew in my memory, but when they meet, they are really exactly the same as in the previous life. Actually, in the previous life, although they didn't get along happily and often bickered, but after the Battle of Collapse, the relationship eased a lot, but because of Lin Fan's relationship, the Daoyi sect and the demon sect broke off. That's why we parted. In this life, Lin Fan is no longer a disciple of Daoyi Shengzong, no one should be able to change our relationship. I just don't know if we can still be together like last time. Even if we can't, we should be able to be common friends, right? Hope in this life, no matter who I am, I will never have any regrets. Murong Dae looked at the contents of the updated diary and blinked. I have a good relationship with that Ling Qinshui in the future. She stared at the news revealed by Su Changqing and took a deep breath. Have you become sisters with each other? How can this be? She is a majestic witch, so she can bear to share the same man with others. It's just that this information was revealed from Su Changqing's diary, it shouldn't be false. Looking at Ling Qinzu's leaving figure, Murong Dae looked a little astonished, and really wanted to see what would happen to him and Ling Qinshui later. Why don't you write? After waiting for a while, she still couldn't see the update. For a moment, she became a little crazy. Now I can't help but want to rush in and let Su Changqing speak out in person. But finally came down. A.B. What will the future look like, and will they be able to change what Su Changqing has experienced? If it is possible, can the dark turmoil be stopped? All these doubts are lingering in my heart, and people can't get the answer for a while. But those who can be with Su Changqing all the time, maybe others, don't need to care so much. Murong Dae thought of this, a smile appeared on his face. Whatever, anyway, I know what's going on in the future, so why not just avoid bad things? She hummed in her heart, but she wasn't too entangled. Instead of disturbing Su Changqing, he turned around and went back to the room specially arranged for him. The other side. On the Virgin Peak, Ling Qinshui also saw the update of the copy of the diary, and looked a little dazed after reading the contents inside. Will my relationship with Murong's Dae be so good in the future? She couldn't believe it, and even felt that the senior brother was just joking. Yeah, the senior brother didn't come out of the room before, but was tangled in a dilemma. At this time, the future events were revealed in the diary, which is enough to prove that the senior brother really saw his relationship with Murong Dae change from bad to good in his last life. Is it equivalent to not knowing each other? When Ling Qinshui thought of this word, she shivered all over. No, if I become good sisters with him, then what about other people? Could it be that I become good sisters too? She opened her eyes wide, suddenly feeling incredible. How can I live in peace with those people? But soon. Maybe it's because of my brother. There were so many thoughts in Ling Qinzu's mind, she didn't know how to describe her current mood. There are so many women who are related to seniors, and now it's just Zhou Xuan. After the battle of the heavens, will there be other women? She thought more long-term, and just thinking about it made it more possible. With an existence as excellent as senior brother, surely there will be many women around him, right? After all, it's only been a while, and now there are 4 women including myself. If there are still others, are those people more excellent than me, or are they as excellent as seniors? Just thinking about it, Ling Qingshui felt a little pressure, and felt that she had to become more excellent. Retreat for 3 days. She immediately made a decision, she stopped thinking about it and chose to practice in seclusion. Only by following in the footsteps of the senior brother, will you not be pulled too far away. Otherwise, there will be too much difference between each other. Half a month later, accompanied by the vibration and violent roar on the Qingxuan Peak. Heaven and earth pale. Ling Qingshui has finally successfully stepped into the realm of a saint. At this time, the entire sect was watching, and there were constant exclamations. On the Holy Sun Peak, Murong Diyi looked in the direction of Shengfeng, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that in the past half a month, she would be able to break through from the 8th heaven of the God King to the saint. She was shocked and surprised by this, especially feeling the extremely cold breath between heaven and earth, which also made her body tremble slightly. Really, a woman who can be by Su Changqing's side is not a burden. Ling Qinzu's ability to break through in such a short period of time is enough to prove that the opponent's cultivation aptitude is outstanding. However, at this time, naturally, Su Changqing also sensed the coming of the saint's breath in the room, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Saint realm. He was satisfied and very happy. When the diary holder becomes stronger, it is also equivalent to his own strength. Certainly, now that Ling Qingshui has made a breakthrough, the diary is naturally indispensable. Start making up now. Junior sister is now in saint realm, I really didn't expect. In the last life, junior sister had to wait several years to become a saint, but now it is 5 years ahead of schedule. I really didn't expect that my junior sister would be so fast in cultivation, worthy of being a junior sister. Thinking about it right now, whether it is junior sister or Diyi, or Qingxuan and Yue, they are more serious in this life than in the previous life, and they have put in more effort. Then, if I continue like this, how should I face the future? If the darkness and turmoil come again, Diyi and the others will definitely not back down, since this is the case. Why don't I give myself a chance? Why don't I try to do it all over again? If there is still no chance to stop it in the end, at least there will be no regrets. Yeah, it's time to wake up. Just after Su Changqing made up the diary, a disciple came quickly. What's the matter? He asked lightly. Listen to this. The disciple took a deep breath and said solemnly, Holy Sun, there is movement from the immortal monster clan. Unprecedented sandstorms are constantly destroying the demon city in the western desert, and the demon clan did not stick to it, but decisively chose to give up and migrate to Zhongzhou. What should we do next? Keep following. Hearing the disciple's report, Su Changqing was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he was overjoyed. The fabrication was successful, what didn't exist before, is happening now. His heart was shaking, getting money is good, and he was quite satisfied with the function of fabricating events. That being the case, everything after that will be exactly the same as what I made up. Then, the undead demon clan will have a new charge. A monster race that was not very useful in the first place, it is useless to keep it. Jungfrau. After breaking through the saint realm, Ling Qingshui exuded an astonishingly cold air all over her body, even the void beside her was frozen. She slowly restrained the breath on her body, and let out a long breath. Finally a saint. Then, among the women mentioned by my senior brother, I am not the weakest either. That's enough. Anyway, after this, there will still be improvements. But suddenly, a copy of the diary appears. After seeing what Su Changqing expressed in his diary, Ling Qinzu's pupils shrank suddenly, and then her body trembled slightly due to excitement. Brother, her beautiful eyes are intense, this is the senior brother Chao that I want to see. Today's seniors have regained their fighting spirit, that's great. Without any hesitation, she was short of breath, and hurried towards Qingxuan Peak. Chapter 74. Let the Lord be the thug. This is a fabricated incident by him, he is the protagonist. A moment later, in Su Changqing's room, Ling Qingshui and Murong Diyi all looked a little unnatural. What are you? He asked the question knowingly, and even put on a puzzled look on his face. The two of them should have an idea about the content of the diary, and they should come to say something to themselves. After all, before this, he also met Ling Qingshui to cheer himself up. By now, it's time for me to participate in this so-called troubled world, and plan well for the future. Ling Qingshui and Murong Dai glared at each other before looking at Su Changqing. Senior brother, I heard that the undead monster clan seems to be in trouble and is currently migrating to Zhongzhou. There is also news from the demon sect. The situation is true, but why did the Yaozu choose Zhongzhou? The two spoke one after another, and then looked at each other. The two women were full of doubts in their hearts, and they got the news quite quickly. But, compared with some middle and lower reaches of the forces, these top forces naturally get the news much faster. So, the two didn't think that the other also had a copy of the diary. Wen Yan, Su Changqing nodded, and said softly, "That's right, as for why you chose Zhongzhou. Perhaps, the undead monster race also wants to compete in this chaotic world. Originally, the monster race wanted to end their seclusion, but now that the biggest sandstorm in hundreds of thousands of years is coming, there is just a reason for them to leave." As soon as this remark came out, whether it is Ling Qingshui or Murong Dai, their brows are frowning now. In this way, can they integrate into Zhongzhou? The major holy places in Zhongzhou, the divine dynasty, can accommodate them. The two spoke almost at the same time, asking questions knowingly. Looking at the two of them, Su Changqing secretly laughed in his heart, and then continued, "Of course it can't be tolerated. It's just that if they take action against the other holy places and gods, then maybe they can gain a foothold as quickly as possible. The undead monster clan that has occupied Zhuxiantian for hundreds of thousands of years, even had a relatively long peak period before, and they have their background, it depends on who they choose to target. Currently, Zhongzhou is the most suitable target for the undead monster clan. I think it should be Deu Shenchao." Naturally, he also pretended not to know that the two of them had a copy of the diary, and made a more detailed guess. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingshui and Rong Dai pondered for a while. Then senior brother, what are you going to do? They spoke almost simultaneously. Su Changqing stood up slowly and took a deep breath. If the undead monster clan wins the Deu dynasty, for Zhuxiantian, the future may be very bad. I want to go and see. With a look of melancholy on his face, he spoke softly. And here. Ling Qingshui also knew that the time had come, and said solemnly, "Brother, are you wanting to join the WTO? No matter what choice senior brother makes, I will stand by your side." She recalled her senior brother who had planned to stand aloof from the world before, but now she was shaken, her beautiful eyes sparkled. "Brother, cheer up, this is what I want to see." Senior brother actually failed in his last life, but in this life, he will accompany him no matter what. Murong Dai snorted and nodded. Su Changqing, it seems that you already have a plan. In my opinion, you can do whatever you want without worrying about it. What's the point in life if you look forward and backward? Just let me see, in this troubled world, what step you can do, don't let me catch up with your footsteps, let me look down on you. She pretended to be cold and spoke lightly. She didn't like Su Changqing, who showed no concern in the diary and planned to lie down. If we have to pick one, it is natural that Su Changqing, who has regained his fighting spirit and rekindled his ambition, is more attractive. Hearing the words of the two, Su Changqing could see the expectation in their eyes, and smiled secretly in his heart. He just nodded, didn't say much, but wrote a diary. "Qingshui and Dai are right, and I really can't escape anymore. In the previous life, I didn't think that this matter would have too much impact, so it left hidden dangers, and let the undead monster clan's rebellion in the Battle of the Heavens cause Zhuxiantian to suffer heavy losses. In this life I want to prevent this from happening. The traitors of the future Zhuxiantian of the undead monster race, in this life, let me destroy you for the Yu dynasty, for the people of Zhuxiantian who died because of you in the previous life." To see your copy of the diary updated. Ling Qingshui didn't go to compete with Murong Dai to be jealous anymore, and now her heart is full of expectations. "Brother." She looked at Su Changqing, who seemed to have cheered up in the diary, and was very happy. The same is true for Murong Dai. Su Changqing, this is Su Changqing. Her beautiful eyes are intense, and her heart is also shaking. At this moment, she can also feel the dreadful aura on Su Changqing's body. Once such a person regains his fighting spirit, how terrifying will it be? Especially after experiencing it once, knowing many things that will happen in the future, he alone may be able to change the direction of the entire Zhou Xuan. Under the gaze of Ling Qingshui and Murong Diei, Su Chengqing also knew that the performance was almost over, so he left immediately. Old man, there is something I want to tell you face to face. He took out the token and immediately contacted the Lord Daoyi. Immediately afterwards, his figure disappeared in place. Seeing this scene, whether it was Ling Qingshui or Murong Diei, their hearts trembled. Brother, both of them knew who the old man Su Zongqing was talking about was Dao Yisheng, who was one of the most powerful people in Xuanjian. But soon, the two stared at each other and left one after another. It's just that their hearts are full of expectations. Today's Su Chengqing has obviously changed, he is no longer as calm as before, but chooses to change and stop bad things. Daoyi Shengzong. In addition to Shengjifeng, Shengfeng, there is also a huge main peak standing in the clouds. This is also the main peak of the entire Holy Land, the holy peak where the Holy Master Daoyi is located. At this time, in the palace in the clouds, the figure of Su Chengqing appeared, and then walked into the palace without any scruples. Old man, here I come. Feeling the majestic aura around him, he went straight to the depths. Before communicating through tokens, Daoyi Shengju agreed to talk face to face. A moment later, Su Chengqing arrived at the center of the palace, which is also the side hall where the Holy Lord often stays in memory. Old man, come out quickly. He hoped left and right that he didn't see anyone, and then shouted. In the entire Daoyi sect, only Su Chengqing dared to call Daoyi Holy Master that way. Everyone knows that Su Chengqing, the Holy Son, is deeply favored by the Holy Lord, and he is even better than Sheng'an. Soon, the hall shook, and the void in front of Su Chengqing's eyes was rippled even more. Immediately afterwards, a figure walked out of the void. This is a middle-aged man, who looks like a scholar, but his eyes are extremely deep, seemingly gentle, but not angry. Wearing a black robe, he looked even more mysterious. This is such a middle-aged man, and he is the Holy Master of Daoyi Sacred Sect, Kong Wai. Looking at Su Chengqing in front of him, Kong Wai looked calm, and said lightly, speak. I want to go to Zhongzhou. Why? The monster race is migrating towards Zhongzhou, and they will definitely need to gain a firm foothold to start a war. The Beiming Holy Land has destroyed the worry-free sea before, so it can be ruled out. Then, the Dayu dynasty may become their target. If so, we cannot let it go. The undead monster clan will destroy the Dayu dynasty. Oh, why are you so sure? Old man, in the entire Zhongzhou, only the Dayu dynasty is the most suitable choice for the undead monster race, and only the status of the Dayu dynasty is the most suitable choice for a firm foothold in the war. Far away in Zhongzhou, Su Chengqing looked at the Daoyi Holy Lord who showed his true face in front of him, and said his reasons. As soon as this remark came out, Kong Wai was thoughtful, and then said lightly, that is to say, if the undead monster clan and the Dayu dynasty go to war, do you want to participate and stop the undead monster clan? Old man, that's right. Since I have killed the young patriarch of the undead monster clan before, the beam has already been formed, so why don't you take this opportunity to destroy the undead monster clan? Su Chengqing nodded immediately without thinking. When Kong Wai heard this, his eyes flashed, and he stared at Su Chengqing who had already made up his mind. It's not a trivial matter to start a war between the two sides. If it is not handled well, the Daoyi Holy Sect may be in a desperate situation. Are you sure? Sure. Su Chengqing nodded solemnly, without any hesitation. After getting an affirmative answer, Kong Wai smiled lightly, and immediately stopped asking too much, nodded and said, you have grown up too, and since you have made a decision on this matter, then go, I will go with you. Thanks, old man. Su Chengqing looked at the Holy Master Daoyi who had promised, and nodded with a smile. Without too much hesitation, all he had to do now was to rush to Zhongzhou. The reason why I came to the Holy Master was to let him be my bodyguard. After all, Shang Yuan was killed earlier, and if the undead monster race saw him appearing alone in Zhongzhou, they would definitely kill him regardless of everything. So it is said that there is a saint who is cultivated, but the patriarch of the other party is the supreme, it is not something he can handle. At the same time, Zhongzhou, Dayu Dynasty, 04. After Su Yue continued to read Su Chengqing's diary, she was completely frightened. The undead monster clan is going to Zhongzhou, and at the same time, they will suddenly attack Deu Shenchao. If there is no accident, it will still be like what Su Changqing experienced last time. The Deu dynasty was defeated, and I and my father can only escape. Even if she knew that Su Changqing might be on his way to Zhongzhou right now, the matter was too big. Without any hesitation, she quickly left the room. I thought there would be some turning point in this matter, but Su Changqing actually came to Zhongzhou, which is enough to prove that this matter is very big. The most important thing now is to tell father the news. Deu Shenchao must make preparations in advance. Chapter 75. The goal of the undead monster clan is the Deu dynasty, the shock of the Emperor Su Qingyan. At the same time, study. Human sovereign Su Qingyan is looking for historical materials about the Deu dynasty in the past, especially the records about the Tianzhou list. Are there any leftovers? He had doubts on his face, because there are very few records in this regard. Today, troubled times have kicked off. Previously, Beiming Holy Land destroyed Worry-Free Sea. The next war will come from the border. This, for sure. After Su Qingyan continued to search, he closed the history book in his hand. Why? He was a little worried in his heart, but he didn't know how to face it. Zhou Xuan has been peaceful for so many years, but due to the appearance of the Tianzhou list, the troubled times are about to begin again. There will be more disputes in the future. The peaceful situation will also be broken. Just as Su Qingyan was thinking about the future development of Deu dynasty, Su Yue walked in with a trace of worry on her face. Su Changqing had already said in his diary before that according to his development in his last life, the undead monster race would migrate to Zhongzhou and attack Deu Shenchao. As a result, the Deu dynasty was defeated, and I and my father could only dance. She can't accept this fact. So we must tell father about this matter in advance, and be prepared to deal with it. Seeing Su Yue coming, the haze on Su Qingyan's face was swept away, revealing a doting smile. My dear girl, why are you here? Come and see daddy. Su Yue looked at Su Qingyan, who got up, and smiled playfully. At the same time, she was also thinking about how to tell her father about this matter. Wen Yan. The smile on Su Qingyan's face became wider, and he said with a light smile, poor mouth. Tell me, what's the matter? He felt the aura of the God King on his daughter, and he was quite satisfied. Since she awakened the blood of the divine phoenix, her daughter's practice can almost be said to be advancing rapidly. In a short time, he has reached the God King realm. At least half a year, as long as a year, it must be able to hit the saint realm. And all this, Su Qingyan did not forget what she heard from her daughter, Su Changqing's name. Holy son of Daoyi. He thought of this incident, and there is no formal thank you at the door yet. It seems that I have to find some time and go to the southern region. At the same time, I also saw the third place in the current Tianzhou list. Seeing Su Qingyan, who was smiling but not smiling, Su Yue blinked her bright eyes. Father, nothing can escape your eyes. She pouted, made a playful grimace, and continued, I came here this time because I actually wanted to talk to father about the Yaozu. She attaches great importance to the things in Su Changqing's diary. Because from the beginning to the end, everything the other party mentioned happened. Not long ago, the supreme secret realm was present, and there was no mistake in the time and place. Even the final ownership was easily obtained by Sha Qing, the saintess of Beiming. The undead monster clan will attack Deu Shenchao. This matter is naturally very possible. Even if you're not sure, pay attention. Su Qingyan's expression changed upon hearing this. The undead monster clan in Eximo, why did you suddenly mention this? His face was full of doubts, and he looked at Su Yue in front of him in surprise. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the giant of Zhou Xuan, the undead monster clan. With the fall of the demon emperor, she has been hidden from the world for many years. Not long ago, the young patriarch of the undead monster clan was beheaded by Su Changqing, which almost caused the Daoyi sacred sect to start a war with the undead monster clan. It's just that there is no news so far. How could my daughter mention the undead monster race? Under Su Qingyan's surprised eyes, Su Yue looked worried, and then said, Father, I heard that the undead monster clan is already migrating, and the destination is Zhongzhou. Their clan land is currently being ravaged by sandstorms. The reason for this trip to Zhongzhou is to find a new place to stay. Oh, is there such a thing? Hearing this, Su Qingyan had more doubts on his face. The undead monster clan has ended their seclusion, and now they are migrating to Zhongzhou due to sandstorms. But, what's this? How do you look at your daughter? Seems to be worried about something. Before Su Qingyan opened his mouth, Su Yue took a deep breath and said again, Daddy, I think it is necessary to guard against the undead monster race. How? The main purpose of the undead monster clan's trip to Zhongzhou is to find a place to live, but it must not be so easy to gain a firm foothold in Zhongzhou. That's not bad. What about you? Daddy, what is the easiest and most direct way for the undead monster clan to gain a foothold? You mean they will choose a side to defeat or even destroy it, so as to gain a place to live in Zhongzhou and gain a firm foothold? How could Su Qingyan fail to hear the reason, and he was quite surprised in his heart. The daughter seemed to be a different person after awakening the power of the divine phoenix in her body. What is being said now is indeed possible. Su Yue nodded, and then said, Daddy, since you have already guessed it, then who will the undead monster clan choose as the target? The biggest possibility is our Deu Shenchao. At this time, she said what was revealed in Su Chengqing's diary in a hypothetical way. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyan narrowed his eyes, frowned and said, Is this impossible? The undead demon clan will attack the great Yu dynasty, start a war. That's right, the Deu dynasty has a place in Zhongzhou, and its status is not low. If the undead monster race wants to find a place to live and gain a firm foothold in Zhongzhou, then the goal must be the top holy place in Zhongzhou and the place of the Shen dynasty. 1. Then they are most likely to choose Tianyu Shenchao. Su Yue's eyes were cold, and she said sharply. After hearing these words, Su Qingyan's expression couldn't help but be a little dignified, but he felt a little ridiculous. There are many choices for the undead monster race, how can you be sure that they will definitely move the people against the Deu God dynasty? He muttered something and couldn't help laughing. Logically speaking, no matter how the goal of the undead monster clan is, it shouldn't be the Deu dynasty. Da. Su Yue's expression was still dignified, and said, Daddy, the main target of the undead monster clan must be the god of Great Feather. Sure what someone told you? Su Qingyan froze for a moment, the smile on his face subsided a lot, and he asked a question. Ponder for a moment. Su Yue's eyes flickered, and she said softly, Actually, these are Su Chengqing's assumptions. Su Chengqing. When Su Qingyan heard the name, his eyes narrowed immediately. Su Chengqing, the one who let his daughter successfully awaken the power of the divine phoenix, is the third in the list of Tianzhao, the son of Daoyi. All of a sudden, his expression became serious again. If that's the case, maybe it's really possible. Looking at her daughter doesn't look like she's joking. Although Su Qingyan doesn't know how her daughter is connected with Su Chengqing, she can understand that maybe this matter should really be taken seriously. Black Crow. 0 for flowers. He took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. Suddenly, a strong breath emerged. In the void, a figure wearing a black robe and whose face could not be seen walked out. His Majesty. He spoke hoarsely, and saluted around. Su Qingyan's eyes flickered, and after glancing at Su Yue, he ordered, Go and see if the undead demon clan will migrate to Zhongzhou again. Pay attention to whether they have any intention of attacking Deu Shenchao. With your ability, even if the other party has the supreme, it must be easy to do this. After he finished speaking, a light flashed in his eyes. Will the undead monster race really attack Deu Shenchao as Su Chengqing said? Hearing this, the Black Crow nodded. Understood, Your Majesty. He didn't say much, and his figure gradually merged with the void and disappeared. See the crow go away. Su Qingyan took a deep breath and touched Su Yue's small head. Good girl, if it is true what Su Chengqing said, Deu Shenchao really owes him favor. He sighed softly, and he was also waiting for the Black Crow to confirm. Heiya's concealment ability is top-notch in the entire Zhuxuantian. Oh. Moreover, the cultivation base of the 8 heavenly layers of Sendai made it impossible for the supreme of the undead monster race to find out, so it must have been a piece of cake. As long as what my daughter said can be confirmed, then the undead monster race will definitely pay a heavy price. But the background of the undead monster race is extremely strong, this is for sure. Once the war starts, it will be bad for the Deu dynasty. Su Yue was also worried at this time. If the undead demon clan really took action against Deu Shenchao, how would the ending change? The other side. Beiming Holy Land. Boom. In the Holy Land, the roar continued. The eyes of all the disciples are looking at the mountain that belongs to the saint. Between heaven and earth, now there is even a ray of supreme coercion, making the mouth dry. Especially in the sky above, there is a phantom of the Supreme standing between heaven and earth. At this time, Sha Qingxuan felt that her cultivation was improving all the time, and her beautiful eyes were full of radiance. With the innate Supreme Spirit, my cultivation base will surely break through again in a short time. She was excited, and she was even more grateful to Su Changqing. The method revealed in the previous diary to obtain the innate Supreme Essence is undoubtedly a great blessing to myself. Originally, I wanted to take the time to go to the southern region and visit Su Changqing. Never thought. Su Changqing revealed another major event in his diary. That is, the current undead monster clan is migrating to Zhongzhou, and they will attack Dayu Shenchao in the future, and the two sides will start a war. According to Su Changqing's description of the last time, the Dayu dynasty will eventually lose in this battle. For this, Sha Qingxuan was very hesitant, thinking that the possibility was unlikely. If this is the case, how should the ending be changed? Although Su Changqing said that he is no longer as indifferent to world affairs as before, but can he change the ending by himself? She muttered softly, because of more doubts in her heart. Although the undead monster race has been hidden for hundreds of thousands of years, it is still one of the overlords of Zhuxuantian in ancient times, and even ruled Zhuxuantian for a period of time. The background is naturally not bad. And the Dayu dynasty has only existed for more than 200,000 years. Once a war starts, will it be the opponent of the undead monster race? Chapter 76. Su Zongqing went to Zhongzhou, Sha Qingxuan's entanglement, should we go together? In various deduction, Sha Qingxuan only felt a little powerless. If there was a war, the Dayu dynasty would definitely be extremely difficult. Su Changqing, do you want to make a move? She muttered secretly in her heart, because she couldn't help but look forward to it. According to what Su Changqing wrote in his diary at the end, it is presumed that he will not stay in the southern region and will go to Zhongzhou. Then I will see Su Changqing again. How should I thank him then? At the very least, you can't let the other party know that you have a copy of the diary. Just thinking of this, Sha Qingxuan's heartbeat also accelerated, and she was a little nervous. If Su Changqing will help, then can the situation be reversed? She took a deep breath, and still felt that if Dayu Shenchao went to war with the undead monster clan, the chances of the former were not good. Even if the undead monster race has been hidden from the world for many years, the background of the other party is real. Once fighting to the death, how should Dayu Shenchao deal with it? Finally, Sha Qingxuan only felt a little headache and shook her head. If this time, it will still be as revealed in Su Changqing's diary. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she no longer struggled in her heart. If this is still the same as what Su Changqing said, I don't have any other reason to believe in. September 67. Future. Maybe I will really face the enemies of the heavens together with Su Changqing's close comrade in arms. In Su Changqing's memory, he died in the Battle of the Heavens. Think of this. Sha Qingxuan's expression suddenly became firm. She knew that not only Su Changqing wanted to change, but she also wanted to change the future. If we face the darkness and turmoil together, we will not fail. She thought of the final dark turmoil, that terrifying era, and couldn't help muttering secretly. But she is also very clear that if she wants to change, she must become stronger. At least, to surpass Su Zongqing's previous self. Just as Sha Qingxuan was thinking of continuing to practice in seclusion during the next period of time. Sister. Sha Yilin's voice came from outside the room. Heard movement. Sha Qingxuan put away her thoughts, and her expression returned to normal. Come in. As soon as she finished speaking, the door of the room was opened. I saw. Sha Yilin ran in excitedly, looking up and down at Sha Qingxuan in front of him. Sister, you broke through again. I never expected that you would take the innate supreme spirit in that supreme secret realm. Father said, if there are no accidents, I'm afraid you will be able to hit the supreme in less than 300 years. He smiled, looking excited. Sha Qingxuan rolled her eyes, and said angrily, speak if you have something to say, and fart if you have something to say. Oh, sister, look at you, when shall we go to the southern region again? Sha Yilin blinked and asked anxiously. Since his return, he has been working hard to cultivate. Today's cultivation has reached the fourth heaven of saints. Especially with the blessing of the exercises given by Su Changqing, he now has the confidence to continue to challenge Su Changqing, who is the third in the list of arrogance. Sha Qingxuan frowned, and snorted coldly, "You want to challenge Su Changqing again? That's right, I now have the confidence to defeat him and walk out of my invincible fall." "Confidence you are improving, but others are not. I heard that Su Changqing's current cultivation is already in the sixth heaven of saints. Isn't it?" "No, no, no, what about the sage in the sixth heaven? I will definitely be able to defeat him this time." Sha Yilin was taken aback, but he quickly spoke seriously. "See." Sha Qingxuan squinted her eyes, and then slapped Sha Yilin with her cultivation base. "Sister, what are you doing?" Sha Yilin's complexion changed, and he hurriedly responded, colliding with his figure and retreating. Feeling the pain from his hands, he grinned and shook his hands. "What's the matter, old lady? Why did you suddenly do it to yourself?" Sha Qingxuan glared at Sha Yilin, and reprimanded, "You can't even deal with me, how can you challenge Su Changqing? How can you defeat him? Even I dare not say that I can defeat him. Why don't you practice hard and think about challenging others all day long? Maybe you will fight side by side in the future. What's the benefit of being an enemy of him?" She has a headache for this younger brother, just like Su Changqing said, a muscle. When it came to the end, she couldn't help thinking of Su Changqing's diary about the future. Sha Yilin's expression was dull when he heard what Sha Qingxuan said. "Sister, you." He opened his mouth and his head was about to explode. "What's the matter, old lady? Since returning from a trip to the southern region, the whole person seems to have changed." "I said something about Su Changqing and was scolded." "Want to challenge Su Changqing, also be scolded." Even the elder sister said some incomprehensible words, such as "Now, will she fight side by side with Su Changqing in the future?" It seems that Su Changqing said it before, right? What is this all about? Looking at Sha Yilin's bewildered face, Sha Qingxuan didn't have the heart to talk too much. She shook her head and said, "Okay, if you have nothing to do, go back and practice hard. With your current strength, it is impossible to be Su Changqing's opponent. If you really want to defeat him, first of all you should concentrate on practicing, and second don't talk about walking the road of invincibility all day long." But I just want to." Sha Yilin originally wanted to say something, but when he saw Sha Qingxuan glaring at him, he quickly shut his mouth. "Fine. Really hot. Why does the old lady talk to Su Changqing, an outsider? I have no confidence in my own brother." I didn't dare to say anything more. Sha Yilin could only curl his lips, turn around and leave. "Watching the back of my brother leaving." Sha Qingxuan snorted coldly, "Close the door." When she saw Sha Yilin close the door and leave, she had a complicated look on her face. If it is true what Su Changqing said, Zhongzhou is about to have a storm. The Dayu God dynasty or the undead monster clan, who is the better one? What will be the ending? Su Changqing should be on his way to Zhongzhou now, right? A moment later, Sha Qingxuan didn't think about it too much. She put aside her thoughts and continued refining the innate supreme soul. "No matter what, let's improve ourselves first. Let's take a step further." She took a deep breath and continued to refine the innate supreme essence. At the same time, it is hundreds of thousands of miles away from Daoyi Shengzong. On a huge teleportation array, the light was bright and the vibration was endless. Until the light fades away, Su Changqing's figure appeared, looking in the direction of Zhongzhou. "There are still more than 10 days to go," he muttered, with a smile on his face. "The undead monster clan will attack and start a war with Dayu Shenchao. This is something that is not in the original text. It's just that I changed the development of the undead monster race because I used the number of incidents to fabricate. That is, after 1 month, the undead demon clan will really attack Oyu Kamito. As for why you made up this thing, the main reason is not to get rid of the undead monster race, but to make every diary copy holder fully believe what they revealed or fabricated in the diary. Especially the little lowly of Oyu Shenchao. This incident was fabricated especially for that little lowly. The purpose is to make Su Yue's trust value reach the level of extreme trust. At the same time, it is also to win over some forces in advance. As long as the undead monster clan completely starts a war with the Dayu dynasty, and he is taking action to end this war, the Dayu dynasty will owe favors. Exterminating the undead monster clan is the last reason. Thinking of this, Su Changqing continued to make up in his diary 0. The letter was sent to Dayu Shenchao as early as a month ago. Now, Yue can almost receive it, right? I hope Deu Shenchao can make preparations before the undead monsters attack, otherwise, this battle will not be easy. Right now, we should be able to reach Zhongzhou in 1 month, and by then maybe the war has already begun. In the previous life, I didn't know Yue yet, and I didn't think that the undead monster race could make big waves, but I didn't think that it was because of this that it left behind the hidden danger that Zhou Xuan was almost destroyed in the Battle of the Unknown. In this life, since you can't let go, then let's do our best to change it. Hope all in time, all no regrets. After he made up this section of the diary, there was anticipation in his eyes. And this time, I will be the real Qing Mo in this war, and I will use this opportunity to fully present myself in front of the world. Tell the world that the son of Daoyi has entered the world. It can be said that the next series of things are laid out and paved the way. Without staying too long, Su Chengqing continued to the next teleportation array. The current undead monster clan must have reached the halfway point, right? His eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. 94.5 Although Xuantian is very small among the heavens, it is only for the heavens. From the south region to the central province, even if it is a saint, it will take nearly a month to cross it without relying on the teleportation array. If you use the teleportation array, it can be faster, but it will take more than half a month at the fastest. A large teleportation array like this requires top-grade spirit stones. What Su Chengqing lacked most was top-quality spirit stones. When he arrived at the next teleportation formation, he casually took out a handful of top-quality spirit stones and teleported again. It is also at this time. Deu Dynasty. Today's Su Yue is still waiting for news from her father, and has no intention of continuing to practice right now. Why isn't it updated? She failed to sense the update of the copy of the diary and muttered. Logically speaking, Su Chengqing should be on his way here. I don't know when it will arrive. According to the news revealed in Su Chengqing's diary, the undead demon clan will attack Deu Shenchao in more than a month. It is also at this time. The copy of the diary has responded, and it is slowly presented in front of you. Chapter 77. The Movement of the Undead Monster Clan. Deu Shenchao's investigation. Su Chengqing said it was right. To see a copy of the diary appear, Su Yue immediately concentrated, her eyes were full of curiosity. Su Chengqing, he really came. When she saw Su Chengqing's diary mentioning that she was on the way, she felt joyful for some reason. According to the memory of Su Chengqing's previous life, I would not be able to meet him until 10 years later. Now that Su Chengqing is unwilling to calm down, we have to meet in advance. At the same time, a warm current surged in Su Yue's heart, with a smile on her face. Did you write me a letter? It seems Su Chengqing, this stinky man, hasn't forgotten me. She snorted, satisfied in her heart. Originally thought that Su Chengqing would have many women in the future, but he was forgotten. It turned out that the other party still cared about himself. Otherwise, how did he know that after the undead monster race wanted to attack Deu Shenchao, they would write a letter to themselves, and even go to Zhongzhou by themselves? And Su Chengqing wants to change the outcome of this battle. Just thinking of this, Su Yue inexplicably felt a lot more relaxed, and was no longer as uneasy as before. Soon to be fighting alongside him, she muttered secretly, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. Only, Su Chengqing said that it would take another month to reach Zhongzhou. But the undead monster race will be one step ahead. That is to say, once the undead monster clan makes a move against Deu Shenchao, there will be a period of time before Su Chengqing can reach the sky. Thinking of this, U30 can't help but feel a little lost. That's when, Princess, I have your letter. A maid's voice came from outside the door. Wen Yan. Su Yue put away her thoughts for the time being, and said lightly, come in. Taking the letter from the maid, she dismissed it, and then looked at the contents of the letter. And in the letter, Su Chengqing wrote that the undead monster clan has brought the main force to Zhongzhou, and will attack Deu Shenchao. Use the destruction of the Deu dynasty as the bargaining chip for the undead monster clan to gain a firm foothold in Zhongzhou. When seeing here, Su Yue believed more and more in Su Chengqing's diary. Is that so? Her eyes flickered, and she felt nervous inside. Because I don't know what the end result will be. When looking at the back of the diary. Wait for me, although there are only 2 words. But Su Yue's heart trembled, and her whole body was burning hot. This he. She did not expect that Su Changqing would leave these two words at the end of the letter. Just looking at it, I can't help but bump into the deer. More than a month later. You can meet Su Changqing now. I don't know if I should be happy or not. Because the meeting of the two also means that the undead monster clan will start a war with the Daoga dynasty. In this war, I am afraid that the two parties will definitely perish like Biming Holy Land and Warless Sea. But don't know why. Su Yue only feels that her heart is much more stable, that man should be able to change, right? Smelly Su Changqing, I'll wait for you. She hummed, a smile appeared on her gloomy face. Since Su Changqing is here, he must be sure. In this way, I seem to have no other choice but to believe. At the same time, the other side, the undead monster race is marching towards Zhongzhou from the edge. These, all of them are the main force among the monster clan. It can be said that they are coming out in full force. As for some old, weak, sick and disabled, they stayed in the temporary shelters in West Desert and did not follow. After taking down the great Feather God dynasty, then take all the people from the monster race to Zhongzhou. Before everyone, Shang Jun concealed everyone's aura with the power of the Supreme Central Province Deu Shenchao. With a cold light in his eyes, he murmured. This time the monster clan migrated, and they had to find a place to live again. Zhongzhou is the first choice. Deu Shenchao is also the first choice. As for the other forces in Zhongzhou, the undead monster race didn't intend to have any ideas. One is the top forces like the Biming Holy Land. They had the help of the 12 Dao palaces in the previous battle with Wang Yuhai, and the undead monsters were not easy to attack. But some other forces are too weak to make the undead monster clan fight. Then the best choice is Deu Shenchao. At this time, several elders of the Yaozu had sinister smiles on their faces, and their eyes were burning. This time, the Yaozu will completely end their seclusion and reappear before the eyes of the world. The battle with the Deu God dynasty will be our first battle after re-emerging, and it will also be a battle to announce the return of the undead sister clan. In this battle, the Yaozu will win. The current Deu dynasty must not know that we will take action against them. Right in 1 month, we will reach Zhongzhou and destroy the Deu dynasty. They spoke coldly, with urgency in their tone. As soon as this remark came out, all the members of the monster race couldn't hide their excitement. Hearing what they said, Shang Jun nodded. Wait to gain a firm foothold in Zhongzhou, then the next battle is to fight against Dao Yi Shengzong. Either, Dao Yi Shengzong handed over Su Changqing, or a full-scale war. Su Changqing killed my beloved son, this revenge must be avenged. He gritted his teeth for a while, and there was a murderous intent in his eyes. The son of the demon emperor's blood, the most outstanding arrogance of the demon clan for hundreds of thousands of years, died at the hands of Su Changqing. When the Deu dynasty is destroyed, it's time for revenge. When other people heard the words, they all had killing intent surging. HMPH, does the Dao Yi sacred sect really think that we dare not go to war with them at that time? They will not only kill Su Changqing but also pay a heavy price. The most important thing right now is to annex the Deu divine dynasty first, and then it will be the Dao Yi sacred sect. Patriarch, within a month, we will reach Zhongzhou. They spoke one after another, and when Su Changqing was mentioned, the murderous intent in their eyes couldn't be concealed at all. It is also when everyone is looking forward to. No one noticed, not even Shang Jun, who is the supreme being, didn't notice. Several miles away from them, a figure appeared in the void. In the shadows under the black robe of the Black Crow, there is a pair of eyes full of ice. The undead demon clan really want to attack Deu Shenchao. Su Changqing said to a holy son, who is now the third in the list of Tianzhou, he can guess the mind of the undead monster clan. His voice was cold, and he couldn't help looking up at the Tianzhou list above the sky, which belonged to Su Changqing's famous officials. At this moment, his eyes were full of surprise. It is said that the princess was able to awaken the power of the divine phoenix in her body, thanks to Su Changqing's notification. This time, Su Changqing's guess has also been confirmed. How did this kid do it? Is it possible? Does Dao Yi Shengzong have eyeliner among the demon clan? Even if you are a great power in the Sendai realm. Black Crow couldn't help but also became very interested in Su Changqing. What is his purpose in doing this? He couldn't help guessing again, and there were more doubts in his heart. 2 times successively, Su Changqing did not ask Deu Shenchao for anything. That's it, it feels weird. But now there is no time for myself to think too much. Black Crow knows the seriousness of the matter, and must go back immediately and report to His Majesty the Emperor. He took a deep look several miles away, and after retracting his gaze, his figure gradually merged with the void. After a while, it disappeared completely. It's as if no one has ever been there. Time flies. Half a month later. Dayou Dynasty. In Su Yue's room. Su Qingyan had been waiting here for a long time, and he couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Has the Black Crow been discovered? Logically speaking, it should be back now. He spoke in a deep voice, frowning even tighter. If the undead monsters really attack Dayou Shenchao, this battle will be a life and death battle. Su Yue looked at Su Qingyan, who was walking back and forth, but she was also thinking about other things. Where is Su Changqing? She was full of Su Changqing. She wanted to meet him, and she didn't want to meet him so soon. Because it's not ready yet. Now Grandpa He has not returned with any news, and he doesn't know what happened. According to the news disclosed by Su Changqing, the undead monster clan should be arriving in Zhongzhou soon. In less than half a month, he will attack Dayou Shenchao. It is also when the father and daughter are both thinking. The void in front of the two hummed and rippled. See. Su Qingyan and Su Yue's expressions turned serious, and they breathed a sigh of relief after sensing the familiar aura. Tat. 147. The figure of the Black Crow appears. This old servant has met His Majesty and the princess. He saluted first, then stood up straight. But Su Qingyan couldn't wait any longer, and hurriedly asked, "How? Is what Su Changqing revealed true? Undead monster race, do you really want to attack Dayou Shenchao?" He still didn't want to believe it. Because just now, he also learned from his daughter that it was Su Changqing who wrote a letter telling the undead monster clan to attack Dayou Shenchao. Wen Yan. The Black Crow's eyes were cold, and he nodded. Your Majesty, what Daoyi Shengji said is true. This old servant has been with the undead monster clan for a while, and from their mouths, he heard that he wants to attack Dayou Shenchao. And they plan to destroy the Dayou dynasty, and then declare war on the Taoist sect, take the life of the Taoist son, and want to destroy the Taoist sect. Because the patriarch of the undead monster clan is the supreme being, the old slave didn't follow for too long and heard too much information. He told what he knew with an extremely cold tone. Get an answer. Su Qingyan's complexion changed, and then he clenched his fist fiercely. What an undead demon clan, what a big appetite. He opened his mouth in a deep voice, with affection on his face. Even the void around him showed signs of collapsing. When the supreme being is angry, the world is afraid. The terrifying breath permeated Su Qingyan's body, and the anger in his eyes seemed to turn into substance. Well, since the undead demon clan wants to attack Dayou Shenchao, then this battle Dayou Shenchao will respond. He laughed back in anger, and immediately ordered, Black Crow, please inform. Secretly call back the Tianwu army, the God-refining army, and the Blood Fiend army, deploy defenses inside and outside the God dynasty, prepare for the battle, and prepare for the battle. I want the undead demon clan to know, because the feather god they can't eat it. Chapter 78. Zhongzhou is in turmoil. Beiming Holy Land is curious about Su Changqing. Why does he know everything? Following Su Qingyan's order, the Black Crow's eyes flashed with cold light, and he nodded solemnly. Old slave, let's do it. Without any hesitation, he melted into the void, and his breath dissipated. A moment later, the anger in Su Qingyan's eyes disappeared, replaced by endless profundity. Undead monster race, I am waiting for you. He opened his mouth coldly, the murderous look on his brows was extremely intense. Beside, Su Yue's beautiful eyes were full of shock, and her pretty face was filled with disbelief. Everything written in Su Changqing's diary is true. Next, the undead will attack Dayou Shenchao. She murmured in her heart, and suddenly felt her heart tremble. If it wasn't for Su Changqing's disclosure in the diary, maybe they didn't even know that the undead monster clan would attack Dayou Shenchao. When the undead monster clan makes a move, it may be too late to take precautions. $7. Own your own copy of the diary. At the same time, Su Changqing also wrote a letter to himself. The other party does not know that he has a copy of the diary. That's it. Su Yue has more faith in Su Changqing's diary. Daddy, thanks to Su Changqing, otherwise She couldn't help but feel scared. Now that Su Changqing was mentioned, there was a touch of gratitude on her face. Wen Yan. Su Qingyan took a deep breath and nodded. Indeed, if it wasn't for Su Zongqing, I really don't think the undead monster race would dare to have thoughts about Deu Shenchao. Not only do they want to attack Deu Shenchao, they even want to destroy Tianyu Shenchao. Appreciation appeared in his eyes, and he had a better impression of Su Changqing. The holy son of the Daoyi sect, Su Changqing, who is the third in the Tianzhao list, has a higher vision than other young people. And there is nothing to say in terms of deduction. He actually guessed that the undead monster race is not just about migrating, but about going out against the heavenly feather god dynasty. This battle is inevitable. It is also because of Su Changqing that Deu Shenchao was able to know in advance and make arrangements as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the undead monster clan makes a move, it may be too late. After thinking for a while, Su Qingyan looked at Su Yue, who was at the side, and said with a light smile, "Daughter, I'm very curious, why did that Su Changqing help you like this? Is it possible that you have met or he has thoughts about you?" After all, he had a faint smile on his face. Su Yue heard the words, "Let's take a look." "Daddy, you are talking nonsense. As the son of Dao Yi, and the third in the list of Tianzhao, how could he fall in love with me, a princess of the little god?" When she thought of the other 3 women mentioned in Su Changqing's diary, she couldn't help humming. But she quickly realized that she was shy. "See," Su Qingyan laughed, and then said, "If Daoyi Shengji takes a fancy to you, father will be very satisfied. But let's get down to business. If it weren't for Su Zongqing, maybe the Deu dynasty would have been hit hard by the demon clan. After this battle is over, Dad will take you to the southern region in person and visit the door. Thank you, Su Changqing." As he spoke, there was more appreciation in his eyes. Whether it's the daughter's physical problems before, or the undead monster clan wants to attack Deu Shenchao. These are all with the help of Su Changqing. Now even Su Qingyan, who is the emperor and the supreme powerhouse, can't help but have a strong interest in Su Changqing. "Okay, Dad, go make arrangements and wait for the undead demon clan to come over." He restrained his smile, and a chill emerged. After all, his figure disappeared in place. Su Yue blinked her big eyes and pursed her lips. "Su Changqing's guy is not interested in me, what he said in his diary is that he was attached to him." She blushed when she thought of this. But Su Zongqing not only helped himself, but also helped Shenchao. This kindness is great. If we meet, how should I thank you? Promise. Ba ba ba. Su Yue quickly dismissed the idea, her little face was already flushed. The undead monster race is about to start a war with the Deu dynasty. The peace of so many years will be broken. After she calmed down, she murmured, feeling a little nervous in her heart. It is also at this moment. The entire Deu dynasty also became restless on this day. The several forbidden troops who were originally stationed on the frontier are now returning densely. Now, deployments are being made in all aspects, and they are already fully preparing for battle. Half a month later, Beiming Holy Land, Xia Qingshan finished her closed-door training, and now she has a sad expression on her face. Su Changqing should be here soon, right? Should I go to Deu Shenchao and wait for him? Her beautiful eyes flickered, and her heart was tangled. During this period of time, he couldn't calm down when practicing, and his mind was full of thinking that Su Changqing would come to Zhongzhou. Not only that, according to the date revealed in Su Changqing's diary, it is only 1 day away now. After 1 day, the undead monster clan will launch an attack on the Deu dynasty. The battle is about to begin. But after thinking about it, Xia Qingshan didn't think about it too much, and sighed. Hope everything can change. She was expecting and feeling nervous. Once things cannot be changed, and the result is that the Deu dynasty is destroyed. Then in the future, I may not be able to live until the moment of darkness and turmoil. When Xia Qingshan was thinking, "Qingshan, what is the goose?" a voice interrupted her thoughts. The Lord Beiming had appeared in the room without knowing when. Wen Yan. Xia Qingshan quickly came back to her senses, looked at the old man in front of her, and shook her head. "It's nothing. Refining the innate supreme essence, is it going well?" Zhongzhou, an unexpected guest has arrived. Xia Wenz didn't ask any more questions, but murmured. As soon as this remark came out, Xia Qingshan narrowed her eyes, and then said, "Father, an unexpected visitor." Although she was asking, she was very clear in her heart. The uninvited guests mentioned by the old man may be the arrival of the undead monster clan. Xia Wenz nodded, and said, "Before, I felt a strange breath entering Zhongzhou. After checking with my spiritual sense, I found a guy from the undead monster clan. It's so strange, they don't stay in West Desert. Well, what are they doing in Zhongzhou? As he spoke, he became more and more puzzled. The undead monster clan has lived in seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years, and the young patriarch was beheaded by the Daoyi Shengji last time, but he did not go to war with the Daoyi Shengzong for this. But now, they have come to Zhongzhou. Sha Qingxuan frowned upon hearing this. It is said that they are migrating and intend to find shelter in Zhongzhou. She opened her mouth lightly, recalling the contents of the diary revealed by Su Chengqing before. Sha Wen's eyes flashed, and he asked in doubt, migration where to live? This Zhongzhou, how can they have a foothold? He frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. Looking at Sha Qingxuan's serious appearance, Sha Wen seemed to have thought of something, and said in a deep voice, could it be they want to start a war? Destroy a certain force in Zhongzhou, so as to gain a foothold in Zhongzhou. He felt more and more possible, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The undead monster race is also a giant that existed nearly 1,000,000 years ago. She has been hidden for many years. Even if she is no longer the glory of the past, her strength should not be underestimated. If a war is provoked, I am afraid that most of the forces in Zhongzhou will not be able to contend with it. Sha Qingxuan didn't expect her father to think of this so quickly. She nodded and said, that's right, and this time their goal will be the Innate God dynasty. What, Qingxuan, how did you know? Su Chengqing guessed it. Su Chengqing Daoyi Shengji, Su Chengqing, who is the third in the Tianzhou list. He guessed that the target of the undead monster race would be the Dayu dynasty, but although the Dayu dynasty is low-key, its strength is definitely not weak, at least comparable to the Biming Holy Land, and the undead monster race will attack them. As long as the Dayu dynasty is destroyed, the undead monster race can be said to have a firm foothold in Zhongzhou. For some small forces, how can they be favored by the Jushuan overlord hundreds of thousands of years ago? So maybe it is just like what Su Chengqing said. It is said that the undead monster clan will attack Dayu Shenchao. After all, their strength is no longer inferior to Dayu Shenchao, and even stronger. Sha Wen's eyes became darker when he heard Sha Qingxuan's words. If you say this, is it because of the danger of the gods? No wonder. Those guys from the undead monster race just passed by the Biming Holy Land and didn't stop much, and the direction of departure was Dayu Shenchao. A moment later, Sha Wen shook his head, and said lightly, sure enough, the Tianzhou list is here, and troubled times are coming. If the undead monsters really attack Dayu Shenchao, the heavens in Zhongzhou will change. He took a deep breath and looked in the direction of Oyu Kamito. Sha Qingxuan was listening beside her, and her thoughts were a little complicated. Su Chengqing, when will you arrive? She secretly said in her heart that the desire to go to Dayu Shenchao became stronger and stronger. It's just that the undead monster clan hasn't done anything yet, so they can only wait and see what happens. Let's see when the time comes, whether it is as Su Chengqing said in his diary. The arrival of the undead monster clan. Many forces in Zhongzhou also noticed Qian Lizao that something was wrong. Especially the Zodiac Palace, now also got the news. Undead monster race, are they coming to Zhongzhou? What's going on? Could it be that Eximo can't stay any longer, or what force has provoked them? Master, should we pay attention? A group of Taoist palace elders looked puzzled and discussed one after another. At this time, Lu Mian listened to everyone's words and pondered for a moment. Just pay attention, there is no need to be too deliberate. He opened his mouth lightly, curious in his heart. The trip of the undead monster race is not just as simple as migration. The consciousness is slightly sensitive. Lu Mian shook his head and didn't say much. Dayu Shenchao. His eyes became deeper and deeper, and even though the group of undead monster clan had the means of the other patriarch to hide them, they could still sense one or two. Those guys are going in the direction of Obakamito. XETX. The undead monster clan wants to declare war on the Dayu dynasty. But why do you want to hide your whereabouts again? After some thought, Lu Mian no longer thought about it, turned around and stepped into the void to disappear. Tomorrow, the sequential Sun Grand ceremony will be held as usual. His voice stays, swaying. Chapter 79. The battle begins. Dayu Shenchao is ready. How is it possible? Next day. During this time, Dayu Shenchao has been on close alert. Just when everyone thought that the arrangement of the gods was not necessary. Boom. In the territory of Shenchao, there were violent roars from all directions. For a moment, Everyone felt confused and looked left and right. What is this movement? What happened? God changed. The people of the Dayu God dynasty were all taken aback, and they all raised their heads to look at the sky that was suddenly covered with dark clouds. This moment, they can feel the world shaking. It is also in the eyes of countless. In the void in all directions, there are countless figures appearing. Everyone does not look so simple, some even have wings, horns, thick and long tails covered with scales. When seeing more and more figures like this appear in the void, the expressions of all the monks in the Dayu dynasty changed drastically. Then those are people from the Yaozu. Yesterday I heard that the undead demon clan came to Zhongzhou, come back to them, they have secretly surrounded Dayu Shenqiao. What's the situation? The undead monster race, they're going to attack us. Aren't they far away in the western desert? When did they come here? What are they going to do? Exclamations came one after another, and most of the uninformed people were dumbfounded. No one thought. At this moment, the undead monster clan has surrounded Dayu Shenqiao. It looks like a war is about to start. And, still a big fight. Because from the figures that appeared from the undead monster clan, everyone can feel the amazing aura. There are also many elders of the monster clan in the immortal realm, and the aura on their bodies is turbulent. The whole sky is eclipsed. Like the end of the world. It is also at this moment, accompanied by the violent explosion from 087 heaven and earth. Void. An astonishing crack appeared in the void in front of the monster army, and people from the monster clan kept coming out. With the increasing number of monsters, the surrounding area of Dayu Shenqiao was filled with crowds of monster races. Until the end, as the patriarch of the undead monster clan, Shang, who is at the peak of the supreme five heavens, stepped out of the void. Boom! His appearance made the whole sky even more gloomy. The space around me is distorting. The terrifying supreme shrouded the entire Dayu dynasty. Listening to the endless exclamation below. In Shang's bewitching pupils, an astonishing light shone. Dayu Shenqiao today, it will be destroyed. In this battle, the undead demon clan will gain a foothold in Zhongzhou. He opened his mouth slowly, his voice was like rolling thunder, making the roar between heaven and earth more intense. In less than 2 days, the undead monster clan arrived at Dayu God dynasty, and infiltrated it, setting up a teleportation formation. Right now, everything is ready. Then the next step is to implement the plan and raid the Dayu dynasty. Now the initiative is in the hands of the Yaozu, and Dayu Shenqiao probably doesn't know that the undead Yaozu will attack them, and they will definitely not be able to deal with it calmly, and it will be easy to take them down. Just thinking of this, Shang showed a sneer, as if Dayu Shenqiao was already in his pocket. But just when he was about to issue orders, undead monster race. A shout of anger came from the center of Shenqiao. The world exploded, and the sky filled with evil spirit and black clouds seems to be pushed away by a pair of invisible hands at this moment. Immediately afterwards, another breath of supreme power descended, imperceptibly righting Shang's confrontation. Boom boom boom. It's just an invisible battle that makes the whole sky crumble and explode. The many monks and people of the great Feather God dynasty who were still trembling in fear are no longer as afraid as they were before. Your Majesty the Emperor. They look excited. There is His Majesty, Dayu Shenqiao will be fine. This time, the Yaozu is obviously attacking on a large scale, and a big war is inevitable. In countless eyes, a figure quietly appeared from the void, the supreme coercion raged, as if roaring. As soon as Su Qingyan appeared, he glanced coldly at the people of the monster clan who were all around Shenqiao. Undead monster clan, wait, you want to start a war with the Dayu dynasty? In the end, with anger on his face, he set his eyes on Shang. The undead monster clan has really come. Besides Su Qingyan, the Black Crow and the several Shantai powerhouses of Dayu Shenqiao also slowly walked out of the void. They didn't look at other people, but locked on the strong ones who were also in the immortal realm among the monster clan. Su Yue was also among them, feeling uneasy. What Su Changqing said in his diary is correct. Even if it's the day when the undead demon clan plans to do something, there's nothing wrong with it. Her heart beat faster, and now it's been exactly 2 months since Su Changqing revealed her movements. Accurate cannot be more accurate. Is Su Changqing here? Su Yue thought of this, and her eyes couldn't help but glance down. I haven't seen him again. But after she realized it, she sighed. It has been several days, and Su Changqing hasn't updated his diary, and he doesn't know what's going on now. But now, the undead monster clan has already secretly prepared to surround the entire Deu dynasty. The next big battle is unavoidable. Seeing Su Qingyan with an angry expression, Shang Jun narrowed his eyes, still fighting against the opponent in secret. This battle will be the first battle of the undead monster clan after ending their seclusion. In this battle, the undead monster clan will gain a foothold in Zhongzhou. No matter who is in the dark, anyone who helps Deu Shenchao will be regarded as the mortal enemy of the undead monster clan. He didn't pay attention to Su Qingyan, but spoke in a deep voice. There is a strong warning in the words. Without any hesitation, Shang Jun looked at Su Qingyan and the others opposite again, his eyes were full of indifference. This battle will destroy the Heavenly Feather dynasty. He opened his mouth coldly, full of confidence in his heart. The undead monster clan secretly surrounded the Deu dynasty, and as early as a few days ago, he had already let part of the main force infiltrate into the Deu dynasty. Once the war starts, the Oyu God dynasty will definitely not be able to deal with it. Then what awaits them is destruction. So there is no direct declaration of war, it is entirely out of wanting a quick battle. Although there are bound to be casualties, DACB will not be as tragic as a frontal declaration of war. As one of the top powers in Zhongzhou and even Zhuxiantian, if the Deu dynasty is well prepared, even if the undead monster clan can overthrow it, it will not be easy. It was also under Shang Jun's gaze. The cultivation bases of the elders of the Yaozu exploded, and the earth-shattering aura of the immortal terrace surged into the sky, and the terrifying demonic aura even covered the entire Great Feather dynasty. Do it! They almost shouted in unison. In an instant, all the people from the demon clan overwhelmingly broke out their cultivation bases, and directly wreaked havoc in the God dynasty and started killing. Especially within the Divine Dynasty, among the many people of the Divine Dynasty. Puff puff. The people of the monster clan who infiltrated into the city immediately took off their disguises, smile and do it. Even the common people, they did not let go. Moment. There were screams one after another. Seeing the undead demon clan suddenly attack, the expression of Shantai Daneng in Shen Dynasty changed. He did not expect that the other party would kill so much. Court death. They all turned cold, trembling in the void between raising their hands. Moment. The monster monks who were still slaughtering the common people exploded to death one after another. Immortal realm, invincible under the supreme. And those main monks of the demon clan who are god kings, even saints, cannot withstand the terrifying coercion of Sendai. But before the great masters of the Deu dynasty could completely suppress those demon monks who were slaughtering. Boom boom. The several great fairyland realms of the Yaozu did not stand idly by, and came straight to them. For a moment, with the immortal realm of the Great Feather God dynasty being restrained, the monks of the undead monster clan were no longer threatened and slaughtered wantonly again. Seeing this scene, Shang Jun didn't make a move, but just stared at the angry Su Qingyan. As long as the other party made a move, he would restrain him. But soon, he noticed that although the other party was angry, there was a chill in the corner of his mouth. Something is wrong. But, don't wait for Shang Jun to think too much. Su Qingyan tried his best to restrain the anger in his heart, and glanced at the monster Shoshan who was fighting with his cold eyes. Undead monster race, very good. Tianwu army. Blood fiend army. Refining the god army. Fight. After he yelled loudly, the wind blew up, and the whole sky seemed to be crumbling. In an instant, Tianwu army, let's fight. A shout of anger that seemed to contain countless people came from Deu God towards the north. The expressions of the Yaozu people changed, and they all turned their heads to look. I saw, overwhelming, a dark and terrifying army came with a monstrous momentum. Each one is dressed in gold armor, showing the meaning of chilling. The void is turbulent, and the roar is endless. This group of troops, roughly estimated at least 1 million. Seeing this scene, the demon monks who were still slaughtering wantonly changed their expressions. What's the situation? They were astonished. Could it be that Deu Shenchao had already prepared for it? But the next second, army of gods, let's fight. Another earth-shattering roar came from the southeast. Shang Jun and the others were startled, so they immediately looked. Quote, when they saw a huge army that almost covered the sky and appeared in the air with millions of people, their pupils shrank. No one in this army is lower than the God King realm. A suit of silver armor looks like a heavenly general. The murderous aura emanating from the eyes made their hearts tremble even more. The whole world is roaring, as if it is about to collapse completely. It is also at this time. Blood Fiend Army fight. The deep voice that seemed to come from the nine nether hells came from another direction again. With many eyes watching, another million-strong army stepped out of the void. The formation was neat, and the evil spirit on their bodies made the entire sky tremble. And their bodies, different from everyone else, are extremely ferocious blood-colored armors. If you look carefully, that was not the original color of the armor, but it was dyed with endless blood. Around these people, it was more like the souls of endless dead people roaring. The terrifying evil spirit swept across the world, making the monster monks and even Shang Jun's heart tremble. What happened? Deu Shenchao has been prepared for a long time. How can this be? Chapter 80. Su Changqing's current influence does not help the Deu dynasty, but it can help Su Changqing. Now, the three major imperial guards of the Deu dynasty are all dispatched, and they will no longer hide. With their appearance, the sky is shaking. The entire Great Feather dynasty was shaking violently, and the terrifying aura made some monster monks who got closer completely scared out of their wits. Seeing this scene again, all the elders of the monster clan changed their expression suddenly. These are the three aces of the Deu dynasty imperial army. They actually prepared for it long ago. How is it possible? How did they know that we were going to attack them even if they were aware of it? It is impossible to mobilize so many troops in a short time. We just arrived yesterday, and they have already arranged an army to wait. This blood fiend army, it is said that each of those guys' hands is stained with countless blood. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Deu Shenchao will not use it, but they have already used it. Call back and wait for us. Their scalps were numb, and even though they were experts in Sendai, they were all taken aback. What makes them afraid is not the opponent's three aces, the Forbidden Army. But Deu Shenchao seemed to have known that the undead monster clan would attack them, and had already prepared for it. BRT. Accompanied by the joining of the three-party trump card Forbidden Army, those who are now surrounded have instead become the undead monster clan. Shang Jun's face was ugly at the moment, staring at Su Qingyan opposite him. You already knew. He still couldn't believe it, so he couldn't help asking. The movement of the undead monster clan, the whole process is kept secret. How did Deu Shenchao know? Could it be that there are spies among the demon clan? No. Hidden for hundreds of thousands of years, where did the spies come from? Wen Yan. Su Qingyan narrowed his eyes, killing intent surged. The undead monster clan wants to fight, so let's fight, why bother talking nonsense? He snorted coldly, the sky and the earth roared, and then he waved his hand. Kill. A kill word, because of trembling. Moment. The heavenly martial army, the refining god army, and the blood fiend army did not hesitate at all. Kill. Today, kill the Yaozu. They are like ghosts, rushing into the battlefield in an instant. The appearance of millions of Forbidden Army monks, the momentum shook the heavens and the earth, and the terrifying aura made nothingness tremble. The monster monks who were still slaughtering were panicked at this moment and had no choice but to fight. The shocking battle is about to start. The entire sky echoed with deafening roars. The two sides are at war, and the sky is falling apart. Seeing this scene, Shang Jun's face was extremely ugly, and his heart was even more unbelievable. They actually know the whereabouts of the undead demon clan, know the purpose of the undead demon clan. Who the hell told them? He really wanted to know how Deu Shenchao got the news. Whether it is the confidentiality work or the deployment plan this time, everything is carried out in secret, and no outsiders are allowed to know. Not only that, even if they arrived in Zhongzhou, they would be noticed by the supreme beings in Zhongzhou, even if they were noticed by the emperor of the Deu dynasty, but they would not be able to mobilize such a huge army in one day. Especially the positions where the troops appeared, it was obvious that they had ambushed early. There is only one reason. That is, Deu Shenchao has been arranged ahead of schedule, waiting for the arrival of the undead monster clan. At this time, in the battle between the two sides, Su Qingyan looked indifferent, staring at Shang Jun's every move. Once the other party made a move, he would restrain him. Fortunately, I listened to what you said, my dear daughter. Feeling lucky in his heart, he looked at Su Yue beside him and said in a deep voice. If it hadn't been prepared in advance, maybe the current Deu dynasty would not be able to mobilize its strength to fight against the undead monster clan. Right now, the battle between the two sides has begun, and this battle, it will also be immortal. Su Yue shook her head when she heard the words. Daddy, it's not me, it's Su Changqing. She stared at the Yaozu cultivator, gritted her teeth, and rejoiced in her heart. All of these, thanks to Su Changqing. If it wasn't for what Su Changqing revealed in his diary, the Shen dynasty might really be wiped out by the undead monster clan. But, is Su Changqing here? If so, where is he? Su Qingyan nodded, and couldn't help feeling grateful to Su Changqing in his heart. After this battle, Dad will take you to the first sacred sect. Thank you very much, Su Changqing. He took a deep breath and looked dignified. Although the Dayu dynasty made preparations in advance, the undead monster clan is a big clan that has existed for nearly a million years after all. The background is definitely not weak, and the outcome of this battle is still unknown. At this time, both supreme beings did not act, but waited for the change. The Great Feather God dynasty and the immortal monster clan's Shantai powerhouse have already started a war, holding each other in check. Fight fiercely on the other side of the world. Boom boom boom. Every time they collide, the world will collapse. The entire sky resounded with a violent roar. And the armies of both sides also entered into a fierce fight. The terrifying shouts of killing continue to resound through the heavens and the earth. In the gloomy sky, blood rained down because some people died in battle on both sides. At the same time, Zodiac Palace. With the battle between the undead monster clan and the Dayu divine dynasty, the entire Zhuxiantian has already been roaring. Even if the distance is far away, you can still feel the turmoil of the world. At the Dao Palace meeting place at this moment, the selection of the new sequence Holy Sun has just begun. Herd movement. All the disciples of the Dao Palace all changed their expressions. The undead demon clan really started a war with the Great Feather God dynasty. With this news, Zhuxiantian will not be peaceful. Once the two sides start a war, one of them will definitely be destroyed. How did the undead monster clan migrate from the West Desert to Zhongzhou, and still want to attack the Dayu dynasty? What the hell are they going to do? All the disciples were puzzled and discussed. The roar between heaven and earth made their hearts shake even more. Now most of the disciples want to go and find out. Upper platform. All the elders of the 12 Dao palaces looked at each other, looking at Lu Mian in the center. The undead monster race is really going towards the Dayu God dynasty. Taoist, do we want to help? The undead monster race is foreign after all, and the Dayu dynasty has stood together with us in Zhongzhou for hundreds of thousands of years. During this period, there has been no war. If the undead monster race replaces it, it is not good for Zhongzhou, a good thing. Since the undead monster clan can make this decision, they must have a certain degree of confidence. This battle, I am afraid that the Dayu dynasty will be in danger. I think the 12 Taoist officials can help. After they discussed for a while, some elders made suggestions. In the eyes of everyone, Lu Mian seemed to be pondering, and shook his head after a while. The 12 Dao palaces will not participate in this matter. Right now let's re-elect the sequential sun. Whether it is the Dayu dynasty or the undead monster race, we don't need to interfere with the outcome. Even if we help the Dayu dynasty this time, what will happen next time? The Tianzhou list is now in the world, the troubled times are coming, and the great world struggle is about to kick off. Whatever the outcome is, it is all God's will. He murmured and vetoed everyone's decision. The others hesitated for a while when they heard this, and then nodded one after another. The ceremony continues. Among the elders, a voice came out. Now, 0 for flowers. Although the entire Zodiac Palace was curious about the battle at the Dayu God dynasty, they didn't discuss it too much. The other side, Biming Holy Land, Sha Qingxuan, who had no intention of cultivating, also heard the roar and strong fluctuations between the heaven and the earth. Here we go. Her pupils shrank, her figure disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already outside the Holy Land. Looking into the distance, Dayu looked in the direction, the sky was already dark. At the same time, it is also possible to see countless people from both sides participating in this battle. The blackness of it is astounding. A battle of this magnitude. It must be immortal. Sha Qingxuan's heart beat faster, and a figure appeared in her mind. It really happened as Su Changqing said. The battle between the Great Feather God dynasty and the undead monster race has begun. Her mouth is parched, and right now she is extremely debating whether to go or not. Now, everything is exactly the same as what Su Changqing said. Sudden. The void next to it rippled and rippled. The figure of Zhou Xuan, the Lord of the Northern Darkness, appeared. Has the war started? He looked at Dao Shenchao's direction with deep eyes, and couldn't help being surprised. Before, I thought that the undead monster clan would be afraid. Maybe it will take some time before they will attack Dao Shenchao. Draw. The battle has begun. When thinking of here, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but look up at the list of the top performers in the sky. Su Changqing, this kid is really accurate. He couldn't help admiring in his heart, and even appreciated it. This Daoyi Shengji is not easy. But, seeing her father appearing, Sha Qingxuan still couldn't restrain her heart. Father, won't you go and have a look? If possible, we Baiming can help Dao Shenchao. After all, let the undead monster clan destroy Dao Shenchao, maybe the next target will be us. Didn't the undead monster race gradually grow stronger by annexing other forces before there was no seclusion? She spoke, but she was wondering if Su Changqing had arrived. If it arrives, it must be within the territory of Dao Shenchao. Zhou Xuan heard the words, glanced at the worried Sha Qingxuan, and shook his head helplessly. This is a matter between the undead monster clan and the Dao dynasty, and Baiming just experienced a big battle with Wuyuhai not long ago, so it's better not to participate. This matter can only be left to Dao Shenchao himself, and Baiming is helpless. He sighed lightly, and opened his mouth lightly. Sha Qingxuan took a deep breath, looked at Zhou Xuan seriously, and said quietly, Su Changqing, I will help you. If Baiming doesn't intend to help, then I want to go and have a look. Su Zongqing wants to help Dao Shenchao, he represents Daoyi Shengzong this. The surprise in Zhou Xuan's eyes was even greater. Seeing her daughter's firm eyes, he took a deep breath. In this case, maybe we can bring some people over to have a look. If Su Changqing is really helping on behalf of Daoyi Sacred Sect, and the battle between Baiming Holy Land and Wuyuhai can be regarded as accepting his favor, then it is not impossible to help Dao Shenchao. After he finished speaking, he sighed. At the same time, I was also surprised, is Daoyi Shengzong familiar with Dao Shenchao? If that old guy from Daoyi Sheng sect, he probably wouldn't talk to him. Is it because of Su Changqing? Moments later, Zhou Xuan, Sha Qingxuan, and the several powerful immortals from Baiming Holy Land left in the direction of Dao Shenchao. Chapter 81. Daoyi Shengji came to Zhongzhou. The war is heating up, and the Dao dynasty can't hold on. At the same time, hundreds of miles away from Zhongzhou, a strong wind blows, and an astonishing aura covers the world. And at this time, Su Changqing was walking through the air, looking in the direction of Zhongzhou. Is it coming soon? He muttered softly, and he could see a large area of Zhongzhou, as if shrouded in shadows. And behind him, followed by hundreds of disciples of the Daoyi Sacred Sect at the Divine King realm. Accompanied by them, wherever they pass, the world will change, making everything daunting. The aura of everyone distorts the void. Especially above the sky, there is a creepy aura of Sendai exuding. And there, Changqing's guardians also followed. This trip. Even without Su Changqing's arrangement, Daoyi Shengzong will arrange it on its own. At this time, Su Changqing was like the leader of the crowd, but wherever he passed by, there was an uproar. There are also many monks who want to go to Zhongzhou nearby. But after feeling the terrifying aura and seeing the majestic Daoyi Shengzong disciples, all the monks retreated to the side one after another, not daring to breathe. They didn't dare to breathe until Su Changqingruo and the disciples of Daoyi Shengzong passed by. Those people are those people from Daoyi Shengzong. 1, 2, 3, this, the young man walking in the front, could it be the son of the Dao One? It seems to be true, the current third place in the Tianzhou list, that Su Changqing who has never had a defeat. Oh my god, I wonder who made such a big fight. It turned out to be Su Changqing, so it's okay. Why did Su Changqing come to Zhongzhou and the accompanying are all god kings, and even have the terrifying aura of the Shantai mirror? There were bursts of exclamations, and everyone was still shocked when they saw Su Changqing and his party heading for Zhongzhou in a mighty way. For them, this scene is too amazing. At the same time, it also allowed me to truly see what a true arrogance is. The young man I just saw. It turned out to be Su Changqing, who is the third in the Tianzhou list. Even miles away, when some people saw the battle behind Su Changqing covering the sky and the sun, they all ran wildly, not daring to stop for a moment. Wherever he went, there was nothing but exclamation. Su Chengqing didn't care too much about it, and didn't want to know about his reputation abroad. How long is it from here to Zhongzhou? He asked lightly. Immediately afterwards, a disciple looked respectful and replied, Son, according to the current speed, you can reach Zhongzhou in less than 3 days. Holy son, do you need to rush there as soon as possible? After he answered, he asked again respectfully. Su Chengqing's eyes flashed, and he shook his head. Need not. He simply replied with a smile on his lips. 3 days. It's okay, don't need to rush too much. And 3 days later, with my participation, this war will also come to an end. And he is the key to ending this war. At the same time. At that time, in addition to Su Yue's trust in her diary will increase, so will other diary holders. The most important thing is to make Deu Shenchao owe him a favor. Whether it's Su Yue or Deu Renwang, the future will be under my control and used by me. Su Chengqing thought to himself, his eyes were full of confidence. This war was made up. Now according to the fabricated date, the undead monster clan has already started war with the Deu God dynasty today. After I arrive, this war will also come to an end. There are 3 more days, and we will reach Zhongzhou in 3 days. The undead demon clan should have already started, right? Yue read my letter, I hope she can believe it. This time, no matter what the other forces in Zhongzhou are, but I represent Daoyi Shengzong and help Deu Shenchao to fight. It won't be long before I can see Yue. I never thought that I would meet in this way in this life. It's too early. Yue, wait for me. After Su Zongqing made up a diary, he continued to step into the air and headed for Zhongzhou. No matter what, just let Su Yue's trust value reach extreme trust. After this little lowly has been dealt with, it will be Sha Qingshan. He already has a general idea in his heart, but he has to settle the fabricated things first. At the same time, Deu dynasty. Now, the battle between the undead monster clan and the Deu God dynasty has entered a fierce stage. At this moment, no matter who it is, they are all red-eyed. The 3 aces of the Deu God dynasty's imperial army have also lost a lot. Facing the Deu dynasty, which had already prepared for battle, the Yaozu didn't feel well, and the casualties were quite heavy. This is no different from a formal declaration of war. If there is a difference, that is, the undead monster race didn't know where Deu Shenchao got the news, they knew it in advance, and made defensive arrangements. Otherwise, it would never be like this. Shang Jun stared fixedly at Su Qingyan opposite, the void around him was collapsing. Damn it! He almost gritted his teeth and said 2 words. If Deu Shenchao hadn't known in advance, with so many preparations, he would have already been wiped out by the monster clan by now. Why would it be like this now? Just as Shang Jun's supreme aura became stronger and stronger, and the coercion enveloped the entire battlefield. Boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly resounded through the sky. And at this time, Su Qingyan also has the supreme aura that uses the tremor of the sky, and he also wants to make a move. Snort. You take care of the princess. He snorted coldly, and after leaving a sentence, the figure disappeared in place. See, Su Yue looked worried, but there was nothing she could do. When she wanted to go into the battlefield to kill the enemy, she saw the update of the copy of the diary. Quickly checked the contents, but after reading it, she couldn't help feeling a sense of loss. Su Chengqing is not here. Still 3 days to go. Until then, I don't know what the direction of the war will be. But right now I don't have time to think about it. Su Yue took a deep breath, because she didn't have any doubts about the contents of Su Chengqing's diary. In that case, I'll wait for you. She gritted her teeth, activated her cultivation, and the power of the divine phoenix in her body was activated. In a moment, the surrounding temperature has risen sharply. In the astonished gazes of many monster monks, a huge divine phoenix appeared above the sky. After a sharp cry, it immediately melted into Su Yue's eyebrows. Monster clan, you were looking for death. There was a faint flame all over her body, and there were also 2 groups of divine flames dancing in her eyes. Even if she only has the cultivation base of the 6th heaven of the God King, the aura on her body is enough to make the 8th heaven of the God King and even the monster clan powerhouses of the 9th heaven stunned. Su Chengqing is coming soon. Even if Deu Shenchao couldn't resist completely, it should be able to hold out until Su Chengqing's arrival, right? Since Su Chengqing is sure to come, there must be a way to deal with the undead monsters. No more thinking about it. Today's Su Yue seems to be a different person, her expression is no longer pure, but has become extremely cold. 58. She waved her hand, and the terrifying temperature distorted the void. The monster cultivator who had no time to escape was stained with flames and could not extinguish it at all. After a burst of heart-piercing screams, only ashes remain, while on the other side, in the heaven and earth above the Deu dynasty, there is a void battlefield, only the breath of the Supreme is spreading. Sovereign to sovereign, mutually restraining and erupting. The figures of Su Qingyan and Shang Jun confronted each other, and the murderous intent of both sides boiled over. The patriarch of the undead monster clan, I want to learn from you, what confidence do you have to dare to covet the great feather dynasty? Deu Renwang, even if you restrain me, so what, do you really think that Deu Shenchao will have a chance of winning this battle? Hearing this, Shang Jun squinted his eyes and spoke indifferently. The reason why they will attack Deu Shenchao is that Yaozu has already made preparations. Even if it is an all-out war. And it is also sure that the Deu dynasty will be destroyed and its position will be replaced. But, Su Qingyan didn't speak anymore, the supreme aura erupted completely, and he leapt into the air, shocking ravines spread across hundreds of miles of Fangyuan. No matter what the Yaozu's intentions are, it is absolutely impossible to eat the Deu dynasty. He shouted coldly and shot suddenly. Shang Jun frowned, and there was a strong glint in his eyes. I'm afraid it's you don't count what you say. He sneered, and made a tactic with both hands, the supreme aura erupted, and even more terrifying monster aura soared into the sky. In a moment, both of them clapped their hands together. Boom! Just the collision between the supreme beings, the sky and the earth seemed to be torn apart. The terrifying impact lifted the ground up and completely collapsed. Also at this moment, behind the two of them, there is a phantom of the Supreme. It's not finished yet. This moment, the sky and the earth don't seem so wide. On the contrary, under the phantom of the two of them, they looked a little small. Every collision, the shock caused was enough to kill a strong person in the Sendai realm. At this time, Su Qingyan's eyes seemed to penetrate the void, and he glanced at the direction of Deu Shenchao. This battle, he showed no concern on the surface. Right now I don't know what other preparations the monster clan has, but I have to restrain the 0.0 patriarch of the undead monster clan. Otherwise, the Deu dynasty will be defeated. The war lasted nearly 10 days. With the arrival of the 10th day, countless forces in Zhongzhou are paying attention to the shocking battle that took place in the Deu dynasty. Boom! The roar between heaven and earth lasted for 10 days and never stopped. The battle between the undead monster clan and the Deu god dynasty is not over yet. It was also during this time. The undead demon clan passed through the previously arranged teleportation array, causing clansmen from far away in the western desert to come one after another. Come out in full force. Facing the monster race that would never die unless the god of Yu was destroyed, the god of Yu was gradually unable to do what it wanted, and its overall combat power was not as good as before. In the current Deu dynasty, there are corpses all over the place, buildings and roads are piled up with corpses, stained red with blood. The three aces of the imperial army were also in the fierce battle, and suffered heavy losses, but it also made the Yaozu pay a big price. Now, the two sides are in a short truce. But whoever knows. The next time we start a war, it's time for results. Between the Great Feather Dynasty and the undead monster race, one side will surely perish. Chapter 82. Has the Deu dynasty been defeated? No, Su Changqing is here. Above the void, Su Qingyan looked exhausted now, and suffered heavy casualties from all the imperial guards and god generals. Damn it, could it be that the Deu dynasty is destined to lose to the undead monster race? He felt angry in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Ever since he fought against Supreme, the patriarch of the undead monster clan, the opponent didn't want to continue to collide head-on with him at all. Instead, it turns around. The purpose is to restrain myself so that other members of the undead monster clan can defeat the Deu dynasty. Today's undead monster clan is still in the formation, and there are a steady stream of monster clan monks coming. Compared with Deu Shenchao, the opponent's background is gradually revealed. At this point, I have to admit that the Deu dynasty cannot compare with the undead monster race. The other party is an ancient clan, which has been standing for nearly 1,000,000 years. Hidden in the world for hundreds of thousands of years, although few people know what happened to the undead monster clan, the truth is still there. It is also at this moment. When Shang Jun saw that he was gradually gaining the upper hand and began to completely suppress the people of the Dayu dynasty, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. In this battle, the defeat of the Lishan dynasty has been decided. Next follow life, those who rebel will die, even if you are the supreme, you can't avoid it. He snorted coldly, his eyes flickering. As long as it is destroyed, even if it is not destroyed, the undead monster race only needs to win this battle, and announce the arrival of the undead monster race and a foothold in Zhongzhou. It's also the fastest and easiest calendar. Tat. Boom boom. Su Qingyan and Shang Jun fought again in the Void O2 facing Su Qingyan's attack again. Shang Jun sneered, and there was an astonishing chill in his eyes. Next, you will watch the Great Yu dynasty fall completely, and the Dayu dynasty will also be the first battle of the undead monster clan after ending their seclusion, and they will gain a foothold in Zhongzhou. He opened his mouth slowly, and his shots became even more fierce. The battlefield below. The morale of the undead monster clan is soaring, and the final offensive is launched. On the contrary, the officers and soldiers of the imperial court of Dayu, the generals of the imperial court, looked exhausted now. Among the crowd, after Su Yue ended the life of a demon king monk, her face was also a little pale. The Great Feather dynasty is really about to lose. Looking at the current situation, her heart beat faster. Su Zongqing's diary revealed that what he experienced in his last life, the battle of the Dayu God dynasty, was defeated. And Daddy will take him away from Zhongzhou. And the Dayu dynasty was completely defeated and destroyed by the undead monster clan. Such an ending, Su Yue couldn't accept it, and there was a strong sense of Lu in her eyes. Die. In the void after her, the phantom of the divine phoenix appeared, beheading a member of the monster clan who was about to strike. The whole process was clean and neat, and even made the other party unresponsive. There are too many monster guys. It seems that no matter how you kill it, you can't finish it. In the teleportation array arranged by the other party, a new batch of monster clan members will arrive very shortly. For Dayu Shenchao, it is simply impossible to deal with it right now. After continuing to fight for a long time, Su Yue's breathing was short, and her eyes were filled with urgency. It's been so long now, Su Changqing isn't he here? What about people? If you don't come, you really won't see me. It was the first time she had experienced such a big battle since she was a child, and it would be a lie to say that she was not nervous. I thought I could see Su Changqing soon, but now 10 days have passed, and Su Changqing has not shown up. This liar. 100 miles away from Dayu Temple. Surrounded by hundreds of people. A young man in the crowd is watching the direction of Dayu Kamido closely at this moment. This person, wherever it goes, everyone will be amazed. Because, his identity. It is Tian Yi, the Taoist of Zishaodao Palace who is number 1 on the Tianzhou list today. At this time, he walked in the air. Around. He is a saint from Zixia Taoist Palace, even a strong man from Shantai. There were also quite a few onlookers, who also burst into excitement after seeing Wang Yi. That's from Zishaodao Palace. Number 1 on the Tianzhou list, this is Zishaodao Gongdaozi, Wang Yi. Why did he come to Zhongzhou? Could it be that he was also attracted by the undead monster clan fighting with the Dayu God dynasty? Zhongzhou is really not peaceful. In the past few days, forces from various parts of Zhuxuantian have arrived. I don't know what their purpose is, or is it just to join in the fun? Number 1 on the flyover list. It is said that this Taoist from Zishaodao Palace is quite mysterious. He used to be in a deep sleep, but now he will leave Dao Palace and come to Zhongzhou. I really don't know who will win if he fights against Su Changqing after all. Although Su Changqing, the son of Taoism, is only ranked 3rd, I heard that he didn't use all his strength when he killed Shang Yuan. It must be exciting to have a fight. Numerous voices of discussion continued to spread, one after another around. Amidst the exclamation and discussion, Wang Yi ignored it, and slowly approached in the direction of Dayu Shenchao. In this battle, I am afraid that the Dayu dynasty will end in defeat. He was dressed in a grey Taoist robe, stood with his hands behind his back, and spoke lightly. All the disciples and elders of Zishaodao Palace nodded in agreement. In fact, they arrived early in the morning and observed for several days. Today, Dayu Shenchao is obviously a bit powerless. On the other hand, the undead monster race still has calendars. But suddenly, Wang Yi's expression changed, and he quickly looked not far away. That is, With surprise in his eyes, he stared closely at the massive battle that appeared. Everyone in Zhou Palace also looked at him one after another. I saw. Not far away, there is a dense patch of darkness, and dense figures are heading towards the direction of Deu Kamito. Boom! Wherever this group of people passed by, the sky and the earth roared. It caused even more surprises. Especially among those people, the young man at the head was imposing, wearing a white gown to show his vigor and vigor. It is also in this person. Wang Yi smelled an unusual aura. Where did they come from? Who is that man? He asked behind him, pointing to the young man headed by the other party. Wen Yan. Surprise flashed in the eyes of an inner sect elder of Zhou Palace, and he immediately replied, Daozi, those are those who belong to the Daoyi sacred sect. The young man at the head must be Daoyi's son, Su Changqing. Daoyi sacred sect Su Changqing who rose directly from 6th to 3rd in the Tianzhou list. After Wang Yi got the answer, a look of light flashed in his eyes. That person is Su Changqing. No wonder. Otherwise, other people are simply not enough to attract their own attention. This time I went out, firstly because I heard about the war between the undead monster clan and the Deu God dynasty, and secondly because I had been sleeping for so many years and wanted to move around. But did not expect. I had paid attention to myself before, but Su Changqing, who is the third son of Daoyi and ranked third in the Tianzhou list, has also come. With a smile on his lips, Wang Yi stared at Su Changqing closely, and said with a light smile, what is he going to do here? If you fight with him, it must be quite interesting, right? His eyes were full of curiosity, and there was a flash of anticipation in his depths. Everyone in Zhou Palace looked at each other when they heard the words. Daozi. They trembled in their hearts, unbelievable to hear this. I actually want to fight Su Changqing. God. There are only 10 people who can make Daozi say such things, Su Changqing. And at this time, around Deu Shenchao, countless forces are watching this battle that is drawing to a close. Everyone can see that the Deu dynasty has gradually fallen into a disadvantage, and now it is fighting again. As expected of the undead monster clan that dominated Zhuxiantian hundreds of thousands of years ago, even after hundreds of thousands of years, its strength is not comparable to that of any top force in Zhuxiantian today. It's about to lose. The war that has lasted for so long, today will come to an end. Based on the current situation, it is only a matter of time before the Deu dynasty is defeated. I didn't expect the Yaozu would choose Zhongzhou as their migration destination, and Deu Shenchao 973 as their foothold. The Great Feather dynasty is about to be defeated. Even if the war is not over yet, the forces of all parties can already see the result and think that the outcome is settled. Among the many forces, the people in Beiming Holy Land are also watching all this closely. Sha Wen's, the Holy Master of Beiming, also looked hesitant. If this continues, the Deu dynasty will undoubtedly be defeated. Even if Emperor Su Qingyan uses his last whole card, it may not help. It's just Qingxuan, didn't you say that Su Changqing would come? He sighed softly, looked to the side and asked. Hear the words. Sha Qingxuan's expression was a little complicated, and she felt lost in her heart. Perhaps he won't come. She opened her mouth quietly, and there were more reasons. Originally, I thought I could see Su Changqing again, and the other party would indeed change the outcome of this battle as said in the diary. But after waiting for so many days, he did not see Su Changqing's arrival. Sha Wen's eyes flashed, and he said helplessly, since that's the case, then Beiming should not get involved in this muddy water, just. No, Su Zongqing he's here. Suddenly, Sha Qingxuan sensed a familiar aura, turned her head quickly, and then her eyes flickered, and her tone was even more excited. At this time, she was staring at the void several miles behind her, and the dense figures fell on the young man in white at the front. Even with just one glance, she recognized it. Sha Wen's couldn't help turning his head when he heard the words. When he saw Su Changqing who was followed by the mighty Daoyi saint sect behind him, his heart trembled. Sure enough, he is a member of Daoyi Shengzong. And in the nothingness above, there is an aura belonging to the strong in Sendai. Because of Su Changqing, Daoyi Shengzong really wants to intervene in the battle between the undead monster clan and the Deu God dynasty. Chapter 83, Daoyi Shengzong, Shengji Su Changqing, intervenes in the battlefield. At this time, Sha Wen's couldn't help but feel surprised, because he didn't feel that there was a supreme follower. The seventh heaven of Sendai following in the void is Su Chengqing's guardian, right? But depending on them, do you want to intervene? He pondered for a while, only to find it quite strange. Even though Su Chengqing is the third in the Tianzhou list, and there is a Taoist protector from the seventh heaven of Sendai following him, but this seems to be insufficient to reverse the situation that the Deu dynasty is about to be defeated. Glancing to the side, Xia Wen's was even more puzzled. Her daughter seemed to be focusing all her attention on Su Chengqing. This girl, he muttered in his heart, and he could see the look in the eyes of this precious daughter. If it is to other men, it has never behaved like this. At the same time, he was even more curious in his heart. Why did Su Chengqing come? Did he get instructions from the Holy Lord of Daoyi? But it doesn't look like. Beside, Xia Qingxuan's eyes were full of Su Chengqing, and her heartbeat accelerated accordingly. He really came. Her previous disappointment was swept away, and her eyes revealed expectations. According to Su Zongqing's memory in his previous life, Deu Shenchao will lose this battle, and even have to escape from Zhongzhou. Su Chengqing had already stated in his diary earlier that he couldn't let go of the little things he experienced last time and wanted to change everything. Then, will this war really change because of his arrival? These questions lingered in Xia Qingxuan's mind, but right now she still looked at Xia Wen's who was beside her. Father, if Su Chengqing helps, can we? There was a look of expectation in her eyes, and at the same time, she was also worried that Su Chengqing's overall combat power was not enough. If Baiming Holy Land can also help, then it should be almost done. Wen Yan, Xia Wen's pondered for a while, and finally nodded. Since you have accepted his favor, and you say that again, if I don't agree, what will happen? As long as Daoyi Shengzong helps Deu Shenchao, then Baiming will not sit idly by. He opened his mouth lightly, and then showed a smile. Although he said he was not very willing, Su Chengqing helped a lot in the battle between Baiming Holy Land and Wuyuhai, and Su Chengqing also helped her daughter get the innate supreme essence. Anyway, the troubled times have already kicked off. If the undead monster clan destroys the Deu dynasty, then, facing this strange force and joining Zhongzhou, naturally I don't know whether it is good or bad. But if the Deu dynasty can be preserved, then the two sides are equivalent to the relationship of allies. Even if the undead monster clan cannot be destroyed, the other party will never be the opponent of the Daoyi sect, the Baiming Holy Land, and the Deu dynasty. If you have allies in troubled times, even if it is a cooperative relationship, it is undoubtedly a good choice. After getting an affirmative answer, Xia Qingxuan's heart was also relieved, and after looking away, she felt a little uneasy. In this life, is it considered that I have fought side by side with Su Chengqing in advance? She murmured, and now she no longer held any doubts about the contents of Su Chengqing's diary. Just thinking about it, she couldn't help but look forward to it. At the same time, when Su Chengqing arrived in the territory of the Deu God dynasty, he also saw the surrounding forces from all sides watching. It was so lively. He is quite satisfied with the fabricated world this time. The war is not over yet. It has attracted the attention of all the forces in Zhongzhou. This time, Su Chengqing is very clear that he will play a key role, and he is also the best candidate to stop this big battle. I will be the only Su Chengqing in Qingxuan in the future. He grinned, and the current developments in all aspects were within expectations. Next, you only need to help and rewrite the ending of the fabricated event. Let the Deu dynasty, which was defeated in the fabrication, become an undead monster clan, defeated and destroyed. This time the goal has been achieved. When, I will gain the trust of Su Yue, and the other diary holders will definitely believe in the content of the diary, or myself. At the same time, it can make Deu Shenchao a favor, which will become a great help for him in the future. It can also take the opportunity to eradicate the undead monster race. However, with the fame and the trust of the diary holder, this incident was perfect in every way. Soon, Su Chengqing also noticed Xia Qingxuan who was standing beside the Lord Baiming and looking at him among the many forces. Northern Holy Land Saint Xia Qingxuan Trust Value, 110. Before he thought much, he saw the system prompt. Now, a smile appeared on his face, and he nodded towards Xia Qingxuan. Did not stop. Su Chengqing was still walking in the direction of the battlefield, every step made the space roar. Behind, the core disciples of thousands of Dao Yisheng sects are all god kings, and they are very powerful, so follow closely behind. As they gradually approached the battlefield, their aura also permeated, and a monstrous aura slowly condensed. The void roared, and there were signs of collapse. Noticed this scene. The other major forces also noticed Su Changqing and the others, and they all paid attention to them. Those people Daoyi Shengzong. What those are those from the Daoyi sacred sect looking at their direction. They are going to the battlefield between the Dayu God dynasty and the undead monster race. What are they going to do? Isn't it Daoyi sacred sect is going to participate, but regardless of the Dayu dynasty or the undead monster race, it seems that they have no contact with them, right? The one at the front is the holy son of Daoyi sacred sect, Su Changqing. It's him. I participated in the 9 profound ceremony held once every 100 years in the Southern Territory. It was he who killed the young patriarch of the undead monster clan. This time he came here. Could it be that they want to help the great Yu dynasty? In this way, it seems really possible that Su Changqing killed the young patriarch of the undead monster clan, and the Daoyi sacred sect and the undead monster clan almost started a war before, so this time Su Changqing came here. Could it be that he was intervening on behalf of the Daoyi sacred sect fight, or take this opportunity to join forces with Dayu Shenchao to destroy the undead monster race? Quote, seeing Su Changqing and the others who had such a majestic and terrifying momentum, there were bursts of exclamations from around. And there are many casual cultivators who immediately recognized Su Changqing. After confirming Su Changqing's identity, countless people are speculating about the arrival of Daoyi Shengzong. It is also in the shocking eyes of one after another. Everyone can see that Su Changqing leads a group of disciples of Daoyi Shengzong. The goal is very clear. It is the battlefield where the great feather god dynasty and the undead monster race are fighting to the death. It is also amidst the commotion from all sides. In the battlefield between the undead monster clan and the great feather dynasty. The war continues. Only, today's Dayu dynasty has gradually shown signs of defeat. In the face of the undead demon clan who came out in full force, they always recalled the 3 major ace troops to defend in advance, and they seemed a little powerless at this moment. The reason why the undead monster clan is called the undead monster clan is that every monk of the monster clan, in addition to being physically strong, also practices a technique that strengthens the soul, and their vitality is extremely tenacious. As long as they don't completely kill the spirits, they can still continue to fight, and they can even detonate the spirits and kill the generals of the Tianyu dynasty together. Especially the undead demon clan set up a teleportation array before, and a group died, and another group was teleported. It's like it can't be killed. Even if the physical body is destroyed, the soul can still continue to fight, which is equivalent to having 2 lives. This is the main reason why the originally evenly matched Oyu Shenchao gradually lost in the end. Backquote, boom boom boom. In the fighting below, the battlefield above belonging to the supreme powerhouses of both sides is also constantly bombarding. Every sound shakes the world. Those who hear the word will hurt their eardrums. At this time, after Shang Jun forced Su Qingyan back, he glanced at the Yaozu below who had already taken the initiative, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Su Qingyan, accept your fate. The troubled times will be kicked off by the undead monster clan. In this battle, you will definitely lose. If you want to run away, I can't stop you, but Dayu Shenchao, there will be nothing left. How to choose, is up to you. He sneered even worse, his eyes full of ambition. As long as they can gain a foothold in Zhongzhou, then the undead monster race will have a pretty good place to live in the troubled times that follow. Until then, there is so much more that can be done. If it can annex the rest of the forces in Zhongzhou, it is not impossible for the undead monster race to regain its glory. Until then, Daoyi Shengzong, Su Changqing, must die. Wen Yan, Su Qingyan also noticed the collapsed Dayu dynasty, and was very anxious, but it was of no avail. Undead monster race. He stared at Shang Jun on the opposite side. Even if he was the supreme, he couldn't restrain his inner anger right now. And what the other party said is indeed correct. The current Dayu dynasty can almost be said to be at the end of its battle. Even if it still has the power to fight again, it will soon be completely defeated. If he wanted to leave, he could just leave with his daughter. The top combat power of the Shen dynasty may also be able to withdraw. But what about the entire divine dynasty, Wang Li's? What should the wounded soldiers and people do? Go away or live and die with the Dayu dynasty with dignity. This moment, Su Qingyan was silent. Since becoming supreme, for the first time, he felt that there are still such difficult choices in the world. Looking at Su Yue, who is still fighting hard and showing exhaustion, his eyes are full of distress. But after a while, in Su Qingyan's eyes, determination appeared. Since that's the case, he took a deep breath, and now he has a heavy decision. Don't go. Even if you die, you must die in the Deu dynasty. Let him abandon so many soldiers and people, he can't do it. Before Su Qingyan could speak, go why go? A faint voice came from a distance, but it fell on everyone's ears like thunder. Now, Su Chengqing also officially led the members of the Daoyi sacred sect to this battlefield. Bang bang bang. With a calm expression, he stepped into the void, and when he saw several Yaozu monks about to kill Deu Shenchao soldiers, he just waved his hand. The monster monks at the God King realm hardly had time to react, their bodies exploded immediately, and even their souls were not spared. Chapter 84. It's all here, then ignore Emperor Hiroto, the future is a comrade in arms. Accompanied by Su Chengqing's move, the monster monks on the battlefield below felt the shadow covering the sky and the sun, and they were all shocked, and they all looked up at Su Chengqing in the void. Who is that? What's going on? Deu Shenchao also found a helper. These people are all above the divine king realm, and each of them is at least in the middle and late stages. What kind of power is it? When they saw Su Chengqing and the others, they gasped. Even as the main force of the monster clan, feeling the astonishing momentum, the scalp is numb. This is undoubtedly another person from the top power of Zhou Xuan. But the sudden attack on them is clearly to help Deu Shenchao. After seeing Su Chengqing, the three aces of the Deu dynasty's imperial guards and the rest of the soldiers felt even more puzzled and bewildered. Where did these people come from? How could they attack the people of the undead monster clan? Could it be that His Majesty the Emperor is looking for a helper? But why didn't I hear any news? Good face, they are not from the Zhongzhou forces. Everyone was puzzled, and the few soldiers who had been rescued before cast grateful glances, and couldn't help but look at each other in blank dismay. Because these people, they don't know each other. With the arrival of Su Chengqing, the whole battlefield, the struggle between the undead monster clan and the Deu God dynasty also stopped at the same time. People on both sides are looking at Su Chengqing and the mighty Daoyi Shengzong disciples in the void. In one gaze, besides Su Chengqing, a core disciple looked indifferent, and said loudly, "The battle of the great world is about to kick off. The son of Daoyi must understand all things in the world, and enter the world today. I'll wait, follow the Holy Sun to intervene in this battle, and punish 403 inches undead monster clan." His voice was like a bell, every word echoed between the heaven and the earth, and fell into the ears of countless people. For a moment, all the forces watching from all directions exclaimed and commented. Hearing these words, the undead monster race was also dumbfounded. What? He is the holy son of Daoyi sacred sect, Su Chengqing. That Su Chengqing who killed our young patriarch, so it was him. They actually want to intervene in this war, and kill us. After all, the monster monks came back to their senses, all of them looked cold and murderous in their eyes. But there was a thud in their hearts. Is Daoyi Shengzong going to take this opportunity to deal with the undead monster race? OJ. Although the person coming from the other side has a strong cultivation base, there is no supreme follower. Certainly, many strong men from the monster clan have also noticed that there is nothingness around Su Chengqing, and there is an aura belonging to a strong man in the immortal realm. That must be the protector of Daoyi Shengji. But relying on these people, you want to reverse the situation. Idiot's dream. The most ignorant. He is still a member of the Deu dynasty. After hearing what the other said, they trembled all over. The holy son of the Daoyi sect wants to intervene in our battle with the undead monster race, want to kill the undead monster race guy. Why are they helping us? Su Chengqing's entry into the WTO, into this war, isn't it clear that he wants us? The more people thought about it, the more confused they became, and they couldn't figure out why. But, among the crowd, Su Yue passed what the disciples of Daoyi Shengzong said, and finally saw what Su Chengqing looked like. He is Su Chengqing. Her ACDJ tiredness for so many days suddenly disappeared, and her big eyes brightened up. The handsome young man in front of the disciples of the Daoyi sacred sect is Su Chengqing, who I have imagined countless times. This bad guy is finally here. At first I thought it would not come. I thought that the Deu dynasty would be wiped out by the monster clan, as Su Chengqing said in his diary. But at critical moments, Su Chengqing is here, bringing with him people from the Daoyi sacred sect. This guy is not ugly, but it made me feel a little lost when I saw it the first time. After regaining consciousness, Su Yue's heart beat faster, her beautiful eyes sparkled. Humph. Although her body is very tired now, after humming, she feels happy in her heart. This man, no kidding. Really here. Others don't know why. But I am very clear that Su Changqing is here for himself, because of the heavenly feather divine dynasty. Perhaps others will find it inexplicable. But Su Yue, as the owner of the copy of the diary, really knows that it is all because of Su Changqing's previous life. The Great Feather Dynasty has not been defeated yet. It's just that the holy master of the Daoyi sect didn't come. Can people like Su Changqing reverse the course of the matter? She didn't notice the aura of the supreme powerhouse, and she couldn't help feeling nervous. If there are only these people, it seems that it doesn't do much. In the battlefield of the void, hearing Su Changqing's words, Su Qingyan and Shang Jun were stunned for a moment, and then they saw Su Changqing bringing the disciples of the Daoyi sacred sect coming. It is mighty, and wherever it passes, it kills the monster monks at will. See. Su Qingyan swallowed the words that just came to his lips, and stared closely at Su Changqing, who looked calm. This kid is Su Changqing. Why did he come here? He was full of doubts in his heart, and there was even more surprise in his eyes. If it is said that it is for the trial of entering the world, he naturally does not believe it. After all, how could the holy son of Daoyi holy sect, the third existence in the Tianzhou list, do such a thing? But soon, Su Qingyan quickly looked down at the figure of Su Yue in the battlefield below. Could it be? He took a deep breath, the only reason he could think of now. Otherwise, with Su Changqing's status, how could he come from afar? And now it has arrived. I'm afraid it was already set off when the news was delivered before. But I didn't realize that there was a supreme existence in Daoyi Shengzong. Could it be that Holy Master Daoyi sent Su Changqing over? It doesn't look like it. Just when Su Qingyan was confused. When Shang Junyi heard Su Changqing's name, his eyes burst into murderous intent. Su Changqing. He was short of breath, and suddenly looked at Su Changqing, who was standing in front of the Daoyi sacred sect disciple. It was this kid who killed his own son. Even Holy Lord Daoyi would go to war with the undead monster clan for the sake of Su Changqing. Unexpectedly, now that the Holy Master Daoyi is not there, Su Changqing has come running over by himself. Not only that, threatening to intervene in the war. Will you punish the Yaozu? In the spotlight, Su Changqing also noticed Shang Jun's murderous gaze, but he ignored it. Instead, he revealed vicissitudes and nostalgia, and immediately started making up a diary. Deu human sovereign Su Qingyan, among the many gods of the nine profound heaven, a rare human sovereign. I vaguely remember that in the previous life, in the Battle of Collapse, Deu Renwang did not face the Dao Shengzong Bureau like other forces. During the Battle of the Heavens, Daoyi Shengzong faced the siege and interception of many forces. When others were hesitating, it was Deu Renwang who overcame all opinions and resolutely led Deu Shenchao to rescue, which made Dao Yisheng the sect will be destroyed. Until the Battle of the Heavens turned into a chaotic war, the surviving forces of Zhuxuantian began to join forces, and it was also during that period that I realized this flesh and blood, affectionate and righteous human emperor powerhouse. We once fought side by side, even though Oyu Renwang was older than me, but at that time we could talk about everything. But until the darkness and turmoil descended on the heavens, in order to preserve the fire of the Deu dynasty, and to gain more time, the emperor of Deu fought bloody battles to the death, but he still stood in the end, without the last step, and did not choose to let go of his dignity in exchange for a chance to live. In my last life, I don't know Yue now, and I don't even know Su Qingyan, the Great Feather Emperor, but in this life the immortal monster clan wants to destroy the Great Feather Dynasty, so I can't just sit idly by. In this life, you have to ask me whether to answer or not. While making up the diary, his expression became more and more full of memories and vicissitudes. It is also at this time. Su Qingyan frowned after noticing the look of remembrance in Su Changqing's eyes. He couldn't figure it out all of a sudden, and he couldn't figure out why Daoyi Shengji looked at him like this. That look is wrong. But, although Su Changqing didn't speak, one can tell from his expression that he seems to know the other party. But, isn't this the first meeting? Today's Su Qingyan, even if he is a supreme being, is still at a loss. This kid, what's the situation? He was very puzzled and couldn't figure out why. Sudden, a violent breath emerges not far away. Su Qingyan immediately came back to his senses, looking at Shang Jun, who had a murderous intent. His expression froze. Your opponent is me. He could see the murderous intent of this undead monster clan leader towards Su Changqing. Although he didn't know why Su Changqing looked at him like that, but he knew very well that he must contain the strongest person of the undead monster clan. Otherwise, no one can stop him. Didn't think much about it. Su Qingyan took a deep breath, and the divine light surged on his body. Didn't you ask me how to choose? Fight again. He yelled violently, and his cultivation unreservedly exploded in an all-round way. The entire void battlefield is completely in turmoil, showing signs of collapse. See, Shang Jun could only temporarily give up the idea of beheading Su Changqing, who had the vengeance of killing his son, and fight him again. That is, in the void. Su Qingyan and Shang Jun fought against each other again. After Deu Shenchao and the undead monster clan came back to their senses, they fought again. And on the battlefield, Su Yue was looking at the updated copy of the diary at this time. Her expression was astonished. Daddy, will Su Changqing and Su Changqing be comrades in arms in the future? That is to say, Su Changqing is not only here for me, but also for Daddy. After reading the diary, she looked at Su Changqing not far away with a shocked face. This guy will still have such a comrade in arms relationship with his father in the future. No wonder you can't let it go. You will rush from the southern region to the central state, and the west is to leave no regrets in this life. Chapter 85. How dare he conquering the undead monster clan, Su Changqing's fighting power. This moment, Su Yue was a little lost, looking at Su Changqing in the distance, feeling unbelievable. In Su Changqing's last life, how many things did he go through? Even if she just looked at the contents of the diary today, she didn't dare to imagine it. The most important thing is that Su Changqing resisted to the end during the dark and turbulent period. Finally lost. Just thinking about it makes me suffocate. And Su Changqing came here this time to prevent the things from the previous life from happening again. Su Yue took a deep breath, and looked at the two sides who were fighting again now. Call. She also knows that she has no other choice but to trust Su Changqing. It can really change everything, as he said. Without any hesitation. The power of the divine phoenix in her body exploded again, and Su Yue's body was filled with divine flames. Kill. Even if she is a princess, she has never experienced war before. But in the past 10 days, apart from being the little lowly before, she is now like a queen. Her eyes are full of majesty. Seeing Su Yue fighting with the monks of the undead monster clan. All the soldiers of Deu Shenchao burst into battle again at this moment. Kill, kill, kill. They raised their arms and shouted, no longer hesitated. They all regarded death as home. Even if they would die after this battle, they knew that the Deu dynasty would never surrender to the undead monster clan. Even if you die, you have to die standing up. The war started again, and it was far more tragic than before. Seeing this scene, everyone in Daoyi Shengzong looked at Su Changqing. Holy Sun, we do it. Su Changqing looked at the inquiring gazes of the crowd, and spoke slowly. The voice fell. Thousands of core disciples of Daoyi Shengzong did not hesitate, and their fighting spirit was overwhelming. Boom! They roared out, rushed to the battlefield immediately, and shot at the monks of the immortal Yao people. With their joining, the battlefield trembles even more violently at this moment. For this, the monks of the undead monster clan all have ugly faces. How did Daoyi Shengzong come from the southern region to help Deu Shenchao? Hateful. As the main force among the monster clan, their strength is naturally not weak. But facing the disciples of Daoyi Shengzong who had just entered the battlefield, they seemed a little inadequate. At this very moment, the battle is fully on. With the addition of disciples from the Daoyi sacred sect, the situation has been abruptly reversed. The people of Deu Shenchao are no longer as desperate as before, and their fighting spirit has been rekindled. Many thanks to fellow Taoists of the Daoyi sacred sect for their help. They all thanked the Daoyi disciples around them, and they also knew that these people were the saviors of the current Deu dynasty. It is also at this moment, on the void battlefield, Shang Jun looked at the Daoyi sacred sect who was involved in this battle with the Deu God dynasty. His face was ugly, his eyes fell on Su Changqing, and his killing intent was undisguised. Fan Yu. He backed up, avoiding Su Qingyan's astonishing blow, and let out a sharp shout. The sound was like thunder, exploding with a bang. Wen Yan. In the battlefield, The body of a monster young man who was still fighting against one enemy was shocked. He raised his head and glanced at Shang Jun, who was full of murderous intent, followed his gaze and immediately understood. You guys are enough, follow me to avenge the young patriarch. Fan Yu's aura spread, and he repelled the members of the Blood Fiend army, and immediately turned around and went straight to Su Changqing. And the monster aura on his body turned into substance, and a big monster phantom appeared behind him. Several other monster youths in the Saint Realm also severely injured their opponents one after another. Su Changqing, the third place on the Tianzhou list. He has strength, but how should he deal with us? We are not the 5 trash from the original Tianzhou list, kill him. Behind each of them, there are phantom shadows of different big monsters. And these 5 people, headed by Fan Yu, are the 5 demon star sons of the demon clan. With 5 people working together, even the elder Dayuan, the saint of the monster clan, will be defeated. Su Changqing, a sage of the 6th heaven. Fan Yu and the others had killing intent in their eyes. Su Changqing is going to die, and those people from the Taoist sect that he brought along must die too, all of them must die. They all exude the breath of saints, without any reservations. At the same time, the other members of Daoyi Shengzong saw this scene as if they hadn't seen it. This made the people of Dayu Shenchao a little confused. They watched with their own eyes that among the 5 monster clans, all the top talents in the realm of saints went straight to Su Changqing, but the members of Daoyi Saint sect didn't even want to take a second look. What's the situation? But they didn't have time to think too much. After all, those guys from Yaozu were already impatient. If you are negligent, you will die. The Yaozu people were also surprised, but they didn't care too much. The 5 demon stars can't kill Su Changqing even if they work together. That would be a big joke. HMPH, get rid of these guys first. It's only Su Changqing who came here this time, not the whole Taoist sect. It's nothing to worry about. After being surprised, they didn't pay any more attention to Su Changqing. Even if the appearance of the other party did cause quite a stir, they didn't take it seriously when they found out that it wasn't the entire Daoyi Shengzong who came. At this very moment, among the many forces onlookers, they all exclaimed when they saw the 5 demon stars heading straight for Su Changqing. Especially among the people in Beiming Holy Land. Sha Qingxuan's heart trembled when she saw this scene. The realm of the 5 saints, the leader is the leader of the 5th heaven. Why are those people indifferent? She looked at the 5 monsters who obviously wanted to kill Su Changqing, but the disciples of the Daoyi sacred sect were unmoved. Even if Su Changqing is ranked 3rd on the Tianzhou list, his true strength has not yet been revealed. But the auras of those 5 guys are obviously more convincing than the original top 5 on the Tianzhou list. Thinking of this, Sha Qingxuan hurriedly looked at Sha Wen's, who was beside her, and even though she restrained herself, she still said anxiously, "Father, are we just watching like this? The Daoyi Holy Sect obviously wants to intervene in this war, can we take action?" She asked, feeling more hopeful. Being able to fight side by side with Su Changqing, and much earlier than Su Changqing's last life. Especially since that guy is in danger at the moment, I actually have the urge to help. Seeing his daughter's appearance, Sha Wen's asked with a half smile, "Qingxuan, what are you doing today? Have you forgotten, Su Changqing's guardian? People are not in a hurry, why are you in a hurry? Just wait for the change." After he finished speaking, his eyes fell on Su Changqing. In his opinion, this holy son of Daoyi is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Especially the opponent's strength, maybe not the 3rd place in the Tianzhou list. The reason why I'm not in a hurry to do it right now is because I don't know what will happen later. Waiting and watching is the safest choice now. After all, with the help of Daoyi Shengzong, the current Dayu dynasty is not as embarrassed as before. After Sha Qingxuan heard this, she blushed pretty when she realized it. What's wrong with me? Her heart beat faster and her cheeks were hot. For some reason, when I saw Su Changqing again, my heart couldn't calm down at all. In particular, Su Changqing updated his diary before, saying that the people of Dayu God are still comrades in arms in the dark and turmoil in the future. 0. Ask for flowers. This guy has gone through so much, he even wants to understand everything. It is also at this moment, under the eyes of countless people. Headed by Fan Yu, the 5 monster star sons approached Su Changqing, and then the 5 scattered, forming a siege. Su Changqing, you killed my young patriarch of the monster clan. Since you are here today, then your life is here to stay. The revenge of the young patriarch, we will avenge it. In terms of fighting alone, we may not be your opponent, but it is precisely because of this we will not give you a chance to defeat them one by one. They opened their mouths one after another, even though they knew that Su Changqing was guarded by Taoists in secret, they didn't care. Because once the other party makes a move, there is no need for them to worry about the elders of the monster clan restraining them. What to do now? It is to kill Su Changqing and avenge the young patriarch Shang Yuan. Wen Yan, Su Changqing sized up the 5 people forming a siege, his eyes flickering. 5 sons of the demon star. The battle of the heavens is the seller's thing for glory. He murmured, as if recalling something. Of course, this is what he is putting on. And his words can only be heard by a few people. Fan Yu and others narrowed their eyes when they heard Su Changqing's words. The battle of the heavens, the seller seeks glory. They frowned tightly, unable to understand what Su Changqing was talking about. But before they do it, the aura of a saint on Su Changqing's body was slowly revealed, and there were bursts of sounds from the space around him. I entered the world today. Before, others were looking for me to fight. Now, here I am. He opened his mouth slowly, and the aura of the saint's 6th heaven soared into the sky. In an instant, a huge vortex appears above the sky, which looks shocking. At this moment, Su Changqing seemed to be a different person, his eyes became deeper and deeper, and the strength of his aura made all the onlookers exclaim in surprise. Seeing this, Fan Yu looked solemn. Be careful, do it. He gave a special warning, and suddenly his whole face became ferocious, revealing sharp fangs. The big demon phantom behind him is also roaring at this moment. Since Su Changqing was able to crush and kill the young patriarch Shang Yuan, his strength should not be underestimated. But as long as they don't show their flaws, they will surely take their lives. He still has this confidence. The other 4 nodded their heads one after another, followed by an unreserved burst of cultivation. All of them were at the saint level, and the weakest were all saints at the 3rd level. Roar! The big demon phantoms behind each of them are also baring their teeth and claws at this moment, and the monstrous demonic aura immediately seals off this area. Almost in the next second. At the same time shot. Facing the situation of being attacked from both sides, Su Changqing's expression was as calm as ever. Is that all? After waiting for a few people to approach, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Fan Yu and the others changed their expressions, and before their attack fell. Su Changqing disappeared suddenly, and when he reappeared, he appeared in one of the. Li Chen, be careful. Fan Yu suddenly exclaimed, but before the gray-robed youth could react. Boom! Su Changqing slowly raised his hand and landed a palm on his back. There was a muffled sound. The young man named Li Chen let out a muffled snort, and fell straight to the ground at a frightening speed like a kite with a broken string. Boom! The ground collapsed, and cracks continued to spread in all directions. The deafening roar resounded through the sky. Chapter 86. Just one blow to the death of a saint, this is Su Changqing's strength exalted. This moment, Su Changqing's attack changed the faces of 4 of the 5 sons of the demon star. Li Chen. They stared in astonishment at the terrifying deep pit created by their companions on the ground. Also in the next second, their minds roared. When the dust dissipated, I saw the broken body that was lifeless and the spirit and soul were all dead. On the chest, there is a tall and prominent palm print. The broken and distorted bodies made the pupils of the 4 of the 5 demon stars shrink suddenly, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Just for a while. Not only can Su Changqing move like a ghost in their blockade, but he can also strike swiftly and kill with one blow. Boom! Looking at the countless cracks spreading on the ground, the 5 demon stars have now become the 4th demon stars. On the other side of the battlefield, the disciples of Dao Yi Shengzong seem to have been numb for a long time, and they didn't react too much, and they are still beheading the monster monks. J.J. Dayu Shenchao and the people of the undead monster race exploded. What Su Changqing, senior brother Li Chen died. He died in the hands of Su Changqing. He died for no apparent reason. This is Su Changqing, the holy son of Dao Yi sect. Why is he so terrifying? Even 170 didn't see how he made the move, and ended up killing one of the 5 saints. But everyone who saw it had their scalps exploded. Especially the cultivators of the monster race looked at Su Changqing with horror in their eyes. If the opponent killed a god king, perhaps they would not be like this. Senior brother Li Chen among the 5 sons of the demon star has the cultivation base of the 4th heaven of saints, but he didn't react to Su Chengqing's attack, let alone fall. Not waiting for the monster monks to be too shocked. The people of Deu Shenchao immediately seized this good opportunity and fought again. In the violent roar, Su Yue also saw Su Chengqing's attack, her beautiful eyes were full of spirits. Just one blow, the saint falls. She took a deep breath, shaking her heart. Originally, before meeting Su Chengqing, she had imagined Su Chengqing's strength countless times, and even had the idea of competing with Su Chengqing. But now, Su Chengqing is simply terrifying. In the same realm, he can achieve an instant kill with a single shot. It seems that the status of the killed member of the Yaozu is not low among the Yaozu, and he is still a saint, but in the blink of an eye, everything was destroyed in Su Chengqing's hands. Recalling the contents of the diary that I saw earlier, Su Yue was excited in her heart, and her eyes revealed a strong look of anticipation. Perhaps this war will really change because of Su Zongqing, and the one that will be destroyed will be the undead monster clan. For some reason, she believed more and more in what Su Chengqing said in his diary. She didn't think about it too much, she wasn't as nervous as before, and fought harder with the monster monks. At the same time, a terrifying battlefield belonging to 2 supreme beings in the void. Boom! The roar that made the world tremble came out. After Su Qingyan stepped back and stopped, he glanced at the battlefield below, with surprise in his eyes. Su Chengqing. He also noticed that one of the 5 demon stars was instantly killed, then looked at Shang Jun who was opposite, and said with a cheerful smile, "This is the pride of your demon clan, it's nothing more than that." Su Chengqing, the Taoist son, ranks 3rd in the Tianzhou list. Among the monster clan, I'm afraid no one can match him. It's true, even Shang Yuan, who is the 3rd in the list of Tianzhou, can be easily beheaded by Su Chengqing. After saying these words, his hanging heart also relaxed a lot. Su Chengqing's strength is far beyond his expectations. Saints can also be killed instantly. With such terrifying strength, the Daoyi sacred sect really produced an extraordinary holy son. But Shang Jun looked ugly and ignored Su Qingyan. Kill him. He looked at the 5 demon star sons who were left with only 4 of them, and said in a deep voice, with murderous intent. Even though his heart was shaking, he didn't show it. Next second, Shang Jun withdrew his gaze and looked at Su Qingyan coldly. After this battle, the Deu dynasty will be removed from Zhongzhou. He didn't respond, and the evil spirit on his body became more and more monstrous. Immediately afterwards, the two clashed again and collided. Horrific roars continued one after another, and the battle between the Supremes caused the world to shatter. Below, Fan Yu also recovered from the shock, and quickly looked at the other 3 with a gloomy expression. "Be careful." He took a deep breath, and the phantom of the big demon behind him was overlapping with his body. And the other 3 of the 5 sons of the demon star looked extremely dignified. Hands on, quick battle. They dare not be careless anymore, what happened before is still vivid in their minds. Whether it is speed or cultivation, Su Chengqing is above them all. One person has been lost right now, and this is without revealing any flaws. Next moment, the phantom of the big demon behind them seemed to be completely awakened, and a pair of red eyes were revealed in the shadows. As if with magical power, the monstrous monster energy completely locked this world. Then, the phantom of the big demon began to overlap with the bodies of Fan Yu and the others, as if they fit together. And the aura on their bodies also soared at this moment. Just for a moment, the cultivation base of the 4 sons of the demon star is now a little higher than before, and the aura is even more astonishing. Under the roar and vibration of space, the 4 of them looked at each other, exclaimed without reservation, and shot with all their strength. Buzz! The space around them is distorted, and the terrifying evil spirit has almost turned into reality, and they seem to be related to each other. And this is also the reason why they were able to face the Saint Zouchen. The exercises practiced by everyone are all connected to each other. Originally, 5 people could show the strongest strength, but now, 1 person died in the hands of Su Chengqing. But even if there are only 4 of them, faintly, Fan Yu and the others had the cultivation aura of the 8th heaven of saints erupting from their bodies. Kaka. The space trembled, they made a tactic with both hands, and the astonishing evil spirit continued to permeate from their bodies. Void. A larger and terrifying figure formed by condensing endless monster energy appeared. This is a peerless monster shrouded in a strong demonic aura, covering the sky and the sun. In a moment, the big demon slowly raised its huge claws, and grabbed Su Changqing. Boom! It just moved slightly, the sky and the earth became even darker, and the roar continued. Seeing this scene, all the surrounding onlookers were trembling in their hearts. What kind of secret technique is this? As expected of the ancient monster race, the background is indeed terrifying. This secret technique can actually connect 5 people, and the cultivation level can be maintained at the 8th heaven of saints. If there are 5 people, wouldn't it be the great perfection of saints? What a terrifying big monster, that is the body of a powerful monster from ancient times, right? How should Su Changqing respond? Discussions continued to spread, and everyone's face was full of shock. The methods displayed by the 4 goblin sons are obviously their strongest cards. Obvious. It is to kill Su Changqing completely. Under the spotlight. With a destructive aura, the terrifying claw of the big demon slowly pressed down on Su Changqing. Bang bang bang. There was a violent explosion in the space, which made people feel suffocated. The 4 goblin sons tried their best to mobilize the big goblin, with strong murderous intent in their eyes. Die. As if they were overdrawing themselves, their faces gradually paled, but the figure of the big monster that covered the sky became more and more solid, and its aura became even more terrifying, almost revealing the aura of Shantai faintly. The sky and the earth roared, causing countless people to change their colors. But Su Changqing's expression remained unchanged. He raised his head indifferently and glanced at the attack from the terrifying big monster. Boom! He was wearing a white shirt, and the cultivation base of the Sage of the 6th Heaven was also completely exploded at this moment. Immediately afterwards, behind him also appeared a huge saint incarnation. But even so, compared with the terrifying big monster condensed by the 4 secret arts of the demon star, it still looks small. The corners of Su Changqing's mouth raised slightly, and there was a fighting spirit in his eyes. This battle will be a good opportunity for me, so. He muttered to himself, then slowly raised his hand, pointed at the palm of the big demon who was approaching, and whispered, "Ni me a finger." The voice fell, and the world trembled violently. And the incarnation of the saint behind him was also shining brightly at this moment, and made the same movement, pointing out a finger. This finger looks unremarkable, but at the position of the fingertips, there is a faint light shining. Among them, there is a terrifying aura that can destroy the world. It is also at this time. The palm of the big demon that covered the world was also completely pressed down. Boom! The eardrum-piercing terrifying sound resounded through the world, the whole ground was shaking, and the monstrous impact raged in all directions. The expressions of all the cultivators who were watching around tens of miles away from Fang Yuan also changed drastically, and they tried their best to resist this terrifying impact. So strong. Even a saint, it is quite difficult. As for some god kings and even weaker monks, their bodies were directly released. And at this moment, Su Changqing was nowhere to be seen. 15. Beheaded by the big demon urged by the 4 sons of the demon star. Amidst the uncertainty of all parties, the 4th son of Yaoxing also raised the corners of his mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. Wrong. Before the other 3 could speak, their faces changed wildly when they lost. Suddenly, the area covered by the big demon's palm suddenly began to tremble violently, the ground also collapsed again, and the terrifying gully spread rapidly in all directions. A breath of destruction that made Fan Yu and the others feel their mouths were 0.5 dry and their souls trembled. Boom! The sound of the explosion that silenced all directions came out, and the heartbeat of countless people accelerated. Now, you can see a light spot exuding a faint light flashing on the back of the palm of the big monster that almost covers the world. As the light spot became bigger and bigger, dense cracks appeared in the palm of the big demon at an extremely fast speed at this moment, and Tian's arm spread. Before anyone could react, there were shocking cracks all over the body of the big demon who covered the sky and the sun. Roar! It uttered a mixed scream of horror, which spread throughout the battlefield. Fan Yu and the others looked even more terrified, their faces that were already pale due to their own overdraft became even more bloodless. Boom! While their souls were trembling, the condensed monster exploded. The connection between the 4 of them was completely severed. Poof poof! The 4 goblin sons all changed their faces wildly, and suddenly vomited blood. The other 3 people's bodies exploded, and their spirits were terrified. But they discovered that there was a crack in their souls at this time, and they completely dissipated into the world in panic. Chapter 87. All round crushing, all forces are shocked, so strong. On the battlefield, everyone from the Dayu dynasty and the undead monster clan noticed the terrifying movement from Su Chengqing's side, and were so frightened that they stopped fighting. Now, all eyes are on the terrifying big monster who disappeared in the blink of an eye. 4 of the 5 sons of the demon star used one of the most powerful secret techniques among the demon clan. Even if they summoned the undead sky demon, it took only a while, and it was gone. Boom. The people on both sides, all of them have their minds roaring, blank. Originally, seeing the sky demon appearing with overwhelming momentum, I thought it would be difficult for Su Chengqing to deal with it. But now, how to explain? The many monks of Dayu Shenchao were stunned and took a deep breath. Even if those 4 guys used the strongest killing move, it was still useless. Su Chengqing, how terrifying is it? Oh my god, the terrifying secret technique that can almost kill a Saint Zhou can't pose a threat to Su Chengqing. Even if they didn't see Su Chengqing now, they couldn't help exclaiming. Especially the people of the undead monster clan, their faces are full of panic at this moment. The 5 sons of the demon star, there is only one left, and only Fan Yu is left. How could this happen? That is an undead sky demon that even a saint can't deal with, and every time it is activated, it will sacrifice its life. How could it be like this? This, isn't Su Chengqing the only saint in the 6th heaven? He. Every demon cultivator's scalp exploded. It was hard to believe what he saw now. Of the 5 sons of the demon star, 4 have already died. All souls fly away. Su Chengqing can face it calmly with his own strength. 03 But before they were too shocked. Seeing the last of the 5 goblins, Fan Yu's body suddenly trembled violently, as if the vitality on her body was instantly wiped out. Boom! His body was straight to the ground, and there was a roar. And at this moment, the aura that belonged to him completely dissipated between the heaven and the earth. Turns out it wasn't all right. But as the head of the 5, he was the first to bear the brunt of the sky demon's collapse. Even if he is not completely destroyed like other people, his vitality has long been wiped out, and his soul can't even escape. Until now, none of the 5 sons of the demon star who were still high-spirited survived. All of them died at the hands of Su Chengqing. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the monster monks on the battlefield were tearing apart, and their bodies were trembling involuntarily. All dead, all dead. Su Zongqing killed the 5 sons of the demon star by himself. What did he do? He didn't seem to have done much before. Right, it seemed to be just a finger, and that finger was so terrifying. They were horrified and their scalps exploded. The holy son of Daoyi sacred sect, Su Chengqing, who is the 3rd in the Tianzhou list, has a terrifying strength far beyond their imagination. Surely this is only the 3rd, not the legitimate 1st. In their view, I'm afraid that the 1st person in the Tianzhou list will not be so easy facing the 5 demon stars. A moment later, the disciples of Dayu Shenchao and Daoyi Shengzong's morale rose greatly when they saw the monster monk who was still in a daze. Kill. Their hearts were extremely excited, and they charged again. This time, it was much smoother than before. The destruction of the 5 demon stars seems to have reassured everyone. It is also at this moment. Stunning twilight convergence. Su Chengqing's figure reappeared, the gloomy light on his fingertips completely disappeared, and the saint's incarnation gradually dissipated. That's it, just mediocre, he murmured softly, shaking his head somewhat. And this look of being disappointed and not enjoying the battle made everyone in the undead monster clan turn pale with anger. However, as everyone knows, Su Chengqing really doesn't like it. After all, these undead monsters are going to be killed. Unexpectedly, these guys are just fancy but useless. With the appearance of Su Chengqing's figure, countless onlookers and casual cultivators all stared wide-eyed, because now Su Chengqing looks not only unscathed, but also seems to be full of meaning. Gulu. Everyone is swallowing hard, with a look of horror. They really did not expect. Facing such a terrifying attack from the 5 demon stars, Su Chengqing managed to defuse it so easily. And, no injuries at all. 4 of the remaining 5 sons of the demon star, all perish. And before that, they only saw that Su Chengqing just pointed a finger, that's all. OMG. An unbelievable exclamation came out, completely detonating the onlookers. This moment, everyone was short of breath, staring blankly at Su Changqing, who was standing in the middle of the battlefield with his hands behind his back. This is Su Changqing, and this is the third one on the Tianzhao list. It's too scary. He just moved his finger, and the 4 saints of the monster clan, Tianzhao, were completely wiped out. The strongest thing about the undead monster clan is not their bodies, but their souls, but facing Su Changqing's finger, all their souls are scattered. This I heard that Su Changqing was the strongest son of the Daoyi sect in history. I thought it was an exaggeration. Now that I see it with my own eyes, I am superficial. What a scary Su Changqing, looking at him like this, he hasn't used his neck just now. Unstoppable exclamations came from the mouths of the monks, echoing outside the battlefield. Even the strong from Shantai couldn't help but look surprised when they looked at Su Changqing. Such a saintly state, the entire Zhuxuantian probably won't be able to find another one. Even if there is, I'm afraid it's just a handful. The other side, above the sky, everyone in Zhi Xiaodao Palace was also shocked. Su Changqing, what kind of monster is this? This kind of strength, although I don't want to say it, I'm afraid I can fight with Daozi. What a terrifying evildoer. Is it possible that this battle between the Dayu Shenchao and the undead monster race will change because of him? Everyone opened their mouths one after another, looking at Su Changqing in the battlefield. Their eyes were even more shocked. They had already arrived, and saw that Dayu Shenchao was gradually losing to the enemy. But with the arrival of Su Changqing, the situation on the seemingly flat battlefield is turning around. Su Changqing also easily beheaded and killed 5 Tianzhao of the undead monster clan. Those are the 5 saints. But Su Changqing is as simple as crushing 5 god kings. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, Wang Yi's originally calm face also showed a dignified look. Su Changqing, he murmured, his deep eyes flickering slightly. The strength of this guy is really extraordinary. Especially that finger just now made me a little afraid. This is something that has never happened before. This trip. Su Changqing is also the only one who can surprise himself. Facing the remarks of the Taoist disciples, Wang Yi took a deep breath, his expression became serious, and he nodded lightly. Su Changqing can indeed fight me, and can indeed be my opponent. But it's impossible for him alone to change the direction of this war. If there are no other arrangements, the undead monster race cannot be stopped. He briefly analyzed it, but his eyes were still fixed on Su Changqing. What cards does this guy have? Or was that finger that shocked me just now Su Changqing's strongest killer move? In Wang Yi's thinking, the many disciples and elders of Zhi Xiaodao Palace couldn't help inhaling. Even Daozi recognized Su Changqing's strength, which inevitably made them gasp. At the same time, everyone also understands that Su Changqing and those people from Daoyi Shengzong have no way to end this war. Among the people in Baiming Holy Land, like the others, there were bursts of exclamation. Sha Wen's, who is the Holy Lord of Baiming, also stared in astonishment at Su Changqing, who made another attack and easily obliterated the monster cultivator. The breath of this kid is indeed the 6th heaven of a saint, but the strength he displayed is far more than that of the 6th heaven of a saint. He opened his mouth lightly, with a burning sensation between his brows. The most curious thing is what he thinks Su Changqing used in the face of the big monster that overshadowed the sky. It looked like a finger, but in fact, he could sense that that finger contained a terrifying power that would destroy the world. Beside, Sha Qingxuan was also staring blankly at Su Changqing, who was extremely reckless in the battlefield, easily destroying a large number of monsters with 600 liters of cultivation. This guy. Her heart beat faster. She didn't expect things to be like this. At first, I was still worried that Su Changqing would have a hard time facing the 5 sages of the Yaozu, Tianzhao, but he never thought. I was totally overthinking it. Su Zongqing hardly took it seriously, but he was able to kill him easily. This kind of strength makes her afraid. Took a deep breath. Sha Qingxuan's beautiful eyes involuntarily showed a hint of gleam, and she was even more looking forward to it. Your strength, how strong is it? This time, can you still hold back? She murmured in her heart, and she was no longer as anxious as before, but calmed down a lot. With the strength Su Changqing displayed, even a saint can't do anything against him. On the current battlefield, this man can run rampant. Look, those are the immortal realm. The immortal realm in the monster race is going to attack Su Changqing. This time, even if Su Changqing has a guardian, I'm afraid it will be dangerous if he doesn't prepare his whole card. There were bursts of exclamations all around. Sha Qingxuan was even more taken aback, cursing shamelessly in her heart. Dad, She wanted to go over subconsciously, but a big hand held her shoulder. Turning her head and seeing Holy Master Biming shaking her head, she took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. On the battlefield, Su Changqing had just killed a few monster monks, then turned his head and looked to the right. I saw. The two figures are approaching at an incomparably astonishing speed. See. Su Changqing frowned, and stepped back immediately. Sendai realm. He squinted his eyes, stopped and looked at the two Shantai powerhouses who looked like only young people who stopped not far away. Chapter 88. Why are you so reckless? Because he is the son of Daoyi, Su Changqing. The arrival of two strong men from Shantai from the Yaozu has changed the nature of this battlefield. Original. This battlefield is only the home ground of the God King realm. As for the Shantai realm of both parties, they did not intervene in it. But, seeing that Su Changqing killed the 5 demon star sons almost without any difficulty, the eyes of these two Shantai powerhouses were completely red. Because, the 2 of the 5 sons of the last Yaoxing of the Yaozu, and the 2 who are still alive today. The former Fan Yu and others were taught exercises since they were young. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to regard the 5 people as their own sons. It is also at this moment. Su Changqing, kill him, let him die. Ha ha ha, what a Taoist son, what a Su Changqing. Shang Jun's roar came from the battlefield in the void. Immediately afterwards, it was Su Qingyan's big laughter. But soon, the terrifying roar continued to spread, causing the battlefield below to be affected. At this moment, Su Qingyan and Shang Jun, it can be said that they have no reservations anymore, and they made a full-scale attack. What I want to do is to defeat the opponent. After all, in a battle between supreme beings, it is very difficult to obliterate the opponent. Since Shang Jun was restrained by Su Qingyan, he couldn't escape to avenge his son himself. Luo Yu, Lei Hong, kill him. He looked down at the 2 strong men from Sendai, and he couldn't suppress the destruction in his heart at all. Su Changqing must die. Originally, this war should have ended by now. But the enemy who killed his own son, Su Changqing, and a group of disciples from the Daoyi sacred sect intervened, causing the Yaozu to lose 5 more saints, Tianzhao. Even as supreme, he can no longer keep calm. Without any hesitation. Boom! Shang Jun violently shot again, and the continuous terrifying roar caused turmoil in all directions. At this very moment, Luo Yu, who is the 5th heaven of Sendai, stared coldly at Su Changqing with a surprised expression, and said murderously, Su Changqing. Today, don't say that you have guardians to follow. Even if the Holy Lord of Daoyi comes, he will not be able to protect you. The demonic aura surged on his body, and the aura of Shantai made the space roar continuously. Shantai 4 Heavenly Thunder Hong's eyes were full of astonishing killing intent. His figure was vague and real, and in broad daylight, there was a black shadow separating and rejoining his body. I hope you still have this face later. He couldn't hold back the murderous intent in his heart. His eyes were filled with coldness, and then he said to the side, go and restrain that kid's guardian, and leave the rest to me. After the 2 discussed it, Luo Yu's cultivation completely exploded, and he looked directly at the void above Su Changqing. You can't keep him. After the voice fell, he rushed out suddenly. Immediately afterwards, shot towards the void. Boom! With a roar, an old man with cloudy eyes slowly appeared from the void, shook his head, looked at Su Changqing and asked kindly, is the Holy Sun sure? This person is Su Changqing's protector, the powerhouse of the 7th heaven of Daoyi Shengzong Shantai, Zan Yan. Wen Yan, Su Changqing glanced at the murderous Lei Hong, and said softly, old Zan, it's okay. After he finished speaking, there was a smile on his face, and his eyes were even more fighting. Not to mention having the Holy Master to follow, being able to fight against Sendai. Exciting just thinking about it. When I heard Su Changqing's indifferent answer and the fighting spirit in his eyes. Zan Yan smiled and said no more. Let this old man see how strong the Yaozu can send the Shantai to deal with my holy son. There was sarcasm in his words, and his eyes were no longer muddy, but sharp. The aura of the 7th layer of Sendai is also rising from the sky at this moment. Luo Yu's complexion changed, and he snorted coldly with a sullen face. Without saying a word, he shot suddenly. With an astonishing roar. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Sendai had fought for several rounds. With every gesture, the world seems to be collapsing. Seeing that Zan Yan really no longer intends to block the remaining Sendai strongman for Su Changqing, the surrounding onlookers were all dumbfounded. Isn't it that old man from Shantai of Daoyi Sacred Sect just believes that Su Changqing can deal with that Shantai from Yaozu? No, why do I feel like Su Changqing asked for it? The old man seemed to be asking Su Changqing something. How is it possible? Even if Su Changqing's strength is abnormal enough, how can a saint fight against Shantai? If there is no one to help Su Changqing this time, I'm afraid it will be more unfortunate than good luck. Worthy of being the holy son of Daoyi, even in the face of Shantai, he can be so proud, but I'm afraid that this pride will cost him his life. Sendai is not something a sage can contend with, the difference between the two is too big. They knew that Su Changqing's guardian had been restrained by others, and now Su Changqing had nothing to rely on, and had to face a strong monster from the fourth heaven of Shantai alone. As a result, the exclamation continued, and the guest forces couldn't help but feel nervous. Su Changqing obviously intends to face the Shantai strongman from the Yaozu alone. But Su Changqing, who is only a sage of the sixth heaven, how could he be the opponent of the fourth heaven of Sendai? Not to mention the four heavens of Sendai, even if the other party has just stepped into Sendai, they are not existences that the Saint Realm can compete with. In the sound of exclamation. At Beiming Holy Land, everyone was also surprised. What is Su Zongqing going to do? He is sure to deal with that guy from Sendai. They looked at each other, feeling their scalps tingling every day. If it was said that Su Changqing was confident in dealing with the five sages Tianzhao of the Yaozu without changing his face before, then now. Just conceited. The Lord Beiming also frowned after seeing this scene. This Su Changqing, so confident. He had noticed that Zan Yan seemed to be asking something, but Su Changqing shook his head. Afterwards, Zan Yan made a move to fight another Sendai. Logically speaking, as Su Changqing's protector, Su Changqing's safety should be the main priority. Even if one person deals with two immortals, it will not be dangerous. Now that this is the case, there is only one possibility. It was Su Changqing's decision. Thinking of this, Sha Wen's took a deep breath and said with deep eyes, "This kid is going to fight against Sendai." What? The pupils of the others shrank, feeling unbelievable. Especially Sha Qingxuan, who looked astonished. This Su Changqing, Her beautiful eyes are full of shock, and her heart is even more turbulent. Su Changqing's previous performance was indeed excellent, it could even be said to be impeccable. OJ. No matter how strong he is only at the level of a saint, but he plans to fight against Shantai. How did this guy get so conceited? Gritted his teeth. Sha Qingxuan looked at Sha Wen's, who was at the side, took a deep breath and said, "Father, why don't we make a move? What's wrong? Are you worried about Su Changqing?" Sha Wen's heard this and asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Sha Qingxuan avoided her eyes and retorted, "I won't worry about this conceited guy. It's just that I don't think it's an option to continue like this, and we can make this war end sooner if we take action earlier." To my daughter's answer, Sha Wen's nodded, but he didn't intend to make a move. Let's take a look again, let's not talk about the outcome of this war, I always feel that it will not be so simple. As for Su Changqing, this kid is not that stupid, maybe he really has a way. His eyes were deep, and he opened his mouth lightly. Now, what? Sha Qingxuan froze for a moment, opened her mouth and was speechless. The other's eyes widened even more, completely ignoring the meaning of Sha Wen's words. Su Changqing is a saint, so he has a way to deal with the strong in Sendai. Even if it is a rare evildoer, it is impossible, right? Amidst the suspicion and sensation of all parties, Su Changqing couldn't help but look serious for the first time, staring at Lei Hong, who hadn't made a move yet and never left. What, don't plan to do it yet? He spoke calmly, and he was also on guard in his heart. After all, the other party is the strongest in Sendai, and among the opponents I have encountered, the strongest one. But this doesn't stop the fighting spirit in his eyes from growing stronger. Wen Yan. Lei Hong frowned, and he was full of doubts in his heart. He glanced at Zan Yan, who was fighting Luo Yu, and was in doubt for a while. This old thing has such a big heart. Let Su Changqing face himself alone. Could it be that the rest of the Shantai powerhouses of the Daoyi Sacred Sect were secretly watching? However, just when Lei Hong couldn't make up his mind. Since that's the case, Su Zongqing fought against Shantai with a saint, please enlighten me. Su Changqing didn't intend to dawdle, his figure came out in a storm, setting off a gust of wind. This scene, the faces of the soldiers of the Deu God dynasty on the battlefield, the disciples of the Daoyi sect, the monks of the monster race, and all the forces who came to watch changed their faces. Holy Sun Lise is going to challenge Sendai. My God, this Su Changqing, is he crazy? Isn't it he's coming for real? No one can keep calm, the doctor exclaimed. They originally thought that Su Changqing was being guarded by other Daoyi sect's powerful Shantai masters, but right now, that's not the case at all. Tush! It is Su Changqing who intends to use the cultivation base of a saint to challenge a real strong person from Sendai. Even Lei Hong couldn't help but look stunned. Arrogance. After realizing it, even if he wanted to kill Su Changqing, he couldn't help being angry. Why does this kid in the saint realm have the guts? Looking at Su Changqing, who was approaching and slapped out with a palm. No hesitation, no more hesitation. Lei Hong didn't intend to hold back anything. The cultivation base of the fourth heaven of Sendai was extremely violent. Boom! He punched out a punch to deal with Su Changqing's palm, the space trembled, and the roar resounded through the sky. And then more. Su Changqing backed away, feeling that there was indeed a big gap between him and the saint realm. But it may not be impossible to fight. He licked his lips, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Chapter 89. Battle of the Saints in the Immortal Realm. This is Su Changqing, Supreme Breath. Facing the immortal realm with the cultivation base of a saint. Su Changqing was not satisfied with the first confrontation with Lei Hong. But it has shocked countless people and made their scalps tingle. Then what kind of monster is Su Changqing he can actually fight against the Shantai realm head-on? It's too outrageous. He is sure he is only a saint. The guy from the Yaozu before obviously didn't hold back, but Su Changqing is fine. They originally thought that within one round, Su Changqing would be seriously injured or even die. Unexpectedly, Su Changqing just retreated, and nothing happened. This caused the shock and scalp tingling of countless people around. For them, this scene just now was scary enough. You know, Su Changqing's cultivation is only at the saint level. What he faced was no longer a saint of the same realm, nor a god king, but Shantai. Now, Lei Hong couldn't help but stare at Su Changqing. This kid. He also noticed the excitement in the opponent's eyes, and his heart trembled. This boy in the realm of saints can actually face him head-on without getting hurt. It's no wonder that they were able to crush the 5 sons of the Yaoxing generation of the Yaozu generation. But soon, there was more anger on Lei Hong's face, and the smile on Su Changqing's face was like a mockery to him. I want to see how many times you can catch it, and who can keep you. He opened his mouth coldly, and the black shadow behind him overlapped with his body. Suddenly, the breath on his body soared. Next moment, Lei Hong's figure disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Su Changqing. Boy, your strength is not bad, but you must die. Even though his heart was full of anger, he couldn't help but praise him at this moment. After all, there are very few existences like Su Changqing in Zhuxuantian 247. If this kid is not a member of the Daoyi sect, but a member of the undead monster race, I am afraid that the undead monster race can really reproduce Wei-Q in the future. And he also suddenly raised his hand, and a black mark appeared on the palm, which is the undead puppet technique of the undead monster clan. There might be a big secret in this kid. Refining it into a puppet would be a good choice. But before Lei Hong's hand falls, Su Changqing turned his head like a ghost, evil spirit basket. Maybe you will be the one who died, he said lightly, and immediately faced the oncoming palm exuding a taboo atmosphere, and raised his finger. 8 Desolation Nirvana fingers. This time, he didn't have any reservations. He knew clearly that to do so in front of Sendai would be courting death. And this time the 8 Desolation Nirvana refers to displaying. Moment. Boom. The dark clouds are dense above the sky, and the terrifying thunder is constantly gliding across the sky. In the blink of an eye, a thunder pool exuding a destructive aura is formed. Seam. This finger that accompanied Su Changqing's full force was not recognized by the laws of the world. Even the void next to it became extremely distorted when Su Zongqing's Nirvana finger was cast. Lei Hong also felt a destructive breath on Su Changqing's finger, which made his soul scream, and a strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. Quote, naturally, he recognized at a glance that this was Su Changqing's previous method to annihilate the undead sky demon and make 4 of the 5 sons of the demon star fly away. But why is it so scary? The thunder above is not common's thunder, but GLA. And right now, facing Su Chengqing's terrifying finger that emitted a gloomy light and destructive aura. It's too late to stop or dodge. Lei Hong's pupils shrank suddenly, and he could only frantically stimulate his cultivation, and the black shadow behind him also completely merged with himself, bursting out with stronger aura, and dropped a more powerful palm. Hiss. As soon as he touched Su Chengqing's fingertips, his pupils shrank suddenly, he took a breath, and a terrifying force came from his hand, and it was about to flow down his arm and spread all over his body. At this moment, he felt the threat of death very clearly. If you don't retreat, I'm afraid you will suffer heavy losses. How could a kid in the Saint realm have such a terrifying method? Even if I have merged with the shadow of the ancient demon that I have cultivated for many years, and I have cultivated to the 5th level of the immortal realm of the spiritual realm, I still have such a strong life and death crisis. But it's too late to think about it. Lei Hong already felt that the destructive force on his arm was spreading rapidly, and he didn't hurry to suppress it anymore. Even if he was a Sendai cultivator, he couldn't recover. Puff. He hurriedly scrolled down, suppressing the domineering destructive power with all his strength, but he was backlashed, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. In this fight, he was seriously injured. In the hands of a kid in the Saint realm, he was injured. Retreat to hundreds of feet. Lei Hong was short of breath, his face was a little pale, and his right hand kept trembling in his sleeve. What kind of skill is that? He was scared for a while, and his mouth was dry. At this moment, the eyes looking at Su Chengqing are already extremely dignified. That kid is not only eccentric, but also very eccentric. It is also at this time. Boom. The thunder pool above the sky seemed to have reached a critical point, and there was another explosion and roar. There was also a dark purple tribulation thunder, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura of destruction, as if it was about to fall towards Su Chengqing. Seeing this scene, Lei Hong was stunned for a moment, and soon laughed grinningly again. Boy, was this your ultimate move just now? Obviously you are playing with fire. He opened his mouth in a cold voice, and the shock in his heart was even more. As a saint, Su Chengqing used methods that could trigger such a terrifying tribulation. Although he was extremely curious about what the killer move was just now, he also knew that Su Chengqing had already been sentenced to death under this thunderstorm. Suddenly. What? However, Lei Hong's expression changed drastically, his pupils contracted violently, and his body trembled uncontrollably. From Su Chengqing's body, he felt a breath of trembling soul. Belongs to the supreme breath. Under Lei Hong's shocked eyes. A look of helplessness appeared on Su Chengqing's face, he slowly raised his head, his eyes were sharp. He snorted coldly, he didn't expect such an astonishing vision to be caused by fully displaying the nirvana finger. People also have to stimulate the supreme breath in the body. It was also under Su Chengqing's cold shout. The terrifying GLA that was originally condensed and formed with a destructive aura was shocked at this moment and collapsed immediately. The thunder pond that covered the sky and the sun disappeared in an instant. When seeing this scene, feeling the fleeting terrifying aura on Su Chengqing's body, Lei Hong's eyes widened, and he couldn't calm down anymore. Just now the aura of that kid just now is the aura of the Supreme. Could it be that there is something related to the Supreme on him? His body trembled more and more, and his heart was hanging in his throat. No wonder this damn kid dared to fight himself. At this moment, he couldn't help but panic. In the battlefield, everyone had to stop fighting, and stared at Su Chengqing on another battlefield in dumbfounded. What just happened? What did they see? Su Chengqing, who is a saint, actually. Not to mention repelling the strong monster clan in the Shantai realm, but also hurting him. And from the looks of it, it's not bad enough to be injured. All vomiting blood. The core disciples of the Daoyi sect looked at Su Chengqing, all of them with fanaticism in their eyes. Holy Sun can really fight against Sendai. As expected of being the strongest son of Daoyi sect since its establishment, my god. It seems that our worries are superfluous. The Holy Sun can deal with the monster race's immortal realm alone. As core disciples, they are naturally more excellent than other disciples, and each of them is proud. But Su Chengqing, other than the elders of the sect, is the only existence they are convinced by. Strong, really too strong. And the people of Deu Shenchao were already dumbfounded, with a dazed look on their faces. This true when will Saint Realm be able to fight against Sendai without losing the wind, and even get him injured? No, 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 it should be said Su Changqing really only has the cultivation of a saint. Son of Daoyi, is this the son of Daoyi? Why do you feel he is stronger than Shantai as a saint? Their hearts are beating wildly, and they just feel that all this is like a dream. Because in people's subconscious mind, it is impossible for a sage to be an opponent of the strong in Sendai. Even the sage Zhou has no criticism against the early stage of Sendai. But now, Su Changqing really hurt the Shantai strongman of the monster clan quite badly. And it also triggered a terrifying vision that makes the soul dreadful, triggering a tribulation thunder that seems to be able to destroy everything. But unfortunately, Su Zongqing could only drink a word, and the terrifying force thunder of the power of the law was frightened and dissipated for thousands of days. What is this? Among the undead monster clan, there is even more silence. In their eyes, is Lei Hong still the older generation of powerhouses of their demon clan? The scene was dead silent. The other side, Su Yue, who was able to breathe, was also looking at Su Changqing's figure in horror. The saint fights against Shantai, this is Su Changqing. The shock in her heart couldn't be increased, and she opened her mouth, feeling even more difficult to breathe. Even though she has been fighting all the time, she has been paying attention to Su Changqing's situation all the time. But, can Su Changqing display terrifying combat power and means that a saint can possess? Also at this moment, even on the sky battlefield above, the two supremes stopped fighting. After going on for almost a while, the roar came out again. But the people on the battlefield below have not been able to recover from the shock for a long time. The major forces watching the battle from all directions are also dead silent. In their eyes, Su Changqing, even if he is not at the immortal realm, he is still comparable to the immortal realm. This is the first time in their life that such an outrageous thing has happened. The holy son of the Dao One holy sect. Its horror is far beyond imagination. Chapter 90. The princess's eyes are amazing. Is this the future of Su Changqing? It's amazing. Now, among the many exclamations, Lei Hong recovered from the shock, looking at Su Changqing with fear in his eyes. Just now, that is the supreme breath. He still can't believe it now, that a boy in the realm of a saint actually has a supreme aura in his body. Not only that, but it can also move because of the front shot. Such a guy still makes him feel scared when he thinks about it now. If you allow the terrifying force of destruction to pour into your body, the consequences will be unimaginable. Perhaps now, he is already like the 5 demon star sons before. Sudden. Lei Hong, I'm afraid it was his most powerful method before. It is absolutely impossible to push him a second time, kill him quickly. The man surnamed Luo who fought with Zanyan roared, and now he is retreating steadily. If Su Zongqing is not beheaded, then none of them will be able to take action again. After all, their attack on Su Changqing made it difficult for several Shantai from the Yaozu to face the larger number of Daoist Shenchao Shantai on the battlefield belonging to Sendai. Heard the sound, Lei Hong came back to his senses, and then his expression turned cold again. That's right, he will definitely not be able to use the method just now. His expression froze, and his anger boiled again. Su Changqing is only a saint realm cultivation base. Such a terrifying method can injure even Shantai. How can he use the method he dreads a second time? Without any hesitation, Lei Hong also knows that the overall situation of the whole war cannot be affected by one Su Changqing. This time, you have no way to save your life. He looked coldly at Su Changqing, who looked calm in the distance, and let out a sinister laugh. The figure rushed out, and the coercion of his immortal realm immediately enveloped Su Changqing. Afterwards, an astonishing aura gathered in his hands, and even more so, an incomparably strong monster aura. Seeing this scene, no matter who it is, which side of the force, they all have their hearts in their throats. Su Changqing, how should I deal with this time? Their hearts were shaken, and they knew that Lei Hong wanted to kill Su Changqing. Will Su Changqing be able to deal with the terrifying murderous intent from Shantai again? Seeing that Lei Hong is approaching in an instant. This moment, everyone is watching this scene. They are all waiting to see how Su Changqing will face it. Or, let's see how it turns out. In the eyes of countless people, Su Changqing also felt the terrifying aura emanating from Lei Hong's body and the coercion of the immortal realm shrouding himself, and smelled a hint of danger. 8 Desolation Nirvana finger failed to injure it. It seems that the gap between the saint and the immortal is indeed very big. So, he seemed to be talking to himself, and his gaze gradually became sharper as he watched Lei Hong, whose aura became more and more powerful. Also at this moment, he slowly closed his eyes. But when it is opened again, boom! At this moment, Su Changqing's eyes have already become sharp and cold. On him, there is a momentum of cutting the sky, soaring to the sky. Under the shaking and roaring of the sky, a monstrous sword intent erupted from his body. In a moment, the terrifying aura is centered on Su Changqing, spreading and wreaking havoc in all directions. Regardless of whether it is on the battlefield or around the various forces that are watching the battle, all sword repairers or people who hold swords all have a big change in expression. What happened? My sword. They felt the monstrous sword intent erupting from Su Changqing's body, and they were dumbfounded, especially the sword in their hands was trembling constantly, as if they were in fear. Especially the sword cultivators, they looked terrified and looked at Su Changqing on the battlefield with dull eyes. At this moment, they seemed to see a supreme master of swordsmanship. And seeing the swords trembling in the hands of the people holding the swords, even the famous sword of Zhou Xuan is no exception. This made countless people's scalps go numb, and they looked at Su Changqing in horror. He still has a whole card. What kind of monster is Su Changqing? He is a sword repairer, but he doesn't even have a sword. How did he exude such a terrifying sword intent? My God, is Su Changqing really just a saint? How do you feel that his methods are even scarier than Sendai? What's going on? Those swords, are you afraid? Those sword repairers seem to be instinctively afraid of Su Changqing. Countless people were all dumbfounded after seeing the monstrous sword intent emanating from Su Changqing's body that caused the tremors of the swords and the abnormalities of many sword cultivators. In the midst of many discussions, the same is true for everyone in Beiming Holy Land. The Holy Master Sha Wen's couldn't help revealing a hint of shock in his eyes when he saw Su Changqing, who seemed to be defiant, and the sword intent on his body was becoming more and more terrifying. This sword intent. His pupils contracted slightly, and he took a deep breath. In his eyes, the current Su Changqing is an existence who has reached the pinnacle in the way of swordsmanship. But how could a kid in the saint realm? At this moment, Sha Wen's looked blank for a moment, then looked at Sha Qingxuan at the side, and said, "It seems the fight between Su Changqing and that Shantai from the Yaozu is coming to an end. Su Changqing, too strong. His next method, that Sendai, can't stop." After he finished speaking, his eyes fell on Su Changqing again. This kid is too scary. If it grows up in the future, what a terrifying existence it will be. When the day comes for Supreme, I am afraid that Zhu Xuantian's veteran Supreme will have no one to match him. Hearing what Sha Wen said, all the people in Beiming Holy Land stared wide-eyed. Among them, a few strong men from Shantai also felt a strong threat from Su Changqing's sword intent. At this time, Sha Qingxuan looked at Sha Wen's, who was beside her, with a dignified expression, and when she looked at Su Changqing again, her delicate body trembled slightly. Swords. Su Changqing's diary is related to swords, which is undoubtedly the witch's Miyuan sword, and she recalled the period when the witch lived in Daoyi Shengzong, and about the content mentioned in Su Changqing's diary, her heart trembled. 9-leaf clover, one of the 10 evils. After thinking about it, she looked at Su Changqing in amazement, her heart beating faster. Is this guy going to be serious? And what the old man said is not wrong. This time, Su Zongqing is going to end the battle with that strong monster from Shantai. In the eyes of countless people, when Lei Hong, whose murderous intentions became intense again, saw Su Changqing and heard the abnormal exclamation around him, his pupils shrank suddenly. He could feel the aura on Su Changqing's body soaring like a broken bamboo, and even more monstrous sword intent erupted. Not only that, but he also saw the abnormality of the people holding the swords on the battlefield. All of them looked terrified, and the swords in their hands trembled uncontrollably. What's the situation? Why does Su Changqing still have a whole card? And this time, it's even more amazing than before. I suffered a loss last time. Lei Hong didn't dare to be careless now, and immediately stopped his figure, and it could be seen that Su Changqing was not bluffing. Damn, isn't he just a saint? Why does he feel more difficult to deal with than the front desk? His scalp was numb, and his heart was going crazy. And under the spotlight, the sword intent on Su Changqing's body has reached a critical point, and it seems to break through the sky. Today, I will kill Shantai. 0. Ask for flowers. He spoke slowly, his tone was cold, and the sword intent in his eyes became more and more intense. Put before, countless people may think that Su Changqing is talking nonsense and is extremely conceited. But now, accompanied by Su Changqing's words, the sky and the earth roared, regardless of the forces of all parties, there was a dead silence. Their mouths were parched, and they were engrossed in staring at the battlefield belonging to Su Changqing and Lei Hong. Even Deu Shenchao, Daoyi Shengzong, Immortal Yaozu and others who were still fighting, all focused most of their attention on Su Changqing. At this moment, for some reason, they felt the throbbing of their souls. Immediately afterwards, I saw Su Changqing slowly raised his right hand, tightened the other 4 fingers, leaving only one index finger pointing directly at the sky. A crisp humming sound came out, and it was about to use fingers as swords. This is also one of the 10 evils he obtained through the system, the grass word sword formula in the 9-leaf clover. It is said that nothing is indestructible, and the new material is like a magic weapon that cuts and breaks. This is also one of the reasons why when I brought Murong Diayi back to Qingxuan Peak, I never went out except making up diaries. During that period, when he set off to Zhongzhou, he also thoroughly comprehended the sword intent of a grass that can cut the sun, moon and stars. With Su Changqing's index finger pointing to the sky, a terrifying sword energy suddenly erupted from his finger, and the sword intent on his body reached the peak. Boom! Under the roar of heaven and earth, the top of the sky seemed to be pierced by sword energy, and the void could not bear it. Suddenly, regardless of the battlefield or the surrounding spectators, all sword cultivators and sword holders will tremble violently. Plop plop! They looked at the current Su Changqing, as if they had seen a great horror. Their eyes revealed a strong look of horror, and they couldn't help but knelt down uncontrollably. I am bowing down to the Lord of the Way of the Sword. Under tremors in all directions, Su Changqing used his fingers as a sword, and his sword light bloomed brightly. One finger looked extremely sharp, and the terrifying power seemed to be able to cut through the sky. This sword, you can't handle it. He opened his mouth slowly, and the world resonated. It was just calm words, but they exploded in the ears of countless people. People with insufficient cultivation suddenly vomit blood. And this sentence was for Lei Hong. The identities between the two have been exchanged, and Su Changqing, who only has the cultivation of a saint, is more like Shantai. As for Lei Hong, he is speechless right now, his body trembling violently. How is it possible? How is this possible? His body and mind trembled, and a strong life and death crisis surged into his heart, and he rushed straight to the sky. Now his mind is blank, his body can no longer move, and he seems to be imprisoned by all swords in the world. Under the threat of death, he tried his best to struggle, but to no avail. Also at this time, Su Changqing's hand fell slowly, and a phantom of a terrifying giant sword crossing the sky appeared. Crack crack! Under this sword, the void trembled and the ground collapsed. The monstrous sword energy can destroy everything, and the sword energy that cuts through the ancient and modern makes the world fear. When the sword fell completely, no, the world exploded. Lei Hong didn't seem to have any abnormality, but let out a miserable scream. His shouting stopped abruptly, and his body and soul suddenly disappeared. Everything about him completely disappeared in the world. And Su Changqing also really achieved a sword to kill Shantai. Chapter 91, Can kill Shantai, how can this be a saint? The audience is shocked. Between heaven and earth, the sword energy from the Kaozi sword art is still raging. And Lei Hong's aura has long since disappeared completely, but his screams are still echoing in the ears of countless people. Whether it is a person on the battlefield or a person watching the battle, all of them stared blankly at the position of Lei Hong who was killed. Over there is a ravine cut by Su Changqing with invisible sword energy. Just looking at it, the amazing sword aura emanating from it is enough to make people suffocate. As the sword intent on Su Changqing receded, all the sword cultivators breathed a sigh of relief, but their hearts had already set off an indescribably turbulent sea. Su Changqing, how could it be so scary? His cultivation is indeed a saint, but why is his method more terrifying than that of Shantai? Just now Su Changqing used his fingers as a sword, as if a peerless sword master came in person. My sword seemed to be in fear and submission, and my soul trembled under that sword intent. A saint like him, he is the only one in Xuantian. The Daoyi sacred sect has Su Changqing, the holy son. I'm afraid that within 100 years, he will become the biggest overlord in the whole sky. The more they watched, the more frightened they became, and they were ashamed of themselves. Most of the people who use swords are arrogant and Leng Ling. But after seeing Su Chengqing's stunning, 847, sword before, no matter how proud and confident they were before, they dare not look directly at Su Chengqing at this moment. Because just now, their swords, themselves, were trembling at Su Chengqing, bowing down. At present, Su Chengqing. In the eyes of any sword cultivator, he is an unparalleled master of swordsmanship. On the battlefield, the disciples of Dao Yi Shengzong, after being shocked, their eyes were full of fanaticism. Holy Son, the most powerful son of our Dao Yi holy sect. They all shouted excitedly and were completely overwhelmed. The people of Deu Shenchao also had their scalps numb, and their eyes were dull looking at Su Chengqing, who is now rich and unscathed. Right now, in the sky and on the earth, it seems that he is the only one. Even if it is the battlefield above the sky, the two supreme beings are overshadowed by it. Because Su Chengqing only has the cultivation level of a saint, but he cuts down the immortal platform with one sword. B. The most shocking, but also the most strongly affected, is the shoe of the Yaozu. How? The 5 sons of the demon star, no matter the previous generation or the next generation, have all fallen into Su Chengqing's hands. Is he a saint? No, how could a saint kill Sendai? Facing Su Chengqing's frightening sword strike, with the result of the saint beheading Shantai, they were all scared to death. All this is like a dream. But never thought. Su Chengqing really did it. What he said before is not arrogance. Really have this ability. So much so that under the previous sword that cut the sky, the terrifying sword energy caused a large number of monster monks to be affected, and their bodies and spirits were destroyed. After a while, there were bursts of voiceless exclamations from all directions, and countless people's scalps exploded. No matter who it is, no matter how strong or weak it is. This moment, they only have Su Chengqing in their eyes, and their hearts are also surging. Before this, no one expected such a result. Boom. But all people, living people, now have a blank mind. The scene of Su Chengqing using his finger as a sword before was still reverberating in their minds, just thinking about it made their bodies tremble uncontrollably. Even the powerhouses of Sendai, the supreme powers of various forces, couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Looking at Su Chengqing, they didn't know what to say. Because a saint beheaded and killed Shantai, such a thing looked at Zhou Xuan, even if it happened, it has never happened in millions of years. Today's Zhou Xuan, Su Chengqing is alone. Also here. Zanyan looked at Su Chengqing, and fear flashed across his eyes. Son. He took a deep breath, feeling extremely puzzled. Just now, using the finger as a sword, and the one finger used to destroy the 5 sons of the demon star, he can see that it is not a sacred technique. Its level of horror is even more dizzying. Especially the sword just now, even if the target was not me, it still makes people feel dreadful just thinking about it. That is a real sword that can bring death threats to this old guy from Sendai 7 Heavens. After regaining consciousness, Zan Yan laughed loudly, and the laughter spread throughout the battlefield. May I ask Zhou Xuan, is it written by Arita National Area Stone? His voice is like rolling thunder, resounding through the sky. It was also at this time that his cultivation base of the 7th heavenly layer of Sendai exploded completely and unreservedly. The world is in turmoil. Luo Yu was still in the horror of Lei Hong's death in the realm of a saint in Su Chengqing. Seeing that Zan Yan no longer had any reservations, his face changed drastically. Puff. Before he could react, a terrifying force came from behind, destroying all the meridians in his body immediately. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the aura on his body suddenly became weak. What I see in front of my eyes is just the afterimage of Zan Yan. Due to lack of consciousness, I failed to detect it in time. But by this time, it is undoubtedly too late. At last. Luo Yu didn't look at Zan Yan behind him, but looked at Su Chengqing with a calm face. This sun doesn't get rid of the future Zhou Xuan, I'm afraid it will be in it. Before he finished speaking, his expression was still full of disbelief, and his vitality was completely wiped out. Originally, he was the 5th heavenly heaven of Sendai, so he could barely hold back Zan Yan, the protector. Now that the other party saw that Su Chengqing had really crossed the border and killed Lei Hong, he had no worries. Therefore, his fall was doomed when Lei Hong died. With the fall of Luo Yu, another Shantai powerhouse of the demon clan. There were not too many exclamations erupting around. Because at this time, everyone's eyes were still on Su Changqing, and they couldn't move away. Moreover, the monstrous methods Su Changqing showed before are still constantly reappearing in their minds, and they can't get rid of them. So far, monster race chaos. They were already going to destroy the Deu dynasty, but because of Su Changqing's arrival, the undead monster race has become extremely passive now. The fall of the two Sendai powerhouses was undoubtedly a fatal blow to them. For a moment, on the battlefield, the disciples of the Daoyi sacred sect laughed wildly, and once again killed the distraught Yao Zushu. As for the people of Deu Shenchao, their morale is also high, reaching an unprecedented level. It's time for us to fight back. They also knew that this opportunity was rare at this time, so they cast grateful glances at Su Changqing, and continued to devote themselves to killing the officials of the monster clan. The war begins again, but this time, the hearts of the undead monster clan have already lost their minds, and their fighting spirit is full. It is precisely because of this that their original advantages have also turned into disadvantages at this moment, and they are constantly defeated. In the battlefield, Su Yue is now looking at Su Changqing in shock, unable to calm down at all. Using your finger as a sword, just now that's what Su Changqing mentioned in his diary. Besides the real dragon treasure technique, one of the other 10 evils, it is said that everything is indestructible. Cutting matter is like a magic weapon cutting mud. If you can cultivate to the absolute peak, you can break through the past and the present, and see the eternal grass word sword formula. She is still immersed in that terrifying sword strike just now, her heart beats faster, and her chest heaves even more violently. If it wasn't for being far away, I'm afraid I would have been injured by the frightening sword energy. And Su Changqing was able to perform the cursive sword art described in the diary, which was exactly the same, and he was indeed able to cut everything. Plus for so long, the things Su Changqing mentioned in his diary revealed things that hadn't happened yet. Without any accidents, they all happened. Then I will really be one of Su Changqing's lovers in the future. I thought about it before and thought it would be unacceptable. However, the appearance of Su Changqing was able to reverse the war between the Deu God dynasty and the undead monster race, and even showed the terrifying strength of being invincible in the same realm, and killing the strong in the immortal realm with a single sword of a saint's cultivation. Such an excellent man, even though he is the princess of the Deu dynasty, he can't help but feel inferior. Such a man, women are not uncommon. When thinking of here, Su Yue also unknowingly let go of the grievances in her heart, and when she came back to her senses, a strong look appeared in Su Changqing's eyes. Su Changqing didn't lie. What he said, what he did are all true. She no longer doubts about Su Changqing's diary, she chooses to believe it. Thinking that I will become the partner of such an excellent man in the future. Su Yue was in shock, and she couldn't help showing a shyness on her face. Worthy of being my man, that's amazing. Right now, she has the appearance of a queen fully displaying the power of the divine phoenix in her body, but she has the posture of a little woman. But, it was the first time I met Su Changqing, and I had never been in contact with him. I don't know, what would it be like to get along? After thinking about it, Su Yue quickly put away her thoughts. The most important thing right now is to take this opportunity to wipe out all the monsters first. Snort. She is no longer worried about anything now, and after she was able to breathe, she broke out again to cultivate the calendar of the God King. With the power of the divine phoenix in the body, even monks from the 8th heaven and 9th heaven can fight against him without losing the wind. When war breaks out again, among the major forces onlookers, exclamations are still coming and going. Everyone in Beiming 3.6 Holy Land is no exception. From the disciples of Tianzhou to the strong men of Shantai, they all look at Su Changqing with fear. Scary. They held back for a long time, and this is the only way to describe Su Changqing, who is a saint. As for the Lord of the Northern Darkness, even if Sha Wen's has experienced many battles, fought out from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, and single-handedly created the Lord of the Northern Darkness, one of the top powerhouses of the 9 profound heavens, he can no longer maintain the calmness of being the supreme being. Su Changqing did it. In addition to admiration, his eyes revealed shock for the first time. Originally, he only guessed that Su Changqing would have terrorist means, or that he had something to save his life from the Taoist Lord, so he dared to face Lei Hong, who was in the immortal realm, alone. He guessed right and guessed wrong. That's right, Su Changqing actually killed Shantai with the cultivation of a saint in front of countless forces after all. The wrong thing is I guessed the wrong direction. During the whole process, Su Changqing relied not on external objects but on himself. From the beginning to the end, without the help of external forces, he was not only able to fight against Sendai, but also to kill him for real. Chapter 92. The cursive word sword art, exactly the same as the diary Future Monday, it really is true. Amidst the shock of everyone in Baiming Holy Land, Sha Qingxuan was more shocked than anyone else, and looked blankly at Su Changqing, who was feared by countless monster monks on the battlefield. Sure enough, it really is the grass word sword formula. The frightening swordsmanship he revealed in his diary can really be used, and it looks like this guy should have realized the sword intent that can cut the sun, moon and stars with a blade of grass AB. Now that Su Changqing is only a saint, but he can kill Shantai with this sword art. Once he becomes the supreme or even higher realm, how terrifying will it be? She was short of breath and just felt dry mouth. From the beginning to the end, it was the first time she saw such a monstrous guy. The entire nine profound heaven. Or is it really the half that Zhan Yan, the guardian of the Tao, said, and what Su Changqing said at the Southern Region's ceremony before, in the same realm, no one can match it. I used to think this was arrogance and conceit. But right now it seems. Su Changqing is humble. Let's not talk about whether Tongjing is invincible or not, but his ability to kill Shantai with a saint is enough to prove his terrifying strength. In shock, Sha Qingxuan dispelled her doubts about Su Changqing's diary. The contents of Su Changqing's diary are all true, and there is no falsehood mixed in it. That is to say, he didn't know that anyone had a copy of the diary, that anyone could see his diary. She secretly analyzed it in her heart and became more and more sure. Otherwise, why did all of what Su Changqing said in Diary 04 match? The reason for retaining doubts is entirely because of the opening of the Supreme Secret Realm. In her opinion, Su Changqing revealed in the diary how to obtain the innate supreme essence through the secret realm, just like telling herself. But during this period of time, Su Changqing's performance was not what he thought. Shocked even more in his heart, Sha Qingxuan looked at Su Changqing's eyes with expressions. Su Changqing, my future comrade in arms, can give each other their backs without reservation. She murmured in her heart, and the look in her eyes became more intense. Since what Su Changqing said is true, the extremely terrifying brass word sword formula in the diary is displayed right now. It is enough to prove that the content of Su Changqing's diary is not fake. Unconsciously, Sha Qingxuan couldn't help thinking about it, Su Changqing. She murmured subconsciously, staring straight at Su Changqing with her beautiful eyes. Could it be that Su Zongqing could really save Deu Shenchao this time? And in the diary, the Yaozu won the war, but now, with Su Changqing unable to let go, and determined to change all regrets, will the outcome of this great battle be completely changed? When thinking of here, Sha Qingxuan looked at the void battlefield, and said to his father Sha Wen's, "Father, don't we plan to make a move? As long as you can help, it is undoubtedly a good opportunity for Baiming Holy Land to gain the favor of Dao Yi Shengzong and Deu Shenchao at the same time. Didn't you say that the troubled times have arrived? It would be nice to have two more allies in the troubled times, right?" She said so, but she actually wanted to write about Su Changqing fighting side by side. Even if the Yaozu fell into a disadvantage today, no one knows what will happen next. In order to avoid too many accidents, she has the urge to rush into the battlefield and intervene in the war. Wen Yan, the other people in Baiming Holy Land looked at each other in blank dismay, and they agreed in their hearts. Everything depends on the Lord's decision. Sha Wen's also suppressed the shock of Su Changqing in his heart, and glanced at the situation on the scene. The undead monster clan seems to be retreating steadily, but not sure what's going on. Baiming intervenes. If the monster clan still has a backup, it will be bad for us, Baiming. Su Changqing is certainly very strong. Among the younger generation of Zhou Xuan, I am afraid that as long as he wants to be the #1 position on the Tianzhou list, he will also be his, but the supreme being of the Dao Yi sect, the Holy Master, is not here. This is the biggest change. It's true that Su Changqing can deal with Shantai. I didn't expect him to have such a terrifying swordsmanship. But what if the supreme of the undead monster clan fights against him? He was not too anxious, but expressed his own point of view. Su Changqing single-handedly wiped out the 5 demon star sons of the undead monster clan, and also beheaded a strong Shantai with his own hands, and the other Shantai was also killed by Changqing's guardian. I'm afraid that the patriarch of the undead monster clan will not be able to sit still. After all, for Shang Jun, Su Changqing had a grudge against him for murdering his son. Even the Supreme could not restrain his inner anger when he saw that Su Changqing's intervention caused heavy losses to the Yaozu. Upon hearing this, Sha Qingxuan's complexion changed, and she hurriedly said, Then we should help each other. Su Changqing is kind to Baiming. As far as I am concerned, if it weren't for his envelope, I would not be able to get the innate supreme spirit in the supreme secret realm. Wait a little longer, if Su Zongqing is in danger and has no whole cards, I will make a move. Seeing his anxious daughter, Sha Wen's understood in his heart, staring at the void battlefield and responding faintly. Got an answer. Sha Qingxuan's heart was also relieved, her father had actually agreed, so there was no need to worry anymore. However, she still wanted to help Su Changqing in her heart. At the same time, the other side, everyone who came to Zhongzhou from Zishaodao Palace, it was a long time before they came back to their senses. Su Changqing, what kind of terrifying existence is he? The previous method is not a saint, even if he is said to be Sendai, I will believe it. I really didn't expect that the younger generation in Jushuantian would still have such a monstrous existence, and they are comparable to Daozi. What kind of monster did the Daoyi holy sect cultivate? They have lived in seclusion for many years, and now they are ending their seclusion. They originally thought that Daozi was invincible among the arrogance of time, but now Su Changqing is also showing invincibility. Such accomplishments, talents, not only supreme, I am afraid that it is only a matter of time before Zhundi and even the great emperor. Several Zishaodao palaces Shantai also failed to recover from the previous shock. In front of everyone, Daozi Wang Yi's expression is no longer calm. The strength displayed by Su Changqing has caused a huge wave in his heart. Use your fingers as your sword, use your sage's cultivation to kill Shantai. In his mind now, the terrifying sword that Su Changqing used before appeared. Under the terrifying sword intent and sword energy of that sword, even if the target is not yourself. However, he could feel the pain in his soul under the raging sword energy, as if he had forcibly accumulated it on his own soul. Looking back now, he still feels jealous. Even though Su Xing had a self-confidence that other people couldn't match before, he was already shaken by Su Changqing's sword. And Wang Yi's Dao heart, because of that sword, could no longer calm down, and his pupils shrank. Su Changqing, how many cards do you have? Is that sword your strongest ultimate move? He restrained the shock in his heart, and his expression became dignified. Since appearing, Su Zongqing is the first existence that makes him feel threatened. Even letting him take the sword that beheaded the Shantai strongman of the Yaozu, I'm afraid it will not be easy, and he will suffer heavy injuries. Vaguely, Wang Yi looked at Su Changqing's deep eyes, and there was a trace of fighting intent. If there is a chance, I am looking forward to a fight between us. He seemed to be muttering to himself, and seemed to be speaking to Su Changqing. The expressions of the other people in Zishaodao Palace changed when they heard the words. They could feel that Daozi's state of mind had changed because of Su Changqing. And at this very moment, most of the talents came back to their senses from the terrifying sword strike before, and burst into exclamations. It's unbelievable, this is Su Changqing, this is the third place on the Tianzhou list. If there is a list in Sendai, don't look at cultivation base, only look at strength. Can Su Changqing also be on the list? Hiss. Countless people gasped, looking at Su Changqing with horror in their eyes. Thinking about that sword just now, I still feel lingering fear in my heart. The monstrous sword energy made them feel like they had walked through the gate of hell. If Su Changqing's goal was theirs, perhaps most of them would have died under that sword. Even if there are 903 Tianzhou among the many forces, and even the famous Tianzhou on Tianzhou, they are completely scared by Su Changqing's frightening strength right now. Especially those who wanted to challenge Su Changqing before, they were secretly glad. Fortunately, I didn't do anything at the beginning, I just waited and watched the changes. As it stands now, the decision they made at that time was completely for their own life. Amidst countless terrified eyes, Su Changqing just glanced at the current battlefield, feeling extremely satisfied. As expected of the cursive character sword art, one of the 10 fierce treasures, even in Sendai, it can be broken. He murmured, and he estimated his current combat power more accurately. So if the Supreme One uses the Kaozi sword art later, will he be able to kill the Emperor Zun? But soon, Su Chengqing didn't bother with this, but looked at the monster monks in the battlefield, and first planned to make up a diary. The long-lost feeling. Everything is happening as in the previous life. But in this life, I have been reborn, so there is still time for everything, maybe just let me make up for the regrets of the previous life. The top priority is to help Deu Shenchao solve the demon clan first. Yue Wei is still the same as before, but she has awakened the power of the divine phoenix in her body in advance, and she really looks like a generation of queens, which is good. Anyway, she will take over the future Deu dynasty. The last time I failed to stop it, which led to the almost collapse of the Deu dynasty. In this life I am here. This war, let me change it. The undead demon clan, the future traitor of Zhou Xuan, Dr. After he made up the diary, he also noticed the change in Su Yue's expression. Without further entanglement, he wandered on the battlefield like a ghost. Wherever you go, the monster cultivators screamed continuously, and one after another fell to the ground. Even if they were spirits, they couldn't escape. Chapter 93. He restrains the undead monster clan by himself, and still has time diary to fool. Now, Su Zongqing seems to be a terrifying ghost on the battlefield, harvesting the vitality of monster monks wherever he goes. Traitor, it's time to liquidate. Every monster monk couldn't react at all, but before dying, he could hear a deep voice. Traitor. Liquidation. What's the meaning? What kind of traitors are the undead monsters attacking the Deu dynasty? And this kind of thing has been like this since ancient times, isn't it? The law of the weak and the strong has been regarded as the truth by countless monks. But how could these demon monks be the opponents of Su Chengqing who could kill Shantai? They had no time to react, they were destroyed by the force of terror and wiped out the soul. In the blink of an eye, the monster monks on the battlefield became terrified. Su Chengqing made a move. His target is us. Damn it, this can kill Shantai, what should we use to block him? There were bursts of exclamations, followed by screams that made the scalp tingle. For a few breaths, there are a large number of corpses of monster monks on the battlefield. But no one can restrain Su Chengqing. The Shantai powerhouse of the monster race wants to help, but he is pinned down by the Sendai of the Deu dynasty. Now, it's Yu who should be worried. Sacred son of Daoyi, he has helped us Oyu Shenchao a lot. They looked at Su Chengqing, who was on the battlefield as if he had entered the land of no one, obliterating one by one monster monks, and their hearts were shaken. Casting a grateful look, they continued to fight against the strong men of the Yaozu who are also Sendai. Because Su Chengqing's guardian killed a Shantai before, Su Chengqing also killed one. This led to the fact that the Yaozu's immortal realm was not enough to fully resist the 7 immortal realm powerhouses of the Deu dynasty. Boom boom boom. As the war between the two sides broke out again, the deafening roar became even more astonishing. But Su Chengqing didn't care, and put on a look of hatred on his face. Undead monster race, you should pay for the sins you committed. He opened his mouth coldly, and shot even faster. The ground of the entire battlefield collapsed, and the void exploded. Hear the words, comma. The people of the Yaozu looked astonished. Sin. Repay. Didn't you kill our young patriarch, will you pay it back? In the confusion of the demon monks, Su Chengqing started killing all by himself, screaming incessantly in an instant. Woo! The wind was blowing, it was whimpering. And he is like a terrifying Shira in this battlefield, no monster monk can survive from him. Even if several god kings join forces, they will all be wiped out in the blink of an eye. And Su Chengqing's terrifying strength made the undead monster monks on the entire battlefield look very excited. The battlefield of this moment. Blood flowed into rivers and corpses piled up into mountains again. On the void battlefield, Su Qingyan looked at Su Chengqing who was making another move, with strong admiration in his eyes. Using the cultivation of a saint to cut down the immortal platform, Su Chengqing. There had been a truce between him and Xiangjun for quite a while, and the reason why he stopped was because of that terrifying sword strike earlier. Even they were affected a little bit. And Su Chengqing used his finger as a sword. Su Qingyan feels unbelievable when he thinks back now. It seems Daoyi sect has cultivated a peerless overlord. He took a deep breath and thought to himself. Su Chengqing's saint realm is able to explode with such heaven-defying strength. Once he grows up, is it still worth it? Don't even have to think about it, it's safe to say. As long as Su Chengqing doesn't die young, then in the future, his achievements will definitely not be lower than that of the Emperor of Heaven. At the same time, regarding Su Chengqing's intervention, Su Qingyan was also grateful in his heart, but he didn't show it. As long as this battle can defeat the undead monster clan, Su Chengqing, I really want to talk to you. He took a deep look at Su Chengqing, who showed an invincible posture below, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A moment later, he looked at Shang Jun, who was also looking at Su Chengqing not far away. Only, at this time, the anger in Shang Jun's eyes was about to turn into substance, and the murderous intent was unprecedented. Su Chengqing. His voice is hoarse and he speaks in a low voice. At first, I thought that a Su Chengqing would not be able to stir up any disturbances, nor would he be able to change the ending of the impending destruction of the Dayu dynasty. But, Su Chengqing did it. The current situation has been reversed, which is extremely unfavorable to the undead monster race. If Su Chengqing is allowed to kill so much, and Su Qingyan pins him down, I'm afraid that other forces in Zhongzhou will also participate in it. Until then, the monster race is in danger. The killing intent in Shang Jun's eyes has never been so strong before, and he is still the first junior to become a saint. Court death. He already had a decision in his mind to kill Su Chengqing, and now he opened his mouth in a deep voice. He saw Su Chengqing's previous sword strike. At the same time, his eyes were even more dignified, knowing that if Su Chengqing could not be killed, even if the undead monster clan won this battle, it would still be a hidden danger for the future. That sword is too terrifying. It's like a terrifying sword master who has reached the pinnacle of kendo. Once grown up, in the future, the undead monster race may suffer their crazy revenge. At that time, Su Zongqing will grow to a terrifying level, then it is unknown. But one thing is certain. Su Chengqing, not dying is a serious disaster. However, Su Qingyan could see Shang Jun's thoughts clearly, and said with a sneer, "Want to kill Su Chengqing? Let's not talk about whether the Holy Master agrees or not. He helped Dayu Shenchao, so even if I die with you, don't even think about touching a hair on him." While he was speaking, the supreme cultivation base broke out again. Horror coercion is coming. Next second, Su Qingyan took a deep look at Su Chengqing, and then at Su Yue, who was still fighting. There should be an end. He opened his mouth suddenly, and his temperament suddenly changed. Today, he is not angry and majestic, and his body is even more radiant. This battle must have a result. Otherwise, the longer it is delayed, the more unfavorable it will be for Dayu Shenchao. Not to mention Su Chengqing and others who came to join the war and help the Dayu dynasty. See, Shang Jun's face was ugly, but he didn't neglect, and also operated his cultivation base. I think so too. His eyes are incomparably deep, and the monstrous evil spirit pervades again. Just in the blink of an eye, the two figures collided instantly. Boom! The void battlefield was violently turbulent, and the astonishing sound was like a thunderbolt. Both of them have murderous intent in their eyes. Before Su Qingyan made another move, Shang Jun suddenly closed his eyes, and countless demon souls poured into his body from all directions. Roar! He let out a low growl like a prehistoric beast, and when he opened his eyes again, countless demon souls appeared in his pupils. And his aura also suddenly increased a bit. Even if there is no breakthrough. But for the fight between Su Qingyan, it can play a key role. Right now, Shang Jun's murderous aura shot straight into the sky, launching a terrorist attack. Dayu Renwang, even with Su Chengqing, the fact that the Dayu dynasty will be destroyed will not change. After he said that, in his hand was a condensed energy light cluster containing a terrifying aura, which was directly used at the location of Su Yue and other people from the Great Feather Dynasty. Seeing this scene, Su Qingyan was caught off guard, and his face changed. "You damn." He secretly scolded Shang Jun for being shameless, for a supreme being to use such a method. But how could he not be clear? The other party has only one real goal, and that is Su Chengqing. But if you don't stop the light cluster that contains Shang Jun's full blow, then Song. It won't be long before she will lose her daughter and a large number of Oba's people and soldiers. Now he glanced at Su Chengqing, who was still slaughtering the monster monks. Su Qingyan gritted his teeth, and threw away the energy starlight cluster representing destruction. "Su Chengqing, you have to hold on." He glanced at Su Chengqing with a face of shame, and now he chose to stop Shang Jun's terrifying blow that contained supreme power. As for Su Changqing, he was able to kill Shantai, and the Holy Master Daoyi did not follow. Presumably, he has left a life-saving thing on him. That's all I can hope for right now. See the purpose achieved. Shang Jun has no intention of continuing to fight Su Qingyan at all. As long as there is no fatal flaw between the two supreme beings, it will be difficult to kill him. Su Changqing. This time, he shouted loudly. At the same time, the previously restrained killing intent completely broke out, and the sky seemed to be crumbling under the influence of this killing intent. Watching Su Changqing show shocking strength again and again, Shang Jun's murderous heart can no longer be restrained. Now is the time to kill Su Changqing. Avenge the murder of the son. It is also to avenge the 5 sons of Yaoxing, Lei Hong, and Luo Yu, who died in order to kill Su Changqing. Good Li, I want to see if you can even kill the deity. If you can't, the Holy Master Daoyi is not here, and if you kill my son, I will take your head and sacrifice it in front of my son's grave. Shang Jun's voice was like rolling thunder, and there was a violent explosion. Instantly. Without Su Qingyan's restriction, under his explosive cultivation, the whole battlefield trembled. The faces of the people of Dayou Shenchao and Daoyi Shengzong all changed drastically. The supreme of the undead monster clan has escaped. There is already a huge watershed between the practice world and other realms. With Shang Jun's intervention, in the entire battlefield, except for the cultivators of the Yaozu, everyone's bodies were shaking violently, and their faces turned pale instantly. After Su Changqing beheaded several demon kings, he felt the terrifying supreme coercion covering himself. Really. He also took a deep breath. The patriarch of the clan couldn't help but do something to himself. And the existence of this level is no longer a fire that he can contend with. But, thinking that there was a free thug, Su Changqing was not worried about what the other party could do to him. Old man, it's your turn to behave. He took a deep breath and spoke softly. Chapter 94. He blocked it, destroying the supreme with the Saint Realm alone. He succeeded. However, Su Changqing was quickly stunned. He found that as he spoke, no one responded. Where is the Lord? What the hell? Don't drop the chain at the critical moment. It is also at this moment. In everyone's shocking eyes. The terrifying aura on Shang Jun's body had already sealed off the world where Su Changqing was. Let me see how hard your bond is. He is very clear that no one can save Su Changqing at this moment. After that, it's time to pay for your life. As for Shang Yuan and those monster clan arrogances and powerhouses, I will avenge their revenge. Now it can only be done by him. Otherwise, I am afraid that no one in the entire monster clan can do anything to win Su Changqing. With little hesitation, the demonic aura on Shang Jun's body covered the sky, and a strange light slowly appeared, turning the whole world into a dark purple. Boom! He just stood in the void, raised his hand towards Su Changqing and pressed down. In an instant, the sky and the earth trembled. Visible to the naked eye, the entire void is constantly trembling. The coercion and aura of being the supreme is heading towards Su Changqing to suppress it. The supreme makes a move. As long as it is under the supreme, there is no opponent. What's more, Su Changqing is a saint. Even if he can kill Shantai, how can he possibly be able to deal with supreme? Seeing Shang Jun make a move, all the people of the Yaozu looked excited. Dayou Shenchao, the people of Daoyi Yizong's expression changed drastically. Not good. This damned monster clan's supreme actually took action against Su Changqing himself. Holy Sun is in danger. What should I do? Even if the Holy Sun can kill the immortal Terrace with a single sword, but this is supreme. Especially the disciples of the Daoyi sacred sect want to help right now. But under the interference of the terrifying supreme coercion, their souls were trembling, and their bodies were unable to move. If you want to forcibly resist, you will definitely be backlashed. Right now they can only watch. In the battlefield. Su Yue 390 also saw this scene, and suddenly her face paled. Su Changqing. Her eyes were full of fear, and her heart was even more anxious. Da. Turning his head, he saw that his father was resisting the terrifying light group. Right now, there is no way to move away to stop the supreme of the monster race. In this way, wouldn't Su Changqing be in danger? Moment. Except for the Yaozu on the battlefield, everyone else has despair on their faces. Right now, they can't help at all. Could it be that they can only watch Su Changqing being killed by the other party? At the same time, Many forces watching the battle also saw that Shang Jun had gotten rid of Su Qingyan's restraint, and launched a supreme blow to Su Changqing. Even if the other party just pressed lightly towards the void, the terrifying aura made people turn pale. Even in the immortal terrace realm, the expression is moving right now. Even if they are not on the battlefield, they all feel the sense of crisis. Su Changqing is a saint, how should he deal with it? No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to block this blow again. Oops, if the Supreme doesn't make a move, Su Changqing will definitely die this time. It seems that Su Changqing, the holy son of Taoism, will also fall in this great battle. As far as the current situation is concerned, this blow may destroy Shantai without falling, let alone Su Changqing. Countless people exclaimed, watching this scene in disbelief. Feeling the terrifying supreme aura, their bodies were trembling involuntarily. In the holy land of the northern darkness, everyone was also exclaiming. The holy master Baiming also had a flash of light in his eyes, and said lightly, sure enough. Su Changqing's previous performance was enough to make the supreme murderous spirit of the monster race monstrous. Now freed from Su Qingyan's restriction, Shang Jun completely pulled out his body, and landed a terrifying blow as the supreme AHBD towards Su Changqing. Even if Su Changqing has the means to defy the sky, I'm afraid he won't be able to create another miracle. Because right now his opponent is no longer Sendai, but a real supreme. After Sha Qingxuan saw this scene, she immediately panicked. Father, should you make a move? Before you said that Su Zongqing was in danger, you would take the shot, but now it is impossible for him to block the attack of the monster race supreme. She only slightly felt the supreme aura descending from heaven and earth, and she also felt a sense of suffocation. Not to mention Su Changqing, who is being targeted now. No matter how strong he is, how can he face the supreme being directly? Right now, she couldn't keep calm anymore, and hurriedly urged her father to help. Listening to his daughter's words, Sha Wenj took a deep breath. I'll shoot, it seems. He looked at Su Changqing's figure on the battlefield, replied lightly, and then prepared to leave. But suddenly, he didn't finish his sentence, and his body paused. And the expressions of the others all changed drastically. I saw. After Su Changqing seemed to be struggling for a while, he intended to erupt to cultivate the calendar at this moment. Boom! A huge roar resounded through the sky. Today's Su Changqing stepped into the void, shaking the sky and the earth, and the aura on his body was originally only the sixth heaven of a saint, but at this moment it rose to the sky, as if his realm was soaring. Seeing this scene, Sha Wenz looked surprised even though he was the supreme being. He is going to face the monster race supreme. He wanted to block the blow. He took a deep breath and was shocked by Su Changqing's decision again. Even if this kid only has the cultivation of a saint, he doesn't want to avoid the supreme being but has to deal with it head-on. Crazy, so crazy. Everyone in Baiming Holy Land exclaimed again and again, and the rest of the forces and monks around were no exception, all stunned and their scalps numb. Sha Qingxuan's pupils suddenly shrank. What a spoiled child. Su Changqing, what are you going to do? She was extremely anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Crazy, Su Zongqing must be crazy. He only has the cultivation level of a saint, and now he actually wants to face the blow of the collision supreme. Su Changqing's actions were also seen by countless eyes of the guests. This moment, the shock that Su Changqing brought to them was far more shocking than seeing Zhanxiantai before. Because right now, this Daoyi Orthodox son, the third in the Tianzhou list, is going to face the Supreme One. Under the spotlight, everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Su Changqing, who now had a terrifying aura, and the supreme attack in front seemed insignificant. What is he going to do? This is looking for death. In everyone's mind, besides being crazy, Su Changqing has another possibility, too conceited. No way, no way. He wouldn't really think that he, a saint, would be able to contend against the supreme being, right? On the battlefield, Zhan Yan, who was Su Changqing's protector, also changed his expression drastically. Son, even if he wanted to do everything to help, he was directly suppressed by Shang Jun and couldn't move. Just like that, I could only watch helplessly as the terrifying big hand that covered the sky and covered the sun fell towards Su Changqing. The void is collapsing, and the ground is also bearing the power of terror, spreading and collapsing continuously. Shang Jun looked at Su Changqing, who wanted to resist now. His eyes were full of disdain. Do you want to die less ugly? He opened his mouth in a cold voice, but he didn't intend to stop there. Even if it would attract the wrath of the Holy Master Daoyi later, he didn't hesitate at all. Raise your hand and press again. The transformed huge palm speeds up the falling speed. The sky and the earth are roaring and collapsing. Nobody knows. At this time, Su Changqing's heart escalated into a crisis, but there was nothing he could do. Damn old man, he lost the chain at a critical moment. He looked up at the approaching palm, knowing that it was impractical to escape. Because of the gap between the saint and the supreme, because right now it's just a fight. Calm down. Su Changqing's cultivation completely broke out, and at the same time, he unreservedly moved the primordial chaos in his body. Boom. The next moment, he suddenly had a supreme aura. In an instant, the wind blows. The sky trembled, and there was even an astonishing phenomenon of collapse in the void. But behind Su Changqing, his saint incarnation appeared, exuding an incomparably supreme aura. True Dragon Claw. He didn't hesitate, and directly showed the real Dragon Claw in the real Dragon Treasure technique, which is one of the current killing moves. It is also at this moment, above Su Changqing and the avatar behind him, there is an astonishing true dragon aura emanating. Above the void, there was also a sound of dragon's throat. I saw that there was a phantom of a real dragon appearing. Along with casting the real dragon claws, Su Changqing's right hand has undergone earth-shaking changes at this moment, with red scales covering his arms, and the palm of his hand has also turned into an extremely sharp dragon claw that contains the aura of destruction. This incomparably astonishing and terrifying scene once again caused countless people around to exclaim in shock. Also at this time, Shang Jun's supreme strike has arrived. With madness in Su Changqing's eyes, he pushed the power in his body to surpass the real dragon with all his strength. In the entire nine profound heaven, if a sage is fighting against the supreme being, can there be a second person? He looked up to the sky with a long smile, instantly raised his real dragon claws, and attacked towards the huge palm. Boom! Under the collision, the sky and the earth exploded. Countless people's hearts were shocked and their faces turned pale. And at this moment, Su Changqing's figure has long since disappeared, even his breath has disappeared. Because in the face of Shang Jun's illusioned palm covering the sky and the sun, no matter whether it is him or the incarnation of the saint, they are as small as ants. And the terrifying impact of the falling palm also implicated everyone on the entire battlefield. So much so that it spread hundreds of miles away, and the monks who were watching were also affected, and even more injured because of it. And this is the supreme power. Just a little shot, under the supreme, no one can stop it. As for Su Changqing, the peerless evildoer who can cut through the immortal platform with a single sword, he has already died under the terrifying supreme attack just now. Whether it is the battlefield or the surrounding area, there is dead silence. Su Qingyan's face was slightly pale, and there was endless self-blame in his heart. Even if he was unwilling to accept it, he still felt that Su Changqing had already fallen. Everyone below the supreme is ants. You are a saint, what can you use to offset it? Shang Jun snorted coldly. Now the murder of his son will be avenged. The next step is to continue to attack the Deu dynasty, and by the way, all the members of the Daoyi sacred sect who came this time will be wiped out. But suddenly, Supreme, that's all. A coughing sound came from where Su Changqing was before, and a sentence that made countless people's scalps explode. Supreme, nothing more than that. Chapter 95, The Holy Master went to copy the undead monster clan's lair. How heartless. This moment, between heaven and earth, it seems that only the previous sentence echoed. My lord, that's all. A moment later, the original palm fell, and the position that has already collapsed and cannot stand. Countless people saw a straight figure. It is Su Changqing. Although he doesn't look very well now, he didn't die under the attack of the monster clan supreme as imagined. With the cultivation base of the Saint Realm, he blocked the blow that made countless Shantai powerhouses turn pale. Not only that, it seems that the aura on Su Changqing's body is much weaker than before, but he didn't suffer too fatal injury. No matter who it is, when they see that Su Changqing is still alive, they are completely dumbfounded. What? He's alive, he's not dead. How is it possible? The supreme of the monster race obviously didn't intend to give Su Changqing a life, but he used his own means to withstand that blow. Su Changqing, is he still human? Continuous exclamations came from all directions and from everyone's mouth. No matter what the realm, even the supreme among the major forces, was taken aback. Su Changqing was not timid when facing the monster race supreme, but instead he took the initiative to attack. It's against the sky, and it's too crazy. In the battlefield, the eyeballs of today's monster monks are about to fall out, and they look at Su Changqing, who is still doing well with a dull face. Facing the patriarch's attack, he can actually block it. What kind of monster is this? Why was the technique he showed so terrifying before even the aura of the Supreme erupted from his body before? Isn't it the reincarnation of the Supreme? Even the Patriarch can't kill Su Changqing. They're numb, totally numb. Right now, my heart is even more turbulent, and I can't believe it. The strength that Su Changqing displayed from the beginning to the end has greatly surpassed the realm of a saint. Zhan Shantai, now he has received a blow from the Supreme Patriarch head-on. Looking at the entire Zhuxuantian in such a saintly state, I am afraid that there is no second person to be found. In addition to the monsters, people from Dayou Shenchao and Daoyi Shengzong were also dumbfounded. They looked at Su Changqing, who was slowly flying into the air on the other side, and they were all horrified. Originally, I thought that Su Changqing, the son of Daoyi, was already in danger, and his chance of surviving was almost zero. But now, be good to Su Changqing. My son is fine. There were more exclamations on the battlefield, and no one could believe what they saw. Su Yue's eyes were already red, but seeing that Su Changqing was still fine, she was stunned. Supreme's attack was caught by him. Su Changqing, what a scary Su Changqing. Her mind went blank, and her heart shook violently. This man who persisted until the last moment of the dark turmoil in the future has shown such terrifying strength right now. Then in the future, what kind of terrifying existence will he be? That is the Supreme. Not a saint, Sendai can compare. But Su Zongqing seemed to treat everyone equally. Even if the Supreme One attacked, he could still receive a terrifying blow that could obliterate Shantai. So unbelievable, so unimaginable. It seems that Su Changqing is like a bottomless pit, he can't see through it, and he has no idea how terrifying the other party's true strength is. On the side of Beiming Holy Land, Xia Wen's originally wanted to make a move, but stopped after seeing Su Changqing's actions. But now, he couldn't help being taken aback. Su Changqing really blocked the shocking attack of the monster race Supreme. And before that, an astonishing Supreme aura erupted from Su Changqing's body, and he showed an astonishing ultimate move. With the body of a saint, resist the Supreme. This is not crazy, it can even be said to be desperate. When the faces of the people in the Holy Land were pale and their mouths were wide open but unable to speak, Xia Wen's deep eyes fell on Su Changqing, and he was shocked. Is this the strength that a saint can show? Su Changqing, this battle will be his famous battle to make Zhuxuantian famous. Daoyi Shengzong really produced a terrifying monster. His breathing couldn't help being a little short, and there was a huge wave in his heart. Once Su Changqing grows up, the future Zhuxuantian will probably be the only one who dares to call himself invincible. In the shock of Xia Wen's, Xia Qingxuan also felt a strong visual impact and inner shock. Su Zongqing is fine, he is still alive. Her heart was in her throat before, she only thought that Su Changqing was really desperate, and dared to confront the Supreme. But right now, my worries seem superfluous. Su Changqing is not crazy, but seems to have the confidence to move. But thinking of the shocking means that Su Changqing showed in the face of the terrifying blow of the monster race Supreme, Xia Qingxuan's heartbeat became more and more rapid, and she secretly said in her heart, could it be Su Changqing's right hand turned into a dragon's claw before, and he was also one of the 10 evils? Could it be that he has fully grasped the 10 evils revealed in the diary? Can make Su Changqing in the saint realm receive the blow of the Supreme? How terrifying are the 10 fiends? She stared at Su Changqing firmly, and she confirmed in her heart that there was no fake content in the diary. At the same time, it can also be seen that the reason why he was able to block that blow was also due to the Supreme aura erupting from Su Changqing's body. It can be said, whether it is the breath of a saint or the treasured technique among the 10 evils, neither is indispensable. Otherwise, Su Changqing definitely couldn't have suffered minor injuries instead of dying in the hands of the Yaozu Supreme. How many terrifying supernatural powers does this guy have about the last time? A moment later, Xia Qingxuan noticed the weakened aura on Su Changqing's body, and took a deep breath. He can no longer bear the second attack from the monster race Supreme. Her eyes flickered, and her heart became worried again. Where is the holy master of the Daoyi holy sect? Why put Su Changqing in danger? I can only ask my father to help me out. In the commotion of all parties. Above the void, Su Qingyan has already stopped the destructive light group and annihilated it. But when he saw that Su Changqing had received Xiangjun's attack to destroy the immortal realm, he was completely dumbfounded. Su Changqing used his finger as a sword to kill Shantai. Right now, with the body of a saint, he resisted the supreme attack and survived. This immediately made him feel so unreal. The other side. When Xiangjun saw that Su Changqing blocked his attack and said those words, his eyes turned red. How so? His heart was shaken, and he stared at Su Changqing in disbelief. At the moment when the attack fell completely before, an astonishing supreme aura erupted from the body of the Daoyi Sun. Above the sky, there appeared a phantom of a real dragon. The breath is overbearing. Zero ask for flowers. That's it, the other party is not dead. Shame. The murderous intent rises once again. Xiangjun couldn't bear it any longer, and his cultivation level that was only one step away from becoming the supreme sixth heaven suddenly exploded. This deity, I really want to see if you can continue this time. He opened his mouth extremely coldly, and he was already preparing to strike for the second time. Seeing this, Su Changqing frowned. Damn, old man, what about you? He couldn't help scolding his mother in his heart. If this guy doesn't come out, he will really be finished. If it weren't for the primordial chaos supreme bone and true dragon claws just now, maybe even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Just as Xiangjun was about to strike again, countless people were mourning for Su Changqing. HMPH, it's really awe-inspiring for the majestic demon clan supreme to attack a junior saint. A cold snort came from the void behind Su Changqing, and a supreme aura that made the world roar suddenly appeared in this world. A series of explosions and roars continued to spread, because the dome seemed to be collapsing. It is also at this time. Dressed in a black robe, the Daoyi Holy Master stepped out of the void and stood in front of Su Changqing with a calm and majestic expression. Boom! He just waved his hand, the sky and the earth shook violently, belonging to Xiangjun. The supreme pressure that blocked Su Zongqing dissipated immediately. Seeing the Daoyi Holy Lord appearing in front of you, Su Changqing finally let go of his heart, but he couldn't help muttering, "Old man, you are so kind, leaving me alone to face these damned undead monster clans, facing these hateful rebellious." Although the voice was very soft, it was still heard by the Lord Daoyi. Treason. He was a little puzzled. This was the second time he had heard it from Su Changqing. The first time was at the grand ceremony, when Shang Yuan was beheaded. But he just blinked his eyes and stopped thinking about it. He turned around and glanced at Su Changqing. The location of Daoyi Holy Master's face changed, but after checking Su Changqing's physical condition, he said indifferently, "It seems that it is not too late for me." It's not too late. It's not too late. I went to the West Desert earlier and completely wiped out the undead monster race. In this case, it makes sense. After Su Changqing understood the reason why the Daoyi Holy Master didn't make a move before. But the dialogue between the two did not deliberately lower their voices. Immediately, countless people exclaimed. Especially the people of the monster race, their faces turned pale in an instant. Daoyi Holy Master, brought their lair away. Wouldn't it be impossible for a supreme powerhouse and a member of the monster clan to escape death? Today's monsters, are they the only ones left in Zhongzhou? Su Qingyan was overjoyed when he heard the words. Ha ha ha, thank you Daoyi Shengzong for your help. I will remember this kindness in my heart, and the Daoyu dynasty will never forget it. He looked up to the sky and laughed. No wonder the Holy Master Daoyi hasn't shown up for so long. It turned out that Su Zongqing could cope with it, and turned around to destroy the nest of the undead monster clan. But, Xiangjun's eyes turned extremely red when he learned that the undead demon clan in Eximo had been wiped out by the Lord Daoyi. Daoyi Holy Sect. He flew into a rage, and the world turned pale at this moment. Burning with anger, he no longer took Su Changqing as a target, and suddenly attacked the Daoyi Holy Master with his tentacles. Chapter 96. In my previous life, I also suppressed many supreme beings, 1 against 10. At this time, the anger in Xiangjun's heart erupted completely, and he could no longer control it in the slightest. Damn! His chest was heaving violently, and the anger in his eyes seemed to turn into substance. The entire sky trembled, exuding terrifying heat. Next moment, the supreme phantom appears between the heaven and the earth. At this moment, Shang Jun really has no reservations, truly showing the terrifying power of supremacy. Boom! He hardly hesitated, his eyes were red, and his hands began to make various obscure movements. However, in the next second, the entire sky became extremely dark. The monstrous demonic aura continued to permeate him, almost turning the entire battlefield into a demonic realm. A destructive aura emanated from Supreme Phantom. Immediately afterwards, Xu Ying suddenly punched Daoyi Holy Master. Under one punch, the sky is falling apart, the wind is howling. Seeing this scene, countless monks watching the battle were frightened and hurriedly retreated hundreds of miles before stopping. Hiss! They all took a breath, and now they will usher in the final decisive battle. Among countless eyes, Daoyi, 607, Holy Master's eyes were calm. He glanced at Su Chengqing behind him, and said indifferently, "It's none of your business, from now on, I will make decisions for you." After finishing speaking, the supreme aura on his body was fully revealed at this moment. Dressed in a black robe, he snarled. Facing Shang Jun's attack, he blasted out of the room from across the air. Boom! The monstrous explosion made the hearts of countless people tremble, and their eardrums ached. The whole world is shaking. Seem, you must not be able to withstand the terrifying power of the two supreme beings attacking with all their strength. And seeing this scene, Su Chengqing couldn't help but cast a blank look. The Holy Master obviously came back long ago, but he didn't make a move. Damn old man, very bad. After he complained, he stepped aside. Right now, he doesn't have to do anything more. As for the remaining members of the monster race, there is no need to do anything by themselves. However, this time I have gained quite a lot. Shantai with one sword. After verifying his current strength, Su Chengqing was naturally happy in his heart. Right now, he saw that the Holy Master and the Monster Race Supreme had stepped into the void, and they were constantly fighting on the void battlefield above. Heard the roar. Su Chengqing was not worried that the Holy Master Daoyi would not be the opponent of the Monster Race Supreme. After all, on the other side, Su Qingyan was still idle, so it was better to continue making up a diary. It seems that there is still a big gap between a saint and a supreme being. Maybe for others, the supreme is out of reach, and the saint cannot face it, but for me the supreme is nothing more than that. During the battle of the heavens in the previous life, I was already the supreme being, and most of the enemies I faced were the supreme beings and even quasi-emperors, even the great emperors were not rare. In that battle, I fought side by side with Deu Renwang, Baiming Holy Lord, etc., and most of them were Zhuxuantian Supremes, and now nearly half of Zhuxuantian Supremes fought with me against the enemies of the heavens in the last life, comrades. It's just that this life has not yet reached that time, and many supreme beings have not yet revealed themselves. The time of the battle of the heavens is really nostalgic. If after the battle of the heavens, Zhuxuantian is still intact, without many supreme beings falling, perhaps in the dark turmoil later, Zhuxuantian will also be the top force in the alliance of heavens, as long as 7. In this life, I have a chance to start again, so whether it is the battle of collapse, the battle of the heavens, or the dark turmoil, there is still time to change some bad things, and it will succeed in the end maybe. In the last life, it was just a little bit. After he made up the diary, he was also looking forward to the follow-up development in his heart. As long as everything can be subtly changed, this is the current top priority. No more thinking about it. After Su Chengqing took a deep breath, he began to perform exercises to heal his injuries. It's really too reluctant, but fortunately I can block it. He shook his head. He was injured in response to the shocking blow of the Monster Race Supreme. It seems that the current strength is not enough, we still need to make up diaries to become stronger. Otherwise, it's impossible to let the Lord be the thug every time, right? How embarrassing. And at this moment, on the void battlefield, every collision between Holy Lord Daoyi and Shang Jun made void more and more unbearable. At the moment, Shang Jun was still extremely angry, furious. Kong Wai, you are a holy sect, die. He yelled violently, gathering endless monster energy when he raised his hand, and every time he made a move, he carried the momentum of destroying the world. Originally, the undead monster race just wanted to defeat the Deu dynasty and gain a foothold in Zhongzhou. The undead monsters haven't troubled Daoyi Shengzong yet, but they were ruined by Daoyi Shengzong. The current situation is already very unfavorable to Yaozu. But there is no way. At the moment, Shang Jun lost his composure a long time ago, and every time he shot with all his strength, there was an astonishing killing intent in his eyes. You ruined the good deeds of the deity again and again. Between the immortal demon clan and the Daoyi holy sect, there will be no end to death. He clapped his palm again, and the void collapsed. One holy lord. Kong Wai looked at Shang Jun, who was almost crazy, his eyes sparkled. Is there no end to death? Then let the undead monster clan disappear completely. He looks like a scholar, but the words he speaks are cold. Shang Jun stopped his figure, his pupils shrank, and more disappeared. Taking advantage of the time when the undead monster clan was at war with the Deu dynasty. The holy master Daoyi in front of him arrived in the West Desert to destroy the entire demon clan. Obviously he had already planned this. But before he could make another move, a loud laugh came from another direction. Su Qingyan stepped into the void and appeared beside Kong Wai. How can I miss such a thing as the undead demon clan? Friend Taoist Kong, I still want to thank you Daoyi sacred sect for your help. Especially Su Changqing, you have really cultivated a monster against the sky. He spoke freely, expressed his gratitude, and even praised Su Changqing. In this battle, Su Changqing also played a key role. When Kong Wai heard this, he just shook his head slightly. No need to thank you, this is what Changqing wants to do. He opened his mouth lightly, and then shot again. Su Qingyan's eyes flashed, and he glanced at Su Changqing, who was on the edge of the battlefield. And when he retracted his eyes, he also showed fighting intent. Shang Jun, this war should end. He no longer hesitates, and also goes out of the people. This time the void battlefield is a shocking battlefield belonging to the three supreme beings. Shang Jun saw Deu Renwang join hands with Daoyi Holy Master, his face full of anger was dignified. What does Su Changqing want to do? His heart trembled, and he stared fixedly at Su Changqing's figure below. This is just the holy son of the Daoyi sect, who has the ability to let the Daoyi Holy Master participate in the war between the undead monster clan and the Deu god dynasty for him. Everything. It's all because of Su Changqing. The one who killed his own son Su Changqing. Shang Jun's heart is extremely complicated, and his desire to kill Su Changqing has become stronger again, but now there is no chance. The undead monster clan perished in my hands because of a Su Changqing. After he murmured, he also knew that facing the two supreme beings alone, his chances of winning were almost zero. But at this moment, he has no way out. Once they escape, the fate of other clansmen will definitely be destroyed. BT. There was madness in Shang Jun's eyes, and the aura on his body showed signs of breaking through at this moment. Then let's see if you have the ability. He spoke hoarsely, and in an instant, the evil spirit in his body exploded completely. Even the entire sky seems to be affected at the moment, and the roar continues. It is also at this moment. The three sovereigns fought together thoroughly, and the madness unfolded. With each collision, all fall to heaven. Below the battlefield, the battle between the great feather god dynasty and the undead monster race is still going on. But, seeing that the patriarch Shang Jun was about to face the joint efforts of Deu Renwang and Daoyi Holy Lord, the Yaozu looked pale. Is the Yaozu really going to end? I cannot be reconciled. Their morale has already fallen to the bottom, and they don't know how to find life. Currently, for the Yaozu, it's already a near-death situation. All of these. It still depends on whether the patriarch can successfully defeat those two supreme beings. Su Yue is also on the battlefield, but right now she is staring at the copy of the diary in front of her. Is the supreme being nothing more than that? The battle of the heavens, Su Changqing is the supreme cultivation base, that is to say just a few hundred years. All the supreme beings of Zhou Xuan will be Su Changqing's comrades in arms. No wonder 3.8. After reading the diary, she took a deep breath. Glancing at Su Changqing, who didn't continue to intervene, her heart beat faster. No wonder Su Changqing resisted the attack of the monster race supreme before. As for the end of the dark turmoil, just a little bit, is it a success? With these doubts, Su Yue couldn't help but look forward to what Zhou Xuan would look like under Su Changqing's changes, and would she be able to still stand by Su Changqing's side when the darkness and turmoil came. I hope that in this life, you can achieve what you want. She murmured in her heart, and the look in her eyes flickered. But soon, she put away her thoughts and continued to kill the monster monks. The whole battlefield roared again and again. The shouts and killings don't stop. But countless people know that this time the war has come to an end. As for when it will end, they all looked at the three terrifying figures on the battlefield in the sky. Just wait there to decide the winner. That's when the battle ends. Chapter 97. The shock and trust of the female protagonist. The undead monster clan will be destroyed today. At the same time, in the beaming Holy Land, Xiao Wenyuan looked at Su Changqing, with a look of regret flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect this kid to have such a real experience. He muttered secretly in his heart, and glanced at the battlefield above the void again. At the moment, Dayu Renwang and Daoyi Holy Lord are teaming up to deal with the patriarch of the undead monster clan. I was going to make a move before, but I didn't expect the Holy Master Daoyi to come. If you want to help now, you have already missed the opportunity. Beside, Sha Qingxuan stared intently at the contents of Su Changqing's updated diary. In the battle of the heavens, fight side by side with the supreme of the nine profound heavens. Even if the darkness is turbulent. She looked at the contents of the copy of the diary, and her heart beat faster. Because at the end, she saw the news revealed by Su Changqing. The other party almost succeeded in his last life, just a little bit. And Su Changqing, as the last group of people who resisted to the end, how terrifying is his strength. It's no wonder that he was able to face the front face without changing his face. Even if he faced the attack of the Supreme, he didn't suffer too much injury. Now, Sha Qingxuan believed in Su Changqing's diary more and more. It seems that all this is true. Everything in the future that Su Changqing revealed in his diary will happen. She took a deep breath, and now she couldn't help but cast a blank glance at Sha Wen's beside her. He obviously asked his father to help him before, but he had to wait until now. Right now, the Daoyi Holy Master and the Dayu Renwang are joining forces, and it doesn't make any sense for Beiming Holy Land to go to help. Otherwise, I can fight side by side with Su Changqing once in advance. Maybe we can get to know each other better through this time. Thinking of this, Sha Qingxuan's heartbeat accelerated inexplicably, and her face felt a little hot. A close comrade in arms. She remembered what Su Changqing had mentioned in his diary, and she had more cheeks. There is no status, only the status of a comrade in arms. Then this life can no longer be like what Su Changqing experienced last time. Now, the fighting on the battlefield has not stopped. But, the Yaozu people are already at a disadvantage, and the number is constantly decreasing. Due to the blow to their morale, they are no match for the core disciples of Dayu Shenchao and Daoyi Shengzong. Even if it is the Shantai strongman of the Yaozu, there is only the last one who is struggling to support him. But what he was facing were the three Sendai powerhouses of Dayu Shenchao, and Zan Yan, who was Su Changqing's protector and also a senior Sendai powerhouse. This also means that he has no chance of surviving. Edge of battle. Su Changqing looked at the battlefield that was drawing to a close, with a smile on his face. It shouldn't be long, right? He raised his head and glanced at the sky battlefield above, and murmured Gu. If Dayu Human Sovereign and the Holy Master were unable to kill the Patriarch of the Yaozu, then it would be impossible to guarantee it at the end of the day. Without thinking too much, Su Changqing also knew that the diary had been fabricated for a long time, so he checked the trust value of the copy holder of the diary. Ling Chenshui, the Saintess of Daoyi Sect trust value, 120. Demon Sect Witch Murong Dayi trust value, 120. Princess Su Yue of the Dayu Dynasty trust value, 110. Northern Holy Land Saint Sha Qingxuan trust value, 115. He looked at the trust value of each woman, with a satisfied smile on his face. It seems that soon, with 4 people, the trust value will all reach the level of extreme trust. It seems that fabricating this incident has gained a lot. To be able to gain the favor of Dayu Shenchao, especially Dayu Renwang, for him, this fabricated incident is undoubtedly complete. The times of fabrication were not wasted. Maybe they can take advantage of this opportunity to deter the rest of the Zhongzhou forces. There is no doubt that the biggest winner is yourself. I didn't think too much about other things. Su Changqing looked at the current battlefield situation, and there was no need for him to intervene at the moment. Undead monster race. Now he has thought about their destination and knows what to do. The plots that are not in the original text are made up by myself. Whatever is beneficial can be arranged. The undead monster race is not a good bird. In the original text, after the end of Hermetism, there was a period of massacre of human monks. When they were about to arouse public outrage, they had no choice but to stop. Therefore, it is reasonable to destroy the undead monster race in advance. On the battlefield of the sky. Boom. The fight between the three supreme powerhouses led to darkness, as if the end of the world had come. It is also at this moment. The aura of Shang Jun, the patriarch of the undead monster clan, has gradually become weak. The undead monster race must not be destroyed in my hands. He backed up with his strength, escaped the pincer attacks of Emperor Deu Renwang and Daoyi Holy Master, and then roared. In the next second, all the evil spirits that filled this world suddenly surged towards Yi at this moment. And Shang Jun is like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing evil spirits from all directions. The clansmen of the undead monster clan. His voice was a little trembling, and he looked at the clansmen who were still alive on the battlefield below, and spoke slowly. After such a long war, there are less than 10,000 surviving members of the Yaozu. It is now gradually heading for defeat. But even so, this also caused serious losses to the Great God Dynasty. The core disciples of Daoyi Shengzong who came this time also lost a lot. With Shang Jun speaking, Lord Daoyi and Emperor Deu looked at each other and frowned. They didn't know what the other party was going to do for a while, and they didn't act rashly. Although each other is supreme, if Shang Jun desperately wants to pull a back, it may not be possible to put himself in crisis. And the battlefield below. After hearing Shang Jun's call, the members of the undead monster clan all looked up at the sky. Even the last strongman from Sendai among the monster clan retreated to a safe distance and looked up at the sky. People from Deu Shenchao and Daoyi Shengzong were also puzzled. In the eyes of countless people, there was a trace of unbearableness on Shang Jun's face, but there was nothing he could do. Are you willing to watch the undead monster clan be destroyed like this? No. You guys, can you fight with the book? Willing. Alright then, hand over your vitality and ghosts to this deity, and the time to fight back is here. Even if he couldn't bear it, Shang Jun understood that he had to do this. If I don't take any measures, I may fall under the cooperation of Deu Renwang and Daoyi Holy Land. By then, the clansmen of the undead monster clan will definitely not be able to. It would be better. Fight. Even if the ending of the fall still cannot be changed, Deu and Daoyi must pay a heavy price. Wen Yan. Countless people looked moved. The patriarch of the monster clan wants to make those clansmen of the undead monster clan sacrifice their lives. This is what to do. But before anyone else reacted. Among the undead monster clan, the last strongman from Shantai looked up to the sky and laughed. Patriarch, next it's up to you. With sadness on his face, he looked at Shang Jun above the sky, his body trembling constantly. Next second, his mind and soul were separated from his body, his vitality was cut off, and he resolutely floated towards Shang Jun. Not only him, the clansmen of the monster clan followed suit one after another. Woo woo. The dark wind howled, their eyes became hollow, their vitality dissipated, and their souls rose into the sky one after another. Battlefield supremacy. But the living monster monks are all like this. The scene is so big that countless people are moved. Also at this time, Shang Jun's eyes were red, and his expression revealed sadness. The undead monster race has not been defeated yet. He let out a roar, urging the supreme cultivation base with all his strength. The vortex centered on himself is constantly absorbing the souls of the monster clansmen. Until it was completely absorbed, the aura on his body suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the supreme sixth heaven in one fell swoop. Not over yet. Shang Jun had a crazy smile on his face, and his breath was still soaring. Break. He opened his mouth in a low voice, his body trembling violently as if he couldn't bear it. But even with the backlash, he is still forcibly improving his cultivation. Even if there was blood overflowing from the 7 orifices, he didn't stop. Until a moment later. Boom. The roar that makes the world completely silent comes out. Shang Jun's cultivation breakthrough. Supreme 7th heaven. For a moment, countless people's scalps are numb. He is going to force a breakthrough. Is this going all out? A supreme powerhouse has reached the point of desperate. A lot of exclamations came from all directions, all of them saw Shang Jun's actions. The current undead demon clan. Shang Jun was the only one left. See. Deu Renwang and Daoyi Holy Lord had serious expressions on their faces. They never thought that the other party would do such a thing, sacrificing all the clansmen, just for this short-lived moment. But the next second 527. Shang Jun originally wanted to communicate with the clan's demon weapon passed down from generation to generation by the demon clan, but his expression changed. Is it a purple bead? This seed has already destroyed it. The Lord Daoyi saw the change in the other party's face, and spoke lightly. Upon hearing this, Shang Jun's pupils shrank, and then went completely crazy. Die, die. He immediately launched an attack crazily, and every shot left only a roar between the sky and the earth. Under the catastrophe, he could no longer maintain his sanity. It is the immortal demon pill left by the ancient demon emperor, which can absorb the power of the demon emperor and break through to the quasi-emperor realm. He sacrificed his clansmen just to use the last whole card. Before the demon clan is destroyed, let Deu Shenchao and Daoyi Shengzong be buried with them. No matter what, I never thought that I was discovered by the other party. The undead monster race is really over. Everything is over. Lasted almost half an hour. Finally, stop abruptly. Without the blessing of the ancient demon emperor's demon pill, Shang Jun failed to break through to a higher realm, and the ending was already doomed. Now, his body is riddled with holes, his vitality is rapidly dissipating, and his soul is also collapsing. Feeling the end is approaching, Shang Jun just felt that it was like a dream, so unreal. Su Changqing. He lost his body support and fell straight down. Before falling completely, he exhausted his last bit of strength and looked at Su Changqing below. The biggest reason for the destruction of the undead monster clan is Su Changqing. Noticed that the corner of Su Changqing's mouth curled up into a smile with a calm expression. Shang Jun's eyes widened suddenly, remembering that the Yaozu wanted to migrate, but in the end they chose Zhongzhou, and had a strong desire to go to war with Deu Shenchao. How could it be him? He seemed to understand everything, but he was speechless, and his vitality was completely cut off. With the roar, the ground trembled. The undead monster race is completely destroyed. Chapter 98. Blood rains from heaven, heaven and earth grieved together, the first meeting of the princess and Su Changqing. For hundreds of thousands of years, this longest and most tragic battle is finally over. Originally, it was only the undead monster clan who attacked Deu Shenchao, but later, there was the intervention of Daoyi Shengzong. To be precise, it was Su Changqing's intervention that completely reversed the situation on the battlefield. The Deu dynasty, which was already on the verge of defeat, survived now, but the undead monster race was completely wiped out. On the battlefield at this time, whether it is the Deu divine dynasty or the Daoyi Shengzong, there are many casualties. The main reason why the mountains piled up and the blood flowed like rivers was entirely from the people of the undead monster clan. Because, at this moment, none of the undead monster clan survived. Even the undead monster clan in Eximo was completely wiped out by the Daoyi Holy Lord. Heaven and earth are dead. No one can even speak. Among countless shocked eyes. Above the sky, there are dark clouds. Suddenly, someone felt raindrops falling on them. But when I turned my head and looked, the color of the raindrops was wrong, it seemed it was blood. Tick-tock, tick-tock. More and more people also noticed the strangeness, and then felt a burst of scalp tingling. Because, now the raindrops falling from the sky are blood-colored. Soon, more and more people have noticed that the rain is not right now. Rain. At the moment, it's raining blood. Clatter. Originally it was only sparse raindrops, but now it is raining heavily. On the battlefield, around, in the whole of Zhongzhou. It's raining blood. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be a desolate atmosphere. TLF. Heaven and earth mourn together. In this war, the number of deaths has been countless. And among them, there are many strong people in Sendai, and even one supreme has completely fallen. Sorrow permeates between heaven and earth. It seems that God is sad about this. This moment, looking at the dense rain of blood, on the battlefield, Deu Shenchao and the disciples of Daoyi Shengzong all cheered after they regained their senses. This battle, Oyu Shenchao won. The undead monster race has been destroyed. Many acts of injustice will kill themselves. They not only want to migrate, but also want to start a war, so they deserve to die. As expected of the holy son of Daoyi, if it weren't for his intervention, maybe the Deu dynasty would have been defeated in this war. Amidst the cheers, most of the people from the Deu dynasty looked at Su Changqing with gratitude. Because before, they heard what the Holy Master said. It was Su Changqing who wanted to help. If it wasn't for him, the Holy Master Daoyi would not have come. Not to mention destroying the lair of the undead monster clan, and also destroying the ultimate trump card of the monster clan supreme, otherwise this battle will bring about the end of the Great Yu dynasty. Amid the cheers on the battlefield, Su Yue looked at the end of the war, looked at the sky that was raining blood, and finally turned her gaze to Su Chengqing, who was not far from the battlefield. It was he who made Deu Shenchao win this battle. Her eyes sparkled, and her heart was quite excited. As stated in the diary, Su Zongqing really succeeded in changing the outcome of this war. Otherwise, the Yushan dynasty will undoubtedly be defeated. This is the first time the two have met. I don't know why, but I feel that I can't explain clearly to Su Chengqing. When thinking of this, Su Yue suppressed her thoughts and walked towards Su Chengqing. Su Yue, thank the Taoist sun. She came to Su Chengqing, bowed slightly and saluted. Looking at the man in front of her at close range, her heart beat so fast that she didn't even dare to look directly at him. Su Chengqing, who was still admiring the bloody rain, turned around and saw Su Yue's arrival, with a smile on his face and vicissitudes and nostalgia in his eyes. Princess doesn't need to be too polite, it's just that the monster clan has perished since Sha. He pretended to be hesitant to speak, but in the end he didn't say much. And seeing the vicissitudes and nostalgia in Su Chengqing's eyes, Su Yue's heart trembled. For some reason, there was an indescribable feeling. She was nervous and didn't know how to face Su Chengqing. Looking at him right now, people feel inexplicably distressed. With such vicissitudes, he must have lived a very hard life in his last life, right? Coupled with the description in the previous diary, at the last moment of darkness and turmoil, he was the only one left. Even just thinking about it, Su Yue can feel the suffocation of the empty person around her, but she doesn't know how to speak right now. With a heavy heart, she finally didn't know what to say, turned her head and left. It is also at this time. Yue, long time no see. A murmur came from behind. Su Yue's delicate body trembled, and her footsteps also paused. Su Chengqing. She wanted to turn her head now, but held back. After all, I can't let the other party know that I have a copy of the diary. After taking a deep breath, she returned in the direction where God Yu was facing everyone. Next, think about how to face Su Chengqing. I always wanted to see you when I didn't see them before, but now I see them, but I don't know how to communicate. Su Chengqing noticed that Su Yue paused, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he began to make up a diary. Yue, in this life our meeting was 10 years earlier. You are still that little lowly, just like Chen Shui, Dai, and Qingxuan, the same as in memory, no change, that's great. Right now, the ending of the war between the undead monster clan and the Deu god dynasty has changed. Perhaps in the future, we will not be as bumpy and full of regrets as in the previous life. In this life, I will stand in front of you, in front of the person I care about, and I will not let you walk in front of me again, because the last person alive will suffer the most. After he made up a diary, he didn't continue to make up too much. After all, Sha Qingxuan is still outside the battlefield. Enough is the best. Otherwise, it will cause conflicts among the women, which will be detrimental to future development. At the same time, Su Yue also saw the update of the copy of the diary, and after checking the contents, her pretty face turned red. This guy. She wanted to say something at first, but after reading the diary, she trembled all over. The person who survives to the end Wang Wang's suffers the most. This life. Is Su Chengqing going to change everything in the previous life? Then what happened to me and Su Chengqing? Or, what have you experienced together? In the last life, Su Chengqing was full of regrets. In this life, is he going to change everything like the battle between the Great Feather God dynasty and the undead monster race this time? When I think of this, I stretch out. Su Yue's breathing was a little short, and her eyes gradually became firm. People don't want to stand behind you. If they can stand in front of you and accompany you to change everything in this life. Humming in her heart, she couldn't help but secretly glanced back at Su Chengqing. Anyway, Su Chengqing revealed in his diary that he wants to become stronger, and only then can he follow in this man's footsteps. Chapter 99. The undead monster clan is really gone. The shock of the Nine Profound World. Also at this moment, all the major forces onlookers also reacted in the blood rain, and there were constant exclamations. No one could have imagined. Su Chengqing's intervention in this war turned the tide. The undead demon clan is destroyed. This ancient clan that has been entrenched in Zhou for nearly a million years just ceased to exist. At the same time, they also felt Su Changqing's position in the Daoyi sect, that is, if they want to join the world, the Daoyi sacred master has to take on the supreme position of thugs. Once this monster from Daoyi sacred sect rises up, I am afraid that it will be truly invincible in the nine profound heavens. Su Changqing, I really didn't expect he asked the Holy Master Daoyi to come, and he is still only the Holy Son to make such a decision. It seems that the Holy Master Daoyi wants to treat him as a subordinate trained by a Holy Master. Now he is only at the Saint Realm, and he is able to kill Shantai and face the Supreme. This terrifying strength is really only worthy of the third place in the list of Tianzhou. I think it won't be long before his name will be ranked higher, right? I really didn't expect to see such a heaven-defying existence in my lifetime. At the same level, Su Changqing is invincible. I just don't know if the Taoist from Zhixiaodao Palace, who is number 1 on the Tianzhou list, also has Su Changqing's strength. The undead monster clan was destroyed just like that under Su Changqing's intervention, it ceased to exist. This guy is too terrifying. The Daoyi sacred sect is very likely to become the number 1 overlord of Zhou within 100 years because of Su Changqing's 690. Countless voices of discussion came and went, and exclamations resounded through the sky. No one can keep calm. Such a terrifying ancient clan was destroyed just like that. And so it is. Everyone can clearly understand that the troubled times have really arrived. Perhaps after this, there will be many battles between the undead monster clan and the Dayu God dynasty in Zhou, competing with each other. There are even several Tianzhou on the list of Tianzhou, looking at Su Changqing with deep horror in their eyes. We really took a life. All of these people were afraid of the terrifying strength that Su Changqing had shown before. At the same time, among the group in Zhixiaodao Palace, the faces of the 2 old men from Sendai were pale, and the shock on their faces could not be added. What kind of terrifying monster is this Su Changqing? His cultivation is at the level of a saint, but that's why he is able to influence the direction of the war between the 2 top powers. Looking at the entire Zhou, which saint can do this? Their scalps exploded, and the scene of Su Changqing abruptly catching the attack of the Supreme still appeared in their minds. Su Changqing's terror cannot be described in words. Especially those things he did, there is no way to evaluate them. Even 2 Sendai elders thought it was not enough. After all, Su Changqing can say that the Supreme is nothing more than that. They dare not. Amid the horrified exclamations of the crowd, Wang Yi's mind was blank for a long time, and his body was trembling involuntarily. Call. He gasped heavily, his eyes fixed on Su Changqing. Until this moment, he felt an extremely strong threat and oppression from Su Changqing. Facing the supreme blow directly, leading to the complete destruction of the undead monster clan. Even he is not sure about this kind of thing. It is impossible for such a guy to only be ranked 3rd on the Tianzhou list. A moment later, Wang Yi came back to his senses and looked at Su Changqing with fear in his eyes. I'm afraid if Su Changqing wants to be number 1, I will lose to him too. He breathed heavily and murmured. Now my heart can no longer keep calm. He has been paying attention to Su Changqing from the beginning to the end. He had absolute confidence before, until now. Wang Yi only felt that his heart had been hit and his confidence was gone. How could this be? I have been reincarnated for so many lives, why didn't I know that Su Changqing was so terrifying? Could it be that after doing this, his pupils shrank suddenly? If that's the case, maybe it all makes sense. I thought that this awakening could completely rise in the troubled times, but now. The appearance of Su Changqing made me dread him. The degree of terror of this guy, even if he hasn't fought against him, already makes people tremble with fear. Also at this moment, Su Changqing was satisfied when he heard the commotion between heaven and earth. This fabricated incident seems to be very successful. He glanced around, and could see that countless people looked at him with fear in their eyes. And this also achieved the purpose of deterring the major forces in Zhongzhou. At the same time, it's not just Zhongzhou. Even the entire Zhou will get news soon. When thinking of here, Su Changqing glanced at the entire battlefield, his eyes flickered slightly, and continued to make up his diary. The undead demon clan, the traitor of the future Zhou, has been destroyed. Then, the traitor in the future has already lost one party, which means that there is one less threat in the future War of Heavens. In this way, will Qingxuan not fall to save me? And in the last battle of the heavens, the multiple 9 Xuantian forces that were destroyed due to the betrayal of the undead monster clan, will the outcome be different when the battle of the heavens comes? In the battle of the heavens, if Zhou Xuan didn't have so many traitors, maybe it wouldn't be destroyed. After all, it was caused by too many civil strife in Zhou Xuan before the battle of the heavens. It is precisely because of this that many traitors headed by the undead demon clan appeared in the battle of the heavens. These guys should be liquidated. The current destruction of the undead monster clan is not enough. It is not enough to make too many changes in the future. This is just the beginning. In this case, then, I will continue to change every ending in my previous life, and everything will never be the same as last time. He made up content that was not in the original text, and wrote it all down in his diary. Right now, even if it deters all major forces in Zhongzhou, even the entire Zhou Xuan, it is not enough. The battle of collapse has not yet come, and many major battles before the War of the Heavens have not occurred, not to mention that large and small wars have not occurred in the War of the Heavens. There are too many things waiting to be fabricated by myself, and everything will be completely changed. Now, accompanied by the update of the copy of Su Chengqing's diary. Under the unbelievable discussions and gazes of everyone in Biming Holy Land, Sha Qingxuan looked at the copy of the diary that appeared in front of her again. Shock appeared in her beautiful eyes. In addition to the undead monster race, there will be other traitors in Zhou Xuan in the future. Is this just the beginning? Looking at the contents of the copy of the diary, she was even more shocked. Su Zongqing wants to liquidate and change all bad endings. Right now, he has changed the ending of the undead monster clan and the Dayu God dynasty, but this is not enough. After that, how much will need to change? If that is the case, Su Chengqing must be more tired than in the last life if he undertakes these tasks alone. Just think about it. Sha Qingxuan's heart shook violently, and she couldn't help but look at Su Chengqing on the battlefield. You bastard! In addition to being distressed, she couldn't bear it. If I can help, Su Chengqing will be much more relaxed, right? Chapter 100. A life and death battle between Supreme Beings. Annihilation battle in the 9 profound world. What are they all about? In the Biming Holy Land, Sha Qingxuan looked at Su Chengqing, who was on the edge of the battlefield. Her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. In this life, where will we use it? Besides comrades in arms, can there be a real identity? She murmured in her heart, and then recovered. A blush appeared on her face. For some reason, she wished time would pass faster. At least, don't be like now. The relationship with Su Chengqing is no different from that of strangers. But things can't be forced. Sha Qingxuan understood this, and Sha Wen seemed a little distracted when looking to the side. Father, look at you, there is no chance to make a move now. She couldn't help complaining that if the Biming Holy Land had helped her, maybe she would be standing by Su Chengqing's side now. Even now, even if she sees Su Chengqing again, she doesn't know what to say. Wen Yan, Sha Wen's was also a little annoyed, but quickly asked, "What, it seems that you really believe that kid can end this war?" Then Su Chengqing is the Daoyi Holy Son, and is the strongest Holy Son so far. How can the Daoyi Holy Master rest assured when he travels, let alone let him intervene in this war? Sha Qingxuan originally wanted to say it was a matter of course, but quickly realized that she changed her words. Upon hearing this, Sha Wen's also guessed a lot about Xiao Juju in his daughter's heart, and finally shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect that a saint like him would be able to slay the immortal platform, and he would even be able to block the blow of the Supreme One. I'm afraid this kid is not only the strongest saint son of the Daoyi sect, but also the strongest among the younger generation of Zhuxuantian. There is no such thing as the pride of heaven. He looked at Su Chengqing again and gave a very high evaluation. After living for so many years, it was the first time he saw such a monstrous existence as Su Chengqing. Even the strongest in Zhou Xuantian's ancient times have never heard of such a thing. Right now, it is definitely annoyed to say that I am annoyed. If there were not so many doubts and decisive help before, perhaps Biming Holy Land and Dayu Shenchao, Daoyi Shengzong would have established a foundation of friendship. But now, there are ideas but no opportunities. Sha Qingxuan couldn't help feeling proud when she heard her father's appreciation. Her cheeks felt hot at this inexplicable emotion. I always feel that I have a strange feeling towards Su Chengqing. It's not clear, the way is unclear, but in general it is very subtle. It is also at this time. Su Changqing noticed Su Yue and Sha Qingxuan's reaction, and smiled inwardly. It seems that it will take some time for their trust value to reach extreme trust, but it won't take long. He muttered to himself, and began to supplement and fabricate the diary this time. Ever since he took the blow of Supreme, he didn't feel well. Even if he didn't get hit hard, he was still injured. My own strength is still insufficient, otherwise, it would not be as simple as blocking that blow, but a real fight with the Supreme. Without thinking too much, Su Changqing continued to make up the diary. This war has come to an end. The demise of the undead monster clan is a good thing for Zhou Xuan, a hidden danger in the future. The cancer has been eradicated. But this big war is nothing, compared to many wars in the future. It is just a small fight. Whether it is the battle of collapse in the future, the battle of the heavens, or the turmoil of darkness, the level of terror cannot be compared with the battle between the Deu dynasty and the undead monster race. Before the arrival of many great battles, there will be many turmoil in Zhuxiantian, and melee battles, especially the battle of the heavens. At that time, the great battles will be ants under the saints, and the king of the gods will not be considered in the battle of the heavens the main force. The fall of saints happens from time to time, and it is one of the most tragic battles in the history of Zhuxiantian. In the late stage of the War of the Heavens, the monks of other realms could no longer influence the direction of the war. Instead, it was a life-and-death battle between the supreme beings of the heavens. Countless supreme beings of the heavens fell in that battle, and even the quasi-emperor was not there. Phew. In the last life, even if I fought side by side with the great supreme beings of Zhuxiantian, even if I could suppress many supreme beings and even face the quasi-emperor with my own strength, I couldn't quell the wars in the heavens, so that Qingxuan died to save me. In this life, even if you can fight against Shantai with a saint, and you can face the supreme blow, it may be a great honor and achievement for others, but these are not worth mentioning in the future. Since the ending can be changed, in this life, I will not be content with being peaceful. Before the battle of the heavens comes, I will step by step to reach the summit of the 9 profound heavens to dominate the heavens. After he fabricated it, he was quite satisfied. There is nothing too urgent to do right now, just let nature take its course. 0 Seeking flowers. For the trust value of the diary holder, it is only a matter of time. Presumably soon, the trust value of the 4 diary holders can break through the upper limit and reach the level of extreme trust. Until then, will this unlock a new diary holder? Who will it be in the original book? In addition, will the diary be upgraded because of this? Su Changqing was looking forward to it, but didn't worry too much about it. Anyway, I just need to fabricate it to convince the diary holder, and the rest will come naturally. Along with another fabrication by Su Changqing. In the Great Feather Dynasty. Su Yue looked at the contents of the copy of the diary, and suddenly her body trembled. This big war is just a small fight for the future. In future wars, under the saints or ants, how terrible is the war that broke out at that time. A life-and-death battle between supreme beings and Zhuxiantian will have even greater civil strife in the future, so that there is not so much strength to contend in the battle of the heavens. Regarding the content of the diary this time, she felt a turmoil in her heart. According to Su Changqing's disclosure, the future Zhuxiantian will be even more chaotic than it is now. In a truly chaotic world, will civil war break out? At the same time, after reading the diary, Su Yue's heart trembled, and she quickly looked at Su Changqing, who was walking not far away with a firm expression. The summit of the 9 profound heavens, the ruler of the heavens. At this moment, she felt a strong fighting spirit in the diary. Su Changqing no longer has no fighting spirit like before. Now he has regained his fighting spirit, and is determined to change the bad things in his previous life. In an instant, Su Yue's expression was a little dazed, and she couldn't help but look a little engrossed. This guy, I have to say, is full of charm right now. She murmured, unavoidably revealing the appearance of a young girl sicken. When she reacted, she immediately blushed. But I really can't restrain my thoughts, my mind is thinking wildly, it's too embarrassing. But I'm also happy that Su Changqing's lines are full of fighting spirit in the diary. Chapter 101. Deu Divine Dynasty swore an oath to alliance with Dao Yi Shengzong, and Su Changqing again. At the same time, all forces are still in shock. Especially in the major holy places of Zhongzhou, Tianzhou, among sects looked at Su Changqing with deep fear in his eyes. To them, Su Changqing is a giant, a high mountain, an insurmountable mountain. Just the method of killing Shantai, they can only look up. Biming Holy Land. Sha Wens and a group of Biming powerhouses are still in shock, because even now that the war is over, they still can't believe such a result. And this result was caused by Su Chengqing alone. Beside, Sha Qingxuan ignored the others, but concentrated on watching Su Chengqing's updated diary. Will the future war be the supreme home? And in the battle of the heavens, the powers of all parties lost, one country, and countless supreme beings fell. She muttered in her heart beating faster. By that time, had the war already reached this level? The battle of the heavens is not the most terrifying, so what about the even more terrifying dark turmoil? Since Su Chengqing can persevere to the end, presumably his cultivation is already at the peak of the heavens, right? But even then, it still failed. Just thinking of this. Sha Qingxuan couldn't help but her delicate body trembled, her eyes revealing a look of shock. The future Zhou Xuan. She was breathing a little short of breath, staring at Su Chengqing, feeling uneasy. Even if things haven't happened yet, based on the contents of the diary, we can know that the future will be quite scary. Otherwise, how could Su Chengqing say that his current cultivation is not enough? But when I saw the content behind the diary revealed amazing fighting spirit. Sha Qingxuan's eyes narrowed, and then a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It seems that you finally know what to do. She was also quite relieved. When she got the copy of the diary, all the previous content was that Su Chengqing didn't want to interfere with so many things anymore. But as he came to intervene in the war between the undead monster clan and the Dayu dynasty, his mood became completely firm. The fighting spirit is ignited, then. Sha Qingxuan also had curiosity in her eyes. She looked at Su Chengqing and muttered in her heart, I don't know, can I catch up with you in this life? She also made a decision, and she will practice hard after returning home, trying not to leave Su Chengqing too much behind. If not, once the battle of collapse begins and the battle of the heavens comes, who can stand by Su Chengqing's side? Since the last life was in Su Chengqing's memory, I died to save him. So, in this life, I have to become stronger and live until darkness and turmoil come, and face it with Su Chengqing. It is also at this time, on the void battlefield. Now the blood rain has stopped, and Ta Yu, which is full of dark clouds, has also seen the sky again. When the sun shines, everything becomes peaceful. Lord Daoyi glanced at the battlefield below, and then at Su Chengqing. Before he could do anything, Su Qingyan smiled heartily, looked at the Holy Master Daoyi and said with a smile, thanks to fellow Taoist Kong for your help in this battle, and also to Xiao Yu Su. After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Chengqing and cupped his fists to thank him. If it wasn't for the arrival of Su Chengqing and the Holy Lord Daoyi who destroyed the lair of the undead monster clan this time, the immortal sister flag might really push Dayu Shenchao to a dead end. Especially when he learned that Shang Jun, the patriarch of the undead demon clan, still had a demon pill of the ancient demon emperor on his way. He felt a twinge of fear when he thought about it. According to Shang Jun's method before, I am afraid that after taking the demon pill, he will reach the quasi-emperor level. At that time, I am afraid that even if I use the imperial artifact of the Great Feather Dynasty, I will not be able to change the ending of destruction. And the one who helped the most is undoubtedly Su Chengqing. If he hadn't told his good daughter that the undead monster race was going to attack Dayu Shenchao, he would not have been able to deploy so quickly and take precautions in advance. Otherwise, Dayu Shenchao will face even heavier losses. Daoyi Shengzong shook his head again, but before he could speak, Su Qingyan suddenly showed the Supreme Incarnation, with his feet on the ground, his head reaching up to the sky, covering the sky and the sun. I decided. He spoke loudly and announced with a smile, from today on, Dayu Shenchao officially forms an alliance with Daoyi Shengzong. From then on, all the enemies of Daoyi sacred sect will be the enemies of Dayu divine dynasty, and they will never die. I declared today that the people of the Dayu divine dynasty, from now on, all disciples of the Daoyi sacred sect, you must not be enemies with them, and you will never betray them. Look at Zhongzhou, Zhou Xuan will know about my decision. His supreme phantom appeared in the entire Zhongzhou, and even the entire Zhou Xuan witnessed it. Especially Su Qingyan's decision caused a sensation in the whole of Zhongzhou. When the major forces of Zhou Xuan saw the announcement of Su Qingyan's supreme phantom, they couldn't help being shocked. In an instant, with Dayu facing outward, countless people felt their scalps go numb. What Dayu Shenchao want to formally form an alliance with Daoyi Shengzong? The Daoyi sacred sect is originally one of the top forces in Zhuxiantian, and the Dayu dynasty is also among the top forces. They form an alliance I'm afraid few forces can compete. I would say that the most terrifying thing is Dao Yi Shengji Su Changqing. If he grows up, Dao Yi Shengzong will definitely become the strongest overlord of Zhuxiantian. Isn't it? Dayu Shenqiao formed an alliance with Dao Yi Shengzong just like that. In this way Su Changqing will definitely grow up safe and sound. Who would dare to do anything to him? The exclamation broke out again, and all the major forces felt their scalps go numb. They really didn't expect that because of the undead monster clan's attack on the Dayu dynasty, after the end, the Dayu dynasty would even form an alliance with Dao Yi Shengzong. Under the commotion of all parties. After Su Qingyan proclaimed the world with the supreme means, he looked at the holy master Dao Yi with a smile on his face, and said with a light smile, "Friend Taoist Kong, do you have any objections?" Nature. The Lord Dao Yi was also slightly surprised, but he replied immediately. The strength of the Dayu dynasty is not weak, and the rise time is hundreds of thousands of years later than the undead monster race, but it can fight back and forth with the undead monster race. Even before using the last trump card, Dao Yi Shengzong is currently on the rise, and it is naturally a good choice to have Dayu Shenqiao as an ally. It's just that I didn't expect 3.7, because Yuren really had such a plan. But Dao Yi Holy Master also knew that it was nothing more than Su Changqing's credit. This kid, he was satisfied in his heart, looking at Su Changqing who was also a little surprised now, his eyes flashed with admiration. Received an accurate answer from the Dao Yi Holy Master. Su Qingyan laughed loudly, and felt quite happy in his heart. Well, there was even more smile on his face, and at the same time he looked at Su Changqing who seemed to be confused below. As the Supreme Son, he is also grateful for this Dao Yi Holy Son. Certainly. Being able to form an alliance with Dao Yi Shengzong, Dayu Shenqiao also has an extra guarantee in this troubled world, which is the best of both worlds. Chapter 102. Isn't it a simple matter to obtain the God-hitting stone and make a breakthrough? This moment, between heaven and earth, exclaim again. No one would have expected that because the emperor actually said that he would write the news of an alliance with Shengjing. Most importantly, it is the Lord of Dao Yi who did not reject this. Right now, Dao Yi Shengzong and Dayu Shenqiao have become allies. In these troubled times, the alliance of the two top forces will undoubtedly deter the rest of the forces. Especially the forces in Zhongzhou were extremely annoyed at this moment. They did not expect Dayu Shenqiao to form an alliance with Dao Yi Shengzong so soon. If they made a move before, would they also be able to get the gratitude of Dayu Shenqiao? But everyone knows that the situation is uncertain before, and no one dares to take it lightly. The major forces can only sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and do not want to participate in it at all. Among the many exclamations, although Su Changqing was a little surprised on the surface, he was quite satisfied in his heart. Just as I thought, he secretly said in his heart, a smile filled the corner of his mouth. However, at this moment, the voice of the system sounded in my mind. Oh 7 ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 5th diary compilation. The trust value of the 5th diary for the 4 diary copy holders is as follows. Ling Chenshui, the Saintess of Dao Yi Sacred Sect, trust value, 120. Princess Su Yue of Dayu Dynasty, trust value, 110. Murong Diei, the Witch of the Yuhai Demon Sect, trust value, 120. Northern Holy Land Saint Sha Qingshan, trust value, 115. Su Changqing was not surprised by this information. And at this moment, he couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, the next step is to distribute the rewards. Didn't keep him waiting too long. The sound of the system sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for letting the 4 diary copy holders trust the 5th diary, and they will be rewarded. Rewards start to be distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a God Strike Stone, which has not yet awakened spiritual intelligence, can breed spiritual intelligence, spiritual consciousness, can be used as a weapon, and has a very high hit rate. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Void Mirror Fragments X5, and the Void Mirror can be unlocked by collecting all 10 fragments. The current number of fragments, 6. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor Level Exercise, Ancient Scripture of Gods and Spirits. The host can survive for millions of years without self-destruction and reincarnation on the road of cultivation. After practicing this exercise, when he is about to die, he will be reborn from nirvana and determine the way of longevity. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the elixir, primordial, which can be used on oneself to reshape the body, meridians, and randomly generate a sacred body. The rewards are issued, do you want to receive them immediately? All the voices could make Su Chengqing even more excited. Harvest, he secretly said in his heart, quite satisfied. No matter what kind of reward this time, it is very good. At least it doesn't end in such a hasty way as before, just give yourself some spirit stones. God stone. This thing is one of the 10 worst. Although there is no detailed introduction to the system, Su Chengqing is familiar with it. The God-hitting stone can also devour other magical stones to evolve your body, possess divine consciousness, and master formations. The ancient gods, saints forged weapons, and they would not want to get the God Strike stone to integrate into it, which can greatly improve the quality of weapons. This is probably the only one among the 9 profound heavens, the real treasure in the world. There are also ancient scriptures. If you can fully understand this, then you are equivalent to a real growth. As long as you don't die completely, you can be reborn from nirvana. Worthy of the name of the gods. It can be said that the soul skills cultivated by the undead monster race are similar to those of the immortals. But the ancient scriptures of the gods and spirits are going to throw it away by 1,000 miles. Pin elixir, early elixir. It sounds good too, as an investment, it must be the first choice. Of course, you can also use it yourself. But it can't be used by itself. As for the shards of the void mirror, there are only 4 more pieces to be fully unlocked. Su Chengqing's eyes showed a look of light. Without any hesitation, he quickly said to himself, get it immediately. As soon as this remark came out, a terrifying amount of information suddenly flooded into his mind, which is exactly the cultivation method of the ancient scriptures of the gods. Because it is the emperor's scripture and the law of longevity, it has not been able to fully comprehend it. But with the practice, there is no fear of not being able to comprehend it. Immediately afterwards, in the storage space, Su Chengqing saw a strange-looking stone with some textures. Especially in the middle of this stone, there are these 2 circles, like 2 eyes. Seeing this, he couldn't help but look forward to it. Hit the God stone. No matter how well you defend against this thing, anyone who gets hit will become a leader. Thinking about being able to use the God-hitting stone as a hidden weapon to hit people in the next battle, it's exciting to think about it. Besides, Su Chengqing also saw a purple pill, primordial, floating in the mist in the corner. He muttered, not intending to use it himself. Withdrawing his consciousness right now, he realized the ancient scriptures of the gods in his mind, and there was a strange light in his eyes. But soon, the aura on his body also rose sharply at this moment. The surrounding aura is also overwhelming, frantically rushing towards him. Suddenly, Su Chengqing took a deep breath, and his eyes were wide open. Going to break through. He concentrated all his attention and immediately activated his cultivation. The cultivation base of the sage at the 6th level was accompanied by a surge of aura, and immediately launched an attack on the sage at the 7th level. Boom! The violent roar sounded without any warning. The entire sky once again thundered, and the wind blew up. The ground was trembling unstoppably. Under the vision of heaven and earth. In an instant, countless people's gazes recovered from the shock of Dai Shenchao's alliance with Daoyi Shengzong, and they turned their gazes to Su Chengqing. What's the situation? Su Chengqing wants to break through. Isn't it? He suffered a blow from the monster race supreme before, and he recovered so quickly, and even now he is going to attack the 7th heaven of saints at 180 inches. Monster, this Su Chengqing is really a complete monster. How did he do it? Could it be after he took the blow from the monster race supreme, he had an epiphany during the healing period? It's really possible, otherwise, why didn't he continue to come out later? In the whole world, apart from the deafening roar, there were also bursts of exclamations. Everyone looked at Su Chengqing with horror in their eyes. But under the spotlight, the aura on Su Chengqing's body was strong, and his aura seemed to have skyrocketed to a critical point, accompanied by a roar that silenced the world. 7th heaven of saints. His cultivation broke through in one fell swoop, and even more monstrous aura continued to rage, and there were countless cracks spreading in all directions on the ground under his feet. Above the sky, thunder is rolling. In a moment, when everyone saw Su Chengqing's successful breakthrough, their scalps burst and their eyes almost popped out. How did he break through? It doesn't seem to be difficult at all.